Chapter 1. Drift of the Triple Change Transformer, February 13th, 2009. New York, Manhattan. Morning. Through the instruction of the character Zhao Helen, your cultural level is now at 1. You have acquired the drift of the Triple Change Transformer, with all licensing procedures complete, parked in the underground garage. After a night of teaching, Dr. Zhao Helen was still in slumber. The books strewn across the sheets and the disarray of clothing stirred a sense of nostalgia within Gu Li. The melodious notification sound in his mind prompted a sigh of reflection. Drift, a commendable reward, indeed, worthy of the days spent under Ms. Zhao's patient tutelage. Though he had absorbed a plethora of cultural knowledge, it was undeniably overwhelming, particularly for someone like him, who had struggled academically. It is worth noting that Ms. Zhao Helen was a PhD. Upon turning on the television, Gu Li lit a morning cigarette, and as he exhaled a cloud of smoke, memories from his 20 years of life flickered through his mind. He was a traveler, having traversed through time for precisely 20 years. Of course, like any standard traveler, he possessed a system, albeit one that was somewhat peculiar. Aside from a starter pack that included a Turkish kebab restaurant in Manhattan and a quaint villa in the neighborhood, he received nothing else of significance. No formidable physique, no mutant abilities, nor any extraordinary powers. To earn additional rewards, he must engage in learning cultural knowledge, achieving cultural level 1. Yes, learning cultural knowledge. Please don't confine me to the little black room, I beg you. This learning encompassed various aspects. For instance, techniques and postures, such as soothing massage techniques for relaxation and the proper stance when swinging a golf club, among others. Although the atmosphere in America was notably more liberal compared to his previous life, the education he received in his formative years instilled in him the importance of self-respect and caution against overreaching, which ultimately led to him missing out on valuable rewards before the age of 18. It was only after turning 18, 2 years ago, that he finally attained his first superpower. This time, the reward for studying cultural courses was drift. The dual-wielding transformer, reminiscent of Miyamoto Musashi, was originally a member of the Decepticons, but later defected to the Autobots due to his admiration for Optimus Prime. But he became one of the rare Transformers possessing 3 transformation modes, in vehicle form. Drift is a blue-black Bugatti Veyron. In flight mode, he transforms into a military S-97 Raider helicopter, and in battle form, he appears as a flamboyant blue and gold warrior. Awakening in bed, Zhao Helen lazily stretched her arms, and the graceful arc of her movement caused Gu Li to blush and his heart to race. He rubbed his nose, contemplating whether to continue his studies for a while longer. He recalled that the last time someone had imparted knowledge to him, the rewards had been quite substantial, given her high cultural level. It was precisely because Gu Li was so enamored with learning that the girl later fled upon seeing him. Handsome, do I not possess an allure beyond those books? These were the last words spoken by Sharon Carter before she turned to leave. Gu Li sighed, rubbing his forehead. Surviving in this perilous world was undeniably challenging. Heaven knows, he is not lacking in romantic sensibility, he merely yearns for survival. Is there any fault in that? After a flurry of activity in the kitchen, Gu Li presented 2 lovingly prepared breakfasts. Emerging from the bathroom clad in a robe, Zhao Hailuan rubbed her head and playfully winked at Gu Li. How could one resist such charm? Teacher Zhao, it's time to eat. In pursuit of enhancing his cultural knowledge, Gu Li suppressed his inner impulses, turning his gaze away to avoid lingering on her alluring curves and long, elegant legs. After breakfast, Gu Li resumed his studies. Under the tutelage of the character Zhao Hailuan, your cultural level has reached 1, granting you the rebirth cradle, now stored in the system space. The rebirth cradle? Is it akin to something from the realm of creation? At this moment, that extraordinary being, who stands shoulder to shoulder with deities despite being mortal, has yet to become Iron Man, I presume. Perhaps the arrival of the rebirth cradle is a tad premature. Is it your fault that I might be late for work? Zhao Hailuan, rubbing her head, cast a reproachful glance at Gu Li, having never encountered a man quite like him. Could it be that this fellow does not seek to pursue her, but merely wishes to learn? Well, it seems you won't need to go to work, just yet your boss appears to have been kidnapped, Gu Li remarked, gesturing toward the news broadcast on the television. Breaking news. Renowned entrepreneur Tony Stark, recently awarded the Pinnacle Prize, was unfortunately attacked while inspecting operations in Afghanistan. Here is the detailed report. Gu Li glanced at his phone. February 13th, 2009, at the day when the director of the Family Planning Office descends upon Earth draws ever closer, and under that fateful snap, who can guarantee their own existence will not fade away? He is not the fortunate king wielding a bow, merely a resilient little Karami. Even if the purple sweet potato spirit does not arrive, the impending battle in New York is unavoidable. Playboy has been kidnapped, Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, her eyes fixed in shock on the television screen. Her new boss is indeed quite the philanderer, having bedded each cover girl of the magazine for all 12 months of the year. It is unfortunate that Tony Stark does not fall within Zhao Hailuan's preferred type. She favors a man like Gu Li, who possesses a well-built physique, even if he is slightly younger than herself. Yet he is undeniably formidable and possesses a thirst for knowledge. Moments later, she suddenly sighed in dismay. It's over, I just bought stock in Stark Industries. Despite Tony Stark's notorious infidelities, he is the soul of Stark Industries. And with this news spreading, the stock price will likely plummet for some time. Well, who would have thought? Teacher Zhao, you're quite the little heiress, Gu Li teased. Zhao Hailuan staggered forward, once again caressing Gu Li's robust chest muscles, her gaze dreamy. Appa, how do you stay in such shape? At that moment, stars seemed to twinkle in her eyes. Yuli shrugged helplessly. It was, of course, the result of his previous teacher's instruction and the system's reward of the 50-50 serum. His former teacher, Sharon Carter, the niece of Peggy Carter, Captain America's ex-girlfriend, had bestowed upon him the serum once his cultural level was sufficient. It's innate now. Let's eat, for I must visit the store shortly. Seated beside Gu Li, Zhao Hailuan quietly savored her breakfast, yet her gaze incessantly wandered towards him. Following the meal, she reclined on the bed, succumbing to slumber, utterly exhausted from the events of the previous night. Meanwhile, Gu Li, having descended to the underground garage, circled the blue-black Bugatti, scrutinizing it from various angles. The vehicle was a Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse, a stunning fusion of blue and black hues. One might ponder whether Bugattis exist within the Marvel universe. Gu Li shrugged, contemplating that perhaps the Sovereign could resolve such inquiries. The drifting car, stationed in the garage, curiously regarded its new master. This young man appeared rather feeble. Although he had only recently arrived in this world, the information gleaned from his brief connection to the network suggested that this realm was indeed peculiar. Most notably, he had been chastising Bumblebee in the presence of his idol when he was abruptly transported here. With a resounding roar of mechanical transformation, a blue and gold mechanized warrior emerged, wielding dual blades, casting a curious glance down at Gu Li. Brother, your method of learning is quite unique. Chapter 2. The owner of the Turkish kebab shop in the underground garage, a blue and gold transformer resembling a cherry blossom samurai wielded twin blades. The words were emblazoned on its left leg, yet it spoke in a manner that playfully mocked its master. Gu Li was momentarily taken aback. Pondering for 2.5 minutes, could it be that the rewards endowed with self-awareness would always manifest in such a fashion? If he were to receive a Daedara as a reward in the future, would that character bring art to New York? Steady now, Drift, Gu Li gently waved his hand. And in an instant, the mechanical warrior was irresistibly contorted back into automobile form. Sorry, master. Observing this, Gu Li opened the car door and inquired. You can speak Chinese, right? Fortunately, the transformer before him was a product of the system, and he could exercise complete control over it. Were it not for this, even with a 50-50 chance against Drift's temperamental nature, it would indeed be a challenge to manage the volatile character. It was no surprise, after all, that this fellow hailed from the Decepticons and was inherently aggressive. Although Drift eventually dug his own grave and allied himself with the Autobots, his true nature remained unchanged. Greetings, Master. This is Drift from the Autobots reporting for duty. As the car door closed automatically, Gu Li chuckled softly. Well done, my friend. With you around, at least the days ahead won't be too dull. It was a pity that Crosshair was not present. Otherwise, they could form a hilarious duo. As the antics of these two were truly memorable. Dear Master, where shall we go? Asked Drift. To old Gu's Turkish kebab shop. Drift responded with a pause. To be honest, the name of the establishment bestowed by the system is rather unconventional, to the point of being beyond critique. Suddenly, the roar of the engine erupted, and the blue-black figure sped towards old Gu's kebab shop like a flash. Keep it low-key, Drift, Gu Li instructed with exasperation, for this fellow was simply too conspicuous. As of now, his abilities had yet to reach the point of abstaining from beef. Understood, Drift replied. Once his hands were freed, Gu Li reclined in his seat, conceding that the Autobot's self-driving capabilities were indeed impressive and would certainly provide greater assurance in future romantic pursuits. He even contemplated placing a can of Red Bull on the dashboard. However, he lamented the limited space inside the vehicle, making it difficult to stretch out. Drift, can you manifest a screen? No sooner had he spoken than a screen, approximately 10 inches in size, gradually materialized beside him. Gu Li began to scroll through recent news articles. Meanwhile, in another building in New York City, Nick Fury, the then director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, was shouting into the phone. Natasha, your vacation is over. Tony Stark has been attacked and is missing. You and Coulson need to head to Afghanistan. After hanging up, Nick Fury focused intently on the computer screen with his remaining eye. The screen displayed a series of photographs, all of suspicious individuals Tony Stark had encountered prior to his disappearance. Nick Fury glided his mouse across the photographs, exhaling a deep sigh. Beside him lay the complete dossier of that notorious playboy, a document he had reviewed countless times over recent days. He even harbored the illusion that he now understood the man better than Tony Stark himself. The impetus behind this obsession stemmed from a valuable lesson he had gleaned over the years. To truly master an individual, one must first gain a comprehensive understanding of them. Tony Stark, a connoisseur of cheeseburgers, entered MIT at the tender age of 14, where he met his best friend, James Rhodes. Following the untimely demise of his father, he assumed control of the vast Stark Industries as its chairman. A genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, arms manufacturer, and a vital ally of the Department of Defense. These accolades scarcely encapsulate the essence of Tony Stark. What truly fueled Fury's concern was the fact that Stark had gone missing following an attack, and he was the sole heir of Howard Stark, one of the co-founders of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Indeed, he was the only son. Howard Stark had no other children or adopted heirs. Damn it, Nick Fury muttered, perhaps due to the exhaustion weighing on him, as he felt his mind wandering into irrationality. Shaking his head, he resumed his scrutiny of the screen, at times pondering deeply, while at others jotting down names on paper. After a considerable duration, Nick Fury lifted the sheet he had just annotated, which bore the names of several individuals of interest: Obadiah Stane, one of the co-founders of Stark Industries and a shareholder, who had worked alongside the late Howard for years and assisted Tony in managing the company after Howard's passing. Aldrich Killian, founder of AIM, had previously collaborated with Tony Stark's secretary, Pepper Potts, although no immediate motive could be discerned regarding Killian's involvement in Stark's attack. Fury's instincts as an agent rendered him suspicious of the man. The final name on his list was Zhao Helen, a newly recruited scientist at Stark Industries, a Korean scientist. She was reputed to possess scientific acumen and intelligence rivaling that of Tony himself. Having joined Stark Industries at Tony's invitation, she was present in the aftermath of the attack in Afghanistan. Though her likelihood of involvement seemed slim, it was prudent to have Barton investigate her further. Nick Fury promptly stood and dialed another number. Meanwhile, in the Old Goose Turkish barbecue restaurant, the scene unfolded. Good morning, May. Ah, little Peter is here too. Come here for an uncle's hug. The graceful May Parker smiled gently. Did you sleep through the afternoon? Have you eaten? As for Gu's request for Peter to call him uncle, she merely took it as a jest. Little Peter, born in 2001, was now scarcely 8 years old. And perhaps due to the developmental timeline of boys, he appeared more like a pudgy 5 or 6-year-old. Her boss, the 20-year-old handsome Gu, had once spent some time living in her home. I've already eaten at home. I'll take care of it, May. In the bustling kitchen, two individuals worked in harmonious synchrony, while young Peter, engrossed in his homework at the table, sensed that matters were far from straightforward. The exchanged glances between Aunt May and Uncle Gu held an unmistakable tension, reminiscent of the romantic leads in a film. Gu, are you free after work? There's a family movie. Aunt May began, her words trailing off. Without hesitation, Guli nodded and replied, yes, let's go together. There was a certain allure to the dynamic between them, imbued with a hint of ambiguity and excitement. This was precisely why he found himself visiting the establishment so frequently. As for school, he dismissed it with disdain. What could one possibly learn within those walls? With the family planning office director approaching, he mused that time spent in class would be better spent devising ways to secure additional rewards. I merely seek the system's rewards, he thought. Moreover, at 30, May was a woman of such grace that any normal man would find it impossible to resist falling for her. Chapter 3. A startled Peter after the film concluded. Guli and May Parker held young Peter's hand as they strolled towards the parking lot. An awkward silence enveloped them, primarily because neither anticipated that a family film would contain such intimate scenes. It seems that American openness begins at a remarkably young age. I'll take you back first, Gu, May suggested. The drifting, transforming Bugatti only accommodated two, and they had arrived at the cinema in May's small car. Let's get Peter home. The little one is nearly asleep. Upon hearing this, May Parker's cheeks flushed slightly. The journey was quiet, and perhaps due to the warmth within the car, beads of sweat formed on May's forehead. Concerned that the gentle breeze might disturb young Peter, who was dozing in the back seat, they refrained from opening the windows. A peculiar emotion surged within May. She felt both apprehensive about crossing the boundaries of their relationship and a longing for greater intimacy. Yet, she was already 30, a full decade older than Guli. Moreover, their history ran deep, as Guli had once stayed in her home during his school years. Stealing a glance at the man in the passenger seat, May found herself unable to articulate her feelings toward his handsome visage, which stirred an inexplicable sense of guilt within her. Guli, too, grappled with a strange sensation. After his arrival in this world, He had been adopted by a couple who happened to be May's neighbors, establishing their acquaintance from childhood. After the disappearance of his adoptive parents, he had lived with May for a time, alongside the similarly missing young Peter, until he eventually moved into a small villa in Manhattan. They arrived at May's home in contemplative silence, each harboring their own thoughts. As Ghoulie carried Peter into his small bedroom, he heard May say, "Goo, I've placed some toys for Peter in your room. Let me tidy up." "All right, I'll help you," he replied. As they busied themselves, May, while carrying a box of toys, suddenly tripped over a nearby coat rack. Ghoulie instinctively reached out and caught her as she stumbled. In that fleeting moment, they felt each other's heartbeats. Amidst their rapid breaths, May's entire body reacted in kind. Ghoulie swallowed hard, a dryness overtaking his throat as a fervent flame ignited within him. After they set the toy box down, he did not release his hold on her. "Goo," May began, but her words were abruptly silenced by his lips. With a swift motion, they fell onto the bed, entwined in a tight embrace. Under the tranquil night sky, Ghoulie retrieved a book titled Full-Time English Simulation Exercises from behind him. "Sister, how is this sentence pronounced?" "God is a girl." Thus, the fervent learner, Ghoulie, immersed himself in mastering English pronunciation late into the night. Through the guidance of the character May Parker, your cultural level has increased, granting you the reward, Spider Sense. Spider Sense, also known as Peter's Instinct, allows one to foresee impending danger and respond accordingly. I love reading, and I love learning. Uncertain of how much time had passed, May Jia ultimately succumbed to her fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Through the teachings of the character May Parker, your cultural level rises to 1, earning you the reward of extraordinary strength. Observing May Jia in her serene sleep, Ghoulie suddenly felt a parching thirst. It was indeed a dire situation. In order to survive within the Marvel Universe, he had poured every ounce of effort into his studies. Fortunately, he was bolstered by the serum known as 50/50. Without it, one could hardly say whether he would be able to endure sleepless nights of learning. Of course, this was merely an excuse. Deep down, he understood that this time was different. He harbored no desire for rewards. His sole wish was to remain in May Jia's company. He also discerned that the rewards acquired at sufficient cultural levels might be related to the individuals imparting knowledge. His former mentor, Sharon Carter, shared a close bond with Captain America, being the niece of Peggy Carter, the captain's girlfriend, and would eventually engage in a romance with him. Thus, his first reward was the 50/50 serum. Dr. Helen Zhao, a brilliant scientist, had once developed a new mechanical body for Ultron in the films. Upon reaching a sufficient cultural level, he received the rewards of Transformers Drift and the Regeneration Cradle. Lying beside him, May, the renowned Aunt May of Spider-Man, bestowed upon him the gifts of Spider Sense and superhuman strength. If his suspicions were indeed correct, to successfully resist the director of the family planning office, with whom should he pursue knowledge? Hela? With her smoky eye makeup and penchant for violence, seeking her out could very well lead to being fed to Fenris the Wolf. Moreover, Hela was currently imprisoned deep within Asgard by Odin, a barrier his current strength could not overcome. Doctor Strange? Well, the Sorcerer Supreme was indeed an option, but there was no guarantee he would be inclined to take notice of him. Although they both hailed from the East, he was merely a lowly calamity in comparison to the Sorcerer Supreme. Captain Marvel? At present, she was preoccupied with seeking a new home for the Skrulls and was unlikely to cross paths with him. Yet, the world beneath his feet, judging by recent events and the people he had encountered, was undoubtedly that of the cinematic universe. Within this universe, few women could stand against the likes of the purple potato essence. Was it Wanda, still within the ranks of Hydra? The Scarlet Witch did align with his aesthetic. And being born in 1989, she was of the same age as Ghoulie. The Wasp was also quite impressive, as was Susan Storm, the Invisible Woman, and Max. It seemed there were indeed numerous potential targets. After stowing away the English book, Ghoulie tucked the blanket around May Jia, ensuring she was warm. He then lay quietly beside her. Let it not be said that the protagonist only engages in study. This is all for the sake of examination. Meanwhile, in a distant cave in Afghanistan, a dazed Tony Stark had just opened his eyes. After pulling free a long tube from his nostrils, he struggled to rise but found himself unable, attempting instead to reach for the water jug on the stone table. Just a day prior, he had been radiant after receiving the Extremis Award, but now he was tattered and worn. After a painful bout of coughing, he suddenly noticed a bearded man nearby. As he attempted once more to grasp the water kettle, the man, turning his back to him, remarked, "If I were you, I wouldn't do that." Lying down and twisting to look, Tony finally discerned the wires affixed to his chest, prompting him to frantically tear at the bandages that ensnared him. What lay before him was the electromagnetic device connected to the car battery. After some time, having come to understand his predicament, Tony cast his gaze toward the camera within the cave. "Ah, I see you," he said. "Give us a smile." After a brief pause, Ethan continued, "We have met before. At the technology conference in Bern, Switzerland." "I don't recall." Tony Stark began to ponder his current situation. You likely wouldn't remember. If I were as inebriated as you, I might not even be able to stand. Suddenly, the iron door of the cave swung open, and several burly men rushed in, chattering about their intentions. Upon hearing Ethan's translation beside him, Tony Stark, with his hands clasped around his head, chose to refuse, declining to manufacture missiles for them, only to be subsequently subjected to a brutal beating by the group. However, when he was dragged out of the cave and beheld the mountainous pile of Stark Industries weaponry outside, a smile crept across his face as he shook hands with the small leader. An idea suddenly lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 4, Soundwave, April 29, 2009. Manhattan District. After bidding farewell to Zhao Hailuan with a kiss, Guli reclined on the sofa, lost in thought. He recalled numerous Marvel cinematic works from his past life, particularly the perplexing notions of timelines and absolute points in time. An absolute point in time is an essential juncture along the timeline, and any forced alteration could yield irreversible consequences. Among the myriad events at such absolute points, none are more renowned than the peculiar Doctor Strange from a certain multiverse. In that universe, to save his beloved Christine, Doctor Strange wielded the Time Stone to forcibly alter the circumstances leading to her demise. Yet, despite countless attempts to amend the fate of his girlfriend, he could not alter the predetermined fact of her death. Ultimately, his repeated manipulations of the Time Stone led to the collapse and destruction of that universe. In that realm, Christine's death stood as the absolute point in time. However, these events are not mere fabrications of the cinematic universe. They prompted Guli to contemplate the matter deeply. It was this morning, under Zhao Hailuan's guidance, that he acquired the new reward, Soundwave. Soundwave, the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, was currently transforming into a military satellite, drifting above the Earth. Through Soundwave surveillance, Guli observed the situation within the cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned. Based on the progress of Tony and Ethan, it was estimated that within a couple of days, they would complete the construction of the Mark I prototype. At that time, Ethan would be killed by the freedom fighters in the cave while trying to buy Tony some time. In the film, Ethan's death was an established fact, but now, with Soundwave at his disposal, Guli wondered what might transpire if he were to save Ethan. Would the universe collapse? Or would unforeseen consequences arise? Of course, being well-versed in the art of subterfuge, Guli would not venture to Afghanistan himself. Such a move would be too conspicuous, as though he feared others might not discern the clues. With Soundwave's presence, there was no need for him to take matters into his own hands. It is essential to remember that Soundwave often concealed himself in the depths of space to gather intelligence. As long as cameras existed, nothing occurring on Earth could escape his watchful eye. Moreover, within his mechanical form resided a secret espionage unit, the very mechanical dog that had caused Optimus Prime considerable trouble, seizing numerous steel balls to snatch fragments of the Allspark. With such a canine ally, dispatching the freedom fighters, specifically the Ten Rings Gang's Karami, would be a remarkably effortless task. Guli would not need to lift a finger. Over the past 2.5 months, Guli had also discerned the rules governing the system rewards. The enhancement of cultural knowledge included, but was not limited to, physical books, ebooks, and everyday life skills. Having resolved to take action, Guli issued a command to Soundwave, who hovered in the skies above the Earth. The plan to rescue Ethan officially commenced. Time flowed like a gentle stream, quietly passing by. Each day, Guli spent time at the shop learning with May, and in the evenings, he returned to accompany Zhao Hailuan after her work to continue their studies together. As for the potential for calamity, that could be addressed when it arose. After all, he had bound himself to this peculiar system. Consider the systems of others, tirelessly nurturing their hosts to ascend to the pinnacle of life. In contrast, his system, aside from a brief introduction and the omnipresent holographic display, remained entirely silent, devoid of any utterance or whisper. On May 1, 2009, in a cave in Afghanistan, the Mark I prototype, crafted over 2.5 months by Tony and Ethan, was nearing completion. However, an unforeseen incident occurred. Tony, while donning the prototype, was observed by the bald leader through surveillance. The inquisitive Karami, with incessant chatter in Hungarian, a language Ethan, well-versed in many others, did not comprehend, failed to extract any useful information. In desperation, the two Karami attempted to forcibly breach the iron door, behind which lay a makeshift bomb. With a thunderous explosion, the bomb detonated, obliterating the two Karami instantly. The blast echoed, drawing a throng of freedom fighters swiftly toward the cave. Understanding that the freedom fighters would soon converge, Tony and Ethan instinctively grew tense. "All right. Tell me what to do," Ethan said hurriedly, standing before the computer. "Press F11. Let me know when you see the progress bar." After a flurry of actions, Ethan, trembling, responded, "It's showing now." "You must tell me what you see," he urged. "I see it. I see it." Press Ctrl I, then hit Enter. "Hurry. Come help me finish tightening the screws." As Ethan's breath quickened, he fumbled with the screws, exclaiming, "They're coming, they're coming. Just finish it. Tighten every screw," Tony reassured softly. "Wait until I confirm it's safe for you to come out. All right, Ethan?" At that moment, Ethan, fixated on the progress bar, muttered under his breath, "We need a bit more time." In that instant, he made a resolute decision. "Hey, Tony, I'll buy you some time." With that declaration, Ethan seized the rifles discarded by the two Karami and charged forward. Behind him, he heard Tony's urgent call, "Stick to the plan, Ethan." Tony had never felt so unhinged. He yearned for the prototype to activate swiftly. He knew that the friend he had spent 2.5 months with, Ethan, who was turning away, might well encounter peril. Meanwhile, Ethan, confronted by armed freedom fighters, bore a serene smile, knowing he had succeeded in buying time for his friend. Perhaps in the next moment, he would meet his demise, but he felt no regret. Witnessing such a magnificent invention was worth it. More than anything, he was weary, exhausted, in fact. With a smile, Ethan closed his eyes and did not hear the gunfire. He understood the sound of blood flowing. Upon opening his eyes, he found several blade-like robots, reminiscent of mantises, encircling the corpses of the freedom fighters. A mere glance at the gruesome scene made Ethan double over in retching. The freedom fighters who had once surrounded him now lay dismembered. Only that bald leader trembled in fear, kneeling upon the ground, his bloodshot eyes betraying the terror within. A blade from a Mantis robot crackled with electrical energy before it abruptly pierced the leader's chest. With a sizzle, the leader was rendered unconscious, prompting the Mantis robot to tilt its head in confusion. They too were perplexed as to why their master had issued such a command. Fulfilling their master's orders was their primary duty. Observing that the bespectacled human remained unscathed, the Mantis robots swiftly surged towards the cave's entrance. Their second-in-command was currently engaged in slaughter outside, and such a splendid opportunity could not be monopolized by him alone. Meanwhile, the supreme leader floated above the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant sounds of explosions echoed from outside the cave. Ah, ah, ah. The cries of anguish rose and fell like a mournful symphony. Thud, thud, thud. Tony Stark, clad in his original suit, hastened to his friend's side, gazing at the dazed Ethan. "Ethan, are you all right?" Chapter 5. The briefcase. "Ethan, are you all right?" Upon seeing the gruesome remnants nearby, Tony felt his stomach churn violently. After a few moments of composure, he suppressed the urge to vomit and continued to inquire, "What happened, Ethan?" Ethan, having regained his bearings, stammered while pointing towards the cave's exit. "Tony, there's a robotic mantis. Wait for me to confirm it's safe outside before you come out." With that command, Tony strode purposefully towards the cave's entrance, fully prepared for a fierce battle. The thought that his 2.5 months of effort were about to be vindicated filled him with a swell of pride. In that instant, he was once again in a state of poised elegance. However, upon reaching the cave's mouth, he was struck with shock. A silver mechanical dog was leading several blade-like robotic mantises in a gruesome slaughter, akin to butchers in a slaughterhouse mercilessly dispatching the freedom fighters. This scene was wholly beyond his comprehension. He could hardly fathom that anyone could create such advanced and intelligent machines, robotic dogs. The weaponry flanking the silver canine was firing at an extraordinary rate, completely defying the laws of physics. Tony Stark stood there, stunned and dazed, as he witnessed the freedom fighters being annihilated. As the mechanical dog approached him, he awkwardly raised his hand in greeting. Judging by Ethan's earlier demeanor, these advanced robots were allies rather than foes. "Hey," the mechanical dog anthropomorphically lifted its forelimbs, then gestured towards the blade mantises. To Tony's astonishment, several of the mantises transformed into a pool of metallic liquid and merged into the body of the mechanical dog. His gaze intensified. This technology was astonishingly cool. When he noticed the laser projecting the message, "You were temporarily safe. You may proceed," Tony's mind began to swirl with confusion. Could it be that the dog was being remotely controlled? As he watched, the mechanical dog suddenly morphed into a briefcase, displaying a message that spun around its surface. "Hitch a ride. Take me back to New York. The dog misses its master." Tony was left speechless. In just 2.5 minutes, he had been overwhelmed by so many stimuli that he stood there in a daze for quite some time. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, ultimately coalescing into a singular resolve. He must acquire this technology. It wasn't until the briefcase emitted a series of sounds that reminded him of Ethan hiding in the cave that he exclaimed, "Ethan, it's safe now. We are going home." The explosions outside had also drawn the attention of the Afghan military base. Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes, piloting a helicopter, spotted Tony, who had shed his armor and was conversing with an unfamiliar man. A broad smile slowly spread across Rhodes' dark face, his bright white teeth standing out against his complexion. On May 1st, 2009, Tony Stark, missing for 2.5 months, was rescued and returned home by the U.S. military. Accompanying him on the flight to New York, besides Rhodes, was a bespectacled man, along with a silver briefcase that he clutched tightly. Rhodes found it perplexing how much Tony cherished that briefcase, akin to a child fearful of losing their beloved toy. Tony held it close, treating it with the tenderness one would reserve for a beloved partner. Ethan, who was aware of the Blade Mantis robot, initially had no intention of journeying to America. However, upon hearing Tony's incredible accounts, he unhesitatingly agreed to join Stark Industries. On the private jet, Ethan sat beside Tony, his gaze equally fervent as he focused on the silver briefcase cradled in his friend's arms. They both understood that the box before them could potentially be the most significant discovery of the century, one that might alter the very fabric of the world. Observing this, Rhodes felt an inexplicable confusion wash over him. He could comprehend Tony's obsession, but the equally eccentric demeanor of this peculiar scientist served as a wake-up call. Rhodes suspected that both Tony and Ethan might be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. The severity of such an affliction could vary greatly, and for someone like Tony, a high-ranking arms dealer, if he were indeed afflicted, the implications could be dire. This was alarming. Resolving silently, Rhodes decided that upon reaching New York, he would ensure that both Tony and Ethan received medical attention. Their camaraderie was strong, and naturally, he regarded Ethan, who had rescued Tony, as a good friend. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, Natasha and Coulson, who had been tirelessly searching for 2.5 months, received a call from the director. Natasha, Stark is nearing America. You two should return. After hanging up, Natasha suddenly threw a punch, startling Coulson, who was nearby. He heard the newly joined, striking colleague utter several of the director's catchphrases. As the director's confidant, he could only manage a wry smile. There was little he could do. He was not the director of the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics, merely Agent Coulson. What could he do but run errands until the day he became the director himself? Otherwise, this routine was likely to persist for quite some time. Just as he had not yet returned to New York, new assignments were dispatched. On March 6, 2009, while he and Natasha were scouring Afghanistan for Stark, a series of suicide bombings erupted in New York. The agency had been investigating for nearly 2 months without resolution. Glancing at the emotionally unstable Natasha, Coulson hesitated before deciding to return to New York to inform her. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that the colleague known as the Black Widow might unleash her fury in Afghanistan. At that moment in New York, Gu Li, driving a blue-black Bugatti, could scarcely imagine that two individuals were obsessively fixated on his dog. He had just picked up young Peter from school, and the boy's chattiness was evident at that moment. Uncle Gu, this car is simply too cool. May I touch it? Is it truly permitted? When I grow up, could you lend it to me for a spin? Am I really allowed to drive it? Gu Li, exasperated, rested one hand on his forehead while the other pretended to grip the steering wheel. Regarding the matter of drifting and autonomous driving, at that moment, he harbored but one thought. He must not allow the loquacious little Peter to discover it. Otherwise, the entirety of New York would soon learn that he, Gu Li, possessed a self-driving car. Better to avoid unnecessary complications, especially while he was still unable to abstain from beef. After much anticipation, he finally awaited Zhao Hailuan's overtime, seizing the opportunity under the pretense of picking up Peter from school to spend some time with May. Little did he expect that Peter Parker could indeed chatter incessantly. Throughout the journey, he did not pause for breath, and it was a mystery how that little mouth could be so incessantly vocal. Gu Li took a deep breath, internally motivating himself. For May, for the reward, endure. Chapter 6. The Stock Market Maven, Ms. Zhao, New York. Just disembarked from his private jet, Tony declined Rod's suggestion to visit the hospital for a medical examination. Instead, he purchased a cheeseburger and promptly convened a press conference. His harrowing experiences in Afghanistan had awakened him to the detrimental impact of Stark Industries' armaments on the world. Amid thunderous applause, Tony gracefully approached the podium, just as Agent Coulson, who had finally returned to New York, found Pepper Potts, who was gazing at Tony with lingering affection from the audience. Miss Potts, I am Agent Coulson. With the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, he introduced himself. Fixated on Tony, Pepper accepted the business card from Coulson, remarking, "It's quite a mouthful." Coulson, weary of the repetitiveness of the situation, replied, "We are working diligently to resolve the matter." Pepper sighed, "The Department of Defense, the FBI, and the CIA have all reached out to us." Since the moment Tony stepped off the jet, various agencies had been frantically trying to contact them. With the boss indifferent to the affairs, it fell upon her, the secretary, to manage the inquiries. "We are an independent unit and would like Mr. Stark to elaborate on his escape," Coulson stated. "I will make the arrangements, if that is agreeable." Noticing Pepper's reluctance to continue, Coulson nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. Of course." The agent's vigilance prompted him to discreetly move to a less conspicuous location. In a flash, Tony, seated at the press conference, retrieved yet another cheeseburger from his pocket. "I witnessed my fellow countrymen being slain, perishing beneath the very weapons I had created to protect them. I am thoroughly awakened, realizing that my contribution to this world must extend beyond merely manufacturing explosive devices. Therefore, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, effective immediately. The atmosphere at the press conference instantly transformed into a cacophony of excitement. The journalists were consumed by a singular thought. This news would be monumental. Under the cover of Stan, Tony, accompanied by Ethan, returned to his seaside villa, carrying a briefcase. The two resolved to delve into the astonishing discovery of the advanced mechanical dog. However, an unforeseen incident transpired. The mechanical dog, which had transformed into a silver briefcase, suddenly vanished. Ethan, have you seen the briefcase? Wasn't it in your arms the entire time? They exchanged bewildered glances, each searching the other's eyes for answers, until, with the assistance of the AI, Jarvis, they accessed the surveillance footage that revealed the sneaky escape of the mechanical dog. Jarvis, can you track the location of the little dog? With an AI voice reminiscent of Vision, Jarvis swiftly switched to the video feed. Sir, it has disappeared on a street in Manhattan. Tony stared intently for a moment, pondering, what is that area? Can it be purchased? Sir, it is a residential neighborhood. Oh dear, the stocks are likely to plummet again. Should I sell tomorrow? Dooley gently tousled Zhao Hailuan's hair, unaware that Teacher Zhao was, in fact, a stock market aficionado. The news of Stark's return from rescue spread rapidly, causing the previously plummeting stock prices of Stark Industries to surge dramatically, triggering a trading halt. The American stock market does not impose limits on price fluctuations, commonly referred to as a ceiling system. However, it enforces a mechanism known as a circuit breaker. Should a stock's price oscillate excessively within a stipulated time frame, this mechanism may be activated, resulting in a suspension of trading. At this moment, one could hardly sell. Meanwhile, the delightful Ms. Zhao Hailuan seized the opportunity to invest fervently as soon as Stark Industries stock began to rise. In her own words, invest boldly in stocks, and the villa will be by the sea. One could only imagine the subsequent decline in Stark Industries stock price following the announcement at the press conference regarding Tony's closure of the weapons manufacturing division. No worries. Your father will take care of you, Dooley consoled, though it was evident his words had little effect. Directly embracing Teacher Zhao, he began to hum a lullaby, transitioning her into a state of calm. After a while, a hint of a smile graced Zhao Hailuan's lips as she drifted into a deep slumber. After gently covering her with a blanket, Dooley retreated to the living room. A smoke afterward was akin to a divine experience. Not to mention, he could also indulge in some time with the dog, pondering how the dog had managed to traverse from Afghanistan to America. It struck him as astonishing that the dog arrived in New York concurrently with Tony Stark. From now on, the duty of guarding the house falls to you, he declared to the dog. Although the villa was a reward from the system's benefactor, Dooley had lived there for many years without discovering anything particularly special. Not long ago, the Luck King, armed with a bow and arrow, had even lingered nearby in observation. Suddenly, a chill ran down Dooley's spine, his body bristling with the instinctual fear of a startled cat. Spider sense! His heart raced, and his brain began to sound alarms, urging him to flee. A flash of fire erupted in the living room, slowly coalescing into a fiery circle. Could it be a woman? If it were indeed her. He felt woefully inadequate to confront her with his current strength. She was a celestial being of the highest order, on par with Odin. And even the head of the family planning office dared not approach her while she was on Earth. As Dooley watched, a bald figure clad in a yellow robe emerged slowly from the portal of light. Do not be alarmed, I have merely come to take a look, the bald mage said, a faint smile dancing on her lips as she regarded Dooley for a moment before casting her gaze with curiosity upon the mechanical dog. In fact, the mage could not discern any trace of the pair before her, even with the power of the time stone. Had she not fortuitously been at the New York temple today, she would not have discovered this mechanical dog making its stealthy escape under the cover of night. Are you a deity? Dooley inquired in Chinese, his performance feeling laughably unconvincing. I expected you would recognize me. The smile on the mage's face widened. Dooley hastily inquired, is this magic? Could you teach me? Upon hearing her words, the bald mage regarded Dooley with a serious expression for a few moments before gently shaking her head. You possess no magical aptitude. After a brief pause, she initially intended to ask why he had saved the scientist destined for death, but the question faltered on her lips, and she fell into silence. Judging by the boy's performance over the past 2.5 minutes, she realized she would glean no valuable information. Rather than persist in her inquiries, it would be wiser to remain at the New York sanctum for a while. Eventually, when the boy let down his guard, he would inadvertently reveal something. Resolute in her decision, the bald mage nodded slightly and said, Farewell, I hope I have not disturbed your rest. With that, she turned to leave, and the fiery aura in the living room dissipated. Dooley slumped onto the sofa, the fine hairs on his body gradually settling against his skin, and the spider sense of danger faded away. What a pity that this formidable figure is unwilling to mentor me. However, the behavior of the Ancient One implied something significant. Altering the fact of Ethan's death did not seem to have resulted in any irreversible consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Dooley suddenly pondered another question. Could it be that Ethan's death is not an absolute temporal anchor within the cinematic universe? Chapter 7. The Pursuit of Wealth on May 25, 2009. As anticipated by the majority, the stock price of Stark Industries plummeted, halving by a staggering 56.5. Ms. Zhao, an avid investor who had gambled her entire fortune on the stock market, was profoundly affected by the drastic decline, often appearing lost in thought. During this tumultuous period, even her cherished cosmetics were relegated to a lesser brand. Understanding the unfolding drama, Guli found himself tirelessly offering solace to Ms. Zhao. Truth be told, this moment presented an opportune time to acquire shares in Stark Industries, and Guli harbored a desire to invest. However, he soon lamentably discovered that he was financially constrained. The profits from his Turkish kebab restaurant, aside from covering his daily expenses, were insufficient to meet the hefty annual taxes on his villa in Manhattan. As for the house belonging to his foster parents, it had been leased to a lawyer named Matthew, who had been delinquent on rent for nearly 6 months. Consequently, after 20 years, he had amassed little in the way of savings. It is worth noting that prior to acquiring his drifting Bugatti, his mode of transportation had merely been an ordinary Mazda. En route to Old Goose Kebab Shop, Guli sat within his blue-black Bugatti, contemplating avenues to procure funds. Upon hearing his master's troubles, the drifting car volunteered, "Master, why not sell me, and I shall return stealthily." At this, a glimmer of inspiration flickered in Guli's eyes. Though he quickly shook his head, such maneuvering was not entirely out of the question, yet the crux of the matter lay in his need for a substantial sum. Frequent vehicle sales would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities. The urgency of his financial predicament stemmed from an unsettling visit by Master Gui, which instilled a sense of immediacy in him. Guli despised the notion of his fate resting in another's hands. Were it not for the system he had bound himself to, he would have undoubtedly chosen a path of apathy. Yet, having traversed into this new reality with the system at his disposal, he felt compelled to assume the role of one who refrains from indulgence. However, his current abilities did not permit such a stance, and to enhance his prowess, he required a new mentor. This brought forth another dilemma. His existing mentor, Zhao Hailuan, resided with him, while his lover, Mei, lived in Queens. Should he acquire 1, 2, or even 3 additional teachers, he would find himself without a place to reside. Staying in a hotel would leave a traceable record, which contradicted his cautious nature. Moreover, he could not return to the property leased to the lawyer, as its proximity to his lover's home posed a risk of exposure. In light of these considerations, Guli concluded that the most prudent solution would be to purchase several more properties throughout New York and even in other cities. This was the impetus behind his sudden need for capital. In the midst of his brainstorming, Guli failed to notice that his hands had left the steering wheel, now crossed over his chest. The fine weather prompted the drifting Bugatti to transform into a convertible version of the Veyron, a sight that left Tony Stark seated nearby with sunglasses on, utterly astounded. Beneath him lay the sleek Audi R8, deftly maneuvered by the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, allowing for autonomous driving. Could it be that the dashing young man in the blue and black Bugatti nearby also possessed an AI akin to Jarvis? Just moments prior, that Bugatti had executed several automatic drifts on the road. Realizing that the situation was more intricate than it seemed, Tony discreetly pursued. Upon witnessing the young man park in front of a barbecue restaurant, Tony immediately commanded, "Jarvis, in 1 minute, I require a complete dossier on this individual." In no time, a soft azure hologram materialized before Tony inside the Audi. Guli, 20 years old, of Chinese descent, adopted by a couple at a young age. Currently a student at New York University. Former girlfriend, Sharon Carter. Current girlfriend, Zhao Helen, a scientist at Stark Industries. Tony chuckled, resting his chin on his hand. This lad's former girlfriend is Aunt Peggy's niece, and his current flame is none other than Helen Zhao. A peculiar sensation washed over Tony, as if this young man had a penchant for targeting those close to him. Old Gu, the proprietor of the Turkish barbecue establishment, resided in Queens, Manhattan. The final piece of information instantly piqued Tony's interest. Jarvis, the last known location of that mechanical canine. Indeed, sir, it coincides with Mr. Gu's residence. And based on the earlier vehicle's condition, there is a 60 probability. I understand. I'm feeling a bit peckish. Yes, quite hungry. Convincing himself, Tony alighted the vehicle and sauntered towards the barbecue restaurant, exuding confidence in his charm. As he entered the Turkish barbecue establishment, a startled exclamation reached his ears. "Oh, my goodness, Mr. Stark, is that truly you? Could you please grant me an autograph?" The 8-year-old Peter Parker, his eyes sparkling with wonder and tinged with shyness, trailed after Tony, chattering incessantly. "Mr. Stark, is it true you created a circuit board at the age of 4? Reports say you built a V8 engine at 6. Is that correct?" Casting a glance at the little boy clad in pajamas surrounding him, Tony inhaled deeply. "Pajama boy? What are the specialties of this establishment?" Young Peter nodded and called out towards the kitchen. "Uncle Gu, Aunt May has a guest." The little fellow was unaware that Miss Sky, who usually worked the front desk, had taken the day off. As Ghoulie and May emerged from the kitchen, Tony felt a sudden jolt of recognition. In the film I Belong to You. The encounter between Tony and May unfolded in mere seconds. Tony politely remarked, "I must say, one would hardly guess you were an aunt." "Thank you." May responded with genuine delight, for she was quite conscious of her age while being with Ghoulie. The billionaire before her clearly had a way with words. Ghoulie, too, had not anticipated meeting a superhero of such divine stature in this manner. He recalled that the Avengers had visited the Turkish barbecue restaurant after the battle in New York, even contributing to a memorable scene. Indeed, the fluttering of his little butterfly wings had slightly altered the course of the narrative. "Mr. Stark, what would you like?" "Perhaps something distinctive," Tony suggested, pointing to the menu adorning the wall. Ghoulie nodded and called out to the kitchen, one serving of donkey meat pie and a plate of cold donkey meat, who dictated that a Turkish kebab shop must exclusively serve Turkish kebabs. Unaccustomed to hamburgers and fried chicken, Ghoulie had resolutely altered the menu a few years prior. Meanwhile, May sat beside Peter, guiding the young lad through his homework. In America, elementary school assignments are generally minimal, but the intention was to expend Peter's energy, ensuring he would retire early to bed. With a grand flourish, Ghoulie procured a stack of the English version of 5 years of college entrance examination. 3 years of simulation. After all, he had plans for a tender evening with May. Moments later, Tony Stark gazed in astonishment at the donkey meat pie before him. An odd dish reminiscent of a hamburger. There was also a plate of unfamiliar meat, wafting an enticing aroma. To investigate the whereabouts of the mechanical dog, Tony silently steeled himself. It was merely a plate of meat. He could do this. Chapter 8. Help, Boss. In New York, at Old Goose Turkish Kebab Shop, Tony impaled a piece of meat with his fork and took a few chews, initially intending to swallow it whole. However, he could not resist the curious gaze of the pajama-clad baby diligently working on his homework. Merely seconds later, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this peculiar dish would be so delectable. The meat was remarkably tender and springy, exuding a rich array of flavors, accompanied by a refreshing aroma that he had never encountered in any other meat over the years. After devouring several hearty bites, Tony puffed out his cheeks and inquired, "Hey, what kind of meat is this?" Ghoulie promptly replied, "It's donkey meat. You should try that huashao, a Chinese-style burger." Tony picked up the huashao, wrapped in a layer of oiled paper, and took a generous bite. The burst of flavors was astounding. His lips and teeth savored the crispiness of the flatbread, while the tender and fragrant donkey meat exploded in his mouth. Delicious. It is said that donkey meat is the second most delicious meat, the first being dragon meat, which does not exist. Thus, in truth, donkey meat is the finest. Ghoulie recalled having heard this in his previous life, though it seemed rather irrelevant in the Marvel universe, where dragons truly exist. He mused that when he could proclaim a disinterest in beef, he would certainly need to slay a couple of dragons for celebration. Tony nodded in agreement with Ghoulie's explanation. Reminded of Pepper and Happy, who were busy at the company, he quickly exclaimed, "Pack some for me." Ghoulie nodded. This dish is best enjoyed hot. It's preferable to dine in the restaurant. It was no trouble, as it was relatively close to the company. "Oh, by the way, do you offer delivery services?" Upon hearing this, Ghoulie instinctively glanced at little Peter, who was scratching his head in distress under Aunt May's supervision. Unfortunately, this was the Holland version of Spider-Man. If it were the Tobey Maguire version, he might consider having him deliver food. Returning his gaze, Ghoulie shrugged, "Not at the moment." After finishing the meal, Tony wiped his mouth and handed over a business card. "When you have that service, remember to give me a call." Watching Tony Stark leave with several huashao in hand, Ghoulie discreetly stashed the card into his system space. This fellow's arrival seemed rather peculiar. While Stark was a skilled actor, the curiosity in his eyes was unmistakable. Ghoulie pondered whether he had inadvertently revealed anything of significance that had caught Stark's attention. Regardless, he decided to call the receptionist to inquire why she had been absent again. "Hello, Sky. Did you go to school today?" Suddenly, a loud cry erupted from the other end of the line. "Help, boss." Ghoulie furrowed his brow, instantly recalling the Decepticon Soundwave hovering in the skies above Earth. The scene switched to Sky, who was frantically fleeing in her small van, with several cars hot on her tail. "Aunt May, I'm stepping out for a moment." The drifting and contorting Bugatti roared to life, racing along the path dictated by the sound waves. Sky, whose real name is Daisy Johnson, is an exceptionally intelligent hacker who dropped out of school at the tender age of 17 and occasionally worked part-time at Ghoulie's establishment. She later became renowned as Quake, primarily appearing in the Marvel series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the comics, she is the only agent, aside from the likes of Nick Fury and Black Widow Natasha, to possess a level 10 security clearance. However, at this moment, Sky had yet to join S.H.I.E.L.D. She remained a wandering minor hacker. Ghoulie's actions excited Tony Stark, who had been keeping a watchful eye on him. prompting an exhilarated exclamation. "Let me see who you truly are," Tony said, reclining in his office chair, intently focused on the surveillance footage on the screen. After dashing through several streets, the blue-black Bugatti executed a drift and came to a halt. At the end of the street lay a dead-end alley, where the unfortunate Sky hid within a van while several burly men in black pounded on the vehicle. "Get the data, you filthy woman." Ghoulie awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing that this group of black-clad thugs was entirely dismissive of him. "Hey," a burly man, strikingly reminiscent of a past assassin, shouted at Ghoulie with a swagger. "Another yellow-skinned monkey." But before he could finish his taunt, Ghoulie delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying several meters, crashing violently into the wall at the end of the alley. Wong Defa, this was Tony lounging in his office. Motherfur, this was Nick Fury in the S.H.I.E.L.D. office. The reason for the attention on Ghoulie stemmed from his surveillance of Tony Stark. It was an assessment of Stark, which unexpectedly revealed a delightful surprise. With a thud, the fallen black-clad man twitched a couple of times before lying still on the ground. "Oh dear, I miscalculated my strength," Ghoulie mused. Ever since he acquired Spider-Man's extraordinary powers, he had refrained from engaging in combat. The sound waves obliterated all nearby surveillance. Soundwave, the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, was a man of few words, executing his master's orders with remarkable efficiency. Just as the two intrigued observers were peering in, the surveillance footage before them morphed into static. "Jarvis, what is happening?" Tony inquired, his expression grave. "Sir, all surveillance around Mr. Goo has been compromised," Jarvis reported. "You truly are not an ordinary individual," Tony mused, stroking his chin. "Was the recent footage cached?" "Sir, the cache has also been cleared." Lost in contemplation, Tony Stark's fingers rhythmically tapped the desk. He could now be 100% certain that the mechanical dog was indeed Goo's. Yet he could not fathom how someone so young could command such advanced technology. Jarvis echoed his confusion, noting that Mr. Goo's residence was akin to a fortified stronghold, impervious to any signal intrusion. Mark II, Tony murmured before rising from his office. He cannot concede defeat, although the competition has yet to commence. His pride forbids him from producing anything inferior to Ghoulie. Meanwhile, Nick Fury's face is adorned with a broad smile, his gleaming white teeth strikingly evident against his dark complexion. He suspects that the disappearance of surveillance has been uncovered by Stark. Yet, even if discovered, what consequence could it hold? This remarkable Mr. Goo is ultimately destined to be recognized by his discerning eye. Nick Fury first dialed Agent Coulson, instructing him to ensure that matters with Tony Stark are handled adeptly. Subsequently, he placed another call. "Natasha, your vacation has concluded. A new mission awaits your execution." After hanging up, a sly smile crept across Nick Fury's lips. A mere 20 years old, Natasha would find it effortless to tackle any challenge. Meanwhile, in her apartment, Natasha unleashed her frustration by smashing a watermelon on the dining table. Damn it. Chapter 9. The dishwasher in a secluded alley in New York. After a cataclysmic explosion, the remnants of Sky's presence were obliterated by Ghoulie. To be precise, they were annihilated by a single blast, accompanying the esteemed Ms. Zhao Hailuan. He had acquired through diligent study a repertoire of formidable skills, the 3 transformations of the Diamond Drift, the Rebirth Cradle, the Sonic Wave, and notably, the Blue Giant Star Annihilator. This Annihilator, a stellar cannon wielded by Thor and Valkyrie in the realm of the Men in Black, harnessed the immense power of a blue giant star as its core weapon. Even as Ghoulie drove away with Sky, a lingering trepidation clung to him. Fortunately, only a minuscule fraction of its energy, 1/1,000,000th, had been employed. Otherwise, the Earth might have faced catastrophic repercussions. Despite its unassuming appearance, the weapon's might was truly formidable, leaving behind an unfathomably deep crater in the alley. It was no wonder that it was heralded as the ultimate sovereign of the firearm domain. Regrettably, on Earth, he would likely never witness the Annihilator in its full glory. Of course, the surveillance of their departure was completely obscured by the Sonic Wave. "Boss, you are incredibly handsome. What should I do? I might inadvertently fall in love with you," Sky exclaimed from the passenger seat, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she clutched Ghoulie's arm tightly. In her eyes, he was youthful, striking, and robust enough to send a person flying with a single punch. The dazzling blue weapon only amplified her excitement. "How did they come to target you?" she inquired. With a resigned sigh, Sky began. "I stumbled upon a little secret of A.I.M. I intended to earn some extra cash, but it spiraled into this chaos." "You are quite brave," she remarked. A.I.M., notorious as the organization behind human bombers, was precisely the entity responsible for developing the extremist virus. Although not on par with titans like Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, or Oscorp, it was nonetheless a notable player in the capitalist landscape of America. A.I.M., or Advanced Idea Mechanics, prominently featured in Iron Man. One of its founders, Aldrich Killian, was the man seen in the first Iron Man film leaning on a cane. In the comics, it was created by Hydra. "Sky, You should stay at a hotel for now, Guli suggested, aware that she often resided in her van, which had just met its fiery demise. Very well. Does that include meals and lodging? Sky asked, her gaze fixed intently on her young boss. Born in 92. She had just turned 17 and had spent much of her time wandering aimlessly after dropping out of school. Yet now, sitting beside Guli, a long-lost sense of security enveloped her. Guli noticed the sparkle in Sky's eyes, tinged with various emotions, but she was still so young. Perhaps it was better to wait. Though he greatly desired the abilities that came with the sonic wave, he felt a flicker of conscience. Well, though it was scarce. Despite the surveillance footage being entirely erased by the sonic wave, the tremendous explosion did not go unnoticed by the authorities in New York. When a contingent of officers arrived at the explosion site, they were left utterly dumbfounded by the sight before them, a gaping, bottomless pit. A group of agents in Fort Belvoir suddenly realized they were entangled in a monumental case, with promotions and raises tantalizingly close at hand. However, when they attempted to retrieve the nearby surveillance footage, they were dismayed to discover that all recordings within a 3-kilometer radius during a specific time frame were inexplicably missing. The scene bore no traces, having been thoroughly obliterated. Consequently, they were compelled to reach out to the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, a cumbersome organization tasked with managing all extraordinary affairs. At that moment, the enigmatic director of this agency, perplexed, answered the phone. Natasha. Why do you need such a substantial budget this time? Do you know where the target, Guli, resides? In the most expensive villa district of Manhattan. How can I get close to him without renting a place? After a brief, contemplative silence, Nick Fury cryptically suggested, well, doesn't his family's barbecue restaurant need a front desk cashier? Natasha, you should apply. It'll be a breeze. Fury, you can go to hell, Natasha exclaimed, punctuating her frustration by smashing a watermelon before her, the juice splattering onto her white t-shirt, rendering it particularly enticing. In 2008, Natasha was persuaded by Hawkeye Barton to defect from the Red Room and join SHIELD. For the past year and a half, she diligently fulfilled the tasks assigned by the organization. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, since Stark was attacked in Afghanistan, her career as an agent had taken a dismal turn. Alongside the affable Coulson, they had scoured the Afghan desert for 2.5 months, only to find that their target had departed on a private jet. Upon finally returning to New York, she was tasked with investigating a human bomb explosion. To make matters worse, she was now being sent to apply for a cashier position at a barbecue restaurant. Natasha resentfully mused that she might have been better off going undercover at Stark Industries, where at least she could sit in an office. What was it to be a cashier, anyway? Meanwhile, upon receiving the lead from Fort Belvoir in New York, SHIELD, Director Nick Fury rarely left his office but took it upon himself to personally lead several trusted agents to the explosion site. What the hell? Upon hearing the measurements, Nick Fury's mind raced with possibilities. He had witnessed alien weaponry firsthand, but this was beyond anything he had seen in an enormous pit over 2,000 meters deep, equivalent to 6 Eiffel Towers. What about the surveillance? Fury inquired of the agent beside him. Director, all surveillance within a 3-kilometer radius is completely gone. Fury's expression darkened as he gazed intently into the depths of the chasm before him, the name Guli flashing in his mind, igniting a fervent fire in his eyes. It appeared he had underestimated that individual. As one of the only 2 people aware of the explosion's cause, Nick Fury chose to withhold this information. He had initially intended to meet the man with the Eastern features personally, yet he was not well versed in Guli's circumstances. This was entirely uncharacteristic of his usual approach to controlling others. He resolved to await Natasha's report first. At that moment, our Black Widow Natasha donned a simple outfit, descended from the subway, and arrived at Old Gu's Turkish barbecue restaurant. Boss, I am here to apply for the position of front desk cashier. Guli was not in the store. After delivering Sky, he accompanied Ms. Zhao Hailuan on a shopping excursion. It was May and Sky who attended to Natasha. I apologize, but we already have a front desk attendant, May remarked, gesturing towards the smiling Sky nearby. Natasha felt a wave of despondency wash over her. The thought that the formidable Black Widow could not even secure a position as a cashier was disheartening. Nevertheless, her sense of duty as an agent compelled her to inquire, are there any other job opportunities available? I have just become unemployed. May, a kind-hearted woman, could not help but be moved by the pitiable sight of the young lady before her. How about a dishwasher? Would that be acceptable? Chapter 10. On the matter of making money in a Turkish kebab shop in New York, Guli languidly leaned against the window. His mind plagued by a persistent dilemma, he had pondered for days yet could conjure no swift means to amass wealth. Lacking skills, funds, and connections, he found himself in a state of utter desolation. However, in pursuit of his grand aspirations and to bolster his strength for survival, he felt compelled to seek financial resources. After all, the opportunity to invest in Stark Industries stocks at rock-bottom prices was one of the few prospects available. Behind the cash register sat Sky, who occasionally cast furtive glances at Ghoulie. She believed herself to be love-struck. With each passing moment, Ghoulie appeared increasingly charming in her eyes. Meanwhile, our future, albeit unsuccessful, 8-year-old Peter, under May's insistence, was laboriously engaged in an endless stream of homework. He could not fathom how he had offended Uncle Goo to deserve such punishment. Had Ghoulie been aware of Peter's thoughts, he would have surely advised him to retire early to avoid such troubles. Since her association with Ghoulie, May had blossomed in beauty, feeling as though her life had entered a vibrant new chapter at the age of 30. In the kitchen, the infamous Black Widow dutifully played the role of a dishwasher. As she gazed at the mountain of plates before her, Natasha felt a flicker of regret for not having gone undercover at Stark Industries. Just as Ghoulie lit a cigarette, he suddenly sensed the furious glares from May and Sky. With a resigned shrug, he stepped outside to the parking lot to indulge in the smoke. Who could have imagined that a modest kebab shop would host nearly half of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. superheroes? Spider-Man, Quake, Black Widow, not to mention the Archer Prince across the street, who seemed to have no obligations whatsoever. Ghoulie was fairly certain that Stark's previous visit had been fortuitous rather than premeditated, as the man had not returned since. Each day it was Happy, clad in sunglasses, who came to pick up 3 orders, making him the kebab shop's most loyal patron. As for the sudden appearances of Natasha and the Archer Prince, Ghoulie remained oblivious to what had drawn the attention of the egg-shaped figure. In truth, the taciturn and formidable voice of the hidden Decepticon, hovering above the earth, was aware of the reasons. It understood the surveillance that Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. had placed on its master. Yet, since the master had not inquired, it chose to remain silent, embodying an air of aloofness. With the surge in Stark Industries stock prices still some time away, Ghoulie mused about the possibility of orchestrating a heist that very night. Upon hearing his master's murmurs, the drifting machine erupted with an excited roar. After gently kicking the tire of the vehicle, Ghoulie climbed aboard and began to seek his target. New York City, particularly America, is roughly divided into 5 major boroughs, including Brooklyn, where even Captain America could not afford a home, Queens, where May and young Peter resided, as well as Manhattan, where Ghoulie dwelt. The other 2 boroughs are the Bronx and Staten Island. Below Manhattan lies a smaller area officially known as Clinton, the very heart of Hell's Kitchen. With his finger gliding across the screen, Ghoulie contemplated the Hell's Kitchen district for several minutes. Jean Bing, a formidable being composed of over 90% muscle, stands as one of the principal adversaries of both Daredevil and Spider-Man. Given Ghoulie's current equilibrium with the serum and partial abilities of Spider-Man, facing such a foe presents considerable challenges, unless one resorts to the Blue Giant Star Annihilation Cannon, which, if mishandled, could potentially obliterate the Earth. At that moment, Ghoulie's phone unexpectedly morphed into a small robotic entity, a chaotic amalgamation of mechanical canines, laser birds, and robotic bats, all belonging to the Decepticon Soundwave's Tape Legion, typically concealed within Soundwave's chest compartment. Now, they nestled around Ghoulie. "Master, I have a method to acquire wealth," one of them chirped. Glancing at the malevolent, somewhat deranged little creature, Ghoulie hesitated before inquiring, "Pray tell." "Master, I can directly transfer funds to your account." Indeed, it possessed the capability in its universe. It had infiltrated Air Force One alone to extract data, ultimately uncovering the whereabouts of the Decepticon leader, Megatron. One could assert that Megatron's return to prominence was largely due to its efforts. Is it truly that simple? Will it be traceable? Rest assured, Master, it will remain undetected. Ghoulie chuckled and affectionately patted the little creature's head. "Very well, let us proceed with Jean Bing. Should assistance from Soundwave be required, do not hesitate to call." Should more intelligent robots join his ranks, Ghoulie mused, he might well transform into a walking pile driver. Reflecting on Ultron, who merely needed to shut his eyes to siphon $20 billion from Tony Stark's account, he sighed. The road ahead was long. It seemed he would need to spend more quality time with Miss Zhao Hailuan to garner additional rewards. Suddenly, Ghoulie felt a twinge of discomfort in his lower back. Although the stock market savant, Miss Zhao, was his lucky star, and since being with her, the system rewards had been predominantly high-tech products. Increasing the intimacy value proved excessively arduous. He aspired to be a considerate and responsible boyfriend to enhance that meager intimacy value. Ding dong. A notification chimed, announcing a deposit of $1 million to his Wealth National Bank account, with a remaining balance of $1,819,527. The alert from the little creature rendered Ghoulie speechless. "So soon? You didn't just transfer it directly to my card, did you, Master?" It underwent thousands of transfers before finally reaching your account through a family trust fund. At this revelation, Ghoulie gave the little creature a thumbs up. Despite its lack of combat prowess, it turned out to be a technological marvel of a transformer. With this, it seems my plans can proceed, ventures in stock trading, real estate, and romance. Ultimately, I shall abstain from consuming beef. Ding dong, ding dong. Observing the incessantly chiming little creature, Ghoulie commanded, "Silence the notifications and revert to phone mode." And thus, time passed day by day, as the denizens of New York City busied themselves in their cyclical routines. Ghoulie oscillated between Zhao Hailuan and Mei, gradually augmenting his own strength. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Dr. Ethan, Tony Stark engaged in the development of the Mark II prototype at his seaside villa. Ethan has also developed a fondness for the donkey meat buns delivered by Happy. Had it not been for Tony's insistence, he would have eagerly ventured over himself. Of course, his primary desire was to pay a visit to the enigmatic mogul who possesses a robotic canine. Meanwhile, Black Widow continues to play the role of a dishwasher at the barbecue restaurant, finding herself unable to seize an opportunity to connect with Ghoulie. The monotonous task of washing dishes has led her to curse Fury countless times in her thoughts. She has also discerned the ambiguous relationship between Ghoulie and the alluring Magia. Moreover, the young receptionist, Skye, casts a gaze towards Ghoulie that is utterly irresistible, even for a woman like her. After weeks of surveillance, Hawkeye Barton was assigned a different mission by Nick Fury. Meanwhile, Coulson continues to pursue contact with Tony Stark. Yet he finds himself equally unfortunate, as he never manages to meet Stark. Each time he visits Stark Industries, he is greeted only by the ever-busy Pepper Potts. Finally, on November 15th, 2009, marking the 9th month of his relationship with the stock trading expert, Ms. Zhao, the familiar notification sound echoed once more. Through the tutelage of the character Zhao Hailuan, your cultural proficiency has reached level 1, granting you access to Kantasa. Chapter 11, Quintessa. Through the teachings of the character Zhao Hailuan, your cultural level has reached 1, granting you the reward, Quintessa. The mining function has been activated, allowing you to dispatch intelligent beings for mining endeavors, yielding random rewards. Observing Dr. Zhao, who was diligently organizing study materials beside him, Ghoulie couldn't help but silently scoff. "So, you're going head-to-head with the Transformers, are you? If you're so capable, why not give me a Cosmic Emperor next time?" Seemingly sensing Ghoulie's emotional fluctuations, Zhao Hailuan gently traced her finger along his cheek and inquired, "Darling, what troubles you?" Taking her hand in his, Ghoulie replied with a sense of ease, "You should get some rest. This matter is too convoluted to explain. Quintessa claims to be the creator of the Transformers. However, it is likely a fabrication, as the only true creator of the Transformers that Ghoulie could fathom is the primordial celestial being. This Quintessa, however, is among the few Cybertronian mechanical entities capable of transforming into a humanoid form. To his recollection, aside from Quintessa, the only other was the Decepticon, Alice. These two were the sole representatives of their kind that could assume a human guise, and notably, both are female. The enigma surrounding Quintessa's combat prowess is perplexing. On one hand, she has delivered a slap to Optimus Prime without him daring to retaliate, an impressive feat considering that most adversaries of Optimus have met their demise. Megatron, too, has been vanquished on several occasions. Yet, on the other hand, she was driven away by Bumblebee's cannon blast. Could it be that she finds herself perpetually caught in a stalemate? Under the guidance of Professor Zhao Hailuan, the majority of the system rewards he has received are closely tied to the Transformers. Judging by this trend, the next tier of rewards may very well be the Allspark, or perhaps the Cosmic Emperor, or even the primordial celestial being. However, what he truly yearns for are rewards that would empower him, such as the Phoenix Force, the Chaos Force, or Fairy Power. Regrettably, no news of any mutants has ever surfaced on Earth. Ghoulie's conviction stems from the day he obtained the information from Soundwave, which led him to secretly infiltrate the SHIELD archives. Characters like the Hulk and Skrulls are documented in the films. Yet there is not a shred of information regarding mutants. Ghoulie believes that if mutants existed, he could undoubtedly harness the Phoenix Force from Jean Grey. Alas, these notions are mere figments of his imagination. The Phoenix Force seems unattainable unless he explores alternate universes in the future. Presently, he is tethered to Earth, making the traversal of multiverses an impossibility. As for the Chaos Force, or Chaos Magic, there may still be an opportunity to explore. Wanda, at this moment, is likely still entangled with Hydra. Regarding Natasha, the Black Widow, who is lurking in his establishment washing dishes, Ghoulie feels it unnecessary. She likely wouldn't yield anything of value. After the Battle of New York, the combat capabilities of Black Widow and Hawkeye have gradually become insufficient. It is indeed a challenge for these two mortals to remain relevant amidst a host of superpowered beings. In contrast, the other mortal, Stark, possesses an array of Mark armors. After all, the later nano-armor, Mark 50, is capable of breaching even the defenses of the formidable Purple Potato. Little Skye, you will be 18 next year, right? Ghoulie tucked away his notes into the system space and gradually drifted into a slumber. He was entirely oblivious to the presence of Quintessa, who had just been rewarded by the system and was now floating within his home. Quintessa was deeply intrigued by the Earth beneath her, for in her universe, that planet was the embodiment of the Cosmic Emperor. Within the depths of the Earth, there resided another formidable entity, The mere sensation she detected sent shivers through her, reminiscent of the primordial supreme being in his peak form. Quintessa also noticed a binding force had been placed upon her. Akin to the time she enslaved the Transformers on Cybertron, it was virtually identical. The sole distinction appeared to be that this binding could not be undone and had fused with her very essence. Within this modest dwelling, she sensed several other familiar presences, the military robots of Cybertron. A blue light flickered across Quintessa, and when it dimmed, she transformed into the guise of a human woman. Clad in a purple robe, she smiled charmingly and made her way towards a room on the second floor. Meanwhile, at Tony Stark's seaside villa, after 6.5 months of collaboration with his friend Ethan, the far more powerful Mark II had finally been completed compared to the original timeline. Undeterred by Ethan and Jarvis's protests, Tony soared through the skies of New York in the Mark II armor. Ah, how he laughed joyfully within the suit, feeling an unparalleled sense of happiness. After all, flying is a dream for humanity, and MEFs embody a man's romance. Jarvis, what is the record for the SR-71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft? Sir, the record for fixed-wing flight is 85,000 feet. Records are meant to be broken. Let us go. In that moment, Tony's laughter was genuine and unrestrained. If all went as expected, this smile might very well be the happiest he would ever wear in his lifetime. Returning to Gu Li's quaint villa, he lay soundly asleep when he was abruptly roused by an overwhelming force. A captivating woman in a purple robe was gently caressing his chest, while Ms. Zhao Hailuan beside him lay unconscious or perhaps in a deep slumber. Quintessa? I am Quintessa, the great creator. Seeing this, Gu Li waved his hand dismissively, a mysterious power from the system flinging the purple-robed woman onto the sofa. Anyone would be irritable when suddenly awoken, especially by a woman who appeared haughty and somewhat arrogant. How dare you assault the great creator? You insolent wretch, Neo. Gu Li felt an inexplicable surge of morning irritability. Quintessa, Quintessa, I shall not let you off so easily. It is well known that humans are at their most irritable when forcibly awakened. After hesitating for a few moments, Gu Li turned to Quintessa. Teacher, could you enlighten me on some Cybertronian culture? In truth, he was uncertain whether learning from Quintessa would elevate his cultural proficiency from level 1 and earn him a reward. After all, the creator of Cybertron was not one of the characters from the Marvel Universe narrative. After a considerable duration, the system's melodious notification suddenly resonated. Through the guidance of the enigmatic figure, Quintessa, your cultural level has reached 1, granting you a serendipitous reward, the Card of Destiny. Gu Li, could it possibly be the ability of the Mutant Card Emperor? He hastily glanced at the skill description. Utilizing dark magic, it switches between 3 modes: stun, knockback, and mana absorption, inflicting substantial damage upon foes. To his astonishment, the magical energy required to activate this skill was, in fact, borrowed. The system had even thoughtfully facilitated the automatic signing of a contract on his behalf. Contract party, Dormammu. Gu Li rubbed his temples in exasperation. He found himself in a quandary. This reward was somewhat of a trap, no? It was exceedingly treacherous. Why, you may ask? Simply because in the Marvel Universe, borrowing magical energy is akin to a bottomless pit. It is not a matter of whether you can repay, but rather if you are capable of repaying at all. This scenario is far more daunting than loan sharking. One could easily end up in utter ruin, for beings like Dormammu are hardly benevolent. Of course, unless one were to borrow and refuse to return. Chapter 12, $300 million, New York, Manhattan. Morning. Gu Li stood absently in the kitchen, contemplating the rewards he had received after his cultural level had risen to 1 under the tutelage of Quintessa last night. He felt a twinge of conflict, as most who had signed contracts with Dormammu had become neither human nor ghost, much like Uncle Ba, who donned a smoky eye. Quintessa, reputed to be the creator of Cybertron, was arguably the second most formidable reward he had acquired. The most powerful, of course, was the Blue Giant Star Destroyer. However, the Star Destroyer was exceedingly unstable. One misstep could obliterate the Earth. On the other hand, it was indeed surprising that Quintessa could transform into a human. I have truly fallen. Regret, annoyance, resentment, sorrow, an array of emotions intertwined on Gu Li's face. If heaven were to grant him another chance, he surely would. Never mind, learning is paramount. There will be time to indulge once he has grown stronger. Moreover, the mining function that the system unveiled yesterday required physical miners, allowing the unruly Quintessa to occasionally take on the role of a miner, which seemed rather appealing. As a competent boss, Gu Li resolved to appoint Quintessa as his personal secretary. After all, a saying from his past life rings true. When something needs doing, the secretary handles it. System, access panel. Name, Gu Li. Race, human. Age, 21. Powers, 50/50 serum, spider sense, super strength, fate cards. Items, vibranium shield, little cricket pistol, regeneration cradle. Blue Giant Star Destroyer. Subordinates, Drift, Soundwave, Tape Legion, Quintessa. Contract object, Dormammu. Upon seeing this, Guli awkwardly scratched his nose, realizing that over half of his system rewards had originated from Ms. Zhao Hailuan. It made sense, considering they had known each other for a year and had lived together for more than 9 months, nearly exhausting the extensive collection of books at home. The reward for a cultural level of 50 points, the little cricket pistol, was also derived from the film Men in Black. It was compact, no larger than a palm, yet boasted an astonishing recoil. As for its power, each shot was roughly equivalent to the explosion of a grenade, and it possessed infinite ammunition. Truly, it was a product of the system, undeniably exquisite. The vibranium shield, once contributed by teacher Sharon Carter, had remained in his system space for years, as he had never found an opportunity to use it. After all, one cannot cosplay as Captain 50/50 during Halloween, can they? Naturally. He had also disposed of some trivial rewards, such as Captain 50/50's diary. The tendrils of dark energy coalesced into a blue energy card. And as Guli toyed with it, a sudden thought struck him. Oh no, that woman might still be in New York. Realizing this too late, Guli hastily retracted his dark magic. He had no desire to confront Ancient One once more, even though the Ancient One also wielded the powers of the dark dimension and had extended her life through them, allowing her to live for centuries. She was, after all, a celestial-level powerhouse, while he was merely an ordinary superhuman. The powerful could light the way. At present, he was unable to ignite a flame. As for his borrowing of dark powers from the entity Dormammu, it poses a significant dilemma. Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension, is at least a formidable being on par with the Ancient One. Nonetheless, there is little use in fretting over it now. The matter at hand is to ascertain the extent of his financial gains. Upon opening his phone to check his bank account balance, Guli was left utterly astounded, rendered momentarily speechless. The balance read, 302, 389, 757 US dollars. 300 million? After counting it a dozen times, Guli ultimately confirmed the staggering sum. Little chaos, did you pilfer from the Jinbing family? At that moment, a mechanical arm extended from the side of his phone, affectionately nuzzling Guli's arm like a playful kitten. Ever since encountering Kinasha the previous night, the mechanical dog and Little Chaos had increasingly begun to resemble cherished household pets. Guli offered a moment of silent tribute to Jinbing. Considering the timeline, Mark II should soon be nearing successful development. Following Tony's confrontation with Ironmonger, he would undoubtedly acknowledge his identity as Iron Man, and with the launch of clean energy initiatives, Stark Industries stock prices would surely soar once again. Little Chaos, invest this entire sum into Stark Industries shares. Meanwhile, in the Fabola building of New York, was Jinbing losing his sanity? What was he ultimately attempting to achieve? A weary group of Fabola agents cast tired glances at their director, who, to be frank, shared their frustration, as no one could decipher Jinbing's sudden descent into madness. In recent days, Jinbing, the most powerful crime lord in New York, had been ruthlessly attacking rival gangs, resulting in numerous casualties. Although the deceased were merely lowly thugs, the repercussions were undeniably detrimental. Particularly for the Fabola, Jinbing's actions felt like a direct affront to their authority. Can anyone elucidate what exactly is transpiring? The response from the Fabola director remained silence. After days of investigation and even covertly contacting several informants, they had uncovered nothing. Faced with such a predicament, the Fabola director was left with no choice but to make a call. Hello, I require your assistance regarding a situation. Upon receiving the plea from Fabola, Nick Fury furrowed his brow slightly. He was aware of Jinbing, merely a crime lord, having weathered numerous storms, including encounters with extraterrestrial beings. Nick Fury perceived Fabola as increasingly inept. Could they not resolve such trivial matters? It seemed that, in crucial moments, reliance on S-H-I-E-L-D would be necessary. Lately, he felt the weight of his responsibilities growing heavier. Those damn politicians in America would be better off allocating all funding to S-H-I-E-L-D. What use was Fabola? Merely a decorative facade. Clint, head over to Hell's Kitchen and investigate what Jinbing has been up to recently. Hell's Kitchen, once a notorious slum on Manhattan Island, was primarily inhabited by the working-class Irish immigrants. It was infamous for its disordered living conditions, severe racial conflicts, and high crime rates. Jinbing, under the scrutiny of both Fabola and S-H-I-E-L-D, clutched a cigar between his lips, his expression growing increasingly grim amidst the swirling smoke. Dressed in a white suit, Jinbing appeared extraordinarily robust, his weight seemingly several times that of an average person. He clutched a black cane tightly, rhythmically striking the ground with a dissonant clang. Clang, clang, clang. A cadre of silent henchmen stood before him, their expressions inscrutable. At this moment, Jinbing was consumed by irritation, yet more so by a profound sense of despair and helplessness. It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, the inheritance he intended to leave his son had inexplicably dwindled. A staggering $300 million had vanished from his accounts. a sum that represented the entirety of his hard-earned wealth accumulated over the years. Just like that, it was gone, without a trace or a hint of forewarning. He had approached the bank for answers, only to be met with the response, "Sir, our records indicate that these transactions were executed by you personally." Personally. Indeed, he was neither foolish nor naive. Who in their right mind would voluntarily donate $300 million? Who? Please, enlighten me as to who would act so recklessly. Target, have your hackers uncovered anything? The individual known as Target, a prominent lieutenant among Jean Bing's ranks, was a mercenary and professional assassin. It may take a bit more time. The perpetrator appears to be a seasoned criminal, leaving no trace behind. Upon hearing this, Jean Bing's countenance darkened as he extinguished his cigar with a grim resolve. A seasoned criminal? Over the years, he had crossed paths with so many adversaries. Who could it possibly be? Chapter 13. The cradle of rebirth in the depths of night in New York. Ghoulie reclined on the sofa, embracing his rightful girlfriend, while the television before them broadcasted the explosion at Stark Tower. The addition of the term rightful stemmed from an unforeseen incident, a fortnight prior. In preparation for her boyfriend's birthday, Zhao Hailuan covertly visited a barbecue restaurant after work, intending to surprise Ghoulie. However, she unexpectedly caught him flirting with Sky, transforming her surprise into a shock. That night, Ghoulie endured a barrage of reprimands, and subsequently, Ms. Zhao asserted her claim over him. The explosion on the screen resulted from the clash between Iron Man and the Ironmonger. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Tony would publicly confess to his identity as Iron Man at the upcoming post-battle press conference, thus unveiling the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Had he been in his previous life, Ghoulie might have summoned a few friends to admire the spectacle, reveling in the romanticism of mechanized warriors. Yet now, having traversed into this narrative, particularly after Doctor Strange's intervention, Ghoulie harbored a singular thought: to survive until he could exclaim, "Ha ha ha, I do not consume beef." Having lived a lackluster existence in his past life, he no longer felt the need to endure hardship, especially with the newfound advantages he possessed. Nevertheless, survival remained paramount. For this was the perilous land of America. Were it not for the system's stipulation that he could only heed the teachings of Marvel's characters, he would not be enduring this predicament. He recalled the figure of Fan Xiaopeng by Daming Lake, who also made an appearance in Iron Man. Perhaps he could consult Soundwave about that. Suddenly, a thought crossed Ghoulie's mind. With the demise of Ironmonger, could he not investigate the late fellow's estate? After all, he was one of the shareholders of Stark Industries, and surely he must possess considerable wealth. Once he had lulled Zhao Hailuan to sleep, Ghoulie, accompanied by his companion, descended into the basement. The villa awarded by the system boasted a basement of approximately 200 square meters, where the mechanical dog and its entourage often frolicked. Little misunderstanding. Conduct your research and acquire Stan's assets. Let us establish a virtual account this time, Ghoulie instructed. The Ironmonger was undoubtedly wealthier than Kingpin. However, such a substantial transfer of funds would likely attract scrutiny. The last sum from Kingpin had been funneled into Ghoulie's account under the guise of his foster parents' family trust. He pondered the whereabouts of the couple, who had seemingly vanished for nearly a decade. Now, Ghoulie could finally purchase the adjacent building and invite Sky over. After all, Ms. Zhao had already forgiven him. Moreover, his actions could hardly be deemed unscrupulous, to articulate it with emotional intelligence, for the fate of humanity. For half of the universe's beings, I, the unparalleled General Ghoulie, am willing to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire. In less sophisticated terms, I simply desire her. Yet the crux of the matter was that Sky had just turned 18, barring any unforeseen events. He was on the verge of acquiring his first area of effect abilities, whether through the serum or Spider-Man's superhuman strength, both of which merely enhanced his physical form. As for the cards of destiny, they were rather extravagant. Sky's future superpower, Shockwave, can be likened to Whitebeard's Tremor fruit in simpler terms. By inducing vibrations and distorting objects, she achieves the ability to either destroy or manipulate them. However, her superpower does not stem from the X gene, implying that she is not a mutant. Rather, she is half inhuman. In essence, mutants and the Eternals were created by the Celestials based on ancient humanity, while the Inhumans were the creation of the Kree. I almost forgot, there exists a celestial baby deep within the Earth. Ghoulie chuckled bitterly. From this perspective, the plan of the director of the Population Control Office to annihilate half of the universe's beings might be somewhat related to the celestial baby inside the Earth. In the Marvel Universe, not only is America plagued by calamities, but the very Earth beneath our feet shares the same fate. The Chitauri wish to invade Earth. Dormammu seeks to conquer it, and Thanos desires to consume it. As the visage of that purple-robed woman who transformed into Quintessa flashed inexplicably in his mind, Ghoulie suddenly thought of another woman, the Eternal Circe, a female Eternal who has resided on Earth for 7 millennia. She should currently be working at the London Museum. Ghoulie lit a cigarette, contemplating whether he should make a trip to London to purchase a house. Then, Perhaps he could familiarize himself with that ageless woman and see if she could impart some wisdom upon him for a few days. After all, Cersei's former boyfriend is none other than Akaris, the mightiest among the Earth's 10-member Eternal Squad. This fellow, aside from lacking the ability to gain strength from sunlight, possesses an array of superpowers strikingly similar to those of Superman. Soaring through the cosmos, emitting laser beams from his eyes, he is, in essence, a replica of Superman. As for who is stronger, that is a matter of perspective. Master, that sum of money has been secured. Impressive. Ghoulie ruffled the fur of the little creature, finding the texture satisfactory, yet he noticed a concerning issue. The little one's body seemed somewhat fragile. This was not only true for the little creature, but also applied to Drift and Soundwave, who shared similar vulnerabilities. In the realm of Transformers, even the weaponry of that technological level could shatter their mechanical forms. What more could be expected in the contemporary Marvel Universe? This realization is one of the reasons Ghoulie remains steadfast in his cautious approach. He believes that Drift and Soundwave would struggle against Tony in his Mark armor. It is noteworthy that the Mark armor withstood a tank shell in Afghanistan, sustaining no significant damage apart from being shot down. The structural integrity of Drift and Soundwave's bodies evidently falls short of such resilience, let alone that of the fragile little creature, which could be severed in two by a chainsaw. What should be done? Ghoulie fell into contemplation. Drift, Soundwave, and the mechanical canine of the Tape Army represent his limited subordinates. Might it be feasible to assign them to auxiliary roles in the future? Perhaps they could specialize in gathering intelligence, generating revenue, and serving as transportation. Ghoulie murmured softly, if only I could replace their bodies with vibranium. The strength of vibranium would suffice to elevate them to the status of competent warriors rather than mere support. Suddenly, Ghoulie's eyes brightened as he retrieved the vibranium shield and the enormous regeneration cradle from the system space. To his astonishment, was the regeneration cradle truly this vast? Since acquiring this item, he had never laid eyes upon it, but now, witnessing it firsthand left him somewhat bewildered. This rather peculiar regeneration cradle occupied nearly half of the basement space. Ghoulie even harbored the sensation that the cradle's interior was spacious enough to accommodate two drifting individuals. Could it be, dear system, that the regeneration cradle was indeed designed for Transformers? Upon seeing the system's hurried flash of green light, Ghoulie's face broke into a delighted smile. Little chaos, let me first test this out with the vibranium shield. Chapter 14. Journey to London. Following the operational guidelines of the regeneration cradle, Ghoulie placed the vibranium shield and the little mechanical creature in their respective positions. The moment the power was activated, the dazzling lights of New York City were plunged into darkness. Of course, this darkness lasted only 2.5 minutes. Perhaps it was due to the diminutive size of the little creature and the vibranium shield. Strangely enough, while the entirety of New York experienced a blackout, the basement of Ghoulie's quaint villa remained brilliantly illuminated. The regeneration cradle, glowing with a brilliant azure light, slowly opened, and the gleaming little mechanical creature excitedly jumped out. In that moment, it felt extraordinarily powerful. Indeed, following its master was the wisest decision it had ever made. Meanwhile, the mechanical dog and bird, noticing the little creature's exuberance, eagerly nudged Ghoulie's arm. Glancing at the affectionate duo, Ghoulie sighed, "There's enough for everyone, but we must wait a bit. As for vibranium, I have none left." It seemed necessary for Ghoulie to make a trip to Wakanda. He thought to himself that purchasing vibranium was out of the question. At 10,000 per gram, it was far beyond his modest means. Moreover, he intended to reserve his funds for enhancing his own powers, not squander them on vibranium. Thus, it seemed he would have to resort to a zero-cost acquisition in Wakanda. In the cinematic lore, vibranium originated from a meteorite that fell to Earth over 10,000 years ago. This meteorite landed in two primary locations, Antarctica and the ancestral home of the Black Panther, Wakanda. Perhaps a journey to Antarctica with the mechanical companions might yield some vibranium, negating the need for a trip to Wakanda. Ghoulie gently patted the dog's head. After all, attempting a zero-cost acquisition in Wakanda could easily lead to detection, as the technological advancements there are among the most sophisticated on Earth. Discovery would inevitably result in a fierce confrontation. Thus, Antarctica it was. As for metals even more potent than vibranium, one could consider the URU metal from Asgard. Additionally, the blade wielded by the purple potato spirit was quite formidable as well. Ghoulie let out a heavy sigh, reflecting on his own weaknesses. Despite everything, he still lacked the ability to leave Earth, let alone explore the universe. After storing the regeneration cradle in the system space, Ghoulie picked up the smartphone transformed from the little creature and booked a flight. He intended to venture to London. Who knows? If fortune smiled upon him, he might encounter Akaris' girlfriend, a formidable member of the Eternals. According to the system's peculiar nature, the rewards or superpowers granted would likely be related to those he trained with. With a few attempts, perhaps, with a bit of luck, he could acquire various superpowers of the Eternals. Upon returning to his room, Ghoulie embraced Zhao Hailuan and succumbed to slumber. With a 50-50 chance of rejuvenation, A sleepless night would not severely impact his physical well-being. However, the psychological toll was significant. A night without sleep left him feeling inexplicably unwell. The next morning, after a tender farewell to Zhao Hailuan, Guli hailed a taxi to New York Airport. This spontaneous journey was a dream his former self could only wish for. If viewed from this perspective, his journey through time appears rather splendid, for at the very least, he possesses both a car and a house. Upon contemplating this, Guli could not help but burst into laughter. The trip to London was a spontaneous thought, as he had previously harbored no plans for such an excursion. Meanwhile, at the Stark press conference, Tony had just declared, "I am Iron Man." In that instant, save for a certain blonde, long-legged woman who had once shared a night with Tony, every journalist present rose to their feet. The incessant clicking of cameras filled the air, and microphones seemed eager to be thrust into the man's mouth. Tony intended to speak further, but was suddenly interrupted by J.A.R.V.I.S.S. voice. "Sir, Mr. Gu has just boarded his flight to London." Stimulated by the mechanical canine, Tony had recently devoted all his energy to the development of the Mark suit. He instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to monitor Guli's movements, confident that he could demonstrate the superiority of the Mark suit over the mechanical dog. The battle with Stan last night had introduced the Mark suit to the public, leading to the current press conference. Tony turned away from the event, driven by a desire to uncover the purpose of that enigmatic man's journey to London. In truth, he was unaware of his own motivations. Perhaps it was a shared understanding between two geniuses. He had always believed that the mechanical dog was crafted by Guli, who was indeed aware of Guli's trip to London. Natasha, too, had learned of this, albeit belatedly, through her inquiries with Sky and May. After months of working as a dishwasher, Natasha found herself on the brink of emotional collapse. The demands of her laborious job, coupled with her spiraling self-doubt, weighed heavily upon her. Despite attempting various strategies, she found herself unable to draw closer to her target, Guli. Natasha considered herself reasonably attractive, yet despite her overt hints, he remained indifferent. She even entertained the notion that Guli might not be fond of women, but quickly dismissed that idea. Recently, she had witnessed him being caught in the act by his girlfriend while pursuing another woman. But why? Natasha could not fathom it. She, the Black Widow, was not lacking in appeal. Why did he harbor no interest in her whatsoever? Seizing the opportunity while out for errands, Natasha planned to report Guli's trip to London. Fury was taken aback upon receiving her call. Since the commencement of the undercover operation, Natasha had not reported in quite some time. The target had left New York? Off to London. What could he possibly be doing there? The reason remained elusive. "Fury, I fear my undercover mission may have failed," Natasha admitted, a newfound uncertainty creeping into her voice. Throughout her career as a spy, she had never experienced such doubt. "Very well, I understand." After ending the call, Nick Fury rose slowly, preparing to cultivate an air of mystery for his forthcoming encounter with Iron Man. Meanwhile, in the sanctum of New York, the Ancient One opened her eyes, and the green glow of the time stone at her chest gradually faded. She had attempted this several times not long ago. Yet she has been unable to discern Guli's future, a circumstance that has never transpired throughout her extensive life. This little one, whose future remains shrouded in obscurity. Could you be the variable? Through the mundane connections of the New York sanctum, the Ancient One also investigated Guli's life. Steady. This young one has always exhibited a remarkable composure since the beginning of his schooling. His academic performance consistently hovers around the average, and he shuns the limelight. In every respect, he appears to be an ordinary individual. Had it not been for that fateful night when she encountered the mechanical dog, the Ancient One would hardly have taken notice of Guli. It was after that incident that she chose to remain in the New York sanctum, observing closely, until just a few days ago when she finally made a discovery. The dark magic that the young one had wielded for a brief period emanated from the dark essence of Dormammu. Yet this was precisely the enigma that confounded the Ancient One. The last time she had seen Guli, he bore not a trace of magical aura. Right beneath her very eyes, Guli had forged a pact with Dormammu, and the nature of that magic was something she had never encountered before. Perhaps a visit to the London sanctum is in order. Chapter 15. Reshaping Molecules. London, known by many monikers, is most famously referred to as the Fog City. This appellation arises from two primary factors. Firstly, London's geographical positioning in the southeastern part of England, nestled within a basin along the banks of the River Thames, results in insufficient air circulation during the autumn and winter months, leading to the frequent occurrence of dense fog. Secondly, since the early 20th century, the majority of households in London relied on coal as their primary source of fuel, resulting in substantial emissions of smoke. The confluence of this smoke with London's climate gave rise to the notorious London fog. Upon leaving the airport, Guli initially intended to visit a nearby real estate agency to begin his house hunting, particularly after recently striking it rich through his dealings with Iron Tyrant. However, the pervasive mist in the air began to instill a sense of hesitation within him. The constraints imposed by the system meant that in order to earn greater rewards, he would need to seek guidance from more narrative characters. Most of these characters from the Marvel Universe predominantly reside in America, with the exception of his intended target, the Eternal Cersei. The origins of the Eternals on Earth can be traced back to 5000 BC, when the celestial judge Eris Hem selected 10 superpowered Eternals and dispatched them to Earth to combat the Deviants. For millennia, the Eternals have safeguarded humanity from the incursions of the Deviants. Following the eradication of the last batch of Deviants in 1521, a schism arose among the Eternals regarding whether to continue their protection of humanity. Ultimately, the 10-member team decided to part ways and await the summons of the celestial judge. 5 centuries ago, after parting ways with her former lover Ikaris, Cersei chose to reside in London with one of her fellow team members, the Water Sprite. The Deviants, akin to the Eternals, were also intelligent beings created by the Celestials. Initially, the Celestials introduced the Deviants to Earth to nurture celestial offspring, as the growth of these celestial beings required vast amounts of energy from intelligent life. During that era, humanity had not yet ascended to the apex of the food chain. To ensure the continued proliferation of humankind, the first batch of Deviants assumed the role of guardians, tasked with eliminating predators that preyed upon humans. However, an unforeseen turn of events transpired, and the Deviants, originally intended to protect humanity, transformed into new predators that feasted upon humans. This backdrop provides context for the relationship between the Eternals and the Deviants within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The subsequent narrative concerning the 10-member Eternal team unfolds after the conclusion of the climactic battle in Avengers: Endgame. Yet, in merely 2.5 hours of film, it felt as though nothing of substance was conveyed, an utterly disappointing endeavor. Returning to London, Gu Li, with a mindset of serendipity, made his way toward the museum. As for the culinary delights that adorned the streets, he opted to forego them. After all, there is a saying that the top 10 restaurants in London are French. His target, Cersei, possesses the extraordinary ability to reshape the molecular structure of objects. In layman's terms, it is somewhat akin to the fabled ability to turn stone into gold, or resembling the powers of reality gems. In the film, Cersei transforms a speeding delivery truck into a swirling cascade of rose petals. A single word: beauty. An extraordinary power so breathtaking that it leaves one gasping for air. Alas, to acquire this remarkable ability, he must implore Cersei to impart her wisdom upon him, perhaps once or several times, for the possibility of gaining her prowess. Although Gu Li possesses a visage comparable to that of the esteemed readers, even being hailed as the most handsome man in New York, he still grapples with a modicum of self-doubt. For she is a woman who has lived for over 7 millennia. Who can say what peculiar inclinations she may have developed over such an extensive span of time? At the entrance of the museum, Gu Li clenched his fists and inhaled deeply. A woman 3,000 times more beautiful graces the celestial realm. Come on, old Gu. The Natural History Museum in London officially opened its doors in 1881, housing an astounding collection of 75 million specimens of flora, fauna, and fossils, making it the largest natural history museum in Europe. Gu Li wandered through the museum like an ordinary visitor for quite some time until he suddenly recalled a detail. It seemed he had erred. Cersei did not work at the museum. The man he spotted on the phone was Dane Whitman, an employee of the museum, who was currently pursuing Cersei. A rival, it appears. How brazen of him to attempt to woo her while her husband is missing. From the snippets of conversation Gu Li overheard, it seemed Dane had yet to succeed. Perhaps the long-lived Cersei was presently in a state of emotional seclusion? Fortunately, Gu Li had overheard their planned rendezvous for the evening. He quietly stood behind Dane, feigning interest in the exhibits before him. Would it be too kitsch to orchestrate a chance encounter, a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Since the visit from the Ancient One, Gu Li had remained in a state of heightened tension and anxiety for an extended period. He yearned to acquire greater power to confront the inevitable threats that lay ahead. With his current abilities, evading the impending conflict in New York would likely not pose a challenge. Yet, he could not hide indefinitely, particularly with a system to consider. Over the years, he had brought shame upon the predecessors of travelers, reflecting on those who began their journeys invincible, effortlessly completing tasks to acquire powers such as the Phoenix Force or the Kryptonian physique. He felt disheartened. Unlike those predecessors who ascended to greatness from childhood, he found himself ensnared in the pursuit of cultural knowledge. How absurd it was, conceived by some foolhardy individual. In previous years, he had been oblivious, wholly engrossed in his studies. It was not until his freshman year that he realized the knowledge he had sought independently was futile. Rewards could only be obtained under the tutelage of others. Moreover, there were strict limitations. The mentor must be a character from the narrative, characters from the story. Neither too few nor too many, yet as an ordinary person, he had little chance of encountering them. His fortunate encounter with Sharon Carter was a rare stroke of luck. Without 10 years of folly, one could never conceive such a frustrating system. Hello, do you need my assistance in making an introduction? Gu Li, having regained his composure, nodded towards the mustachioed Dane. The exhibit before you originates from For an entire afternoon, Dane meticulously guided the earnest Ghoulie through the museum, explaining each artifact with great detail. Dane felt as though his throat might catch fire. Yet, he could not resist the enthusiasm for natural history displayed by the student. Ghoulie from New York University. He was compelled to elucidate the origins of every exhibit with diligence and care. Eventually, as the night fell, Ghoulie expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Dane. Now I can finally return to work on my thesis. Let us grab a meal together." Observing the genuine gaze of Ghoulie, Dane replied apologetically. "I'm sorry, Ghou. I have prior engagements tonight. Would tomorrow work instead? I would love to introduce you to the culinary delights of London." Had it not been for his long-standing appointment with Circe, Dane would have undoubtedly accepted Ghoulie's invitation. The reason was simple. Ghoulie was exceptionally handsome, and they shared a mutual passion for natural history. "Sounds great," Ghoulie responded, and after exchanging contact information, they parted ways, mutual admiration evident in their farewell. As he watched Dane drive away, Ghoulie could not help but smile subtly, thinking, "I'll follow him for just one time. Or perhaps 5. Chapter 16. Oi, hey Ghou. Following the direction of the voice, Ghoulie turned to see the unmistakable figure of the bespectacled Dane waving enthusiastically from across the restaurant. He hurriedly feigned a look of mild confusion as he approached. "Oi, Dane, what a coincidence." In truth, he was uncertain whether he had been noticed while lingering near the restaurant moments earlier. Regardless, as long as he remained unperturbed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. Delighted by the serendipitous encounter, Dane eagerly introduced, "Ghou, this is Circe, my friend." "Circe, this is Ghou, who has just arrived from New York." Dane's warmth and hospitality unexpectedly stirred a fleeting sense of guilt within Ghoulie. However, this guilt was swiftly submerged by his fervent desire for strength. "Hello." Ghoulie greeted in Mandarin. "Hello," Circe replied, equally in Mandarin. Dane felt an uncanny connection between himself and Ghoulie, having just met in the afternoon, only to cross paths again that evening. "Let us join together, Ghou." Perhaps due to Ghoulie's sudden presence, Circe seemed slightly ill at ease, quietly listening as Dane and Ghoulie delved into discussions about ancient architecture. Although she had first-hand experience with these constructions, the perspective from the lofty heights of the Eternals lent the conversation a unique charm. The Stonehenge suggests a celestial alignment of 9 stars at that time. "Ghou, I didn't expect you to share this view." Ghoulie naturally held this belief, for within the Marvel Cinematic Universe's lore, approximately 5,000 years ago, celestial bodies converged, connecting the 9 realms of the world tree, prompting humanity to construct Stonehenge in accordance with this cosmic event. After a moment of reflection, Dane lamented, "My previous paper, which touched upon Norse mythology, was dismissed by my advisor as mere fabrication." "Perhaps your advisor places greater faith in science," Ghoulie mused. To him, the Norse gods within the Marvel universe were, at best, merely powerful extraterrestrial races. Considering the timeline, it was likely that a certain Brazilian beauty, Thor, the pinnacle of power in the early Avengers, would soon make her entrance. Time was of the essence. As dinner concluded amidst a cheerful atmosphere, the trio strolled through the streets of London. However, a short distance away, a few shadowy figures, upon spotting Ghoulie, swiftly emerged to encircle them. The bespectacled Italian mobster stuttered as he confronted the 3's. "Stick up. I need the passwords for your IC, IP, IQ cards." Upon hearing this, Ghoulie instantly felt a twinge of regret. The mobsters he had carelessly encountered before dining appeared to be somewhat mentally unhinged. Noticing the situation, Dane quickly shielded Circe behind him. The gentle Circe scanned the surroundings and, upon confirming the absence of bystanders, prepared to take action. Just then, a sardonic voice rang out from above. "Hey, dear Ghou, it seems you found yourself in a bit of trouble." A few individuals gazed upwards, their attention drawn to the steel figure descending from the heavens, Tony Stark clad in his Mark III armor. The mobsters were momentarily bewildered. Their boss had never mentioned this twist in the narrative. They had already accepted payment, and now they were at a loss for how to proceed. In a bid to appease their violent employer, they had recently scoured the internet for videos depicting robberies from the eastern lands. Yet, with Iron Man's sudden arrival, the robbery seemed to be a distant thought. Ghoulie, too, was perplexed. He genuinely had no idea why Tony had appeared on the streets of London. Shouldn't he be returning home to confront the long-awaited boiled egg? The moment he laid eyes on the Mark armor, a sinking feeling washed over him. It was a disaster in the making. According to his original plan, he had hired a few mobsters prior to arriving at the restaurant to orchestrate a staged robbery. The intention was for Ghoulie to heroically step forward and perform a classic act of gallantry. While the premise might be a tad glitch, it was at least expected to yield some results. Yet, the primary motivation lay in his psychological aversion to seeking guidance from books. Memories of Sharon Carter's resolute departure haunted him, leaving a sting of heartbreak. With his current girlfriend, Ms. Zhao Hailuan, he had relied on sheer audacity and the advantage of his serum-enhanced physique. His connection with May was founded on years of mutual understanding. Reflecting upon this, It seemed a shame to waste his strikingly handsome visage. What did it matter to be New York's most handsome man if he resorted to such trite methods of approach? Furthermore, he felt an overwhelming urgency spurred by the Ancient One, almost longing to rush forward with a book in hand. The mobsters arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As they left, the small-time boss even raised an eyebrow at Ghoulie, as if to say, although we may not have succeeded, the money is non-refundable. Ghoulie, distressed and resting his forehead in his palm, felt a flicker of gratitude welling up inside him. At that moment, they still considered their professional integrity. Despite the recent thrashing they had received, perhaps he should have gone easier on them. Dane, sporting a similar mustache to Tony S., grasped Stark's hand with heartfelt appreciation. Mr. Stark, thank you so much, he expressed, having narrowly avoided embarrassment before the person he admired and a new friend. His gratitude towards Tony was genuine. Tony shrugged, casting an innocent glance towards Ghoulie. Your friend? He inquired. Ghoulie nodded. Yes, my friend. What brings you here? The exchange between them flowed effortlessly, reminiscent of old friends reunited. Tony patted Dane's shoulder and discreetly glanced at the dark-haired lady beside him, a flicker of realization sparking in his eyes. No wonder he had come to London. It was indeed because of a woman. Yet, Cersei did not quite align with Tony's aesthetic preferences. He favored blondes with long legs. Contemplating Ghoulie's current girlfriend, Zhao Hailuan, Tony felt he had uncovered the truth. Perhaps it was due to their shared Eastern heritage. I happen to have a manor in London. Shall we go for a drink? He suggested. Tony intended to play the role of a facilitator. Ghoulie nodded, feeling somewhat dejected and in need of a drink, as he assumed that Cersei's extraordinary abilities were unlikely to manifest this time. Dane concurred, partly due to his newfound friendship with Ghoulie, as they shared common interests. Moreover, the influence of Stark Industries was formidable, and befriending Tony could benefit his family's business. Only Cersei glanced at her watch, expressing concern about her sister being home alone. It's all right. I'll go fetch her, Tony said, unusually earnest, determined to assist. Thus, the quartet made their way to Tony's estate in London. The Water Sprite, whom Cersei referred to as her sister, was also a member of the Eternal Clan's 10-member team. For various reasons, she had retained the appearance of a child for millennia. Lacking companions, she quickly bonded with Tony. Goo. You are the most handsome person I have seen in years, the Water Sprite remarked, gazing intently at Ghoulie. Little girl, what do you know? A mouth without hair is unreliable, Tony retorted playfully. Dane, sporting a small mustache, wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. It dawned on him that both women, one tall and the other small, frequently cast glances at Ghoulie. Though Dane considered himself reasonably attractive, he felt overshadowed in comparison to Ghoulie. The contours of Ghoulie's face were striking, akin to a masterpiece crafted by a sculptor, with each line perfectly defined. His eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, evoking admiration. His tall and well-proportioned physique exuded an irresistible charm. In response to their compliments, Ghoulie offered a modest smile, saying, there are still over 1 billion people as handsome as I am back in my hometown. Chapter 17. The true superpower. In the stillness of the night at Stark Manor in London, Ghoulie sat quietly in the courtyard, observing the inebriated antics of Tony and the Water Sprite. Their drunken demeanor and nonsensical chatter were indeed an eyesore, difficult to bear. In truth, he had long since abandoned any hope of learning to read from Cersei. He had merely come to enjoy a drink, but unexpectedly found himself successful in an unforeseen manner. A few hours prior, Dane had abruptly received a phone call and departed, seemingly due to a family matter requiring his attention. This left only Tony, the Water Sprite, Ghoulie, and Cersei to indulge in their libations. Perhaps due to the effects of the inferior alcohol, Ghoulie inadvertently wandered into the wrong room. Under Cersei's watchful yet perplexed gaze, he retrieved a detailed explanation of ancient Egyptian script from his pocket. After an extensive explanation, Cersei, in a daze, began to elucidate the intricacies of ancient Egyptian writing, having lived for over 7,000 years and possessing a familiarity with Earth's ancient scripts. After several hours of learning, a system notification chimed in. Through the guidance of the character Cersei, your cultural level has increased. Reward, superpower, molecular restructuring. Molecular restructuring. By rearranging and recombining molecules, one can transform substances into other forms at will. My word, this is true superpower. Reflecting on his previous life, he recalled the superhumans in the Marvel Cinematic Universe who resorted to close combat. It seemed so pedestrian. Furthermore, it was utterly nonsensical. A long-range mage attempting to act like a berserker. Did they think everyone was Gandalf? As for molecular restructuring, Ghoulie believed he could engage with it for a lifetime. Perhaps even master it to an art form. Seizing a moment of solitude, he dashed to the restroom to experiment with his newfound ability. Initially, he thought his heroic aspirations had been thwarted by Tony's interruption, leaving him without hope of learning. Yet, he underestimated the allure of his own striking appearance. As the most handsome man in New York, what could a 7,000-year-old Eternal possibly achieve against that? As he watched tap water transmute slowly into a block of gold in his palm, Ghoulie felt exhilarated, truly invigorating. The ability to turn water into gold meant he would never lack for money again. How remarkably splendid. The restroom's various objects soon suffered his whimsical transformations. Toothpaste became a rose, the mirror transformed into an inkwash painting, and the toilet morphed into a ceramic statue of Tony. After indulging in this for an hour and a half, Ghoulie's eyes sparkled with delight. This was undeniably impressive. He wholeheartedly acknowledged that molecular restructuring was the coolest superpower ever conceived, without exception. Why had he not earlier recognized the extraordinary potential of Circe's power? Had he known it was so useful, he would have rushed over without hesitation. The best part was that this ability seemed to have no cooldown and appeared to consume no energy at all, akin to a conceptual rule. If only the one drawback could be overcome, requiring physical contact with objects. If he could restructure the internal molecular structure without contact, it would be nothing short of perfection. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Goulie's eyes. There truly exists a phenomenon. The chaotic magic or the reality gem, these two can be transformed entirely without any contact. It is time to take action. Regaining his composure, Ghoulie hurriedly sat next to the inebriated water sprite and extracted a tome titled A Detailed Explanation of Ancient Babylonian Script. Sister, could you assist me in deciphering these? Ghoulie exclaimed with palpable excitement. This knight held the potential to elevate his cultural prowess significantly. Indeed, it was not long before the system notification chimed once more. Through the guidance of the water sprite character within the narrative, your cultural level has risen to 1. You have acquired the extraordinary ability of invisibility. This invisibility stems from one of the water sprite's superpowers, a member of the Eternal Tribe's 10-person squad. Her other remarkable ability is the creation of illusions. Ghoulie discerned that this confounded system tends to fragment powers whenever possible. The abilities of Spider-Man, for instance, had been divided into several distinct facets. After nearly a year with May, Ghoulie still had not amassed all of Spider-Man's capabilities. This bore a striking resemblance to a certain penguin from a past life. To be precise, it was slightly superior to that unscrupulous penguin, for the system merely disassembled powers without dishing out fragments of superhuman abilities. As for the power of invisibility, it proved to be less advantageous than he had anticipated. In a world devoid of superhumans, such an ability might be quite useful, perhaps for surreptitiously observing someone in the bath. However, in the Marvel universe, teeming with extraordinary beings, invisibility felt rather out of place. Meanwhile, in London, the Ancient One wore an expression of exasperation. She could hardly fathom that Ghoulie's sole purpose for visiting London was simply to seek a girlfriend. Is this what the youth of today engage in? She thought. With a vexed wave, she conjured a teleportation circle, reflecting, this rascal is just aimless, a dreamer without ambition. There was no longer a need for her to continue her surveillance. Yet, as the Ancient One stepped into the teleportation circle, she remained perplexed as to how Dormammu's selection criteria had suddenly diminished. In these times, could it be that the Dark Dimension was also experiencing a downturn? Similarly baffled was Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., situated far away in New York. The air of mystery he had meticulously crafted hours in advance had resulted in a futile endeavor. He had not even awaited Iron Man's arrival. Following the press conference's conclusion, Tony Stark, the ever-cunning, trailed Ghoulie and departed New York together. Unbeknownst to Fury, he spent an entire night alone in Tony's seaside villa, waiting in vain for his return. Has Stark perhaps gone off to chase after women? He mused. This corresponds to the post-credit scene of Iron Man 1, where Tony returns home to find the ever-patient Egg awaiting him. Tony, indeed, was in the company of a woman. However, she was far too youthful for his taste, resembling a 10-year-old child, a water sprite from the Eternal Tribe, who would never grow up. She yearned for love, particularly harboring an inexplicable affection for Ikaris. Residing with Circe, she held on to the hope that she might encounter Ikaris at any moment. Little did she realize, Ikaris had been absent for a full 500 years, with no word of his whereabouts. The reason Tony and I found ourselves seated in the courtyard, indulging in libations, stemmed from a wager regarding how long Ghoulie could persist in her studies. Ultimately, both parties emerged as losers. The water sprite believed that a typical individual could manage no more than 2.5 hours of concentration. Although Ghoulie possessed an exquisite beauty, unparalleled in my extensive experience, I was mistaken in my assumption. As for Tony, based on his investigations into Ghoulie, he concluded that she frequently skipped classes and was evidently not fond of studying. Thus, he too faced defeat. Initially, Tony admonished the young water sprite, cautioning her against consuming alcohol, citing her age as a barrier to such indulgence. However, for reasons unknown, upon hearing the words young girl and age, the sprite transformed, insisting on a drinking contest with Tony. This led to the current situation. The two had spent an entire night drinking. The two, now suffering from a hangover, leaned on each other in the courtyard. Little girl, just wait. I shall craft a miniature mark armor for you. Tony chuckled foolishly, intoxicated. In his fervent support of Ghoulie, he had risked everything, even persuading Jarvis to divert little mustache Dane. What a useless hunk of metal, that Stark. Gilgamesh could obliterate it with a mere flick, Tony declared, slamming his glass heavily onto the table and belching. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Mark III withstood a tank shell without a scratch, and yet it was destroyed with a single blow? What kind of nonsense is this? Is that Gilgamesh some sort of mighty Hercules? Chapter 18. The Antarctic Resonance. Circe departed from Tony's estate, accompanied by the water sprite. As if the events of the previous night were merely an indulgence of emotions that had been suppressed for 5 centuries. Conversely, the water sprite exchanged playful glances with Ghoulie and even traded contact information. Handsome, we'll come to New York to find you, she remarked. Ghoulie responded with an okay gesture, watching the two depart. Goo, you are far worse than I am, Tony remarked, dazed, as he patted Ghoulie's shoulder, candidly critiquing him. So what brings you to London? Tony's sudden appearance in London was undoubtedly for a significant reason. He did not recall any such plot unfolding after the press conference concluded. Hey, Goo, do you have a mechanical puppy that goes bye-bye-bye? Tony inquired. Are you spying on me? Ghoulie retorted. Tony quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. You've forgotten. The puppy is one I brought back from Afghanistan to New York. Recalling the initial confusion, Ghoulie nodded in understanding. It was no wonder he had found it peculiar that the puppy had journeyed all the way from Afghanistan to New York, arriving almost simultaneously with Tony, who had traveled via private jet. Tony, that creature is, to be precise, an extraterrestrial life form, not a product of earthly technology. Tony widened his eyes in astonishment. An alien? He glanced at Ghoulie, his expression one of bewilderment. Yes, an alien. Here is the plan. Take me to the outskirts first, and then we shall venture to Antarctica. Very well, Tony Stark replied, grasping Ghoulie's hand as they ascended into the sky, soaring through the heavens. As the wind whipped past his ears, Ghoulie hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking Tony, what if you need to use the restroom after wearing the armor all night? Tony responded, all right, the joke isn't particularly amusing. The sensation of flying in midair was undeniably exhilarating. As a human who has harbored dreams of soaring through the skies. Regrettably, among the myriad superpowers Ghoulie had acquired, none bestowed upon him the gift of unassisted flight. In the cinematic universe, the female superheroes capable of soaring through the skies without external aid included the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, Captain Marvel, Carol, Scarlet Witch, Wanda, Goddess of Death, Hela, Phoenix, Jean, and Darkhold Witch, Agatha Harkness. First to be eliminated was Jean, as the world Ghoulie inhabited lacked mutants. Next, Ancient One was disregarded as she did not conform to his aesthetic preferences, a sentiment echoed regarding Agatha Harkness and others of her ilk. Presently, Carol was off-planet, and Hela was imprisoned deep within Asgard. Thus, the sole candidate who could grant him the ability to fly remained Wanda, currently stationed at the Hydra base in Eastern Europe. With a thud, the Mark armor landed, and Tony looked at the enigmatic man beside him with confusion. What are we doing here? Ghoulie raised his gaze to the sky, jesting. I'm here to introduce you to an alien. A sound wave, drifting in the depths of outer space, reacted to Ghoulie's command. Hurtling toward the atmosphere like a meteor, due to friction, it ignited a long trail of flames around it. As Tony lifted his gaze in the direction pointed by Ghoulie, he beheld a fiery streak descending from the heavens, hurtling towards the two of them. Goodness! The sudden occurrence of this fall was immediately detected by MI-13, a clandestine organization akin to the S.H.I.E.L.D. of the Eagle Nation, established with the purpose of safeguarding and addressing the peculiar threats posed by enigmatic extraterrestrials and superhumans. Among its prominent members are Blade and Captain Britain. With a resounding thud, the shockwave struck the ground, stirring a considerable cloud of dust. According to the law of no harm from smoke, both Tony and Ghoulie emerged unscathed. As the shockwave landed a short distance away, a towering structure, 6.7 meters high, adorned in a black and white chassis, with glaring crimson eyes and a fully mechanized form, knelt before them, respectfully proclaiming, Master, Soundwave reporting. The spectacle before Tony ignited an intense fervor in his eyes. For a genius scientist like him, nothing could be more exhilarating than the unknown entity standing before him. As Soundwave transformed into his Cybertronian stealth aircraft reminiscent of the F-117 Nighthawk, Tony could not help but exclaim, Wong Defa. This defies the laws of physics. Such absurdity filled his mind, leaving him in a state of disbelief. The events that had transpired within a mere 2 minutes left Tony profoundly shaken, his excitement lingering long after. He had once believed that with the Mark armor he and Ethan had crafted, he stood at the pinnacle of the world. Yet now, he realized there were numerous wonders beyond his comprehension, such as the colossal entity that had just morphed into an aircraft. Ghoulie ascended the aircraft, turning back to the stunned Tony, inquiring, Oi, brother, are you flying over or coming up? As for the possibility of being detected by the Eagle Nation, Dooley held no doubts about Tony Stark's ability to handle any repercussions. He was entirely confident that the Eagle Nation would not dare to trouble his brother, America. The moment the Cybertronian stealth aircraft powered up, it vanished from MI-13's radar, just as Dooley had anticipated. MI-13 only registered Iron Man Tony Stark alongside a large armored figure. During their journey to Antarctica, Tony exhibited a remarkable restraint, refraining from incessant questioning. Instead, he examined the aircraft, his hands exploring it with the delight of a child discovering a rare toy. Dear Goo, is this what you refer to as an alien? By the way, how do they manage that transformation? Upon hearing this, Dooley shrugged helplessly. I have no idea. What are we headed to Antarctica for? He then retrieved his phone from his pocket and gently tapped it, causing it to morph into a small, chaotic form. Tony's envious gaze conveyed his admiration, and he expressed, "That's so cool, I want one too." Look at this metal. Tony approached and scanned it with the Mark Armor's scanner, pondering aloud. Vibranium? I recall my father's records mentioning a similar alloy. There isn't much vibranium circulating in the market. In the future, a portion of the Stark Tower's flooring will be composed of vibranium, yet only someone of Tony's affluence could afford vibranium priced at 10,000 per gram. Dooley nodded in agreement. Let us seek this metal in Antarctica. Is it particularly hard? Indeed, it is remarkably hard. One could assert it ranks among the hardest materials on Earth. However, the vibranium found in Antarctica differs somewhat from that of Wakanda. Though Dooley could not quite recall the specifics of their dissimilarities. During their flight, Dooley suddenly realized that his mode of travel needed an upgrade. Even acquiring a spellbook to learn a teleportation portal would be preferable to the current method of air travel, as it would undoubtedly prove swifter. Although the Soundwave moves at great speed, it cannot compare to the convenience of a teleportation portal. Throughout the long journey, the two engaged in casual conversation. After traversing numerous seas, the Soundwave finally descended upon the icy expanse of Antarctica. With a cacophonous metallic roar, it transformed back into its combat form. Soundwave. Skim the nearby metals. The cinematic appearances of Antarctic vibranium are scarce. Dooley vaguely recalled its connection to adamantium, the alloy residing within Wolverine. After several hours of searching with the aid of their mechanical companion, they finally located their objective. Goo, it's below. Chapter 19, Anti-Metal, Antarctica. Tony Stark glanced at Dooley, who appeared somewhat agitated. Hey, Goo, you seem a bit anxious. He couldn't fathom why the discovery of vibranium warranted such excitement. Dooley's expression even bore a hint of madness. The reminders surrounding him caused Dooley to lapse into contemplation upon the glacier. Since the visit from the Ancient One, his mindset had undergone subtle shifts. What was he so anxious about? With Odin and the Ancient One still alive, and the arrival of the Dark Elf unlikely in the near future, he had ample time to prepare. Indeed, why was he in such a rush? After a brief, involuntary chuckle, Dooley turned to Tony and said, Thanks. The target lies beneath the ice. I shall proceed with the cutting. Tony stepped forward, ready to activate his Mark suit. Dooley quickly interjected, Let me handle it. I must experiment with my newly acquired abilities. Step back. Everyone, Dooley half-squatted, placing his palms flat against the Antarctic ice. Under Tony's watchful gaze, the solid ice instantaneously transformed into fluttering white petals. Wow, Dooley exclaimed, inadvertently plummeting into the ice cavity below. A resounding crash echoed from afar. As he fell, Dooley suddenly realized that he needed to utilize his superpowers more frequently. Otherwise, such mistakes in combat could prove fatal. As the Mark suit descended slowly, a voice inquired, Goo, was that magic? Before him, Dooley was an enigma. Just when Tony believed he had a grasp on the situation, Dooley would redefine his understanding. Moments ago, the rigid ice had morphed into delicate petals, an occurrence that defied logic. I suppose you could call it magic. I'll explain later. For now, let us examine the vibranium. Nodding, Tony, clad in his Mark suit, casually picked up a piece of vibranium ore. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The instant Tony made contact with the vibranium, his suit began to dissolve like melting ice. Dooley swiftly grasped Tony's arm, transforming one of the suit's limbs into swirling snowflakes. Tony, shaken, gazed at the now lacking mechanical arm of his suit. Goo, can this mineral really melt metal? It's a nightmare for me, he exclaimed. The recent incident reminded Dooley of the differences between the Antarctic vibranium and that of Wakanda. The Antarctic variety, known as anti-metal, did not absorb vibrational waves like its Wakandan counterpart. Instead, it emitted a vibrational field that weakened the atomic and molecular bonds of nearby metals, causing solid metals in the vicinity to liquefy. A small fragment of Antarctic vibranium could render any metal into a liquid state or something akin to it. Due to this property, Antarctic vibranium was often employed as a catalyst. The true adamantium alloy seemed to be a fusion of steel, Antarctic vibranium, Wakandan vibranium, and other metals in precise proportions. Tony, please stand back. This object is exceedingly unstable. If we are not careful, we might inadvertently melt the reactor situated on your chest. Ghoulie shuddered at the thought of what the Marvel Cinematic Universe would become without Tony. Before them, the undulating veins of, or were scattered with minerals of various shapes, seemingly enveloped by a distinctive force field that repelled the presence of other metals. Ghoulie gazed at the extensive array of mineral veins, contemplating how best to utilize the Antarctic vibranium. Currently, he lacked the formula for true adamantium and was not an expert in the field. It was quite a conundrum. Fortunately, the sonic wave had not descended, otherwise his scarce subordinates would likely have been obliterated. It is worth noting that the entirety of the transformer structure, aside from the allspark, is composed of metal. And Antarctic vibranium appears to be the nemesis of all metals, forbidding the existence of any solid metal in its vicinity, a true titan in the realm of metals. Yet, when utilized as a catalyst, it can amalgamate with other metals to forge the impervious adamantium. The thought of the formidable Wolverine ignited a fervor within Ghoulie. If he could, through the regeneration cradle, transform the body materials of his numerous transformer subordinates into adamantium, it would undoubtedly yield a formidable force. Regrettably, he did not possess the adamantium formula. Given the properties of this substance, do you have a method for extraction? The two fell into contemplation, as the nature of this material indicated that metal drill bits would be ineffective. In fact, any mining machinery that approached would likely be rendered inoperable. Tony, shall we first transport the scattered minerals back, and, once you have conducted your research, return to attempt extraction? Upon hearing Ghoulie's suggestion, Tony posed another query. How do we bring them back? They had arrived via aircraft without any storage or collection tools. Leave that to me. You simply wait for me above, Ghoulie responded, tossing the Mark suit upward with ease. After all, he was a man of extraordinary capabilities, equipped with a system space that made collecting the scattered minerals a trivial task. Once he had gathered all the vibranium ore from the vicinity, Ghoulie crouched on the ice, extending his hands to gently touch the hardened surface. Like a conjuring trick, a series of spiraling steps materialized at his touch. Observing the dreamlike spectacle before him, Ghoulie sighed. If only I could fly. Possessing flight capabilities is paramount. Their arrival had been hasty, and their departure was equally swift. After recovering the ice cave, they boarded the aircraft and soared towards America. In New York, within the S.H.I.E.L.D. office, Nick Fury hung up the phone and stared blankly at the information on the screen. The image displayed Tony Stark clad in his Mark suit, standing alongside a colossal figure. A large battle suit? This one dwarfs even Ironmonger. Stark truly never ceases to impress. The intelligence from the 13th Bureau has further solidified Nick Fury's resolve to recruit Tony Stark into S.H.I.E.L.D. On one hand, the agency finds itself in dire need of a significant benefactor. And who could be more fitting than Stark, the quintessential Diamond Bachelor? With such a financial patronage, Fury, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., would be empowered to undertake more meaningful endeavors. On the other hand, both Fury and the politicians and military figures behind him have recognized the immense potential of the iron armor. This formidable tool has the capacity to alter the global landscape, and it must be wielded by America, otherwise they would prefer to see it destroyed. Beyond these motives, S.H.I.E.L.D. holds in its possession the legacy left by Howard Stark for Tony, artifacts of great significance to him that could even beckon him home. The moment Fury laid eyes on the imposing figure beside Tony, he had already forgiven him. Although Tony had kept him waiting all night, such anticipation was undoubtedly worthwhile, particularly for a benefactor of Tony's caliber. Perhaps a return visit this evening would be prudent? Chapter 20. The Unreasonable Inventor, Manhattan, New York. Tony, once again struck by the scene before him, stood at the villa's entrance for a long while, watching the vehicle depart. Just moments ago, the aircraft that had returned them had abruptly transformed into a Mercedes-Benz SLS-AMG before his eyes. Could it be that I need to change my research direction? Never mind. I shall first call Ethan and discuss it further upon our meeting. The departing Ghoulie could hardly have anticipated that his inadvertent action would inspire Tony to contemplate a shift in his research pursuits. At that moment, Tony was eager to return home, having missed Ms. Zhao dearly after several days apart. The perspective shifted back to Tony's seaside villa. Hey, Ethan. You would not believe what I just witnessed. A mechanical dog, no, it was far more formidable than a mere dog. It was a colossal machine of life. All right, I will await your arrival at home. After removing his Mark suit, Tony stretched languidly and approached the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a drink while pondering his recent discoveries. Transformers, originating from the distant planet Cybertron, as Ghoulie had informed him, and the Antarctic vibranium, which must be controlled in circulation, otherwise. The next iteration of the Mark V could be constructed using this material. What he envied most were the various peculiar superpowers possessed by Ghoulie. The ability to alter the form of matter, and the way Ghoulie summoned vibranium or with a mere flick of his hand. causing a pile of, or to materialize inexplicably. Such phenomena defied the laws of physics. Could it be that this individual was a deity? Just then, a voice echoed through the darkened living room. God? Stark, this world is not as you perceive it. I am Iron Man. Do you think you are the only superhero in existence, Mr. Stark? There are many others like you, though you remain unaware. Who are you? Tony was well aware that he was not the only one. After all, the individual who had accompanied him these past few days was indeed a superhero. He squinted into the shadows, only to realize he had forgotten to turn on the lights. Upon illuminating the room, he was startled to find a one-eyed, muscular figure standing inexplicably in his living room. Is this person unwell, attempting to show off in someone else's home? Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.D.L.D. Oh. After a few minutes, as per the original storyline, Nick Fury, rejected by Tony, awkwardly departed. After much contemplation, he dialed a certain number once more. Natasha. Your vacation is over. I require your assistance. No, this time it is not for dishwashing. That Eastern goo is proving to be more troublesome than Fury had anticipated. With Natasha's allure, it is surprising she failed to maintain her cover for so long. At present, the most pressing matter is to invite Stark to join the Avengers. Nick Fury took a deep breath, thinking, Natasha, I'm counting on you. Meanwhile, Ghoulie retrieved nanotechnology from scratch from the system space. Once Ms. Zhao had fallen into a deep slumber, he hurried to the basement. Due to a recent system notification sound, under the tutelage of the character Zhao Hailuan, your cultural level has reached a point of receiving a unique reward, the concept level Grey Wolf, a preeminent scientist. Ghoulie found himself in a prolonged silence. Bewildered by the system's incessant interruptions, particularly during moments of his utmost engagement. This time, the reward was the conceptually absurd Grey Wolf. An inventor who deems anything reasonable as justifiable, entirely undermining Newtonian principles and the laws of physics. Upon arriving in the basement, Ghoulie was met with the grumbling of Grey Wolf, who exclaimed, No, I must say, boss, our place is rather small, isn't it? It was no wonder Grey Wolf felt disdain, considering its former residence was a grand castle in the grasslands, far removed from Ghoulie's modest villa. Nearby, the mechanical dog and the little chaos, along with a mechanical bird, nodded in agreement with Grey Wolf's sentiments. Even the drifting in the underground garage echoed a few responses. Ghoulie felt offended and declared, Let us purchase a larger house. Isn't it merely a matter of acquiring a bigger villa? Little chaos. See if there are any larger properties available. After arranging the housing matters, Ghoulie produced a piece of vibranium ore. Mr. Grey Wolf, could you assist me in examining this antimetal? I aspire to forge an alloy based on it. Although Ghoulie had left some pieces of vibranium with Tony, the majority still resided within his system space. Grey Wolf, seemingly empty-handed, produced a pair of sunglasses from nowhere and began fiddling with the vibranium ore. As several mechanical pets attempted to approach, Ghoulie quickly interjected, Hey, you lot, keep your distance. Be cautious not to get melted. These little creatures were merely idle. Once they moved into a larger house, he would assign them tasks, one for cleaning, another for vigilance, and perhaps one skilled in culinary arts. Upon entering the system interface, Ghoulie observed the following details. Name, Ghoulie, race, human, age, 21, superpowers, 50-50 serum, spider sense, super strength, fate cards, molecular reshaping, invisibility, items, little cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, blue giant star destroyer cannon, affiliations, drifting, soundwaves, tape legion, Grey Wolf, contract object, Dormammu. After laboring through several chapters, he found himself with only 2 superpowers, prompting a heavy sigh from Ghoulie. The path of the strong was indeed arduous. The following morning, upon visiting the barbecue shop, Ghoulie learned from Mei Jie that the dishwasher, Xiao Na, had resigned. However, he paid it little heed, considering that Black Widow's romantic history was far more tumultuous than his own. Thus, he had chosen to overlook Natasha's advances, believing that little of value could be gleaned from her. Her sudden departure was likely due to her inability to uncover any useful information. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. had resumed its busy schedule. Boss, did you bring us any gifts from London? In the hustle of his swift journey to and from London, he had indeed forgotten to purchase any presents. However, Ghoulie calmly retrieved 2 cigarettes from his pocket. Amidst 2 gasps of astonishment, they transformed into 2 vibrant bouquets of roses. For you, my lovely ladies, he offered, as May accepted them with a smile, while Sky, in a fit of excitement, embraced Ghoulie's arm tightly. Boss, brother, teach me. It was evident that both believed this to be a magic trick. Yet, Ghoulie felt no need to clarify. Let it be magic. Sky, I've purchased a house. There are plenty of empty rooms. Why don't you move in? Staying alone in a hotel isn't safe, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Sky's eyes flickered with uncertainty. But I can't afford the rent. The cleaning will be your responsibility. Thanks, Moo In, Ghoulie replied, swiftly pushing away Sky, who had leaned in for a kiss. Hey, what are you doing? May is right here. Though they were aware of each other's presence, bringing it to light like this was ill-advised. As night fell, Ghoulie hurriedly led Sky towards their new home. The newly acquired residence, situated on Manhattan Island, was approximately a kilometer away from Tony Stark's seaside villa. The three-story main building, along with the basement, spanned a generous 4,000 square feet, ample space for a few Transformers to frolic. The basement had been transformed by the crafty Grey Wolf into his exclusive laboratory. Grey Wolf, hailed as one of the greatest inventors in cinematic history and the champion of the grassland physics and chemistry competition, was revered as the best science student. In his past life, Ghoulie had often remarked that if he could visit the grassland, he would make sure Grey Wolf had a taste of mutton. Yet, when Ghoulie approached him last night with a whole roasted lamb, the fellow was moved to tears, decidedly refusing the offering. I don't eat lamb. I prefer beef. Chapter 21. The Temple in New York, February 14, 2010. It was both the Lunar New Year and Valentine's Day. Upon returning from Antarctica, Ghoulie found himself ensnared in a state of bittersweet existence. Zhao Hailuan and her equally East Asian counterpart, Little Sky, were in perfect harmony. Yet they launched a relentless assault on Ghoulie. Without having fully reveled in the joys of companionship, he was already besieged by the two women. On Valentine's Day, Ghoulie finally prepared to embark on his grand scheme to cultivate superpowers. However, an unexpected visitor disrupted his plans. New York, Manhattan Peninsula. The arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest had saved his life, yet it had also plunged him into a different kind of torment. Prolonged reliance on the arc reactor resulted in palladium poisoning, leaving him to seek solace only in chlorophyll juice. After days of fruitless searching for a remedy, Tony, at Ethan's suggestion, rang the doorbell of Ghoulie's residence. After all, Ghoulie's new home was not far from his seaside villa. Upon learning the purpose of Tony's visit, Ghoulie gravely stated, Tony, my dear friend, I possess knowledge of a place that may cure your palladium poisoning. But you must promise me not to disclose that I revealed this to you. Tony contemplated silently for half a minute. All right, I promise. 177A, Brick Street, Manhattan. Go there and inform the gatekeeper that you wish to support Kamartaj. The amount is entirely at your discretion. Ghoulie, relishing the unfolding drama, disclosed the address of the New York temple to Tony. Goo, what is this place? Are you certain it can cure palladium poisoning? Tony had tried countless remedies over the past few days, all to no avail. Without a doubt, go forth, Tony. Everything you seek lies there, in the city of dreams, Kamartaj. Ghoulie's intention in leading Tony astray was twofold. Firstly, to provide a minor inconvenience to the illustrious Ancient One, thereby reducing her unsolicited visits. And secondly, he was confident that the enigmatic figure at Kamartaj would possess the means to alleviate Tony's affliction. Who knows, perhaps Tony might even ascend to the rank of Sorcerer Supreme. Having returned from a fruitful expedition to Antarctica, Ghoulie could now contemplate his next steps. Should he first seek out Wanda at the Hydra base? Or should he accompany Sky to learn hacking techniques? This posed a dilemma. It is worth noting that Hydra was currently at the zenith of its power, teeming with fervent zealots, politicians, and controlling factions within S.H.I.E.L.D. The leader, Alexander Pierce, was also a minister of the World Security Council, a close confidant of Nick Fury, and the overseer of the Winter Soldier. Venturing forth without caution could indeed entail significant risks. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities close at hand, Ghoulie resolved to first accompany Sky in mastering hacking skills. Once he attained the power of the tremor, he could then confidently approach the Hydra base in Eastern Europe, perhaps with a greater chance of success. How exhilarating. The reward promised by Wanda was either chaos magic or chaotic power. If fortune smiled upon him, he might just encounter the latter. Well, he chuckled. I don't eat beef. However, it is likely to be chaos magic, considering that among the three great forces of Marvel, fairy power, chaos power, and phoenix power, only the phoenix power has made an appearance in the films. Moreover, it is merely a fragment of the phoenix power possessed by Jean Grey. The complete forms of these three great forces are likely unknown to anyone, including the whereabouts of the cat. It is rumored to possess the ability to cure palladium poisoning, prompting Tony to drive straight to Bleecker Street after bidding farewell to Ghoulie. New York, 177A, Bleecker Street, is home to one of the three sacred temples of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the New York Temple of Kamartaj. This is also the place where the Ancient One frequently appears, aside from Kamartaj itself, perhaps due to her fondness for observing the circumstances of the next Sorcerer Supreme. On this particular day, while basking in the sun at Kamartaj, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, received a message from the guardian of the New York Temple, Master Daniel Drum. Tony Stark, the chairman of Stark Industries and a world-renowned billionaire, wishes to support Kamartaj. The Ancient One felt a deep inner conflict upon receiving this news. Kamartaj was indeed in need of financial assistance. The cost of artifacts, as well as the daily sustenance and living conditions of apprentices, require substantial funds. If it were anyone else offering support, she might have readily agreed. However, with Tony Stark, it was different. As the guardian of the Time Stone, the Ancient One had glimpsed numerous futures, and she understood that Tony Stark was a pivotal figure at a crucial point in this universe. Although she had contemplated retirement, she did not wish to become too deeply involved. What troubled her further was how Tony Stark had learned about Camartage and the location of the New York Temple. It shouldn't be possible. With a sigh, the Ancient One casually conjured a portal. Meanwhile, within the New York Temple, Tony sat heavily on the sofa, burdened by thoughts. The elderly gatekeeper mentioned by Gu Li, Daniel Drum, informed him that the responsible party was not present and requested a moment of patience. Am I perhaps acting out of desperation? Tony mused. Moments later, a bald woman clad in a yellow robe descended the wooden staircase from the second floor. A faint smile graced her face, and her eyes shimmered with wisdom. In that instant, Tony felt an undeniable confidence that Gu Li had not deceived him. She radiated the aura of a true master, possibly even an ancient healer. Mr. Stark, thank you for considering a donation to our cause. I have a humble request. She began. Tony nodded in response. Please, go ahead. Could you enlighten me on how you came to know about Camartage and the location of this temple? Tony paused for several seconds, captivated by the intelligent glimmer in her eyes, which were now fixed upon him. May I refrain from answering? As he noticed the woman in the yellow robe still gazing at him intently, Tony attempted to resist further. I promised not to disclose their identity. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, with Master Daniel Drum standing alone nearby, smoking a cigarette, torn between his life and his promise. Tony found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Approximately 2 minutes later, Master Gui seemed to have arrived at a significant decision. Mr. Stark, you have my word regarding the donation you requested. She pondered for a moment, yet was obstructed by a veil of uncertainty. Even though a target had begun to take shape in her mind, nevertheless, she felt compelled to ascertain personally if it was indeed that mischievous soul. I'm afraid I must decline. At that moment, Tony appeared as though he were enveloped in a radiant celestial light. He remained steadfast in his promise to Gu Li. Gu Yi, taken aback yet finding it somewhat reasonable, did not anticipate his response. Perhaps, Mr. Stark, we could approach it this way. I will utter the name. And if it does not correspond, you need only to shake your head. Tony, bewildered, glanced at the woman who shared an Eastern visage, pondering the peculiarities of her approach. After reflecting for half a minute, he nodded and replied, Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. At the very least, he had not directly revealed Gu's identity. Is it Gu Li? Observing Stark frozen in place, his face reflecting shock, Master Gu Yi let out a heavy sigh. This insolent young man must be dealt with. Chapter 22, Shockwave. On the evening of Valentine's Day, Gu Li found himself reluctantly accompanying Grey Wolf. This was due to the fact that Zhao Hailuan and the Shockwave girl had, after several months of companionship, formed an inseparable bond akin to that of close friends. As night fell, Gu Li had yet to embark on his study plan when Zhao Hailuan unceremoniously kicked him out of the room. Don't be disheartened, boss. My lady can be like this sometimes. Just take it easy. Tough love is still love. Grey Wolf, adorned with sunglasses and a cigar between his lips, consoled Gu Li while orchestrating his mechanical pet legion. Feeling shame wash over him as he witnessed Grey Wolf, who had garnered a score of 10 from over 20,000 people, Gu Li bowed his head in embarrassment. Compared to the extraordinary figure before him, he felt like a true scoundrel. The reviews described Grey Wolf as the most patient father, the most loyal husband, the greatest inventor, and the most respected Wolf King. When Grey Wolf proclaimed his love for the frying pan, all other confessions paled in comparison. With a heavy sigh, Gu Li lamented. It's all because of that old brother Tongzi. In his past life, he must have read countless novels and never encountered such a bizarre system. To grow stronger, one must learn cultural knowledge from different women. I can't fathom who thought of this. Isn't this simply a scoundrel simulator? After all, with his striking looks, he would inevitably attract attention during the learning process. In any case, Little Daisy was already his prey, and there was no rush to devour her just yet. Having shared a roof for several months, Sky had revealed her true name to Gu Li, Daisy Johnson. By the way, boss, I synthesized new metal from thosers last time. Take a look and see if it meets the requirements, she said. At her words, Gu Li hurried to the testing table. After a brief examination, he gave Grey Wolf a thumbs up. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the greatest inventor in cinematic history. In just 2.5 months, Grey Wolf had successfully fused Antarctic vibranium into adamantium, all while simultaneously constructing his laboratory. To be precise, Grey Wolf had conducted a reverse fusion based on the material used for Little Mian-1's body, specifically the vibranium shield of Captain 5050. As for the Wakandan alloy required for the experiment, it was a small piece that Gu Li had borrowed from Tony. Now, everything was in place. Only the Wakandan alloy remained. Once he acquired the shockwave superpower from Little Daisy, Gu Li would possess the means to mine Antarctic vibranium. At that point, a trip to Wakanda for a zero-cost acquisition would be in order. Feeling a renewed sense of purpose, Gu Li and Grey Wolf clinked glasses, unaware that the supreme sorcerer had taken an interest in him once more. Life often unfolds in such a manner. The very things one wishes to evade seem to draw nearer. Unexpected surprises can arrive at any moment. Just like now, as Gu Li was summoned upstairs. He was taken aback by the sight of Daisy's half-open door. After Zhao Hailuan pinched him a few times, she retreated to her own room and shut the door. I truly am a scoundrel, he muttered to himself before entering Daisy's room, pulling out advanced hacking from scratch to commence his study of hacking techniques. Warning, minors. Please leave voluntarily. Under the luminous glow of the moon, Gu Li sat beside Daisy, engrossed in a book while observing her practice how to breach the S-H-I-E-L-D protective network. The arduous study of the night deepened the ambiguity between the two. Gazing at the pile of books strewn across the bed, Daisy sighed in exasperation. Brother, are you sure you're a college student? I've never seen anyone so dull. Gu Li, scratching his head in embarrassment, had deliberately skipped class. It was akin to a student who could only score 0. Any point earned is regarded as progress, whereas a student who scores 100 cannot possibly score 101. Meanwhile, within the sanctum of New York, it was unclear what words had passed between Master Gui and Tony, but upon his departure, a smile illuminated Tony's face. After seeing Tony Stark off, Gui also exhibited a joyful demeanor. Following a round of bargaining, she secured an annual sponsorship of $50 million for Kamartaj. Freed from financial worries, Gui indulged in a shopping spree, acquiring a multitude of living supplies, intending to enhance the quality of life at Kamartaj. Once she had settled all matters, she casually conjured a light screen, but upon witnessing the scene within, her expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed, "What on earth? Is this kid some sort of stud? How many has he had? Which villa, which in Queens, which in London? And now he has found another." Indeed, this reckless lad seemed devoid of ambition. It appeared that Dormammu's investment would inevitably falter. Given Gu Li's disposition, he hardly possessed the time to delve into the dark arts, let alone shroud the world in darkness. Gu Li began to ponder whether her recent decision had been prudent. In the accord she reached with Stark, aside from aiding him with his palladium poisoning, she had proposed an additional condition, to have Gu Li come and learn magic. In her estimation, those chosen by Dormammu often possessed unique qualities, although she had not discerned any aptitude for magic in Gu Li during their last encounter. His distinctiveness lay in the fact that even the Time Stone had failed to reveal his future. His destiny was entirely shrouded in mist, gradually beginning to influence the future trajectory of the universe itself. The last time Gui visited Gu Li, his influence was still negligible. But now, his impact on the universe had become increasingly significant. Adhering to the principle of addressing threats head-on, Gu Li found herself contemplating this notion. Yet, at that moment, she felt a twinge of regret. Should she perhaps wait a while longer? Let the burdens be borne by Stephen Strange instead. With clarity in her thoughts, Gu Li smiled gently, glancing at the dawn breaking in the east, and with a flick of her hand, she conjured a portal to return to Kamartaj. As the sun rose, heralding a new day, the bustling activity resumed once more. However, Daisy remained in bed, grasping her hair in frustration, as if she had an endless stream of grievances to voice. Brother, you are truly hopeless. With the way I'm teaching you, I'm losing the will to work. It's all right. I'll support you. Please, brother, I'd still prefer to go to work. Very well. At long last, after an indeterminate passage of time, the eavesdropping Miss Zhao Hailuan could no longer endure the tension. It was time for a meal. Swiftly donning her garments, Daisy regained her former vivacity. Meanwhile, Gu Li seized the opportunity to activate the system notification. Through the tutelage of the character Daisy Johnson, your cultural level has reached 1, bestowing upon you the extraordinary ability, Shockwave. Shockwave, the capacity to generate formidable tremors that cause the target to vibrate, additionally granting immunity to any damage inflicted by vibrations, as well as immunity to mental assaults. Truly, this is a power capable of shattering the earth, rendering one invulnerable to both tremors and psychic attacks, a veritable nemesis to mind mages. It is a source of regret for Gu Li that such a formidable ability appears to have been underutilized by Daisy within the narrative of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps this is a necessity of the plot. If Daisy were to rampage unchecked, the director might find it impossible to continue the story. After all, this ability is akin to that of the Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. With a buoyant spirit, Gu Li resolved to grant himself a brief respite, indulging in a few days of leisure before embarking on the extraction of vibranium in Antarctica. Little did he anticipate, however, that Tony would once more ring the doorbell. Chapter 23. Journey to the New York Sanctum. What? The Ancient One summoned me. At the entrance of the villa, Gu Li glared at Tony with a mix of rage and sorrow. Brother, you promised me. What happened to your principles? Regret washed over him. He truly must have been idle to seek to provoke the Ancient One. Now, he found himself in a state of emotional turmoil, uncertain whether the Ancient One would indeed be enraged, yet acutely aware of his own frustration. This experience made him realize that in his encounters with such a formidable figure, he was inherently at a disadvantage. After all, she possessed the ability to overturn the very table, while he could only watch. She was a being of godlike stature, while he was merely a moderately capable superhuman. Seeing Tony lost in self-reproach, Ghoulie sighed. "Let us go. I'll accompany you." Curiosity piqued within him. If the Ancient One truly wished to deal with him, there would be no need for a messenger. She was, after all, an unrivaled sorceress who had bested all adversaries on Earth. It was precisely this that compelled Ghoulie to venture to the New York Sanctum, eager to uncover the woman's true intentions. On the road to the New York Sanctum, Tony suddenly remarked, "By the way, Goo, Ethan has been wanting to thank you in person. Are you free tonight? He'd like to treat you to dinner." It dawned on him that this was a matter Ethan had urged him about on multiple occasions. In response, Ghoulie smiled and inquired, "Of course, how has he been?" Ethan was the scientist Ghoulie had saved during his initial attempt to alter the timeline of this world. He is working at Stark Industries now, but he spends most of his time collaborating with me on the Mark armor. Also, I've recently hired a new secretary who, in your words, is quite impressive. As they delved into discussions about women, the two men found common ground once again. "Really? Aren't you worried your former secretary might feel jealous?" At this point, Tony's relationship with Pepper Potts was still shrouded in ambiguity. They had yet to officially establish their romantic bond. As for Pepper, I'm planning to appoint her as the chairwoman and CEO of Stark Industries. She will undoubtedly excel in that role, allowing me to devote more time to the Mark armor and vibranium. Speaking of vibranium, Ghoulie interjected, "By the way, I've obtained the alloy ratio for Antarctic vibranium. We can commence secret extraction. Have you discovered a method for large-scale mining?" Tony had previously considered employing several hydraulic mining machines to airlift, but dismissed the idea, fearing it would attract too much attention. "Well, it slipped my mind last time, but I recently thought perhaps I could give it a try. Let us secure the Antarctic vibranium first, then proceed with the zero-cost acquisition from Wakanda, followed by utilizing the regeneration cradle to transform the metal composition of my transformers. As for the feasibility of entirely replacing the transformers' bodies with adamantium, the answers lay within the regeneration cradle produced by the system, both reasonable and scientifically sound. After all, if a system capable of connecting with narrative characters could exist, what could possibly be more implausible? Goo, is the Ancient One truly formidable?" Tony hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. Ghoulie sighed and remarked, "It's not a matter of whether she is formidable or not, you see. She is the kind of person who stands at the pinnacle of the human hierarchy, and to put it bluntly, she is the most powerful being among humanity on Earth." In Tony's eyes, Ghoulie was an enigmatic man, and now, another even more mysterious woman had entered the scene. Especially in light of the recent encounters and experiences, he had gradually become more composed. "How strong is she? Stronger than you?" Ghoulie pointed to himself with a wry smile and replied, "When she's in a good mood, she could probably defeat 100 of me. When she's not, perhaps 1,000. Even if I were to escape into a mirrored dimension, I wouldn't stand a chance, let alone fight back." In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Ancient One had never truly unleashed her full power, and her demise was shrouded in an inexplicable severity. How could one believe that a being of such celestial caliber could be felled by a mere dagger? Possessing the Time Stone, even if she were indeed stabbed, she could restore herself in an instant. Consider the scene in Avengers, Infinity War, where the newly endowed Time Stone wielder, Doctor Strange, exhibited astonishing control. The Ancient One was, after all, seeking death. Among the celestial beings introduced in the earlier phases of the cinematic universe, each one seemed to be more lackluster than the last. The Ancient One sought death, while Odin remained in a prolonged slumber. Did they truly think they were harmless? Odin had merely lost his fighting spirit after being overwhelmed by the celestial group. Had it only been a single celestial entity back then, Odin might have emerged victorious. Regrettably, the Celestials, standing at the zenith of the universe, were not only immensely powerful but also lacked any sense of fair play. They would arrive in numbers, overwhelming their opponents. This was also the rationale behind Ghoulie's desire to enhance the power of his Transformers. In this chaotic world, one must possess influence and stature. While individual strength is undoubtedly significant, the strength of one's subordinates is equally crucial. The Transformers produced by the system displayed unwavering loyalty to him. Save for the one replaced Quintessa, who was quite the obsessive individual. At last, the Audi R8 once again halted at the entrance of the New York Sanctum. With sunglasses donned, Tony and Ghoulie, dressed casually, hastily made their way inside. After exchanging greetings with the gatekeeper, Master Daniel, the two men stood rooted in place. "The Ancient One has returned to Kamar Taj. She instructed me to inform you both that everything is fine. Is that it?" They reluctantly departed once more. Ghoulie felt an unsettling dissonance but could not pinpoint what was amiss. Is she playing me? I shall endure. But what choice did he have? He could not contend with her. It was simply impossible. "Goo, do you need a ride somewhere? I can take you," Tony offered. Guli pondered for a moment. He indeed had no other plans for the day. Daisy was recuperating at home, and he had recently hired several employees at the shop, so his presence was unnecessary. How about visiting your company? I'd like to see Ms. Zhao at work. The stock trading expert, Ms. Zhao Hailuan, had become a bona fide wealthy individual after investing all her assets into Stark Industries stock. However, as a scientist, aside from Guli, she was equally passionate about her research in life sciences and nanotechnology. This was also the reason for her joining Stark Industries, where she led an independent research laboratory. Meanwhile, in the distant lands of Brazil, factory worker Bruce Banner arrived at the soda plant as usual. An accidental leak of gamma rays had forced the genetically mutated scientist, Bruce Banner, to flee here. For whenever Bruce succumbed to anger, the beast within him would be unleashed, and an uncontrollable propensity for violence would swiftly consume his body, transforming him into an immensely powerful green giant, towering like a small mountain. However, Bruce did not wish to become such a monster. Even though he could attain extraordinary powers through this transformation, he preferred to return to a life of ordinary tranquility. He feared that he might harm those around him and dreaded losing his sanity and humanity. Having escaped to Brazil, he learned the arts of meditation and deep breathing, managing to temporarily suppress his inner turmoil. While working, he sought every possible method to heal his poison cells. Suddenly, he accidentally cut his finger, and the radiated, mutated blood dripped into the soda below. Chapter 24. Evolutionary Cards of Superpowers. Stark Industries. Guli stood quietly outside the research laboratory, admiring Zhao Hailuan through the glass as she immersed herself in her work. It is often said that a man appears most handsome when he is diligently engaged in his tasks. However, the same holds true for women. In this moment, Zhao Hailuan, with her focused demeanor, possessed a unique beauty in Guli's eyes. He recalled a saying he had once heard: every individual is a distinct entity, and no one is a mere appendage to another. Zhao Hailuan is not, Mei is not, Daisy is not, and Cersei is not. Thankfully, they respected each other's choices and did not interfere with one another's preferences. When Zhao Hailuan noticed Guli standing outside the glass partition, she flashed a radiant smile and blew him a gentle kiss. It was at this moment that Guli suddenly remembered that he had yet to graduate. Perhaps he should return to school for a visit? Surely he had not been expelled. However, this thought lingered only for a fleeting 2 seconds. After all, what did it matter in the grand scheme of things? He was not aspiring to be a Dr. Banner with 6 doctoral degrees, to live, to find a few wives, to bear children, and to continue the lineage of the Gu family in this alternate world. This was his desire. As for jobs after graduation, he wished they would gracefully retreat from his thoughts. Having toiled for so many years in his previous life, the prospect of employment was utterly unfeasible. It would never be part of his future. Business acumen eluded him, and he could only sustain his existence by relying on the little chaos to turn others' fortunes. Guli felt no turmoil regarding this. Wasn't it delightful to live off others? Although, in this case, the benefactor was a robot. Darling, what brings you here? Zhao Hailuan joyfully wrapped her arms around Guli. He playfully pinched her soft cheek and said, "Come, let us skip work and explore the world." At that moment, Guli suddenly yearned to seek out Gui to learn magic, at least a teleportation spell. That way, he could whisk his girlfriend away to witness the wonders of the world in an instant. It would surely be an exhilarating experience. Just then, Tony approached with 2 secretaries trailing behind him. "Pepper, this is Gu, who saved Ethan and me in Afghanistan." Although Tony had been clad in the first-generation Mark suit at the time, he understood that while he could have escaped, Ethan would likely have remained behind. This was why he introduced Guli to Pepper as the one who had rescued them. "Hello, Gu. Thank you for saving Tony and the others. I truly appreciate it." Pepper expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Upon noticing Guli and Zhao Hailuan holding hands, she added with envy, "Hailuan, you two look absolutely perfect together." "Thank you," they replied, basking in the compliments. However, standing behind Tony, Natasha did her utmost to remain inconspicuous. She had not anticipated encountering her previous undercover target at Stark Industries. How awkward. Fortunately, after the dinner invitation with Tony and Guli, she departed Stark Industries with her girlfriend. "Tony, Gu is really quite handsome. You should have introduced us sooner." For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing Pepper's comment, Tony felt as though something had sprouted atop his head. However, after Tony and Pepper inadvertently exchanged a glance, Tony's worries dissipated. He could perceive that the love in Pepper's eyes had not waned. Meanwhile, when Guli and his companion arrived at the underground parking lot, a magnificent bouquet of delicate roses materialized in his hands, prompting a shrill gasp from Mrs. Zhao. It was unclear whether she was startled or excessively thrilled. "My dear, how did you manage such a feat?" Mrs. Zhao inquired, her cheeks flushed. "Your man has always been quite remarkable. Surely you have experienced this firsthand." Guli replied with a playful smirk, eliciting an immediate affectionate embrace from Mrs. Zhao. After a brief moment of tender affection, Guli finally started the car. "Shall we dine first, then indulge in some shopping together, followed by a movie?" "Indeed. Clearly, a partner requires both coaxing and pampering. The love radiating from Mrs. Zhao's eyes was now brimming for Guli, dispelling the sourness of the morning. They reveled in each other's company like newly enamored lovers, dining, shopping, and watching a film. The afternoon, neither too long nor too short, swiftly slipped away. Upon returning to their new home, they embraced each other tightly from the moment they exited the parking lot, akin to two seals vying for grapes, showering each other with kisses. Once inside their room, they remained entwined. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Daisy opened the door, and the sight before her caused her to exclaim, "I'm so sorry, I must have come at the wrong time." The scene reminded Guli of a legendary hero from his past life, one skilled with flying daggers. Regrettably, he found himself unable to articulate the words he wished to say. The author's power had undergone scrutiny multiple times, yet he could not utter that phrase. Each attempt met with disapproval. After a considerable pause, Guli waved his hand gently. Instantly, two magnificent bouquets of roses appeared, presented to his beloved girlfriend. Daisy's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Brother, is this magic?" Guli shrugged and confided in her about his extraordinary abilities. Daisy, exhilarated by his honesty, exhibited an exuberant enthusiasm. That evening, Guli cradled Hacker from scratch while continuously conjuring roses, lilies, and morning glories, until Daisy, weary from play, stretched and retreated into her cozy bed. Guli then cast a glance beyond the screen towards a certain individual confined in a darkened room, letting out a resigned sigh. "I understand you. Do take care in the future." Should the opportunity arise to visit DC, he would undoubtedly seek out his cousin, Superman, for a discussion. Alternatively, finding a woman who transcends the divine might also be a possibility. Upon opening the system, a melodious notification chimed once more, through the teachings of the character Daisy Johnson. Your cultural level has reached 1, granting you a superpower evolution card, intermediate, allowing you to evolve any superpower. Guli stared in a daze at the purple superpower evolution card within the system's space. Surprisingly, this reward did not pertain to additional superpowers. However, should he opt for the evolution of his current abilities, there was no doubt he would choose to reshape molecules. No matter how the serum evolves, can it truly transform into an indomitable steel physique? The abilities of Spider Sense and Super Strength are sufficient to navigate the complexities of the cinematic universe's early phases. As for Fate cards and invisibility, their evolution is of little consequence. Instead, it is the molecular restructuring acquired from the eternal Circe that evokes memories of the molecular man, a sworn nemesis of the beyond. This individual embodies a being of omnipotent cosmic stature, albeit with a degree of instability. In the comics, to thwart the Beyond's threat of annihilating Earth and shattering the multiverse, the molecular man engages in a fierce battle, ultimately succeeding in vanquishing the Beyond. Subsequently, he defeats the Dark Avengers and Sentinel. However, after his initial defeat of a Sentinel, he falls victim to the resurrected dark persona of the Sentinel in a twist of fate. Yet, none of these entities have graced the cinematic universe thus far. Perhaps, should he traverse this realm, they may yet make their appearances in forthcoming films. Nevertheless, Guli harbors profound skepticism regarding the notion that the superpower evolution card could elevate the molecular restructuring to the caliber of the molecular man. After all, this is merely an intermediate tool. System, evolve the molecular restructuring. Chapter 25. Abstinence from alcohol. As Guli silently chanted, the purple evolution card gradually dissipated, and the system's notification chimed once more. Evolution successful, molecular restructuring achieved. By rearranging and recombining the molecular structure of substances, one could transform materials into others without limitations of contact. Indeed, the only restriction lifted was that of physical interaction. It had not evolved to the subatomic level. Molecules, atoms, and subatomic particles represent different hierarchical structures of matter. Molecules consist of two or more atoms bonded together by covalent connections. Atoms serve as the fundamental building blocks of material, composed of a nucleus and surrounding electrons, with the nucleus containing protons and neutrons. Subatomic particles are even smaller than atoms, including protons, neutrons, and electrons. Meanwhile, the capabilities of a molecular entity have already reached at least the subatomic level. After regaining his composure, a subtle smile graced Guli's lips. The direction of his journey was indeed correct. He merely pondered when he would obtain the next superpower evolution card. As is often the case, human desires are insatiable. Having just received one superpower evolution card, he was already daydreaming about the arrival of the next. Exhausted in both mind and body, Guli gradually drifted into slumber. For several consecutive days, he clung to the book Hacking from Scratch, immersing himself in its teachings. The matter of wealth had slipped entirely from his thoughts. As he became engrossed in his studies, Tony made several attempts to arrange a dinner gathering, all of which Guli declined. The prospect of mining vibranium in Antarctica seemed trivial in comparison. Whether or not he dined was of little consequence. This fervent pursuit of knowledge continued unabated until Master Gui interrupted with a phone call. Gu Xiaozi, come to the New York sanctum. I need to discuss something with you. The phone beeped as Guli stared at it in confusion. Could this woman truly be so juvenile? After having played him once before, she dared to reach out again? Despite his reluctance, Guli obediently drove to the New York sanctum. There was no alternative. He simply could not resist. Upon seeing Master Gui, the elder regarded him with an inexplicable gaze. You, young man, have you been dieting lately? You appear to have lost quite a bit of weight. Guli stood in bewilderment for a moment until he caught his reflection in the mirror of the New York sanctum. The image still bore an air of handsomeness. Yet he appeared hollowed out, as if vitality had been drained from him. Guli murmured to himself, I have been ravaged by indulgence. How could I have become so haggard? From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. Regrettably, without a wine glass in hand. He could only imagine dramatically shattering one to signify his resolution. Observing this, Master Gui sighed and rested a hand on his forehead. You rascal. Not a word about your indulgences? Gu Xiaozi, the reason I summoned you is that I need you to take care of a task for me. Filled with determination after his pledge to abstain from alcohol, Guli felt invigorated. Master, whatever you ask, I shall not refuse. However, could you possibly teach me a spell? Just one will suffice. Surprised by Guli's willingness, Gui inquired. A spell, perhaps a portal? Yes, indeed. That is the one I wish to learn. Ancient One nodded slightly, gently gesturing with her fingers, and an archaic tome materialized in her hand, which she subsequently handed to Guli. You see, there is a witch in Europe with whom I share a connection. She has recently committed numerous transgressions, and I need you to pay her a visit and teach her a lesson. Guli looked at Ancient One with curiosity. A witch? A connection? Is it Agatha? Now it was Ancient One's turn to be intrigued. She gazed at Guli with interest. You know Agatha? Her mother was an acquaintance of mine from many years ago. I apologize for the trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, before Guli could inquire further, Ancient One vanished through a golden portal, leaving New York sanctum. Boss, at the very least, you could have told me where exactly she is. Guli lamented. Europe is vast, and it's filled with countless tiny countries. Crossing borders can be quite a hassle. He mused that once he became formidable, he would delegate all such tasks to his subordinates. He could understand Ancient One's unreliable behavior. After all, being a powerful figure often comes with its own peculiarities. Agatha, fully known as Agatha Harkness, made her debut in the Marvel miniseries WandaVision. In the comics, she serves as the Scarlet Witch's mentor and has also taken on the role of nanny for the Fantastic Four. However, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, she is portrayed as a formidable antagonist, having slain her mother, Evanora, who led a coven of witches, simply because they sought to execute Agatha for her use of dark magic. The storyline did not precede itself. Rather, these characters have always existed within this realm. Much like Hydra's persistent presence within S.H.I.E.L.D., it simply was not the time to reveal their identities. Yet, what puzzled Guli was why Ancient One was so confident that he could confront this dark witch. Could he be under surveillance by the boss? That seemed unlikely. Although he had recently acquired several superpowers, he had not truly engaged in combat. Unable to fathom the reasoning, Guli decided to stop pondering and booked a flight to London for the day after tomorrow. As for today and tomorrow, he intended to indulge himself. Meanwhile, in New York, at A.I.M. Corporation, founder Aldrich Killian stared gloomily at the information on his screen. So, a woman has obtained our experimental footage. And none of you noticed? The truth behind the human bomb incident on March 9th last year was indeed a covert experiment of the extremist virus conducted by A.I.M. However, due to the virus's imperfections, an unfortunate incident ensued. Boss, since it hasn't been disclosed, Killian approached the speaker and delivered a resounding slap across the face. Not disclosed? Do you intend to wait for someone else to reveal it before you act? I'd be better off raising a dog than keeping you locked. Now, find that woman. Immediately. Yes, boss, replied the subordinate, holding his half-turned face. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly asked, what shall we do once we find her? Killian roared, eliminate her. He felt exhausted. Killian truly believed he was weary. The A.I.M. Corporation has nurtured a multitude of ineffectual individuals, and its current standing is entirely reliant on the existence of the dire virus. Should that video be leaked, it would deliver a catastrophic blow to the company. He could not permit such an occurrence. Thus, the woman must be silenced. For reasons unknown. He found himself envious of Tony Stark, the idol of his past, the man for whom he once braved the biting winds of New Year's Eve on a rooftop. Waiting in vain. The man whom his beloved had relentlessly pursued, Tony Stark. The memories of collaborating with Pepper remain the most cherished moments of his life. His perseverance over the years, his relentless struggle and effort, were all aimed at proving to Tony Stark that he is not inferior. It is merely that Stark was born into more favorable circumstances. Chapter 26. The Ambush Boss, have you been drawing circles all morning as part of some ritual? Grey Wolf inquired, perplexed by his leader's increasingly peculiar behavior. To him, it resembled something akin to a shamanistic dance on the verdant pastures. Upon hearing Grey Wolf's question, Ghoulie glared at the Camartage Portal Advancement Compendium in his grasp, frustration boiling within him. This tome of magic, bestowed upon him by Ancient One, should have posed no issue. However, he found himself utterly incapable of mastering the portal spell. He was baffled. Why was the most fundamental incantation from Camartage so exasperatingly difficult? No wonder the esteemed Ancient One had remarked on his lack of inherent magical talent. It seemed absurd. How could someone chosen by the system possibly be inept? By all accounts, those selected as hosts were deemed the chosen ones, and such individuals ought to possess considerable aptitude. With a determined yet stiff hand, Ghoulie continued to draw circles methodically. Round and round he went. Throughout the afternoon, Grey Wolf lounged on the sofa, a cigar dangling from his mouth, his legs crossed, accompanied by a mechanical dog and a mechanical bird. The trio observed their leader in rapt attention. Mechanical bird, is the master engaging in physical training? Mechanical dog, I suspect the master is practicing some form of martial arts. Grey Wolf, do you think it's possible that the boss is summoning something? Quite plausible, they concurred. For they themselves had been summoned without resistance, a forced arrival. Truly, their magnificent master must have felt a sense of unfamiliarity due to the absence of new summons, prompting this diligent practice. As night fell, Ghoulie despondently reclined on the sofa. After an entire day of futilely drawing circles, not even a spark had manifested. It was extraordinarily vexing. Just then, a mechanical chime interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to hastily grab his phone. On the other end, a distressed voice was crying out, "Uncle Goo, Aunt May and Sister Sky are injured. You must come quickly." The basement trembled violently, and Ghoulie's aura surged, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Soundwave, ascend," he commanded, and without hesitation, the vehicle surged forth from the underground garage, shattering the garage door as Ghoulie entered. The speed soared to its zenith in an instant, with Soundwave racing towards the outer cosmos. From the moment he received the news, Ghoulie's body quaked with trepidation. Fear gripped him, a profound dread of losing May and Daisy. Rationality began to wane, and he loathed himself for his inability to master the portal spell, for carelessly leaving Soundwave in the garage. Faster! Drift! Soundwave should have taken me there. In a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, Ghoulie berated himself. If only Soundwave were still hovering above the earth, surveilling, at the very least. He could have instructed Little Chaos to monitor the vicinity of the barbecue shop, providing a semblance of warning. What was originally a 30-minute journey was reduced to a mere 7 minutes of drifting. Yet, for Ghoulie, these 7 minutes felt interminable. Upon seeing the crowd gathered in front of the barbecue restaurant, a chilling sensation overwhelmed him. The uncontrolled shockwave had even cracked the pavement of the street. Fear and regret lingered in his heart. He was unsure how he had entered the establishment, but regained some clarity upon seeing May and Daisy alive. With tear-streaked cheeks, Daisy rushed into his embrace, and feeling the warmth of her presence, Ghoulie became fully alert. "Rest assured, gentlemen, the two ladies have only sustained minor injuries." Following the voice, Ghoulie had never found a police uniform to appear as endearing as it did at that moment. "I am George Stacy, the chief of the New York City Police Department. I need your cooperation in documenting a few details." Moments later, despite being aware of the events that had transpired, Ghoulie was still shaken. Not long before, several suspicious figures had entered the restaurant, coincidentally encountering Chief George, who was dining with colleagues. Consequently, the ensuing gunfire resulted in the death of one patron and injuries to several others. May and Daisy had merely suffered cuts from shattered glass. Fortunately, the presence of the nearby officers had averted further tragedy. Gratefully clasping George's hand, Ghoulie expressed his heartfelt thanks. "Your duty is commendable. Have you recently had any disputes with anyone?" The inquiry lasted approximately half an hour. The late-arriving ambulance transported the injured patrons to the hospital for treatment. Ghoulie generously waved his hand, covering all medical expenses and compensation. Additionally, he granted his employees a 6-month paid leave, as he decided to close the barbecue restaurant. At least until this crisis was resolved, reopening was out of the question. Observing May, whose arm was bandaged, Ghoulie firmly took her and little Peter to their new home. "Sister May, there are plenty of rooms here. You and Peter should stay for now. I cannot bear the thought of losing you." After hearing such candid words, May cast a wistful glance, relieved that Peter was currently wandering about in the living room. After soothing the two women, Ghoulie directly contacted the Soundwave, drifting through the atmosphere. "Soundwave, have you uncovered the origins of those individuals?" "Master, the 4 assailants are from the security department of A.I.M. Company." Upon learning the truth, Ghoulie instructed the drifting and mechanical pets at home. After ensuring they would guard the house, he hastened into the night towards A.I.M. His singular thought was to annihilate them. Meanwhile, at the New York Police Department, Chief George Stacy was meticulously scrutinizing surveillance footage for suspicious individuals. The assailants involved in the barbecue restaurant shootout did not appear to be typical gangsters. Finally, after comparing the surveillance footage with the internal police database, George discovered that the gunmen were, in fact, retired soldiers. This revelation suggested that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The gunman's target did not seem to be the owner of the barbecue restaurant, but what could a young girl have done to provoke such a group? As George was lost in contemplation, a sudden exclamation of surprise broke the silence. "Director, that benefactor was extraordinarily generous today, donating a staggering $10 million to our department. Is the barbecue restaurant truly that profitable? It's making me consider a career change." Upon hearing this, George chuckled and retorted, "That person's car is worth several million. The barbecue restaurant is likely just a hobby." He surmised that the $10 million donation was largely due to the significance of that young girl to Gu Li, perhaps even immensely so. As a father himself, George inexplicably found Gu Li increasingly likable, handsome with commendable character. In a society like America, where wealth reigns supreme, Gu Li's actions at the barbecue restaurant stood in stark contrast to the typical traits of a capitalist. Unpaid employee leave, covering all medical expenses and mental compensations for guests, and a $10 million donation to the police department. None of these actions seemed to align with the typical American ethos. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of cracks in the street was quite unusual, resembling the aftermath of an earthquake. Curiously, however, New York had not experienced any seismic activity recently. Chapter 27, Unpolluted New York Shield. Director Nick Fury presided over a pivotal meeting, discussing task allocations with a cadre of agents. The Black Widow also arrived to partake in the discussions, her undercover identity within Stark Industries remaining undisclosed. The atmosphere in the conference room was grave. As Director Fury scrutinized each agent with a serious demeanor, Ross had detected the presence of the group and inquired who would venture to Brazil. Bruce Banner was among those Fury sought to recruit, while Ross posed a potential rival, primarily due to his control over the super soldier program. Suddenly, a trusted agent burst into the meeting room, his expression somber as he reported, "Director, a severe firefight has erupted near the A.I.M. Tower." Fury raised his hand to adjourn the meeting, commanding, "Switch to the live feed." At that very moment, chaos reigned at the A.I.M. Tower, where Gu Li was unleashing his fury. Those familiar with the game knew that such carnage could be addictive. A tide of desperate virus warriors surged forth, accompanied by the thunderous roar of armed helicopters, resembling a swarm of metallic behemoths circling the sky, their engines deafening enough to seem as if they might rend the world asunder. The rampant gunfire streaked through the night like lightning, illuminating the battlefield. At the epicenter, Gu Li elegantly gestured with his fingers. In an instant, all chaos dissipated and silence enveloped the battlefield. With an S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye Clint and others stared at the surveillance footage in disbelief. Throughout his career as an agent, Hawkeye had never witnessed such an elegant yet eco-friendly manifestation of violence. Gu Li's movements were devoid of any ostentation. He simply swept his fingers gracefully. The helicopters that had been hovering above and the myriad of bullets suddenly transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, epitomizing an unpolluted act. Yet, when it came to taking lives, he showed no hesitation, embodying pure brutality. The special forces, their bodies akin to molten lava, had yet to approach when they too inexplicably metamorphosed into dancing snowflakes. The scene before them utterly shattered Hawkeye's preconceived notions. The arbitrary transformation of matter, how is it achievable? Even Superman might find it implausible. Indeed, within the Marvel Universe, there existed the comic book representation of Superman. The agents in the conference room, stunned by the spectacle, remained silent for an extended period. Eventually, Nick Fury gravely declared, "He'll escalate his threat level to 10. The perspective shifted back to the A.I.M. Tower, where, after dispatching the minions of Killian, Gu Li clenched his fist towards the A.I.M. Tower, sending forth an unending wave of tremors that enveloped the entire structure. Suddenly, the glass facade of the tower shattered, and the building began to sway precariously. At that moment, a voice emanated urgently from the distant Mark armor, pleading, "Gu, stand down, the area is swarming with fobblers. Leave the rest to me." After a long few seconds, Tony breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Gu Li cease his actions. The experience was profoundly unsettling. Gu Li, when driven to madness, could indeed be lethal. In a mere span of 10 minutes, he penetrated the stronghold of A.I.M., were it not for the swiftness of Mark's armor. Tony had no doubt that the towering edifice before him would have likely been reduced to ruins by Gu Li. Although the reasons behind the unfolding events remained unclear, Tony instinctively believed that someone must have provoked Gu Li. After all, to him, Gu Li epitomized the elegance, restraint, and courtesy characteristic of many Eastern individuals. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never instigate trouble. "Thank you. I shall take one more life before I depart," Gu Li declared, unwavering in his commitment to eradicate all sources of threat. The incident concerning Daisy stemmed from the nefarious founder of A. I am Killian. Yet whether the orders originated from Killian or not had become inconsequential. Although tonight's actions deviated from his usual modus operandi of self-preservation, the stature of Killian was sufficient to compel Ghoulie to act. Did Killian truly believe himself to be a sorcerer of ancient wisdom, or perhaps a mere imp? Ascending to the top floor via the elevator, Ghoulie finally encountered Killian. The arch-nemesis from Iron Man 3 appeared unperturbed, even greeting Ghoulie with a smile. "Esteemed Mr. Goo," he began, "shall we strike a bargain? How much would it take to purchase my life?" Living in America, enmity held little significance. In this fallen society, wealth reigned supreme. Killian was convinced that the formidable Ghoulie, having grown up in the crucible of New York, would inevitably succumb to the corrupting influences of society. He firmly believed that money could indeed buy his life. Unbeknownst to him, however, was the fact that even if Ghoulie were to take his life, the riches would still belong to Ghoulie, thanks to the unparalleled thief, Xiaomi Luan, whose reign of thievery was unparalleled until the emergence of Ultron. Ghoulie's response was succinct, accompanied only by the searing pain of a ruptured heart within Killian's chest. "In your next life, be more observant," he uttered. With a resounding pop, reminiscent of a heart bursting, Killian's lifeless body gradually dissipated until it vanished entirely. Exhaling deeply, Ghoulie felt a tremor within, as this marked the first occasion in both his lives that he had taken a life. Fortunately, his methods were not excessively gruesome. His victims were rendered to mere ashes, granting him the illusion of existing within a realm akin to a video game. As for the potential complications that might arise, Ghoulie gestured towards Xiaomi Luan, who had transformed into a mobile device, promptly sending the footage of the impending viral explosion to Tony. Upon viewing the video, Tony's confidence surged. "I will escort you from here. Shortly, I shall arrange a press conference for Stark Industries." Suddenly, the Mark armor propelled Ghoulie through the thick ceiling, sending a cascade of concrete and dust into the air. Ghoulie, exasperated, employed his abilities to disperse the debris from his face. It was evident that Tony still recalled the last time Ghoulie had ejected him from the ice pit. This reinforced Tony's determination. He must master the art of teleportation. No formidable force would ever rely solely on their legs for movement. Could one truly be considered a master if their entrance lacked the grandeur befitting their prowess? Although he possessed the ability to dash and glide over short distances by relying on shockwaves, the prospect of flight within a limited time frame was bleak. Thus, a portal emerged as the optimal choice. An hour later, Stark Industries convened a press conference. Iron Man, Tony Stark, vehemently condemned the inhumane human experiments conducted by AIM, and acknowledged his personal intervention in neutralizing the dire threat of the extremist virus. Furthermore, Iron Man pledged that Stark Industries would steadfastly uphold the principles of sustainable development, contributing to the construction of America. The video footage unveiled during the conference marked the conclusion of the tragic events surrounding the New York suicide bombings. The AIM building's firefight was ostensibly over. Aside from shattered glass, no trace remained in the vicinity, as if the clash had never transpired. Meanwhile, within the confines of SHIELD, a somber atmosphere prevailed. Nick Fury contemplated that Ghoulie's destructive capabilities could rival those of the Hulk, albeit differentiated by physical devastation and magical assault. "Natasha, you will continue your work at Stark Industries. Coulson, your destination is Brazil. Clint, you are to engage with Ghoulie." After issuing these directives, Nick Fury exhaled heavily. These three individuals were each more troublesome than the last. Chapter 28. Undercover. Recently, strange occurrences have transpired in New York City, with a significant number of citizens vanishing without a trace, prompting an extensive mobilization of police officers, including Agent Phil Coulson from SHIELD. However, despite days of diligent searching, they remained devoid of any leads. It was as if these individuals had evaporated from existence, leaving no remnants or clues behind. What added to the peculiarity of the situation was the fact that all the missing persons were affiliated with AIM. The mastermind behind this unsettling event was Ghoulie, who spent an entire month meticulously eradicating the remnants of the Killian faction within AIM, leaving no stone unturned in his quest for thoroughness. Ghoulie was acutely aware that SHIELD would inevitably uncover the truth behind the disappearances, and the Hydra operatives concealed within SHIELD would also come to the same realization. His intent was to reveal this truth, to demonstrate the consequences of provoking him. "I am a madman. Do as you will," he mused. In a perilous world such as this, mere survival was insufficient. One must occasionally bare their fangs. The events surrounding AIM served as Ghoulie's display of ferocity towards SHIELD, Hydra, and their unseen puppeteers. "Do not provoke me." At that moment, within the confines of SHIELD, Hawkeye Clint Barton conveyed their purpose to director Nick Fury. "Fury, that guy is a lunatic, a complete madman. If he can locate the personnel roster of AIM, he is certainly capable of pinpointing my residence. Please assign someone else to this task. Nick Fury, with a resigned nod, replied, take a break, Barton. Rest for a few days. Over the past month, progress within SHIELD had been remarkably smooth. Tony Stark had been invited to serve as a consultant for the agency, but he had two stipulations. First, SHIELD must cooperate in concealing the truth regarding the AIM headquarters and refrain from targeting Gu Li. Second, SHIELD was to return all possessions left by Howard Stark. Without much deliberation, Barton acquiesced to Tony's conditions, although Gu Li was somewhat unhinged. At least there was a chance to reason with him during his moments of madness, which was a marked improvement over the Hulk. Furthermore, the items rightfully belonged to the Stark family, so their return posed no real loss to either him or SHIELD. However, one aspect caught him off guard. He had not anticipated the camaraderie between Stark and Gu Li. When had these two become acquainted? Consequently, Hawkeye's mission to engage with Gu Li was deemed a failure, and he turned his attention to Agent Coulson in Brazil, yet he did not encounter Bruce Banner. Upon learning of SHIELD's movements, Ross preemptively dispatched troops to assault the soda factory, forcing Bruce to transform into the Hulk and escape. Fortunately for Fury, Bruce Banner stealthily returned to Culver University, presenting an opportunity for contact. Meanwhile, at Stark Tower, Gu Li, having been invited to dine with Tony and Ethan, was preparing for his journey to Europe. A month prior, he had promised the Ancient One to assist in locating Agatha, and with unforeseen delays, it was becoming increasingly untenable to postpone further. Ultimately, Gu Li's primary concern was the potential wrath of the Ancient One. Although he had gleaned from films that she typically refrained from interference unless Earth faced a dimensional invasion, he remained apprehensive. However, that version of the Ancient One exists solely within the realm of cinema, while Gu Li encounters the living, breathing Ancient One. In the past cinematic narrative, Ethan met his demise, yet in this reality, he is thriving after being rescued. Thus, certain matters cannot be assessed through the lens of conventional reasoning. Gu, are you prepared? Tony inquired, referring to the expedition to Antarctica for the extraction of vibranium. Tony, my dear friend, I must first journey to Europe to seek someone, and then we shall proceed with the extraction. Tony suddenly became intrigued, fixing his gaze on Gu Li as he asked, a woman? To be precise, it is indeed a woman. Agatha, a woman who has lived for nearly 4 centuries, her practice of dark sorcery rendering her somewhat eccentric. I shall accompany you, fortuitously. Mark V can now transform into a suitcase akin to that mechanical canine. This revelation stemmed from their experience outside the cave in Afghanistan, witnessing the mechanical dog morph into a suitcase. Instinctively, Tony and Ethan had designed the Mark V to resemble such a form. Come, to our grand endeavor. Let us raise a toast. Tony Stark's integration into SHIELD was the result of a collaborative decision among the trio. The catastrophic virus explosion, coupled with the enigmatic Gu Li and the equally mysterious Ancient One, led Tony to realize that this world might diverge significantly from his previous understanding. Thus, he conferred with Ethan to establish an organization capable of addressing superhuman threats. The first individual they invited was none other than Gu Li. However, due to the limited personnel within their organization, certain mysterious incidents might not be promptly detected. Consequently, Tony infiltrated SHIELD as an undercover agent. After all, Ethan, being a lifelong bachelor, had no family and possessed no superhuman abilities, making him an unlikely candidate for SHIELD. Meanwhile, Gu Li's temperament was somewhat too volatile for undercover operations. Should he suddenly lose control, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for SHIELD. As for the name of the organization, the trio of naming ineptitude had yet to arrive at a decision. While their base of operations was temporarily established at Tony's seaside villa, Gu Li's agreement to join was influenced by the recent incident at the barbecue restaurant. Had Director George not fortuitously been dining there, he could scarcely fathom the ramifications. Despite the plethora of villains in this world, those desiring to conquer it, those seeking to consume the earth, and others intent on annihilating half of the universe's life, ordinary individuals like George are in abundance. Having arrived in this world, Gu Li is willing to engage in actions that are within his capacity. Gu, thank you once again for saving both me and Tony. Truth be told, that was one of the most remarkable inventions I have ever witnessed. Gu Li understood that Ethan was referring to the mechanical dog. He raised his glass towards them. While being a superhero may be exhausting, individuals like them, conducting themselves with a sense of freedom yet adhering to their principles, may find it less burdensome. With Soundwave's monitoring from beyond and the presence of the artificial intelligence Jarvis, they can effortlessly identify most anti-human activities. Moreover, S, H, I, E, L, D, provides channels of information. Although the current state of S, H, I, E, L, D has been infiltrated by HYDRA, rendering it akin to a sieve. It resembles more a division of Hydra than a legitimate organization. However, the foundation they possess is undeniably substantial, and their channels of information far surpass those of the trio. Moreover, Tony's mission involves infiltration to gather intelligence, thus his personal safety should be of little concern, unless Hydra were to act irrationally. Speaking of Hydra, Ghoulie suddenly recalled their leader, the Inhuman known as Hive. Considering the passage of time, that individual is likely to return to Earth soon. Meanwhile, Bruce Banner has returned to America, earnestly attempting to locate his previous research materials to address the issue of blood mutation caused by gamma radiation, due to Ghoulie's interference. The Ancient One has temporarily mitigated Tony's palladium poisoning, and the documents left by Howard have been retrieved by Tony from S, H, I, E, L, D. Without the imminent threat of palladium poisoning, Tony should refrain from reckless behavior. Of course, it is possible that the self-correcting nature of the timeline would shift the battle originally set in Morocco to London. Chapter 29. A return to London. When it comes to the timeline, it is inextricably linked to the Time Stone and the Temporal Variance Authority. Of course, we cannot forget the deity of tales, Loki, who is the reason the Time Stone is green. At this moment, the Time Stone remains in the possession of the Ancient One, while the fate of the story god is uncertain. My current abilities are insufficient to allow me a glimpse of my future self. Perhaps my future self gazes upon me at this very instant. Time is a rather abstract concept, embodying the movement of matter, the continuity of change, and the manifestation of sequence. Perhaps at this moment, the god of stories gazes from the far reaches of time at the present multiverse. I understand that I must ascend to such divine heights, for you, for all of us. Ghoulie is convinced that he too can attain such elevation. After all, he is a prodigy, with the existence of a rogue simulator. He truly believes no one can thwart him. If pushed to the brink, he might resort to self-destruction, and when his soul is drawn to the underworld, he shall cling to death itself, leveraging his title as New York's most handsome to surely bestow a green cap upon the charming purple sweet potato. It is crucial to remember that death is an entity intertwined with eternity, infinity, and obliteration, collectively referred to as the four great abstractions. As for the planet devourer, it is merely a unit of measurement. Goo, your laughter is a bit unsettling, remarked a companion. Ha ha ha, Ghoulie chuckled nervously. I just thought of something amusing. I'll head home now. Remember to arrange for tomorrow's private jet. Not a problem. I've already made plans with that water sprite. I'll just bring her a set of battle armor. In the original timeline, Tony had only gifted the Mark armor to Rhodey and Pepper. Although War Machine had taken it himself, he could not have done so without Tony's consent. It was puzzling why Tony had such a fondness for the Eternal's young water sprite. Perhaps he was simply a doting father at heart. Thinking of Cersei, who lived with the water sprite, Ghoulie felt a deep sense of nostalgia. However, before heading to Europe, he needed to pacify the three ladies at home. The following day at noon, Tony encountered a listless Ghoulie aboard his private jet. Goo, why do you look so haggard? Did you not rest well last night? When they parted ways the previous evening, Ghoulie had appeared quite well. Now, just a day and night later, he resembled a worn-out addict, with dark circles under his eyes and an expression that radiated profound fatigue. Strangely, this feeling struck Tony as eerily familiar. I just need a nap. Wake me when we arrive in London. His exhaustion was genuine, yet thankfully, it bore fruitful results. After a year and a half, Ghoulie had finally acquired all of Spider-Man's superpowers. Now, he possessed a blend of the serum and Spider-Man's physique. However, for reasons unknown, he still felt somewhat inadequate in the presence of his three girlfriends. It seemed that donning the iron suit was imperative. The challenge was that this was Marvel, and he had no means of seeking out Wonder Woman in DC. After a flurry of errant thoughts, Ghoulie's mind galloped like an untamed stallion across the boundless prairie, ultimately returning, weary, to the stable. How wonderful it is to be young. Observing Ghoulie lying down and sinking into a deep slumber without a word, Tony felt a pang of envy. Born on May 29, 1970, Tony was now 40 years old. However, he did not perceive himself as aged. After all, they say a man at 40 is like a flower in full bloom. He merely sensed that he was no longer youthful. For hours later, at London Airport, upon seeing the arrival of the water sprite and Cersei, Ghoulie hurriedly approached and opened his arms for a warm embrace. Brother-in-law, how long do you plan to stay this time? The water sprite's eyes sparkled with mischief. In her understanding, the more stable Ghoulie and Cersei's relationship became, the greater her chances with Akaris. Ghoulie affectionately ruffled the young girl's hair. I've come to attend to some matters, and I might be here for quite a while. Alas, does my position not hold a place in your eyes, Uncle Tony? The water sprite playfully thumped Tony's chest, causing a delightful jingling sound. Throughout the vast span of 7 millennia, the water sprite had felt a profound sense of inferiority due to her inability to grow physically. having no friends aside from her eternal family. Yet, despite their brief acquaintance, she harbored an inexplicable fondness for this peculiar uncle, relishing their time together. Beside them, Cersei maintained her usual calm demeanor, as if nothing could stir the depths of her heart. However, her gaze was evasive, unable to meet Ghouli's eyes directly. This time in London, Tony and his companion chose not to stay at Stark Manor, but rather at the Water Sprite's home. Each of them had their own motives for this decision. Ghoulie believed it was safer for his brother Tony to remain here while he sought Agatha, considering there were two Eternals present. Tony, on the other hand, had prepared himself to lend support once again. Cersei and the Water Sprite prepared a sumptuous welcome feast, with the dining table laden with delicacies from various countries. These dishes, rich in aroma and flavor, resembled exquisite works of art, making it difficult to bring oneself to partake. The advantages of a lengthy life finally revealed themselves at this moment. Both were exceptional cooks, adept at mastering both Chinese and Western cuisines with ease. For this, Tony genuinely raised his thumb in admiration. You and Cersei possess remarkable culinary skills, far surpassing Ghouli's barbecue establishment. Upon hearing Tony's compliment, the Water Sprite sighed, her expression tinged with regret. Alas, we lack the time to savor it. How about this? Once school is out, I'll arrange for a private jet to take you both over. Upon hearing Tony's suggestion, the Water Sprite's gaze dimmed, losing its earlier luster. She felt a wave of helplessness, unsure whether to reveal to Tony that she would never grow up and had never attended school. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Ghoulie spoke up. Sister, sometimes viewing things from a different perspective can reveal that it is not necessarily a bad thing. Before their astonished eyes, the chopsticks held by Ghoulie gradually dissolved into flowing particles that danced around his fingertips. As the particles reassembled into a lily and a rose, Ghoulie placed them into the hands of Cersei and the Water Spirit, continuing, when you confront your abilities and shortcomings, you will realize that you are akin to a diamond, shimmering brilliantly under the sun, while your flaws serve as your whetstone, rendering you more resilient and radiant. The scene before them was all too familiar to Cersei and the Water Spirit, for it mirrored the extraordinary powers possessed by Cersei. In light of this, the Water Spirit rose, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, are you also of the Eternal clan? Chapter 30. The 10-Man Squad. Jeff, are you also an Eternal? The Water Sprite inquired, only to quickly shake her head in realization. She knew that the only Eternals who arrived on Earth 7,000 years ago were the 10-Man Squad led by Ajax, which included Ajax, Cersei, Ikaris, Thena, Gilgamesh, Kingo, Phastos, Druig, Makari, and herself. I am but a human, a pure-blooded human. Cersei, standing nearby, suddenly appeared much more cautious. Her gaze fixated on Ghoulie as she voiced her inner turmoil. You approached us with intent. What is it that you truly seek? Her eyes brimmed with both suspicion and anticipation, resembling a wounded creature yearning for truth while fearing the worst. Her emotions were akin to a turbulent sea, tumultuous waves preventing her from finding tranquility. She was perplexed, torn between contradictions and unease. That day I met you was the most beautiful accident of my life. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew I had fallen for you. Whether it was love at first sight or mere infatuation, I had indeed fallen for you. In that moment, Ghoulie emerged as the most passionate soul in New York, secretly commending himself for his boldness. Isn't it reasonable for such surprises to occur frequently? Upon hearing Ghoulie's confession, Cersei's cheeks flushed slightly, prompting her to momentarily disregard the man before her. Observing this, Tony and the Water Sprite exchanged approving glances beneath the table, silently giving Ghoulie a thumbs up. Tony was well aware that Ghoulie resided with three stunning women, 18-year-old Daisy, 24-year-old Zhao Helen, and 31-year-old May. With Cersei now included, the count had risen to 4. Additionally, Tony knew the true purpose of Ghoulie's journey to Europe, to seek another woman. However, if Ghoulie were to learn of Tony's thoughts, he would vehemently declare, I do not speak nonsense. A mad witch like Agatha did not align with his aesthetic preferences. Seeing the tension between his sister and brother-in-law, the Water Sprite deftly shifted the conversation. Brother-in-law, how did you come to know we are Eternals? Indeed, Ghoulie, she continued. What exactly is an Eternal? Is it a branch of humanity? Faced with their inquiries, Ghoulie helplessly shrugged. You mentioned it, my dear sister. I had no prior knowledge of your status as Eternals. The Water Sprite's lips twitched slightly as she recalled that it was indeed her own words that had revealed their identity. Then why did you comfort me as if you were aware of the superpowers that I and Cersei possess? Well, you see, I possess an innate ability to sense the energy fluctuations in others. Ghoulie felt a sense of pride swell within him, pondering the perfection of his excuse. Were it someone else in this world making such a claim, they might be met with skepticism. Yet, as a traveler from another realm, he had a modicum of understanding regarding the superpowered individuals within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Upon hearing Ghoulie's explanation, a glimmer of realization flickered in Cersei's and the Water Sprite's eyes. Meanwhile, Tony, who remained oblivious to the conversation, quickly interjected with questions. What exactly are the Eternals? Does the young girl and Cersei possess superpowers as well? Tony, are you jesting? Observing the silence among the three, Tony felt an unexpected pallor descend upon his life. Why? During this period, had he only encountered beings endowed with extraordinary abilities, while he, Tony Stark, so remarkable in his own right, remained an ordinary man? Why indeed? Ghoulie grasped Cersei's hand, gazing deeply into her eyes. May I speak, Cersei? Ghoulie was determined to pursue the path of the scoundrel. The massacre before the A.I.M. building had awakened his true nature. For an ordinary individual, the myriad dazzling superpowers were utterly intoxicating. When one can only exist as an ordinary person, it is best to embrace that role. Yet, when afforded the chance to ascend to divinity, who would turn down such an opportunity? Cersei, resigned, relinquished her struggle, allowing Ghoulie to intertwine their fingers. The Eternals arrived on Earth 7 millennia ago, safeguarding the continuity and safety of human civilization throughout the ages after a considerable time, upon learning of the connection between the 10-member team of Eternals and human history. Tony's understanding was once again reshaped. He murmured in astonishment, So, young lady, you have lived for over 7,000 years? Indeed, Uncle Tony. And I have always appeared this way, forever in a state of stasis. The water sprite fell into a melancholic reverie. The inability to mature meant she would never savor the taste of love. Indeed, the Eternals were predominantly love-struck. Tony draped an arm around the water sprite's shoulders, uncertain how to console this child of over 7,000 years. After all, he, Tony, was merely a child of 40. The scene before Ghoulie prompted him to hesitate, ultimately deciding to withhold his words. The water sprite was not eternally incapable of growth. If she relinquished her powers, she could indeed mature into adulthood. As the night deepened, the group engaged in light conversation before returning to their respective chambers. However, a stealthy figure crept towards Cersei's door, deftly sliding through the lock and entering. Subsequently, he skillfully retrieved a tome titled A Comprehensive Guide to Ancient Egyptian Texts and began his studies. There was, just now, a familiar surge of energy emanating from you. Gently pinching Cersei's cheek, Ghoulie retorted, Perhaps we have simply grown accustomed to each other's energy signatures. As for the reason behind Cersei's sudden sensation of dissonance around Ghoulie, he felt equally perplexed. He could hardly confess, I just acquired the superpowers of your ex-boyfriend. Regrettably, this time, it was not the ability to fly. Instead, it was akin to the heat vision of Cyclops from the X-Men. The golden cosmic energy beams emitted from Akari's eyes. Through his interactions with Cersei, Ghoulie developed a misconception, given a year's time. He might very well acquire all the superpowers of the 10-member team of Eternals. Among the members of the Eternal team, Cersei possesses the remarkable ability to reshape the molecular structure of matter, though her skills do not yet reach the extraordinary subatomic level exhibited by a molecular being. The young sprite, wields the powers of illusion and invisibility. Akari's, akin to Superman from the DC universe, can soar at light speed, launching cosmic energy beams from his eyes, albeit lacking a cape. Thena, known as the Master of Weapons, has the ability to manipulate cosmic energy to conjure various armaments, including swords, spears, and shields, and is exceptionally skilled in combat. Gilgamesh, reminiscent of a certain punchman, can don cosmic energy-infused gauntlets, granting him formidable strength in his punches. Kingo, who claims to be the uncle of Thor, possesses the ability to project cosmic energy orbs and beams from his fingertips. Phastos, a brilliant inventor, utilizes cosmic energy to create an array of weapons and technologies. Druig holds the power to manipulate the thoughts of others. Macquarie, the female equivalent of the Flash, does not yet possess the ability to traverse time and space like Barry Allen. Ajax, the leader of the team, has the power of self-healing and can also heal others using cosmic energy. If the abilities of all 10 Eternals could be combined into one, they would likely be capable of delivering several resounding blows to Thanos. The path of learning remains long and arduous. Chapter 31. Dynamic light waves for 3 consecutive days. Ghoulie found himself utterly engrossed in the tome titled A Comprehensive Explanation of Ancient Egyptian Scripts, lost in its depths as if enchanted and unable to extricate himself. It was only at the urging of his brother Tony that he awakened from his scholarly reverie, recalling his mission to locate Agatha. However, his time was consumed entirely by the pursuit of flight. He was so preoccupied that he scarcely had a moment to sip tea, let alone traverse Europe in search of that madwoman. Thus, he unhesitatingly made the most prudent choice. Hello, Master Ghoulie, it's me, Little Goo. I would appreciate your assistance in locating Agatha. He recalled that Kamartaj possessed a remarkable artifact, ideally suited for finding individuals on Miami Beach, clad in sunglasses and casual attire. Ghoulie frowned upon answering the call. Indeed, she had tasked Ghoulie with disciplining Agatha, but that had occurred a month and a half prior. This young man had clearly not taken it to heart. Despite her reluctance to engage with Ghoulie, she waved her hand, and in an instant, a mirrored space isolated her essence from the world. With her hands forming seals once more, a luminous screen manifested, revealing the erratic figure of Agatha. With a snap of her fingers, Guli's spirit returned to her corporeal form. Sokovia. After ending the call, Guli promptly purchased a ticket to Sokovia. Under the tutelage of Circe over the past few days, his intellectual prowess had greatly improved, yet he still had not acquired the ability to fly. Nor had he mastered the art of teleportation. He was left with no choice but to resort to this most rudimentary mode of travel. During the flight, Guli reclined in a seat, studying the system panel. Name, Guli. Race, human. Age, 21. Powers, 50/50 serum, spider totem, fate cards, molecular restructuring, invisibility, dynamic light waves. Items, little cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, blue giant star destroyer cannon. Affiliations, drift, sound waves, tape legion, gray wolf. Contract object, Dormammu, having acquired the full abilities of Spider-Man. The corresponding section on the system panel transformed into Spider Totem. The Spider Totem serves as the source of power for all Spider-Men across the multiverse. A topic to be elaborated upon later. Meanwhile, Guli's newly acquired superpower was the dynamic light waves, emanating from his eyes as golden cosmic energy beams. Akin to Icarus's radiant thermal vision. One must admit, the golden visual effects of dynamic light waves significantly enhanced his desired aura. Just imagine, while his adversaries indulge in hot pot and song, he could launch a sudden ambush, bio. This ability proved exceedingly versatile. Effective in both close combat and mid to long range scenarios, with the added benefit of having no cooldown. As long as his eyes remained unclouded, he could continue to unleash Bayou indefinitely. Should any foolhardy individual dare to utter, "You dare look again?" Guli would most certainly respond with eagerness. In the expansive realms of Marvel and DC, those endowed with luminescent ocular abilities include well-known figures such as Superman, the Destroyer, Icarus, Cyclops, and the mute version of Deadpool. Certainly, there are the Omega beams of Darkseid, which are rather enigmatic in nature as they possess the ability to curve. Additionally, the well-known hero Azrael from our homeland has eyes that emit a luminous glow. However, if we were to engage in a comparison of these heat vision abilities, Icarus's heat vision would undoubtedly be inferior to Darkseid's Omega beams, yet still superior to the ocular powers of Cyclops, the mouthless Deadpool, and Azrael. As for a comparison with Superman and Doomsday, it is rather difficult to ascertain. Should the opportunity arise to traverse the DC universe, a comparison could be made then. It is worth noting that Marvel and DC occasionally engage in character crossovers within certain multiverses. After acquiring the ability of photonic energy manipulation, Guli began to sense that even without establishing a romantic connection with Supergirl, he could feasibly become a plus version of Superman solely through system rewards. It remains a mystery what that madwoman is up to in Sokovia. Once he locates Agatha, he intends to test the potency of his photonic energy manipulation. The thrill of it will undoubtedly be exhilarating. Sokovia, a seemingly inconspicuous Eastern European nation, plays a pivotal role within the Marvel universe. In 1999, civil unrest erupted in Sokovia. A bomb detonated at the Maximoff household, resulting in the tragic demise of Wanda and Quicksilver's parents. Shortly thereafter, a second missile landed before the siblings. Fortunately, it did not explode. Out of fear of triggering the bomb, the siblings remained motionless for 2 days, fixated on the Stark Industries logo emblazoned upon it. From that moment, the seeds of hatred were quietly sown. Another significant event was the climactic battle between the Avengers and Ultron, the Battle of Sokovia, which served as the catalyst for the Sokovia Accords, ultimately leading to the schism within the Avengers. Guli speculated that Agatha's objective might involve the Hydra base concealed within Sokovia. Hydra is perhaps most famously recognized for its motto, "Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place." Throughout Hydra's history, notable figures include Hive, Red Skull, Dr. Zola, Winter Soldier, and Baron Strucker. Of this list, Dr. Zola, that diminutive genius devoid of superhuman abilities, left a particularly deep impression on Guli. Zola, the intellectual backbone of Hydra, developed the technology for consciousness uploading, executed decades-long mind control over the Winter Soldier, and created weapons capable of harnessing the Cosmic Cube's energy. In the Marvel series What If, during a conflict for a body between Zola and Ultron, Zola emerged victorious. Following the conclusion of World War II, as Hydra's major bases were eradicated, Zola was subsequently recruited into SHIELD, where he re-established Hydra and infiltrated the organization. This explains why. From the end of World War II until the signing of the Sokovia Accords, despite Hydra's apparent destruction, its influence lingered. The present-day Hydra has thoroughly infiltrated SHIELD, rendering it akin to a sieve. It must be acknowledged that Nick Fury's rise to the position of director of SHIELD amidst the Hydra ranks is indeed a testament to his capabilities. Although the Hydra's attempts to dominate Earth within the cinematic universe have repeatedly met with failure, There exist instances of their success across various alternate realities, such as the infamous Hydra leader, whose cunning tactics have left a lasting mark. We shall delve into that later. After departing from the Sokovia airport, Gu Li, following the clues provided by the Ancient One, embarked on an unrelenting quest to locate Agatha. Meanwhile, in Virginia, at Culver University, Bruce Banner, having fled from Brazil, returned to the hallowed halls of his alma mater. Memories of the past surged forth like a torrential flood, the visage and voice of his beloved Betty, the minutiae of his professional endeavors, and the initiation of the military's supersoldier program. The accidental leak during the gamma radiation experiments transformed him into a green behemoth. These recollections flickered in his mind like vivid images. Bruce's return to the university was imbued with great hope. He sought to uncover previous research materials to address the issue of his physical mutation. His aspirations were modest, merely yearning to reclaim the simplicity of being an ordinary man. Chapter 32. Hydra Base. In the Hydra Base located in Sokovia, Gu Li, in a moment of bewilderment, likened his invisibility ability to a fruit that even dogs would refuse to consume. The reason behind his sudden remark stemmed from his recent attempt to infiltrate the Hydra Base in search of the witch, only to find himself detected by thermal sensors before he could locate her. This invisibility, it seemed, was not the true form of concealment he had anticipated. His current sentiment was one of utter disbelief. After all, invisibility was one of the powers bestowed upon him by the eternal race. Yet he never fathomed it could be thwarted by thermal detection. Now, confronted by a group of Hydra soldiers with weapons drawn, he reluctantly deactivated his invisibility. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. "Is that you?" inquired the masked leader among the Hydra soldiers, clearly recognizing Gu Li. This revelation piqued Gu Li's curiosity. Am I truly that renowned? However, mere moments later, he grasped the reality that Hydra must have obtained intelligence regarding his abilities from SHIELD. Since he was recognized, it seemed the matter could be handled amicably. After a brief silence of about half a minute, during which Gu Li prepared himself for any eventuality, he suddenly heard the leader affirmatively respond with a simple "all right." Gu Li was taken aback, certain he had not misheard. The leader had indeed said "all right." Yet, this only deepened his perplexity. Come on, you are Hydra, the globally acknowledged nefarious organization that seeks to dominate the Earth. The very Hydra known for its merciless killings. How can you be so accommodating? Had he not been absolutely certain he was in the Hydra base, he might have doubted his location. Perplexed, Gu Li scratched his head. Under these circumstances, he deemed it inappropriate to take aggressive action. Respect is reciprocal. And since Hydra had extended an olive branch, Gu Li was not one to disregard social decorum. "Mr. Gu, whom do you seek?" "I shall have someone bring them to you," the leader offered. Given the cordiality of the situation, Gu Li felt no need to feign obstinacy. "Agatha," he replied. Upon hearing the name, the masked leader fell silent, yet Gu Li sensed a momentary hesitation before the leader swiftly retrieved his phone to report the situation. After a brief interval, the leader saluted the phone in a standard Hydra Nazi gesture. "Yes, Chief." "Mr. Gu, please hold on." "No, take me with you. I am quite curious about what this madwoman is up to." Gu Li had not anticipated the existence of such a connection between Agatha and Hydra. Was it an alliance? The Dark Witch and Hydra. One could argue they were indeed a fitting pair. Sure enough, there were advantages to showing one's true nature, as demonstrated in this instance where dialogue could resolve matters more effectively than violence. Even though dispatching the Hydra soldiers before him would pose no significant challenge, it was preferable to engage in conversation. Under the leadership of the small leader, a group of individuals traversed the passage of the base for approximately 5 minutes, until Gu Li finally beheld the frenzied witch. At that moment, Agatha resembled a shaman in a trance, arms outstretched as she chanted incantations, "Ayaheyaheyahe," seemingly conducting a mysterious ritual, with the sacrificial offerings being a cluster of children. A flicker of fierce intensity flashed in Gu Li's eyes as he scanned his surroundings. Not far from the children, several larger iron cages stood, within which were imprisoned humanoid creatures cloaked in gray fur. One particularly massive figure lay with its back to the crowd, rendering its species indistinguishable. Observing this, Gu Li raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of golden light flickering in his gaze. Under different circumstances, Agatha would have met her demise, and the members of Hydra would have certainly faced the same fate. Yet, with the presence of children, he hesitated, uncertain if abruptly interrupting the ritual would endanger them. "Have her cease at once. I have inquiries for her." The small leader nodded. Were it anyone else speaking so arrogantly to him, they would have long since sealed their own fate. However, this particular Mr. Gu was different. He was, after all, a candidate personally sought after by the leader and might one day become his superior. Perhaps it was prudent to extend a courtesy to a future superior? Having undergone a moment of self-affirmation, the small leader halted Agatha's incantation. Infuriated, the mad witch stormed over, bellowing, "I didn't come here for you to interrupt. Do not forget, There are no suitable sacrifices nearby for the werewolf transformation ritual. At this, Ghoulie mused, so, they are werewolves. The Marvel Universe does indeed feature werewolves and vampires, though they typically reside in Europe, much like the legends of werewolves and vampires that predominantly emerge from various European nations. One of the members of MI-13 in London, the Blade, is a vampire hunter. Given the current situation, Ghoulie surmised that the Dark Witch Agatha had been invited by Hydra to partake in a werewolf transformation ritual akin to human experimentation. In light of this, it seemed prudent to eliminate them all. As Agatha and the small leader exchanged heated words, Ghoulie discreetly moved his fingers. In an instant, the Hydra warriors within the base fell as if Thanos had snapped his fingers ahead of time. Their bodies gradually transformed into exquisite crimson petals, drenched in the hue of fresh blood. A gentle breeze swept through, and the fluttering scarlet petals exuded a peculiar beauty. Much like Ghoulie's current method of dispatching foes, there were no cries of anguish, no splattering of blood. The slain did not even experience an ounce of pain before succumbing to lifelessness. Though it was his second act of killing, Ghoulie felt no discomfort. Instead, he perceived that his technique still required refinement. 2.5 seconds later, the Hydra base in Sokovia was left with only a group of unconscious children and the defiant Agatha. Ghoulie's eyes widened, and a brilliant golden light erupted towards Agatha, instantly propelling her into unconsciousness. As for why the Mad Witch was not eliminated, it is simply because she is backed by a formidable figure, the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. It is essential to recognize that the Supreme Sorcerer not only governs Kamartosh but also presides over the 3 great sanctums located in Hong Kong, London, and New York. The entire realm of sorcery and witchcraft across the globe falls under the dominion of the Supreme Sorcerer. Indeed, having such powerful connections makes a significant difference. At this moment, Ghoulie felt an intense surge of anger. However, let there be no misunderstanding. His ire was not a mere outlet for frustration. Rather, it stemmed from his outrage towards Agatha and Hydra for treating innocent children as sacrificial offerings. Just then, a palpable aura of desire emanated from Agatha, capturing his attention. Ghoulie promptly approached and discovered a tattered book nestled against the witch's chest. Could it possibly be that particular tome? Chapter 33, The Book of Dark Divinity. Clutching the book exuding an ominous aura, Ghoulie found himself in a stupor for several minutes, still grappling with disbelief that this unassuming, tattered tome was, in fact, one of the copies of the Book of Dark Divinity from Wanda's quest for her family. The Book of Dark Divinity, originating from the god of the underworld, Zysorn, serves as the wellspring of all dark magic. Standing in stark contrast to the Book of Vishani from Kamartosh, representing the duality of light and darkness, this tome is exceedingly potent and malevolent, containing the nefarious spells of ancient deities and numerous formidable dark sorceries. It ensures that anyone, regardless of the language they speak, can fully comprehend the mysteries within its pages. It is noteworthy that Wanda, after her training with the Book of Dark Divinity, bore little resemblance to her former self. Prior to her mastery of the tome, although she possessed the power to rend Thanos asunder, she was marred by instability and inconsistency. However, after embracing the dark arts, Wanda single-handedly decimated Kamartosh, leaving Doctor Strange fleeing in disarray. What was originally intended to be Doctor Strange 2 was transformed into Wanda's own narrative. Subsequently, she employed dream-walking spells to successfully control Wanda from Universe 838, annihilating the entire Illuminati. It is crucial to note that Wanda from Universe 838 was merely an ordinary individual devoid of any superhuman abilities. That confrontation elevated Captain Carter to the rank of a distinguished leader, while Black Bolt was silenced before he could utter a word. The trickster, Mr. Fantastic, was reduced from a figure of wonder to a mere noodle. Additionally, the members of the Illuminati were not to be underestimated. They had previously vanquished Thanos of their universe. Yet even such a formidable assembly stood no chance against Wanda, who had embraced the teachings of the Book of Dark Divinity. Consequently, this book indeed seemed to be an appropriate tool for Ghoulie to augment his strength. However, as he clutched the Book of Dark Divinity, uncertainty began to creep in. Could this all be a trial orchestrated by the Ancient One? It was no wonder Ghoulie contemplated this notion, given the events leading up to this moment. The copy of the Book of Dark Divinity was discovered on Agatha, who had been sought out at the behest of the Ancient One. Recalling his earlier encounter with the fateful cards, the Ancient One had insinuated that she might be watching him in New York at that very moment. Indeed, this was a trial directed at him. I shall not be so easily ensnared. With that resolve, Ghoulie firmly decided to hand the Book of Dark Divinity over to the Ancient One, believing it best left for Kamartosh to grapple with such a perilous artifact. Yet, nearly 2.5 seconds later, uncertainty returned to plague him. Was he truly willing to surrender the Book of Dark Divinity so readily? The thought was disheartening. It felt akin to having others place meat in one's bowl, only to be too afraid to partake. Indeed, returning the meat felt utterly nonsensical. Although the Book of Dark Divinity serves as a conduit for Zysorn's return to Earth, and the user's soul may very well be corrupted by Zysorn, The dark magic inscribed within the tome was undeniably alluring, stirring Gu Li's deepest desires. Moreover, he had already forged a pact with Dormammu, making an inevitable confrontation with the entity a certainty, as he had no intention of returning the borrowed dark powers. Viewed in this light, the presence of an additional Shizuan seemed inconsequential. Gazing intently at the unconscious Agatha for a while, Gu Li suddenly devised a plan. Perhaps he could eliminate the madwoman, ensuring no witnesses remained? At that moment, a shiver ran down his spine, his heightened senses alerting him to danger. A crackling sound filled the air as golden flames gradually coalesced into a circle. Realizing the urgency, Gu Li swiftly stowed the dark tome into the system's space. Once acquired, it was unreasonable to return such a treasure. Dormammu was one thing, the Ancient One was no exception. After a brief wait, no one emerged from the portal. Instead, a voice from the other side called out, "Throw her over." Without hesitation, Gu Li kicked Agatha towards the portal, and a surge of potent magical energy erupted from the other side. This was getting serious. Just as Gu Li contemplated whether to surrender the dark tome, the Ancient One's voice echoed once more, "There are two little ones with you. Do not harm them." "Master, you must be mistaken. I, Gu, am a benevolent soul. A truly good person." Following a sigh, the golden portal vanished in an instant. Gu Li quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering the Ancient One's formidable power and the identities of the two children. Suddenly, he felt a surge of excitement. Could it be the sister? Oh, what a delightful surprise. Chaos magic, here I come. However, upon seeing the unconscious child on the ground, Gu Li sighed and dialed his brother Tony's number. The sound of clanging metal rang through the line. "Hey, Gu, I'm a bit busy right now." Gu Li, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you worried about Pepper finding out?" Beep, beep, beep. Is there a problem? The sound wave prompted a video feed. Through the screen, Gu Li beheld Tony, clad in Mark V, engaged in combat with a familiar figure, while the water sprite anxiously made a phone call nearby. "Electric Whip Ivan, he really tracked us to London. Before coming to London, he had anticipated such a possibility, and now it had indeed come to pass." At that moment, Gu Li belatedly realized that his little Karami's fluttering wings had inexplicably altered the course of events. For instance, the attack on Tony by Ivan, which was supposed to occur at the Moroccan racetrack, had transformed into a surprise assault while Tony and the water sprite were enjoying their time in London. The earlier gunfight at the barbecue joint was yet another consequence of his actions, resulting in a series of unexpected upheavals. His once omniscient perspective as a traveler had begun to wane, drifting beyond his comprehension. Of course, with the presence of the scoundrel simulator, the need for an omniscient view became irrelevant. Rather than complicating matters further, it would be best for him to refrain from interference. Each should pursue their own course. In simple terms, the world would persist with or without him. Even the Chidari would be defeated, Hydra eradicated, and Thanos vanquished. His aspiration is to grow stronger by forging connections with more female characters. In light of this, Gu Li ultimately resolves that when it comes to pursuing women, he shall intervene as little as possible. What is unnecessary in this pursuit can unfold as it will. To Gu Li, akin to Agatha, if he truly wished to eliminate her, it would be as effortless as squashing a mere insect. Yet, in such a scenario, it would be far more prudent to spare her life, allowing her to continue playing her designated role. After all, Gu Li is well aware of Agatha's future actions. She would go on to become Wanda's neighbor, nearly meeting her demise, and even unwittingly delivering a tome of dark sorcery. Should Gu Li decide to terminate Agatha now, the unwritten laws of this world suggest that the role she was meant to fulfill might instead be assumed by a complete stranger unfamiliar to Gu Li. The timeline's self-correcting nature. Forget it. First, he must rescue the children, and then seek out Aome. Chapter 34. The hammer deep within the depths of the Hydra base in Sokovia, the diligent Xiamiluan was tirelessly decrypting the base's defense systems, while Gu Li engaged in a remote conversation with Mr. Grey Wolf through another phone. "Boss, remember to bring this back, and that one too. And the one behind as well." Initially, he had intended to obliterate the Hydra base, but Xiamiluan advised him that some of the equipment within was quite remarkable and might be of use to Mr. Grey Wolf. Among Gu Li's numerous subordinates, Grey Wolf undeniably held the foremost position. After all, who could resist a scientist proficient in every domain, particularly for the mechanical beings like Xiamiluan? The dog and the mechanical bird had all undergone enhancements under Grey Wolf's expertise. The weaponry on the dog's hindquarters had been upgraded to laser cannons, and even a language system had been bestowed upon it. Previously, only the mechanical bird could articulate, yet now the dog and its companions could converse as well. Grey Wolf's ingenuity was indeed extraordinary. He possessed a unique ability to render any invention reasonable, regardless of its initial plausibility. As for how Gu Li came to know Grey Wolf, it was purely by chance. On that fateful day, Ms. Zhao had elegantly styled her long hair. "I've emptied the base. Choose what you wish when we return home." The sheer volume of items within the Hydra base was overwhelming. If he were to explore each one individually, it would take an eternity. Thus, Gu Li opted for the simplest method, leaving none behind. Master. There's a room where two individuals are confined. Following the route provided by Zymiluan, Guli ventured deep into the base and discovered the Maximoff siblings, Pietro and Wanda, who were being held in a specially designed cell. At first glance, Guli was utterly captivated. The now 21-year-old Wanda appeared remarkably youthful. That singular glance ignited within him New York's most handsome man, a determination to act. The chaos magic was undeniably potent, and Wanda was indeed beautiful. Such a delightful combination was rare. After all, the other formidable women he encountered made him hesitate. Perhaps it was the lack of dire circumstances that prevented him from making a decision. He would wait until he had no other options. The siblings regarded Guli with caution upon his sudden appearance, maintaining their guard even as the cell door opened. "Who are you?" Pietro demanded, shielding his sister behind him. Wanda peeked out from behind Pietro, casting a disdainful glance at Guli. "I can sense you harbor ill intentions toward me." The scene before him left Guli utterly flummoxed, compelling him to question whether his previous gaze had been too fervent. This awkward first encounter had left a poor impression on the siblings. "Come help out. There are a few children outside who need looking after." Guli promptly turned to leave, chiding himself for making such a rudimentary blunder. He resolved to let things unfold naturally, focusing on nurturing his bond with Circe in the meantime, and would contemplate other matters once he acquired the ability to fly. Among the 4 children he rescued, 3 remained unconscious, while the one who had awakened clutched Guli's garment, unwilling to let go. After locating a vehicle within the base, Guli drove the children towards the nearest police station, with the Maximoff siblings adorably trailing behind. "Thank you for saving us. What about the people at the base? They have perished." At that moment, Guli's phone rang unexpectedly. "You are the one. Hey, Gu, I was a bit busy earlier. Are we heading out now?" Tony's somewhat despondent voice came through the line. "Have you resolved things on your end?" "Yes. Encountered a lunatic who was extradited to America by the Department of Defense." Indeed, while the beginning had changed, the subsequent events unfolded in accordance with the predetermined course. "That's good. I still have some matters to attend to here, but I should be able to return by tomorrow." "All right. I heard from Fury that a hammer fell in New Mexico. Once I finish with the vibranium, I intend to take a look." After hanging up, Guli took out 2 cigarettes and glanced at Pietro, asking, "Would you like one?" Pietro hesitated but eventually reached out to accept it. However, neither of them lit the cigarette, as Guli suddenly recalled the children in the car. "The hammer, the girl from Brazil has arrived. Surely that story god cannot be far behind." Guli's interest in Loki stemmed from both the intricacies of the timeline and the concept of absolute temporal points. In a previous life, witnessing Tony snap his fingers, he felt a tinge of regret. The Iron Man, a mortal standing alongside deities, deserved a different fate, and he wished to see if he could alter it. Yet, the actions of Doctor Strange leading to the universe's destruction lingered vividly in his memory. Loki would eventually become the god of stories, the god of time, but those events were yet to unfold. Guli hoped to discern from the present Loki whether the future incarnation already existed at this moment, at the very edge of time. After all, the time stone had consistently been green from the past to the present. This suggested that the entirety of the multiverse's past, present, and future might be influenced by that very story god. It was all rather chaotic, akin to those films released at different times yet narratively concurrent. After delivering the 4 children to the police station, Guli prepared to set off, for the vibranium he had long coveted from Antarctica was finally within reach. After securing the Antarctic vibranium, the next step would be a trip to Wakanda for a zero-cost acquisition, followed by upgrading the materials for drifting and sound waves. The thought of true adamantium transformers was exhilarating. However, upon noticing the siblings who had been tailing him, Guli inquired, "What do you 2 want by following me?" Could you lend us some money?" The scene shifts back to not long ago. America, New Mexico, Old Bridgetown. In the deep of night, moonlight gently illuminated the streets, sketching the outline of the small town. Outside the town, a tranquil darkness enveloped the surroundings. The silent night breeze carried a coolness, gently swaying the leaves as if whispering unspoken tales. Above all of this, a gigantic magical array suddenly appeared, with runes shimmering in fantastical colors. This awe-inspiring anomaly captured the attention of Jane Foster and her companions within the vehicle, igniting their curiosity about the nature of this peculiar phenomenon and the potential ramifications it might entail. The trio hastened their RV towards the point of anomaly. Suddenly, a robust figure plummeted from the heavens, hurtling directly towards the RV. With a resounding thud, a burly Norseman stumbled forward, appearing as though he were recovering from a drunken stupor, and bellowed, "Where's my hammer? Where's my hammer?" Chapter 35. The emergence of system tasks in the Antarctic ice caves. Guli and his companion returned once more to the Antarctic vibranium vein, employing their seismic powers to extract the precious metal. Suddenly, Tony unexpectedly inquired, "Gu, you seem quite interested in money, don't you?" Guli halted his actions, bewildered. and gazed at Tony within the Mark armor, responding, "Stark, are you speaking coherently? Who doesn't he appreciate wealth?" However, sensing the gravity of the situation, he promptly asked, "Why the sudden inquiry?" It struck him as peculiar that Tony would pose such a question without reason. Was there something he was unaware of? After a moment of silence, Tony slowly revealed, previously, Stan's assets mysteriously vanished. Jarvis has been investigating for half a year and discovered a connection to you. The awkwardness was palpable, not only for Ghoulie, but also for the small chaos in his pocket. The assurances made in the past now seemed to come back to haunt him. How many were aware of this? Tony shook his head. I haven't mentioned this to anyone else. Ghoulie's expression shifted as a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps it was best to silence this matter. Sensing the subtle change in atmosphere, Tony swiftly activated the Mark armor and distanced himself, hastily adding, "We are friends, aren't we? Rest assured, I will not disclose anything." For some reason, a notion emerged in Tony's mind, the necessity of Ghoulie's armor. It would be wise to refrain from such actions in the future. What if the traces left behind are discovered by others? Ghoulie nodded in agreement. Thanks. It seems imperative to explore alternative means of acquiring wealth. Truthfully, he himself did not comprehend why he was so fixated on money. His previous ambitions of wooing women and purchasing properties had not progressed significantly. Perhaps after some time, he would engage in further contemplation. Ghoulie utilized his seismic abilities to extract vibranium throughout the day, and neither of them could ascertain the quantity of or they had collected. Nevertheless, their shared sentiment was that the more, the better. Tony envisioned replacing all of his Mark armors with adamantium, even contemplating the creation of an iron army. Meanwhile, Ghoulie's requirements were far simpler. He merely needed to alter the materials of Soundwave, Drift, and the others. The pair engaged in casual conversation. A few days ago, that colossal green entity appeared at Culver University and was repelled by the military, along with the hammer in New Mexico. I think we need to recruit some additional personnel. Upon hearing Tony's words, Ghoulie nodded, acknowledging that their numbers were indeed limited. The SHIELD organization, with its vast scale, found it challenging to manage 3 simultaneous incidents. Black Widow was undercover at Stark Industries. Coulson led a team of agents to New Mexico to address the hammer situation, while Nick Fury personally monitored Bruce Banner. However, he had resolved to avoid any further disruptions. How would he explain this to Tony? While Tony possessed the awareness and responsibility of a superhero, Ghoulie did not share that aspiration. His sole desire was to enhance his strength and charm women. The genesis of their acquaintance stemmed from Ghoulie's initial contemplation. Would altering Ethan's demise result in irreversible consequences? Subsequently, Tony discovered traces of the mechanical dog that had once saved him and Ethan, which led him to focus on Ghoulie. The journey to London provided a fortuitous opportunity for Ghoulie, diverting the attention of the mustachioed Dane. For Tony, Ghoulie unlocked a gateway to a new understanding of the world, revealing an extraordinary realm where superhumans exist. Transformers, Camartage, the New York Sanctum, the Eternals, the Deviants. He even had an inkling that Ghoulie surely knew the origins of that hammer in New Mexico. Yet, it seemed this fellow was preoccupied with thoughts of women and wealth. Tony sighed inwardly, recognizing how much he resembled his younger self. Meanwhile, Ghoulie pondered what actions to take next, aside from empowering his subordinates, to enhance his own strength. The cultivation of the Darkhold was indeed a challenge while the Ancient One was still alive. A careless mistake could result in confinement. Even if the Ancient One were reluctant to imprison him, the triune entity behind Camartage would certainly not allow such an occurrence. After much contemplation, he concluded that the swiftest way to bolster his powers was to deepen his connection with Cersei, who represented his most significant source of experience. Boasting the combined abilities of the 10 Eternals. Lighting a cigarette, Ghoulie leisurely savored his brief stint in mining, with a bright future ahead. Just then, a sudden mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detection of imminent destruction of Old Goose Turkish Kebab Shop. Please proceed to prevent it. Task duration, 30 minutes. Task failure, decreased by 10 centimeters. Ghoulie stood frozen for a good 10 seconds. Dude, you're a Casanova simulator, not a task simulator. The system's abrupt self-awareness sent his thoughts spiraling. The penalty for task failure loomed ominously. If he were in New York at that moment, he could simply drive over and dispatch the menace within 30 minutes. An easy feat, but alas, he was in Antarctica. If the penalty of a 10 centimeters reduction pertained to his height, he could endure it, as dropping from 187 centimeters to 177 centimeters was manageable. However, if it referred to his manhood, he would be utterly finished. Damn it. The countdown displayed in his mind was glaringly ominous. 29 minutes, 26 seconds, 29 minutes, 25 seconds. Ghoulie hastily ceased his mining activities, one hand outstretched into the air, while the other drew circles in front of him, fervently whispering, "Please, I beg you." His peculiar behavior immediately caught Tony's attention. "Goo, what are you doing? Let me concentrate for 30 minutes. If he failed to draw a portal within that time frame, what would he do then? His Casanova simulator was at stake. Great ambitions thwarted, a tragic demise on the horizon. Time slipped away, second by second, 20 minutes 22 seconds. And still, he had not managed to sketch the portal. Tony retreated to stand before Ghoulie, secretly recording a segment of video that would inflict great harm upon his future self. If time could be reversed, he would certainly refrain from capturing this moment. The countdown continued. 13 minutes and 14 seconds, 13 minutes and 13 seconds, 13 minutes and 12 seconds. Ghoulie was consumed by two singular thoughts. 1. To fervently wish for the appearance of the portal, and 2. To pray that the malevolent force would refrain from demolishing his barbecue restaurant. There are many streets in New York. Dear brother, please target another location first. I will cover the compensation costs if necessary. Remaining time, 8 minutes and 28 seconds. However, Tony's next words caused Ghoulie's expression to shift dramatically. Two green giants have appeared near your barbecue restaurant. Ghoulie's hands trembled uncontrollably. His complexion turned ashen, devoid of any color, and his eyes lost their luster as he murmured, Have they already arrived nearby? My 10 centimeters. Chapter 36. The Hulk's Wrath. With only 6 minutes and 16 seconds remaining, Ghoulie found himself teetering on the brink of madness. A frenzied thought flickered through his mind. If time became an insurmountable obstacle, he would shatter the very earth itself. Yet, this notion was fleeting. After all, if the planet were to disintegrate, his cherished barbecue restaurant would vanish along with it, and his 10 centimeters would be lost as well. Fortunately, his beloved barbecue establishment had not yet opened, though nearby shops had fallen victim to the vehicles hurled by the two green behemoths. Taking a deep breath, Ghoulie retrieved the ancient tome of dark knowledge from the recesses of his system space. There was no time to ponder the ramifications. He rapidly perused the archaic pages, convinced that the wisdom contained within was the key to salvation. The characters danced in his mind like melodious notes, imprinting each word with the precision of a copier etched into his consciousness. 5 minutes and 20 seconds remained. Closing his eyes, Ghoulie sought tranquility, allowing his hands to rest naturally by his sides. He regulated his breathing, focusing his thoughts in a singular direction, as if entering a profound and enigmatic state. In that moment, he felt an extraordinary unity with the world around him. He could hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, a steadfast cadence of life. Not far away, the heartbeat of Tony within the marked suit reached his ears. On the icy surface, the heartbeats of penguins resonated like delicate notes, dancing lightly in the air. Deep within the earth, the slow and profound heartbeat belonged to the deity Tiamat. In this extraordinary state, Ghoulie sensed the heartbeat of every living being on the planet, each pulse radiating a unique brilliance akin to the stars in the night sky, including those of the Hulk and Abomination. Suddenly, a crackling fire erupted, and a golden-hued portal materialized. Without hesitation, Ghoulie dove into it, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a bewildered Tony, who stood dumbfounded, stuttering and pointing at the spot where Ghoulie had disappeared. At that moment, the streets of New York were overrun by the Hulk's wrath, as Abomination had transformed into a demolition crew. The two formidable figures had inexplicably morphed into ranged attackers, launching vehicles as if they were projectiles, crashing into buildings and innocent bystanders alike. The debris and smoke billowed into the air, reminiscent of a cataclysmic celebration. The streets were a cacophony of chaos, filled with roars, lamentations, screams, and cries. This was the scene Ghoulie beheld as he arrived at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. Helicopters whirled overhead, the flames of explosions flickered ominously. And nearby, a throng of reporters captured the chaos with incessant flashes, illuminating the monstrous figures in an even more grotesque and terrifying light. With a swift motion, Ghoulie transformed the vehicles hurtling toward the barbecue restaurant into a flurry of falling petals, as if they were delicate butterflies dancing in the wind or dandelions dispersing their seeds, creating a vibrant and colorful shower of floral beauty. Meanwhile, the aura surrounding him was profound, vast, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. It was these two wretched beings that had nearly cost him his 10 centimeters. He thought bitterly. In the fleeting moment when his fingers glided gently, the automobiles on the street seemed to be enchanted, vanishing instantaneously and coalescing into a formidable torrent of particles. This torrent resembled a colossal silver dragon, brandishing its claws and lunging towards the two monstrous entities. Within the particle flow, numerous iron chains materialized like agile serpents, swiftly encircling the bodies of the monsters and constraining them immovably. His eyes sparkled with a resplendent golden light, reminiscent of two radiant suns, emanating waves of golden cosmic energy. These energies cascaded forth like a deluge, bearing an air of inexorable authority, targeting the loathsome creature that had just hurled vehicles at the barbecue restaurant. Ah, the cries of anguish reverberated once more, but this time they belonged to the wretched, who writhed in agony, desperately attempting to tear apart the chains binding him. Gradually, two hollow voids appeared on his chest, his vision darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ghoulie turned, casting a seductive smile at the bewildered green giant as golden kinetic waves surged forth once more. Witnessing this spectacle, A throng of reporters intensified their flashing lights. Goodness, a superhero has emerged. Another figure of extraordinary prowess? He is so young and remarkably handsome. By the way, why are his eyes shooting beams for several minutes? Both monsters, towering and muscular, resembled moving mountains, yet they showed no resistance before the dashing young man. Ultimately, the infuriated Hulk broke free from his bindings and roared at Gu Li, repeatedly pounding his massive fists against his own chest in a display of defiance. Gu Li had previously attempted to molecularize the Abomination and Hulk, but it had proven futile. Their physical resilience far exceeded the limits of his capabilities. Meanwhile, Gu Li's new home seemed shrouded in a pall of despair. Zhao Hailuan, Daisy, and Mei sat on the sofa, their expressions laden with concern as they fixated on the news broadcast, yearning to catch a glimpse of the man they cherished. Mei, when Gu Li returns, he must be reprimanded. He is far too reckless with his safety, Zhao Hailuan said anxiously, her tone revealing a blend of concern and reproach. Such terrifying monsters, with fists like hammers, could easily crush Gu Li into oblivion with a single blow. On the screen, the green giant leaped into the air, his colossal fist descending towards Gu Li. Outside the screen, the three women instinctively shut their eyes, their faces as pale as parchment, trembling in fear. Aunt May, Uncle Gu Li is so handsome, exclaimed little Peter, who was squeezed on the other side of the sofa, his voice filled with excitement. The scene shifted back to the barbecue restaurant's entrance, where Gu Li was enveloped in a faint white circular shield. With his ability to generate shockwaves, he successfully deflected the impending blow, and the golden radiance in his eyes surged forth once more. Between his left middle and index fingers, a golden energy card materialized slowly. This was his first attempt, hoping to induce dizziness. The dazzling golden card struck the enraged Hulk, causing his eyes to roll back and his body to sway precariously. Is one not enough? Then I shall bestow upon you several. The golden cards began to rain down upon the colossal form of Hulk, as if they were delicate snowflakes. At long last, Hulk could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a thunderous roar. Casting a glance at his girlfriend Betty, he turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Yet, his retreat resembled that of a drunken reveler, swaying unsteadily. With the threat dissipated, a throng of bewildered reporters stood frozen in place, grappling with the astonishing events that had unfolded. Two titanic, rampaging behemoths had wreaked havoc on the streets, only to be followed by the appearance of a striking young man who bore an uncanny resemblance to a superhero. Suddenly, a tall, blonde woman brandished a microphone and dashed towards Gu Li like a bolt of lightning. Ever since Tony Stark had publicly acknowledged his identity as Iron Man at the last press conference, she had come perilously close to losing her job. Now, a singular thought consumed her. She must, at all costs, secure an exclusive interview with this superhero tonight. She was willing to pay any price to achieve her goal. As the handsome visage of Gu Li flashed before her, the female reporter quickened her pace, and the other reporters, having regained their composure, surged forward with equal fervor. Observing the scene, Gu Li hastily conjured a teleportation portal behind him with his mind. If not now, then when? He had no desire to be ensnared in the life of a superhero. Upon witnessing Gu Li's miraculous disappearance, the reporters erupted into a frenzy, determined to stay late and complete their articles. Upon returning to the Antarctic ice cave, Gu Li was taken aback by the sight before him. There was Tony Stark, our Iron Man, suspended in midair with one hand, while the other hand incessantly traced circles in the air. Good sir, what on earth are you doing? Chapter 37, Alliances. Behold, a new superhero has emerged. The Golden Superman battles the Green Monster. Astonishing. The most dashing superhero in history turns out to be a student at New York University. It is madness. The moments I shared with the Golden Superman are among the most cherished memories of my life. The New York media went into a frenzy the following day. The front pages were inundated with news of Gu Li's epic confrontation with the Abomination and the Hulk. However, every edition featured images of Gu Li, who was bestowed the title of Golden Superman. Admittedly, the visuals of the Abomination and the Hulk do not conform to conventional human aesthetics. A formidable and handsome superhero appeals to a broader audience. Nevertheless, Gu Li felt it excessive to call him the Golden Superman. He was at least 4 powers short of true superhuman status: flight, an indestructible physique, superintelligence, and the ability to gain strength from sunlight, among others. Aside from flight, the other abilities were far beyond his reach in the near future. A body strength akin to that of an indestructible form could be loosely attributed to Captain Marvel. Yet he could not expect to encounter her anytime soon unless he ventured to Nick Fury's domain to pilfer his communicator. As for superintelligence, that was a cheat. The most fundamental ability of absorbing strength from sunlight was the essence of Superman's powers, and it seemed that in the Marvel universe, no one possessed the ability to gain strength through sunlight. However, Gu Li suddenly found himself quite curious about the brand of razor Superman uses. It is known that bullets cannot penetrate Superman's cornea, yet a razor can effortlessly shave his beard. The quality must be exceptional. Regarding Superman's weaknesses, one is kryptonite. and the other is his inherently noble human persona. Fortunately, neither of these were vulnerabilities of mine. Guli massaged his buzzing head. Having just returned home to a barrage of PUA tactics, he still felt somewhat dazed despite the sun climbing high in the sky. Yet the experience was delightful, and the outcome was gratifying. From Daisy, he had received a new reward, 10 Terrigen crystals and a corresponding activation device. Terrigen crystals are peculiar, naturally occurring mineral formed beneath the inhuman city of Adeline, capable of granting inhumans or those with inhuman genes a variety of superpowers. The quake is soon to return. He had intended to indulge in a moment of intimacy with Daisy in his arms, but was abruptly interrupted by a call from the water sprite. Brother-in-law, my sister and I plan to visit New York. Remember to pick us up. Guli's expression shifted dramatically. This was disastrous. He absolutely could not allow Cersei and the 3 women at home to meet. Given her personality, she would undoubtedly discard him without a second thought. Fortunately, the villa awarded by the system was still available. He would arrange for Cersei to stay there. The burden of happiness. International Security Council, Minister's office. Alexander Pierce sat in his office chair, his demeanor grim, his fingers incessantly drumming against the desktop. The rapid tapping mirrored his chaotic thoughts. Perhaps we should reconsider this decision, Pierce murmured. The destruction of the Hydra base in Sokovia compelled Pierce to reassess the feasibility of recruiting Guli. This incident illuminated for Pierce that Guli was a capricious individual, whose actions were guided solely by personal whims, making him a challenging figure to control. Pierce's behavior was quite peculiar. He found himself alone in his office, refraining from making any phone calls, as if engaged in a soliloquy. After a brief moment, the computer screen before him flickered with static, and countless streams of green data coalesced into a visage. His actions were perfectly aligned with his intentions. A year prior, he had pilfered $300 million from Jean, followed by the theft of $1,200 million from Obadiah Stane, and this year, he had rendered Killian's $800 million fortune utterly untraceable. He was a man devoid of moral scruples, had he been present during those earlier endeavors. Success might have been within reach. The Insight Project required the assistance of such a person, and the least he could do was offer him a handsome reward. Upon hearing Dr. Zola's words, a glimmer of insight flashed in Pierce's eyes. The Insight Project, which he and Zola had meticulously orchestrated over the years, was a pivotal step toward Hydra's dominion over the world. In light of this grand ambition, the destruction of the Hydra base seemed less consequential. Pierce resolutely inquired of Zola, who should be dispatched to engage with him, the Winter Soldier? That individual possessed extraordinary strength, and within the organization, no suitable candidates seemed available at the moment. As he recalled the Winter Soldier, who had proven most effective in recent years, a hint of concern washed over Pierce. What if that formidable fighter were to eliminate him? The Winter Soldier was indeed their ace in the hole. I shall go, in the short term. He should pose no threat to me. Dr. Zola had been monitoring Guli since last year, and within a mere year and a half, that individual had grown increasingly powerful. Fortunately, through extensive data analysis, Zola concluded that Guli was avaricious and morally bankrupt, an archetypal Hydra warrior. Regardless of Guli's strength, he would likely find himself at a loss against Zola's multitude of backups. This was precisely why Zola volunteered to personally recruit Guli. Simultaneously, another individual determined to personally approach Guli was Nick Fury. He had watched the footage of the street brawl countless times overnight. In his estimation, Guli was currently second only to Carol in terms of superhuman prowess. After all, Carol had the ability to fly, while the intelligence gathered by S.H.I.E.L.D. suggested that Guli lacked such capabilities. However, Guli possessed another superpower that greatly intrigued Fury: teleportation. This was nothing short of a formidable weapon. Even though he remained uncertain whether teleportation had distance or time constraints, the potential for large-scale teleportation was staggering. Imagine stealing from others before they even returned home. At this juncture, camouflage was still relatively unknown to the world, leading Nick Fury to instinctively regard teleportation as a form of superpower. Certainly, had he been aware that teleportation is a form of magic, it is likely that many would be able to master it. I fear he may descend further into madness. Coulson, arrange for an evening meeting. I wish to confer with this golden superhero. At that moment, a loyal agent, bearing the burden of 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, hurriedly interjected. Director, Agents Coulson and Barton have been dispatched to New Mexico at your behest. Furthermore, the security at Mr. Goo's residence is rather unconventional. We cannot infiltrate his home as we did Stark's villa. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury furrowed his brow. If that is the case, then his mysterious entrance would be rendered impossible. Very well, I understand. The one-eyed Fury let out a heavy sigh. It felt somewhat disconcerting to be without Coulson and the others by his side. Perhaps we could enlist Stark's assistance? Chapter 38, Juggling 2 Jobs. Fury. What a rare guest, Tony jested, his spirits lifted. The Antarctic vibranium sent by Guli enabled him to upgrade his Mark armor progressively. Were it not for the scarcity of Wakandan vibranium required to synthesize true adamantium, he would be seized by the impulse to forge an army of iron men. Stark, shouldn't you address me as director? The two were well acquainted, having crossed paths numerous times since last year when Fury persistently sought to recruit Tony. It was only when Tony eventually consented to serve as a consultant for SHIELD that Fury's visits ceased. Once seated, Nick Fury spoke earnestly. Stark, I require your assistance with something. As he poured a drink, Tony casually inquired, what is it? Thank you, Fury replied, taking the glass from Tony. SHIELD is in need of high-caliber talent, and I'd like your help in reaching out to Ghoulie. At this, Tony hastily covered his mouth, nearly spitting whiskey all over Fury. After wiping his hands, he regarded Fury with a knowing look. You want Ghoulie to join SHIELD? What a joke. He's a sloth who doesn't even attend school. Unless SHIELD is overflowing with beautiful women. I can't fathom any reason that would entice him to join. Fine, I'll make a call, but I can't guarantee he'll come. All right. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Ghoulie chuckled as he glanced at his computer screen. Dr. Zola, you've seen SHIELD's earnestness. You're putting me in a difficult position. Arnim Zola, the cerebral force behind Hydra, an artificial intelligence, was currently manifesting within Ghoulie's computer. ISNT at just $10 million a year? We at Hydra can offer you $10 million each month. What do you think? Ghoulie pondered the vast wealth under Hydra's name. In the cinematic universe, Hydra's downfall was inevitable rather than allow others to benefit. He might as well secure it for himself. Dr. Zola, your offer is indeed generous, but there is a significant distinction between joining Hydra and SHIELD. With SHIELD, I become a revered superhero, adored by countless fans, while joining Hydra would brand me as a villain, making even finding a wife a daunting challenge. Rest assured, the organization can provide you with different women daily, none inferior to those currently around you. Ghoulie suddenly felt a flicker of temptation. Moreover, Goo, if I may call you that, you need not make a choice, just agree with SHIELD, and you'll understand later. Ghoulie stood there, stunned. Goodness, what a revelation. No wonder he is the brain of Hydra. He has pinpointed the crux of the matter. Yet he also recognized the importance of concealing his awareness of Hydra's infiltration of SHIELD. Doctor, what do you propose? First, agree to join SHIELD with Nick Fury, and then you will see. Ghoulie stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. 2 jobs, you say? I find that appealing. Very well, Doctor, I await with bated breath. The two engaged in further discussions regarding benefits and related matters, ultimately arriving at the following agreement. Ghoulie's annual salary would be $120 million. His family would receive the same benefits as SHIELD employees, with even greater priority. Within Hydra, Ghoulie would hold the rank of deputy leader, subordinate only to Pierce, Zola, and a few others. Dr. Zola departed, thoroughly satisfied. He refrained from divulging any additional information about Hydra to Ghoulie, as while Ghoulie had consented to join, the organization would require further scrutiny over time. Meanwhile, Nick Fury returned to SHIELD, receiving Ghoulie's call at 3:30 in the morning. Mr. Fury, this is an exceedingly difficult decision for me. You are aware of my profound enmity towards evil. I hope for your understanding in the future. No worries, Ghoulie. We welcome your addition. Fury's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, knowing that it was crucial to reassure Ghoulie at this moment. Yet his excitement rendered him momentarily speechless. Although he had encountered individuals stronger than Ghoulie, none had joined SHIELD. Now, as his dream materialized, his heart swelled with overwhelming waves of emotion. After hanging up, he slapped himself in disbelief. The pain on his left cheek and the slight numbness in his left hand confirmed the reality of the situation. Ghoulie had agreed, and SHIELD had gained a formidable asset, a superlative weapon. Natasha's long-desired vacation now seemed plausible. At that moment, however, Ghoulie was plunged into profound contemplation, as he had heard the system's prompt once more after disconnecting the call. Congratulations, you have triggered a special mission. Annihilate SHIELD once. If one were to consider the mission triggered earlier in the day when Zola visited, congratulations, you have triggered a special mission. Annihilate Hydra once. He was essentially juggling 2 jobs while also contemplating abandoning his current company. What had once been a mere scoundrel simulator had grotesquely evolved into a mission simulator. What a predicament this was. Nevertheless, for the sake of that annual salary of $130 million, Perhaps it was worth it to lounge around at S.H.I.E.L.D. Regaining his composure, Ghoulie hurried to the basement. Wolf Uncle, there's an artificial intelligence that has infiltrated my computer. When you have a moment, could you upgrade the home defense system? Grey Wolf rubbed his eyes. Boss, do you even check the time? It's 3:30 in the morning. No capitalist is as greedy as you. Ghoulie awkwardly scratched his head. I was quite busy during the day and forgot to mention it. Grey Wolf rolled his eyes. Busy with what? Right, you're preoccupied with that Jill every day. Just a moment, let me enjoy a cigar slowly. In the stillness of the night. Grey Wolf often reminisced about his family still at Wolf Castle. Oh well, I signed a 3-year contract, with a year and a half remaining. He donned a jacket, placed a cigar in his mouth, and began tinkering at the server. After approximately 2 minutes, he declared, Done. Boss, I've traced the whereabouts of that little squirt. Do you want me to eliminate him? Ghoulie raised her head, pondering for a moment. For now, it's best to hold off. I will work for 2 years. And once I receive my salary, we shall discuss it again. Noticing that Grey Wolf had also lost his sleepiness, Ghoulie proceeded to the kitchen to slice 2 pounds of cooked beef and grab 2 bottles of beer. Wolf Uncle, how did you arrive here? She wished to test whether she could discover a method to traverse the universe through Grey Wolf. Her desire for advancement was insatiable. The superpowers of Supergirl and Wonder Woman tantalized her endlessly. Grey Wolf glanced at the eagerly attentive Ghoulie and exhaled a puff of smoke. Boss. The contract stipulates that I cannot disclose this information. If you seek a transdimensional device, I can craft one for you later. Upon hearing the term transdimensional device, Ghoulie's excitement surged, and she rubbed her hands together. Can it truly traverse the universe? Can I return? If it were indeed possible to go back, she would essentially be taking off from the same spot. Yet, what was she thinking? With walls in place, returning was undoubtedly impossible. Chapter 39, Joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, radiating enthusiasm, introduced Ghoulie to the various responsibilities and functions of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s departments. Coulson and Barton were dispatched to New Mexico on a mission regarding the hammer featured in the news. As for Natasha, his eagerness stemmed from the fact that the current S.H.I.E.L.D. was rather sparse, with only a handful of agents. At this moment, the formidable forces of the Avengers, Thor, and the Hulk had yet to join. The newly inducted Ghoulie could be considered the face of S.H.I.E.L.D. Reflecting on Natasha, Fury hesitated for a moment before choosing to be candid, believing that some matters are best addressed openly to avoid greater misunderstandings later. Goo. The dishwasher from your family's barbecue joint, Little Na, is actually a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Ghoulie feigned surprise for a few seconds, then gave a thumbs up, acknowledging her dedication. The staff at the restaurant praised her for her meticulous dishwashing skills. Following this brief interlude, Fury escorted Ghoulie to the office that had been specifically allocated for him within S.H.I.E.L.D. This will be your office from now on. Mine is across the hall, though generally, people tend not to come by. Ghoulie nodded, understanding well that most were either undercover or en route to such assignments, leaving little time for idle office visits. The office, approximately 20 square meters, was well equipped with various essentials, all of high quality. The agency is quite affluent. All these provisions were supplied by Stark. He'll be along shortly, having heard of your joining. Indeed. It was too long before Ghoulie spotted a flashy Audi R8 through the office window. By the way, Goo. Minister Pierce from the International Security Council wishes to meet you shortly. Fury himself was curious as to why Pierce had requested this meeting. But out of respect for an old friend, he refrained from speculation, assuming it was merely Pierce's intrigue towards this golden Superman. It was well known that the public, particularly the students at New York University, held an almost fanatical admiration for Ghoulie. The sight of a comic book character stepping into reality was enough to drive anyone to irrationality. Although Ghoulie was not entirely akin to Superman, he served as a significant source of inspiration. After Nick Fury departed, Tony poked Ghoulie's arm with a puzzled expression. What caused the sudden change of heart? Aren't you supposed to be at home with your sister? He had previously suggested that they join S.H.I.E.L.D. together to gather intelligence, only to be met with Ghoulie's resolute rejection at the time, who insisted that spending time at home engaging in exercise was far more worthwhile. In Tony's eyes, Ghoulie was somewhat of a rogue. Ghoulie shrugged and responded, engaging in such activities frequently becomes rather mundane. I simply felt the urge to embrace a different lifestyle. He could not reveal that his motivations for joining were rooted in dismantling S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hydra lurking behind it. Ghoulie firmly believed that should he voice such intentions, they would undoubtedly be intercepted by certain parties, for both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra were not to be trifled with. Had it not been for the sudden triggering of a special mission by the system, he wouldn't have bothered to show up at all. The International Security Council. Following the cipher provided by Zola, Dooley successfully arranged a meeting with the Hydra leader, Pierce. After engaging in mutual boasts in front of a plethora of media outlets, the two retreated to the minister's office. "Goo, welcome to the team," Pierce greeted. Dooley nodded, surveying the surroundings before solemnly stating, "Mr. Pierce, Dr. Zola. There is a matter I must discuss with you. Please confirm that this location is absolutely secure." Pierce's eyelids twitched unexpectedly, casting doubt on whether Dooley might suddenly turn violent. He realized that if this individual were to strike, it would likely be fatal for him. Observing Pierce's unusual demeanor, Dooley offered a resigned smile. "If I truly intended to act, no number of people would deter me." Upon hearing this explanation, Pierce chuckled nervously. "Goo, I trust you." He pressed a button on the table and continued, "Now, our conversation will not be overheard by anyone." Dooley lit a cigarette to calm his inner turmoil, as what he was about to reveal had only surfaced in his mind after meeting Fury that morning. There exists an extraterrestrial species residing on our home planet, and their numbers have been steadily increasing over the years. He paused. This alien race possesses the remarkable ability to assume the appearance of any Earthling, perhaps even you, Mr. Pierce, or myself, or even the President of America, of course, excluding Dr. Zola. The artificial intelligence, Zola, interjected, expressing offense at the implication. Initially, curiosity flickered in Pierce's eyes upon hearing Dooley's words. He was aware of the Skrulls, having encountered them previously through Fury. However, confusion soon followed. How could Dooley be privy to the existence of the Skrulls? Dooley then turned to the visage displayed on the screen. Dr. Zola should be aware of their existence. You can predict their population in 10 years. Before Pierce could respond, Zola initiated a complex stream of data calculations. Approximately 2 minutes later, the expressionless face on the screen spoke. Approximately 120,000. Pierce's countenance shifted dramatically, disbelief evident in his voice. "So many? This is beyond my expectations. Over 100,000 aliens capable of altering their appearance. Even their gender, would they truly behave as mere guests on Earth?" Pierce mused that if he were in their position, he would certainly not be content to play the role of a mere visitor. After all, was that not how America itself was born? In recent years, the number of Skrulls seeking refuge from outer space had noticeably increased. Pierce fell into deep contemplation. In his original plans, Skrulls were potential allies. Yet, it appeared that their intentions had shifted. Noticing the change in Pierce's expression, Dooley added fuel to the fire for the sake of Hydra. "I cannot permit any other intelligent life to have the opportunity to claim Earth as their territory. We must either annihilate them or expel them from our planet. I do not wish for a future day when I am suddenly betrayed by a Skrull masquerading as Mr. Pierce, plunging a knife into my back." And thus, the question lingered, why did Dooley harbor such profound animosity towards the Skrulls? He was primarily filled with dread, fearing that one day the woman he connected with would turn out to be a Skrull in disguise. The mere thought of such a possibility made him feel nauseated. Pierce nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Dooley's concerns. It was indeed a plausible occurrence. Perhaps it had already transpired. "Goo. This matter requires further discussion between the doctor and me. You are welcome to join Hydra." Both parties left the meeting with a sense of satisfaction. Dooley felt he had assembled a group of free laborers to serve as enforcers against the Skrulls. Pierce shared this sentiment, perceiving that he had acquired a formidable ally. After all, Dooley's prowess was evident to all. Otherwise, Fury would not have personally sought him out. Recalling the phone call from Fury that morning, a smirk crept onto Pierce's lips. He was not part of S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather aligned with Hydra. At Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer bellowed, "This is not what I want. I demand wearable iron armor. Do you understand?" After Ivan was extradited to America, Justin Hammer leveraged military connections to bring Ivan to Hammer Industries, recognizing his scientific prowess. Over the years, Hammer Industries had been overshadowed by Stark Industries. His numerous confrontations with Tony Stark had left him ridiculed, like a clown in the eyes of the world. Justin Hammer was unwilling to accept this. He aimed to defeat Tony Stark in his area of expertise and proclaim to the world, "I, Justin Hammer, am the greatest." Chapter 40. The wealthy heir Peter in the living room of Dooley's home in Manhattan. 9-year-old Peter reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his video game while munching on snacks. A few bottles of sugary soda rested on the coffee table before him, epitomizing a carefree and liberated spirit. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Aunt May, he sprang up from the sofa. Yet, little Peter felt no fear, for his beloved Uncle Goo was nearby. Indeed, Dooley, employing a blend of coaxing and comforting, successfully ushered May from the living room to the kitchen. Children's enthusiasm for gaming aids in brain development, May remarked, rolling her eyes. "You and your absurd justifications. Peter's current state is entirely your responsibility." Dooley, recalling the lesson of never arguing with women, silently scoffed. At merely 31 years of age, she seemed to be experiencing an early onset of menopause. After venting her frustrations, May suddenly queried, What if we let Peter endure a bit more hardship? It might benefit his future growth. Gooley gazed at the complaining May Parker in disbelief. Peter had already faced enough tribulation in his life. According to the original narrative, Peter Parker lost his parents in childhood, subsequently lost his guardian, Aunt May, and even faced the heart-wrenching experience of his girlfriend forgetting him. Truly, he had suffered enough. Aunt May, you're beginning to resemble a heartless stepmother, Gooley remarked, his critique laced with sarcasm as he reached out to touch May's abdomen. Is there something to share? May, responding with irritation, swatted his hand away. Enough of that. I simply feel that since moving in, Peter has grown increasingly indulgent, and that cannot bode well for him. Our past days were far from this lavish lifestyle. Recently, the allowance Gooley has provided Peter could easily purchase several cars. In other words, Peter is increasingly embodying the characteristics of a wealthy heir. With a sigh, Gooley attempted to console her. Aunt May, do you know what is truly despicable in this world? It is the notion that one must endure hardship for success. Suffering is merely suffering, and it should not be pursued. Furthermore, one should not derive inspiration from the plight of others, as they endure hardship simply because they cannot escape it. Therefore, there is no reason for young Peter to face unnecessary struggles. Although Gooley does not attend school or hold a job, he certainly has other means to support them. If given a choice, who would willingly choose to suffer from poverty? Uncertain whether she was persuaded, May suddenly turned to Gooley, inexplicably asking, do you wish to have a child? Upon hearing this, Gooley lifted May into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. Thinking alone won't suffice. Action is required. Wait, it's still daytime, she protested, though her voice trailed off. After an extended VIP chapter, Gooley rose to change his attire. The Water Sprite and Cersei were arriving that afternoon, and he needed to fetch them from the airport. He pondered the reasons for their unexpected visit to New York. Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhao Hailun continued to lead her team in the study of life sciences and nanotechnology, while Daisy was learning hacking skills under the guidance of Grey Wolf. The barbecue restaurant, having undergone renovations, would still require some time before reopening. Overall, Gooley felt quite content with the current state of his life. However, he was acutely aware that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Cersei's temperament was not akin to that of the three women at home. Mrs. Zhao held her position as the primary wife with unwavering resolve and ambition, while May acted like a doting older sister to Gooley, and Daisy, with a hint of admiration for him, possessed a carefree disposition. This was perhaps why Tony envied him. Despite having three women in his household, they coexisted harmoniously. Yet, Cersei was different. She embodied a woman rich in empathy towards humanity, yet fragile and sensitive regarding her own emotions, a true eternal. Casting a glance at the drifting vehicles in the underground garage, Gooley suddenly recalled that a two-seater could not accommodate three individuals. He casually conjured a portal and, upon arriving in Tony's underground garage, dialed his number. Hey, Tony, could I borrow a car for a bit? Sure, take your pick. The garage code is 89757. By the way, are you coming to the Stark Industries Expo tonight? The audience misses Superman. Gooley pondered briefly. I'll see how the time goes. Cersei and the Water Sprite are flying in this afternoon. Please send them my regards. I'm a bit busy here, so I'll hang up now. As he hung up, Gooley leaned against his forehead in a state of melancholy. He was uncertain whether his interference would complicate matters further. After all, on the original timeline, Rhodey had already become War Machine by this point. However, due to Tony's recent focus on upgrading the Mark armor, Rhodey had yet to receive his suit. If memory served him right, that evening's Stark Industries Expo would see the emergence of Ivan Vanko. The authentic Edelman alloy Mark armor should pose no significant issues. At this moment, the strength of Tony's Mark armor had increased considerably, rendering little Ivan incapable of causing any substantial turmoil. In Tony's underground garage, Gooley selected an SUV at random and drove towards the airport. Originally, he had planned to make a trip to New Mexico. Yesterday, while listening to Coulson's report on Thor, he had overheard Nick Fury's mention of a certain Nordic, long-haired giant, undoubtedly linked to a Brazilian woman. His motivation for the visit stemmed from a desire to test his own ability to lift a hammer, as it seemed that many predecessors who traversed the Marvel Universe had attempted the same. The hammer, having fallen to the ground, had undeniably become a pilgrimage site for Marvel enthusiasts. Yet, Gooley felt he was unlikely to lift it. To put it succinctly, he lacked the self-sacrificial resolve and conviction to save the world, nor did he possess the formidable power that Odin had bestowed upon the hammer. Another reason for his journey was to meet the venerable Stan Lee, who had famously driven a truck to deliver the hammer. It was said that the old man embodied the one above all. Perhaps he could glean some insights. Additionally, he wished to broaden his horizons by witnessing Jane Foster's friend, Max, to see if the rumors of her grandeur and beauty were indeed true. However, he pondered whether successfully connecting with Max might bestow upon him the power of the Thunder God. As he exited the vehicle, a sudden realization startled him. The four women currently in his life were already sufficient to give him a headache. Adding another to the mix would surely drive him to madness. Upon reflection, it seems entirely feasible to maintain a relationship with Max that involves only the physical aspect without encroaching upon the realms of daily life. He has come to a profound realization. During his previous entanglements with 3 girlfriends, he committed a fundamental error by bestowing upon each one the promise of a home. He has lost the facade of a cat. No, his actions can at best be described as benevolent. They certainly do not warrant the label of a rogue. It is essential to understand that a rogue is someone who initiates and then abandons relationships, forsaking family and children, whereas he has never entertained such notions. After all, his aspiration is to provide every woman with a child. Before disembarking, Ghoulie donned a low-brimmed hat and sunglasses for a modicum of disguise. He now bears the illustrious title of the Golden Superman, making him a minor celebrity of sorts. He must remain discreet. Primarily, he is concerned about being recognized by Ms. Zhao and her companions, as he anticipates an inevitable round of collective psychological manipulation. When, oh when, will the system reward me with a pair of inexhaustible kidneys? Chapter 41. Flight, Part 1. Brother-in-law, why are you wearing a hat? The water sprite, seated in the back row, playfully tugged at the hat of the driver, Ghoulie. Had it not been for Cersei's recognition of the familiar aura emanating from Ghoulie, the two of them might not have noticed him, so thoroughly concealed in the crowd. As Ghoulie navigated the roads, he helplessly defended himself. I'm just trying to avoid those persistent paparazzi. They seem to be tailing me around the clock. And if I were to be captured on camera just now, who knows how much they would harass you too in the future. Stealing a glance at the knowing expressions on their faces, Ghoulie silently commended himself. I'm doing this for your sake. Are you not moved? Ghoulie, you possess heat vision too? Cersei inquired in Mandarin. The purpose of their visit to New York was to ascertain why Ghoulie had acquired the same heat vision as Icarus. His extraordinary abilities, including molecular restructuring akin to that of the Eternals, and this remarkable heat vision, seemed utterly absurd. It was as though he had amalgamated powers from a 10-member team of Eternals. After considering Cersei's question for a moment, Ghoulie replied, well, I seem to inexplicably develop new superpowers at intervals. As for the reasons behind this, I am equally perplexed. Perfect. Regardless, we will be spending ample time together. And perhaps we will unravel the mystery then. Cersei nodded in agreement with Ghoulie's explanation. By the way, sister, how long are you planning to stay? Ghoulie subtly inquired about Cersei's intended duration of stay. Brother-in-law, we plan to move here, came the water sprite's unexpected response, plunging Ghoulie into a mental whirlwind. After several moments of contemplation, he confidently concluded that her words could not be true. Cersei was quite fond of her job. Well, that is splendid. If you two stay, at least I will have company. Who knows, maybe next year, sister, you will be an aunt. Who doesn't he tell a little white lie now and then? Is that true, brother-in-law? Are you planning to have children? The water sprite suddenly exclaimed with excitement. After over 7,000 years, she had always been the youngest of the Eternals, and now the prospect of a significant rise in her generational status was undeniably enticing. Brother-in-law, you must work hard then. I can't do it alone. Cersei must cooperate. Before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly silenced, and the car was filled with a joyous atmosphere. As they raced along, the trio eventually arrived at the quaint villa that the system had previously rewarded them. Ghoulie had successfully taken a leave of absence under the pretense of attending the Stark Industries Expo. As night fell, Ghoulie sought an excuse to slip into Cersei's room, only to be met with an unexpected statement. Not today, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie nodded in understanding. In that case, I will read for a while, and you can guide me a bit. All right. But I have never seen anyone so fond of ancient Egyptian culture as you, Cersei remarked, perplexed. In response, Ghoulie explained, in truth, I am quite curious about many cultures. Does he love learning? Not at all. What he adores is the pursuit of superpowers. Time passed indistinctly as Cersei fell into a deep slumber, while Ghoulie gently caressed her cheek, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. The ability he yearned for had seamlessly integrated into his being, igniting a jubilant celebration within every cell of his body. Through the guidance of the character Cersei, his cultural level was elevated to 1, granting him a unique reward, the Satisfaction Card. The Satisfaction Card, it automatically transforms according to the host's current psychological state into Icarus-style flight. Was it a loss? After all, flight was one of the superpowers he had longed for. Yet, one might argue there was no loss if the Satisfaction Card had just transformed into an invincible form. It seemed that flight could still be achieved. It might even fulfill his dream of boundless energy. Another matter weighing on Ghoulie's mind was the relationship between Cersei and the Eternals. Cersei took immense pride in their 7,000-year role as guardians of humanity. Her love for humanity was profound. Yet, the truth often harbors a cruel reality. The Eternals on Earth believed their millennia of effort had successfully safeguarded human existence. Indeed, their contributions are undeniable. However, what if the Eternals were to uncover the truth, that all their endeavors were merely paving the way for the celestial seed to manifest? The day the celestial Tiamat emerges from within the earth would herald the planet's demise. Could Circe accept such a fate? There existed an even harsher truth. Among the 10 members of the Eternals, aside from their leader Ajak, the remaining 9 had been brainwashed. The homeland they cherished was merely a world forge. And the Eternals themselves were nothing more than robots mass-produced by the Celestials. The first batch of aberrant beings, dispatched to Earth to serve as protectors of humanity, were also creations of the Celestials, who, after facing rebellion from these aberrants, gave rise to the Eternals. Having learned their lesson, the Celestials would brainwash the Eternals back to factory settings after each successful celestial emergence task. Could Circe accept this? She undoubtedly could not. Gazing at the slumbering Circe, Ghoulie found himself unable to voice these thoughts. No wonder people often say that lies do not wound, but the truth is a sharp blade. Behind it all lay the manipulation of the Celestials, whose terror was palpable, at least for Ghoulie, who understood that the robots they produced were far more formidable than he was at present. Nevertheless, he thought, when it comes to a bridge, one must cross it when they arrive. What mattered most now was to experience the sensation of flight. In an instant of thought, a crackling portal materialized at the bedside. Ghoulie, oblivious to the fact that he was clad only in his pajamas, dove right in. He then soared around the earth with unrestrained joy. After prolonged scheming and diligent effort, he had finally attained the ability to fly. Who among humanity does not wish to soar through the skies and ascend into the clouds? At that moment, Ghoulie's spirit mirrored the exhilaration of Tony Stark piloting the Mark II high above New York, his smile radiating like brilliant fireworks against the night sky, shimmering with boundless joy and excitement. Oh, how delightful! Who does not relish the unrestrained, liberating breeze? Ghoulie savors the embrace of the wind. As every cell in his body and the mundane spirit within him finds liberation in this moment, breaking free from constraints, he can finally soar. Ah! Suspended high in the sky, Ghoulie takes a deep breath, the unique perspective intensifying his inner exhilaration. Perhaps the only distinction from Tony is that he is orbiting the Earth. Yet, he dares not fly too swiftly. Icarus's maximum flight speed approaches that of light, owing to his formidable physique. Source: in the film Eternals, Icarus travels from Earth to the Sun in mere minutes, essentially at light speed. However, he, with merely the enhancements of Serum and the Spider Totem, cannot withstand the stresses of light speed travel. Among Marvel's heroines, whose physique can endure the speed of light? Captain Marvel? Indeed, she might. Hela likely could as well. However, neither aligns with Ghoulie's aesthetic. As for Scarlet Witch, her chaos magic is indeed potent. Yet she is a fragile sorceress, her body not particularly robust. No, wait, I possess wave abilities. Chapter 42. Flight, Part 2. Shockwaves can manifest in a variety of magnitudes. From inducing vibrations within an object that lead to its collapse, to triggering intense earthquakes that could obliterate entire planets. However, shockwaves possess another remarkable function, that of a protective shield. In Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the character Daisy Johnson utilized shockwaves to envelop her body, forming a spherical barrier. Similarly, Ghoulie had previously employed this technique to withstand a punch from the Hulk. Yet, Ghoulie discovered that the spherical shield significantly impeded his flying speed. Consequently, he resolved to manipulate the shockwave to hover over the surface of his skin, creating a protective membrane. Due to the absence of a biological foundation, he resorted to this method to counteract the friction of the air against his body during flight. After all, his current physical resilience lagged behind the potency of his superhuman abilities. Among his powers, shockwave manipulation was one that Ghoulie held in high regard, akin to molecular restructuring, although his command over shockwaves had yet to reach a level capable of planetary destruction. He had only acquired a superpower evolution card once. While he had obtained various superpowers, aside from enhancing their efficacy through the evolution card, he had yet to discover alternative methods for furthering their evolution. His system lacked a marketplace or lottery features. Previously, it only offered basic connection rewards, and only recently, after a system malfunction, had it begun to trigger tasks under specific circumstances. For instance, while mining in Antarctica, an impending disaster threatened to collapse Old Goose Barbecue Shop, leading to the activation of a task to defend the establishment. Unfortunately, the rewards for completing such tasks were disappointingly paltry, even inferior to the diminutive cricket pistol. He vividly recalled the notification, "Congratulations on completing the task of defending the barbecue shop. Reward, Blue Flame Gatling." Regardless of the circumstances, each round fired from the cricket pistol equated to the explosive force of a grenade. Yet what on earth was this Blue Flame Gatling? Did the system intend for him to confront Thanos with it? At this moment, Ghoulie was adorned in a tight-fitting silver protective suit, the very essence of shockwaves enveloping his skin. With the potential perils of exceeding his flight speed now mitigated, he unleashed his full power, soaring around the earth at breakneck speed. 2.5 hours later, having calmed from his exhilaration, Ghoulie found himself perched atop his rooftop, indulging in a cigarette. Ultimately, his physical strength was insufficient. His maximum flight speed did not even reach 1% of the speed of light. Should he recklessly accelerate beyond his limits, his body might very well ignite. Among the myriad speedsters in the Marvel and DC universes, notable figures include Superman, the Flash, Reverse Flash, Quicksilver, and Macari, among others. Quicksilver and Macari, both of the Eternals, occupy a similar tier, yet they are considerably slower than the other aforementioned characters. In most instances, Quicksilver does not outrun the Flash, although there have been exceptional circumstances. In the crossover comic Justice League vs. Avengers, Quicksilver was depicted as surpassing the Flash in speed. As for Superman, he embodies a more versatile archetype, possessing a diverse array of abilities. In theory, Superman can surpass the speed of light during the Silver Age. He even traveled back in time by doing so. The Flash, however, exhibits even more extraordinary abilities, as his speed force operates without limits, potentially reaching speeds 10 times that of light under extreme circumstances. After all, the DC Rebirth Initiative is not merely a title. As these thoughts flitted through Ghouli's mind, he was amused by his own greed, chuckling aloud. How insatiable he was, considering how few chapters had elapsed, with vast potential for progress still ahead. It was time for sleep. Yet, just as he lay down, his phone rang inappropriately. "You are the one, the one." At the moment he answered, the voice on the other end was a mixture of shouts and Tony's serious tone. "Goo, there are too many people here at the venue. I might need you to come over and help with the evacuation." Tony, without hesitation, thought of the portal. Selecting a formal suit from the system's inventory, Ghoulie was about to activate the portal when Cersei, roused by the ringing, lazily nestled into his embrace. "So late, are you going out?" Ghoulie gently brushed her nose. "Your superhero is about to make an appearance." Meanwhile, at the Stark Industries Expo, after hanging up, Tony stared intently at the numerous iron machines from Hammer Industries before him, his expression grave. The audience's cheers did little to lighten his mood. He had to admit that the Electric Whip Prince was indeed talented, having crafted such a multitude of remote-controlled toys in such a short span. Although these creations did not align with Tony's aesthetic or vision, given a different setting and some time, he could easily dismantle the lot. However, there were far too many ordinary people present at the venue. Scanning the crowd, he noticed countless support signs, some for Iron Man, others for the Golden Superman. What was that Captain America's sign doing there? Tony paused, clearly surprised that a fan of the old soldier had come to the event. If a confrontation were to occur between him and these remote-controlled toys, the consequences were unfathomable and undesirable. From the moment he donned the marked suit, he had embraced his responsibility to protect Earth and humanity. Thus, upon assessing the situation, he promptly contacted Ghoulie, certain that he would devise a way to minimize the damage. At that instant, a golden halo slowly materialized on stage. Instantly, the audience erupted into a crescendo of cheers upon seeing that emblem. "Ah, Superman! Superman! Superman!" Emerging from the portal was Ghoulie, clad in a light gold leisure suit. A selection that showcased Ms. Zhao Hailuan's excellent taste, perfectly aligning with Ghoulie's demeanor and reputation. To the audience, illuminated by the lights, Ghoulie appeared as a radiant deity. The screams intensified, with each wave surpassing the last. Ghoulie waved to the fervent fans below, initially believing a fight had commenced, only to realize that this was merely the beginning. Yet he is not Azu, lacking any desire or awareness to become a prominent star. Upon glimpsing Rod sitting in the audience, Ghoulie inexplicably felt a pang of regret. With his presence, Rod had not yet transformed into a war machine, and the poignant moment with his ex-wife was thus lost. This was unforgivable. He must certainly encourage Rod later on. The atmosphere both on and off the stage was lively. The encounter between fans and their idol even exuding a certain warmth, except for the awkward figure of Justin Hammer standing at the host's podium. He could hardly fathom that Tony Stark had actually managed to invite Superman to grace the event, knowing full well that Superman was currently the most celebrated superhero. Damn it. Stark, you sly fox, disregarding the rules. What happened to the promised contest of iron suits? Stark had instead leapt onto an entirely different track, engaging in a competition of connections. Although Hammer himself was a fan of Superman, this moment represented one of his rare, if not singular, chances to triumph over Stark. Hammer would not relent. Chapter 43. You continue speaking upon witnessing Ghoulie's appearance at the expo. Ivan, who was remotely controlling the iron robots, raised an eyebrow. An unexpected turn of events had occurred, yet it posed little concern for him, as he had prepared a grand surprise for Tony Stark. Just then, the once lively atmosphere of the expo transformed drastically. Dozens of iron robots, under Ivan's remote command, ascended into the air, raising their arms to shift from guardians to executioners, launching an assault towards the crowd below. In an instant, the audience was caught off guard, unable to react or even gasp in astonishment. Ghoulie gently glided his fingers, conjuring a magnificent spectacle before the eyes of thousands. The iron robots hovering in the air, along with their barrage of bullets and artillery, were instantly transformed into a flurry of golden petals cascading through the sky. A golden rain graced the venue, reviving the dazed spectators, who now erupted into fervor once more. Superman. Tony found himself inexplicably regretting that Ghoulie had stolen the spotlight. He was remarkably adept at knowing what the audience yearned to witness. However, Tony felt a sense of relief that this crisis had been averted before it truly began, and thankfully, there was still the electric whip prince awaiting his attention. Goo. The scene is yours. As the Mark armor soared into the heavens, Ghoulie approached the podium and patted the still-dazed Hammer. I have a task for you. Evacuate the crowd. Without waiting for Hammer's response, Ghoulie took off, disappearing into the skies in an instant. I can't take it. It's too cool. Superman. 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 Hammer looked up, witnessing the fervent gazes of the audience, their flushed faces, excited shouts, and trembling bodies. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the one-eyed Fury, directing Natasha from afar, stood up in astonishment. Can he fly? Could he truly be a Kryptonian? The heat vision, flight, the ability to alter material forms. Teleportation. Beyond the realms of comic book Kryptonians, Fury could fathom no other explanation. Moreover, these were merely the abilities Ghoulie had revealed. What other powers might remain concealed? Was he perhaps akin to Carol? Fury's expression turned grave as he murmured, I hope he genuinely wishes to join S.H.I.E.L.D. In recent times, Fury had delved deeply into the files concerning Ghoulie within S.H.I.E.L.D. Unlike Tony Stark's sense of responsibility, Fury perceived that Ghoulie's heart was anchored in a capricious sense of justice. On the positive side, as long as Ghoulie stood for justice, no one could thwart him. Conversely, should he ever deviate, no one could impede him either. With the Avengers initiative yet to be established, Nick Fury found himself faced with a dilemma. Should superheroes be subjected to constraints? It was akin to the classic dilemma of saving your mother or your girlfriend if they both fell into the water. From an ordinary person's perspective, is it right or wrong for superheroes to inadvertently harm civilians while saving the world? Who should impose constraints upon superheroes? The politicians, perhaps? Should they serve as the enforcers of the political elite? The liberty of the strong is delineated by the weakness of the meek. Can these superheroes truly achieve such a balance? Nick Fury found himself lost in contemplation, oblivious to the phone ringing beside him. Meanwhile, clad in his Mark armor, Iron Man encountered Ivan, who was similarly adorned in his own steel suit, at a scenic location. Ivan, filled with vengeful anticipation, appeared to be in high spirits. Tony Stark. Your nightmare has arrived. I expected you to create an army of iron, but it seems you have merely crafted a collection of remote-controlled toys. Unfazed by Tony's jibes, Ivan retorted, humans are prone to error. Trust me, remote control is far superior. This was precisely why, despite his capability to construct armor akin to Tony's, he had opted to fabricate only a single wearable suit, while the remainder comprised non-wearable iron automatons. He did not subscribe to Tony's philosophy. Stark, you merely had a fortunate start, and your friends are somewhat formidable. Ivan trailed off, the words stuck in his throat, as frustration welled within him. Why was it that he was born a mule, while Stark was born a thoroughbred? Please, continue, Tony urged. I can't believe. The two mechanical warriors, powered by identical reactor cores, clashed. Yet, Ivan soon realized that his attacks, his electric whip, were incapable of breaching Stark's armor's defenses. What metal is this? He inquired. If memory serves me right, it's called true adamantium, Tony replied, addressing Ivan's curiosity, then added, by the way, it was a gift from a rather impressive friend of mine. In that moment, Ivan felt utterly defeated. Only you have friends, huh? As for me, I truly have no friends. Justin Hammer, that foolish arms dealer, was merely a pawn in his game. In that instant, Ivan recognized the importance of cultivating friendships. The outcome of their battle was clear. The Mark armor, forged from true adamantium, effortlessly triumphed over the electric whip-wielding Ivan. Without the presence of War Machine Rhodes, Ivan narrowly escaped the fate of being obliterated. You lost, Stark, Ivan muttered, bewildered. Beneath Tony's feet, the already damaged armor on Ivan suddenly flickered with urgent red lights. Pepper, Tony murmured, awakening to the situation. As the Mark armor took flight, its speed pushed to the limit. Boom. An explosion echoed. A brilliant flash of light and a cacophony of sound illuminated the entire area. Ultimately, Ivan was still consumed by the blast. The rapidly ascending Mark armor, in its final moments, soared into the sky, cradling a stunned Pepper. This time, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Tony, belatedly grasping the situation, realized that the remaining suits had already been transformed into golden petals by Ghoulie at the venue. On the rooftop where they rested, Tony gazed affectionately at the emotionally charged Pepper. In that moment, he comprehended that the most significant person in his life had long been by his side. The two individuals shared a passionate kiss, lingering in each other's embrace before finally parting, their gazes filled with deep affection as they prepared to share another moment. Just then, two figures appeared on the rooftop, accompanied by a teasing remark, revealing Ghoulie and Rod's invisibility. Goo, don't they resemble two seals fighting over grapes? Exclaimed Pepper. while Tony cast a wistful glance at the unexpectedly arrived duo. You two can leave now. Even though, for some reasons, Rod was unable to become War Machine at that moment, the Marvel master of sarcasm remained undiminished. This scene, which Ghoulie had not witnessed before with his ex-wife, now struck him as exceedingly fitting, perfectly aligned with the moment. With a mere thought, a crackling golden portal materialized behind Ghoulie. I won't disturb you any further. Rod, would you like a ride back? Upon hearing this, Rod was undeniably intrigued. He genuinely wished to experience what it felt like to traverse through Superman's portal. However, recalling a recent suggestion from Ghoulie, he hastily shook his head. Perhaps next time, Ghou. I have a few matters to discuss with Tony. Chapter 44. The hammer is gone in the early morning. As Ghoulie and Ceci engaged in their morning exercise, the sudden trill of a telephone broke the tranquility. Irritated, Ghoulie waved his hand, employing his wave-manipulating ability to disconnect the call, intent on resuming their workout. However, the incessant ringing persisted, an unwelcome interruption. Answer it. It might be something important, Ceci, slightly out of breath from exertion, suggested. Ghoulie nodded, and the phone, transformed by the small chaos, kindly connected the call. Hey, Superman. Go check out that hammer, a familiar voice chimed in from the other end. Ghoulie retorted with annoyance, Tony, you absolute nuisance. Wait for me to finish my run. He found Tony's suggestion utterly absurd. What was the significance of a hammer? It was neither remarkable nor soft, certainly. It paled in comparison to the importance of their morning exercise. As the ancients wisely stated, the morning sets the tone for the day. After instructing the small chaos to turn off the phone, the room once again filled with the sounds of panting breaths. 2.5 hours later, Ghoulie emerged from the crackling portal at Tony's residence. Before him, the silhouettes of two Mark suits materialized, and within one of them, Rhodey's excited face, adorned with a dazzling smile, was unmistakably bright. Clearly, Rhodey and Tony had reached some undisclosed agreement the previous night, with War Machine primed for action. Do you still need to run? Tony questioned, amused. A Superman needing to run? Who would believe that? I perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and then run 10 kilometers every day. What do you think makes me this strong? Ghoulie replied, his expression unfaltering. Upon reflection, he realized his daily regimen likely exceeded that. Tony and Rhodey, upon hearing his words, appeared intrigued if such exercises could bestow them with Ghoulie's strength. Perhaps it was worth considering. Shall we go? Are you two planning to fly over, or will you join me? Ghoulie inquired. However, Tony clearly had other plans. How about we race to see who can fly the fastest? In Tony's eyes, Rhodey was equipped with the Mark 6 suit, while he donned the more advanced Mark 7. There was no way he would finish last, and perhaps there was even a chance to outpace Ghoulie. Rhodey nodded in agreement, still energized from their late-night flight. Are you certain you wish to compete with me? Ghoulie sighed, observing their eager expressions. Very well. Let us proceed. No sooner had he spoken than War Machine activated, crashing through Tony's iron gate. Rod, you old coot. The Mark 7 suit sped off in pursuit of Rhodey. With a wave of his hand, Ghoulie harnessed his ability to reshape molecules, effortlessly repairing the iron gate before soaring into the sky, catching up to the two within seconds. The surveillance division of the American military could only shake their heads in exasperation. One Iron Man had already caused them enough trouble, disregarding air defense regulations. Now, a Superman had joined the fray, alongside their own Colonel Rhodey. What a predicament. I want one too, lamented the soldier responsible for monitoring, as tears of frustration welled in his eyes. In the sky, amidst the trio of figures soaring side by side, Tony chuckled with a sense of relief, exclaiming, at the very least, I haven't been surpassed by you this time. Little did he know the multitude of blows his spirit had endured since meeting Ghoulie. In every regard, except for wealth, he found himself outclassed. He was neither as youthful nor possessed the extraordinary abilities that Ghoulie had. In fact, he had no extraordinary powers whatsoever. Tony Stark had once been a paragon of excellence. Is that so? Ghoulie replied with a mischievous grin, enveloping himself in an energy wave before accelerating instantaneously. The resounding explosion of air followed suit. Tony and Rhodey were taken aback, and when they looked up, Ghoulie's figure had vanished without a trace. Jarvis, what was Ghoulie's speed just now? Tony inquired. Sir, it is somewhat uncertain, but it is approximately 1/120th of the speed of light, around 2,500 kilometers per second, or perhaps even faster. Never again would they compare themselves to this anomaly, a sentiment shared by both men. Meanwhile, in New Mexico, just outside Old Bridgetown, Seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Coulson was managing the aftermath. Beneath his feet lay the remnants of the burned Rainbow Bridge glyph, while several accompanying S.H.I.E.L.D. linguists were diligently interpreting the records. He glanced up casually, feeling an inexplicable sense of curiosity at the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure. Superman, Coulson murmured, wondering when this individual had arrived, noting the absence of the characteristic golden circle. To the outside world, The golden teleportation circle was a symbol of Superman. Coulson quickly stepped forward, extending his hand in introduction. Hello, I am Coulson. This marked their first formal encounter. When he had learned of Superman's induction into S.H.I.E.L.D., he had nearly leaped with excitement. Apart from Captain America, Superman was his second favorite superhero. Alas, one had passed away, while the other existed solely in comic books. I am Ghoulie. Has Thor departed? Ghoulie inquired. Coulson nodded in response. He left about an hour ago. Their conversation caught the attention of nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who were now consumed with the desire to capture a photograph with Superman. A few female agents even flushed with excitement. Ghoulie glanced over casually and was immediately struck by the extraordinary presence of Max, who was undeniably grand and radiant. Such a stature would be difficult to contain with mere hands. Jane Foster, who had developed feelings for the God of Thunder, gazed vacantly at the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge, acutely aware that this farewell might span years before they could reunite. Her friend, Daisy Louise, whom Ghoulie regarded as Max, stood nearby offering comfort. Daisy looked up just in time to catch Ghoulie's gaze. Ah, Jane, Superman. Quick, look, it's Superman. Ghoulie nodded amicably. Though Max's imposing stature and brilliance aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences, he was not a stallion driven by lust. Instead of indulging in such distractions, he would rather engage in more athletic pursuits with Cersei. The powers of the Eternals' 10-member squad were not to be underestimated. It was merely the case that the film adaptation had downplayed their capabilities, opting for close combat despite the plethora of long-range attack methods available. Most likely, the exorbitant special effects costs were responsible for this oversight. However, residing within the Marvel Universe alleviates the burden of exorbitant special effects. His only concern lies in the inadequacy of superpowers' visual representations. The mirror dimension of the Ancient One, Daisy's shockwaves at home, the reshaping molecules on Cersei, the ancient magic inscribed in the Darkhold, and even the blue giant star destroyer within the system space, all of these entities promise to deliver spectacular effects. There remains some time before the Ancient One seeks refuge with Eternity, and the dark magic contained within the Darkhold cannot yet be utilized openly. Approximately 2.5 hours later, Tony and Rhodey arrived fashionably late. New York is 357, 8 nautical miles, or 218 kilometers, from New Mexico, with 1 nautical mile equating to 852 kilometers. In Iron Man 2, Tony Stark's flight speed exceeds the maximum velocity of an F-22 fighter jet, which is 410 kilometers per hour, with specific figures mentioned as surpassing 414 kilometers, considering direct flight and the location of Old Bridgetown. The journey roughly equates to 2.5 hours. Has the hammer vanished? Upon receiving the news from Coulson, Tony looked up to see Ghoulie surrounded by 2 lovely ladies, the 3 of them engaged in animated conversation. This kid is back again. Does he not fear a fire in his home? Chapter 45, Wakanda's Zero-Cost Acquisition, Part 1. In a quaint motel located in Old Bridge, New Mexico, Ghoulie was deeply engrossed in his study of astrophysics, the echoes of Max's exuberant exclamations from the previous night still resonating in his ears. Superman is my apprentice. The only tinge of regret he felt was that the reward was not associated with Thor's extraordinary abilities. However, this was understandable, as Max's admiration for Thor was purely aesthetic, especially given that Thor was her close friend Jane's boyfriend, and nothing had transpired between them. In contrast, Ghoulie harbored no such reservations regarding Max. Through the guidance of the character Daisy Louise, his cultural competence increased, granting him access to the Transformers. Cable, a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the leader of the Dinobots, boasted a formidable combat form measuring 25.6 meters in height, truly a pinnacle of power among the Transformers. Like Ms. Zhao Hailuan, Daisy Louise was also a research staff member, which perhaps elucidated why Ghoulie had once again acquired a Transformer. A journey to Wakanda was imperative. He and Tony had already amassed all the requisite materials to synthesize true adamantium, save for the elusive vibranium from Wakanda. The delay in their expedition to Wakanda stemmed from several factors: the recent unfolding of events in The Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 2, and Thor, coupled with the sudden emergence of tasks from the erratic system. Furthermore, a divergence in their approach to obtaining vibranium had arisen. Tony favored a purchase, while Ghoulie envisioned a zero-cost acquisition. These various reasons had hindered their progress, resulting in Ghoulie's collection of Transformers, of which only the small yet formidable Bumblebee had been upgraded with a new body crafted from vibranium, while Drift, Soundwave, and the Tape Team's mechanical dog and bird, along with the newly acquired Cable, all required material enhancements, with Drift standing at 4.6 meters, Soundwave at 6.7 meters, and Cable towering at 25.6 meters. Ghoulie calculated that, alongside the Iron Legion Tony sought to create, they might require hundreds of tons of Wakandan vibranium. at a staggering price of 10,000 per gram. 100 tons of vibranium would amount to an astounding 100 billion. This figure coincidentally matched the net worth of Iron Man as officially reported by Marvel. Should he consider selling Tony? With a mere thought, a crackling portal materialized before him. This time, he intended to enter only physically, leaving behind the complexities of life. They were both adults, and mutual consent could hardly be deemed unscrupulous. Upon arriving at Tony's residence once more, he disclosed the astronomical sum required for the acquisition of vibranium. Upon hearing the exact figure, Tony was genuinely taken aback. What? 100 billion? Goo, are you jesting? Even selling me wouldn't suffice. In reality, selling him would just about cover it. Always composed and rational, Tony regarded Ghoulie with a perplexed expression. You are referring to the price for 100 tons of vibranium, but we won't need that much. Although he planned to forge an Iron Legion, he was not so deluded as to believe he could create an army of thousands of iron soldiers. Initially, the funds available to him may not be sufficient. And at that time, the politicians from America would likely go into a frenzy. Why? Are you, Stark, contemplating rebellion? Ghoulie sighed in exasperation and continued to explain. A 4.6-meter high drift, 6. 7-meter sound waves, 25. 6-meter high steel cables, mechanical dogs. And mechanical birds, calculate how much vibranium I require. Moreover, we must retain some reserves. Upon hearing Ghoulie's analysis, Tony experienced an unprecedented sentiment, the billionaire Tony Stark, lacking funds? Preposterous. Who would believe such a thing? Even more incredulous was the notion that Ghoulie, referred to by the media as the golden Superman in light of humanity, was consumed with thoughts of zero-cost acquisitions. Goo, how much do you have? Tony inquired, displaying a hint of concession. Most of my funds are invested in your company's stock. I have approximately 1.2 billion available. Shall we sell the stocks? Tony shook his head vehemently. Absolutely not. If that happens, Stark Industries is finished. As a major shareholder, cashing out would clearly signal to the world that I'm done with it, leaving you to carry on. A drastic drop in stock price would be considered a fortunate outcome. As the atmosphere intensified, Ghoulie continued to incite. Then let us proceed with my plan. Zero-cost acquisition of vibranium from Wakanda. Tony rolled his eyes, his face reflecting greater resistance, and retorted, Goo, we are superheroes. Ghoulie suddenly exclaimed, in that case, let us deliberate properly. Tell me loudly, Tony, what do we need Wakandan vibranium for? Although Tony was perplexed, he responded, to synthesize true adamantium. He could not fathom why it was referred to as true adamantium. Was there a counterfeit version? Ghoulie inquired again, with fervor, Tony, for what purpose do we need true adamantium? To create an army of iron men. And yes, those transformers of yours, Tony replied. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie was elated. Then tell me, what is the purpose of building an army of iron men? Goo, what is wrong with you? Tony, clearly still perplexed, felt Ghoulie was merely asking what he already knew. Ghoulie formally pressed, tell me why? To protect the Earth. Tony responded weakly. He resolved to inform Pepper to let Helen Zhao know that her boyfriend was not quite right in the head. Then, Mr. Tony Stark, please enlighten me on our ultimate goal in acquiring Wakandan vibranium. Initially, Tony's expression was one of resignation and confusion, but as he absorbed Ghoulie's words, it gradually shifted to seriousness, culminating in a shocked, wide-eyed murmuring, we acquire Wakandan vibranium to protect the Earth? Is that a valid interpretation? Ghoulie gave Tony's shoulder a hearty pat, filled with satisfaction, and remarked, congratulations, you answered correctly. Thus, the illustrious and virtuous Iron Man, Tony Stark, has been successfully indoctrinated by the outside world, referred to as the beacon of humanity, Ghoulie. The two have officially commenced their scheming, the Wakanda Zero-Cost Purchase Initiative. As far as I know, Wakanda is situated in Eastern Africa, merely a backward agricultural nation. Ghoulie scoffed. Backward? My dear brother, have you forgotten the value of vibranium? $10,000 per gram. After being influenced by Ghoulie, Tony now feels somewhat intellectually inadequate, falling into a contemplative silence. Ghoulie sighed and expounded upon the information he possessed. On the surface, Wakanda appears to be a destitute and underdeveloped agricultural country, yet in reality, it stands as the most technologically advanced nation on Earth. Our objective lies within their territory, specifically the vibranium. At this revelation, Tony slightly furrowed his brow. Are you truly certain that they are the most technologically advanced nation on Earth? Chapter 46, Wakanda's Zero-Cost Acquisition, Part 2. Are you truly convinced that they are the most technologically advanced nation on Earth? The illustrious Tony Stark certainly does not acknowledge this. Even if Ghoulie claims that the electric whip Prince Ivan possesses the most advanced technology. However, to assert that Wakanda stands at the pinnacle of advancement, he cannot bring himself to believe it. In response to Tony's inquiry, Ghoulie pondered briefly, stating that both have their merits. Although Wakanda's technology is formidable, it barely holds its ground against the Mark armor and the arc reactor. Their nation is concealed beneath a protective shield. At the appointed time, I shall stealthily infiltrate. While you, dear Tony, create a diversion to draw their attention. Tony nodded, a flicker of concern crossing his face. If their technology is indeed as advanced as you suggest, they must possess an array of high-tech weaponry. Ghoulie, disinclined to engage in sarcasm, simply shook his head. Not at all. They revere primitive combat methods. Our great Wakanda employs the finest materials to forge the most rudimentary weapons and wage the most primal wars. While it is true that Wakandan spears can emit lasers, they choose not to, embracing a whimsical approach. Tony, your mark armor is far too conspicuous, and your fame is undeniable. If we wish to execute this zero-cost acquisition unnoticed, it may prove rather challenging, as they would instantly recognize the identity of Iron Man. You are now more renowned than I, with fans in Europe even establishing a church that reveres you. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie rose and exclaimed, people die for wealth, birds perish for food. Since we have resolved to undertake this zero-cost acquisition, let us not hesitate any longer. Let us proceed immediately. Tony promptly grasped Ghoulie's shoulder, urging, let us devise a plan before we act. Perhaps you could send your dog to assist me from the outside. He held fond memories of the canine that had once saved him and Ethan. The mention of the dog prompted Ghoulie to contemplate a superior alternative. No, a wolfish one. Tony, I will transport you first through the portal, and I shall return home to fetch 2 accomplices shortly thereafter. In an instant, 2 crackling golden portals materialized, one leading to the East African savanna and the other to the lair of the Grey Wolf. Almost instantaneously, Ghoulie arrived at the laboratory, where Uncle Wolf was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a film. Wolf, Uncle, could you lend a hand? I need to retrieve something from a location that is heavily guarded. The Grey Wolf, cigar in mouth, rose to retrieve a toolkit. Let us be swift, boss. This movie about werewolves battling 300 vampires is quite intriguing. With a crackle, the portal opened and closed. Ever since mastering the art of teleportation, Ghoulie's mode of travel had transformed remarkably. However, it took him quite some time to realize that when Ancient One gifted him the Kamartaj Portal Advancement Compendium, she did not include the crucial sling ring. The sling ring is indispensable for every novice magician, as it aids in focusing one's thoughts for magical practice. Had it not been for the stimulus of reducing 10 centimeters, he might not have mastered the art of teleportation through the methods inscribed in the Dark Grimoire. The ancient Dengu indeed harbored ill intentions. Ghoulie thought fiercely, Humph, once you depart, I shall torment your disciples. Meanwhile, far away in Kamartaj, basking in the sun, the Ancient One inexplicably sneezed several times in succession. Sensing something amiss, she quickly rose and began to calculate with her fingers. However, moments later, a look of puzzlement crossed her face as she murmured, strange, nothing of significance is slated to occur soon. The next event is not for another 2 years. Casting her gaze upon her vibrant disciples, she sighed, reflecting, indeed, I have grown old. At that moment, in eastern Africa, Wakanda lay nestled in the East African savanna. If one were to reference its location on Earth as per the previous world, Wakanda is situated near the boundaries of Lake Turkana, bordered by South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia, an area also known as the Alami Triangular Zone. Grey Wolf, donning sunglasses and holding a cigar, coolly pointed towards a certain direction. Boss, the area ahead exhibits strong energy fluctuations. The Wakanda you mentioned should be right there. Behind Grey Wolf stood Ghoulie's zero-cost purchase team, comprising Iron Man Tony, the shape-shifting Bumblebee, and mechanical canines and avians. Tony gazed incredulously at the talking wolf, his eyes nearly bulging from his sockets. While he could still accept the existence of the Eternals and Kamartaj, this cool wolf now seemed utterly absurd and insane. This world was utterly mad. Even wolves could speak. Even more bewildering to Tony was that the wolf named Grey Wolf effortlessly assembled a detector using only the simplest of toolkits. Remarkably, it worked quite well. In less than 2 minutes, he had also crafted several jamming devices to ensure they would not be detected by various surveillance methods. Such a terrifyingly clever wolf. A genius indeed. A fiery light flickered in Tony's eyes, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. At that moment, he longed to engage in profound discussions with this distinguished wolf, forsaking the vibranium. Beside him, Ghoulie's eyes sparkled with a similar light. Tony, Bumblebee, and the K9. You all stay outside to provide support. I'll take Uncle Wolf inside. Be mindful that the jamming devices can only disrupt surveillance equipment. Do not let anyone discover us. Rest assured, when the time comes, the K9 and I will create some commotion to draw their attention. Ghoulie, having learned from the previous experience of being detected by thermal sensors, donned the jamming device, waved his hand, and activated his invisibility powers to cloak both himself and Grey Wolf. With the wolf perched on his shoulder, he soared forward. Upon arriving at the area pointed out by Grey Wolf, he indeed discovered an energy shield, imperceptible to the naked eye, obstructing his path. A forceful breakthrough might arouse suspicion within. Generally speaking, the energy shield was composed of an electromagnetic barrier and a plasma shield. The electromagnetic shield is responsible for repelling a myriad of high-energy particle weapon attacks, as high-energy particles are predominantly charged entities. Any charged particle will be influenced by the electromagnetic field, resulting in a deviation from its trajectory. In other words, with the presence of an electromagnetic shield, high-energy particle weapons are rendered incapable of striking their intended targets. On the other hand, the plasma shield serves to defend against neutral particles and kinetic weaponry. The plasma shield constrains ultra-high temperature plasma within a compact area through magnetic forces, thereby forming a thermal barrier. Consequently, when kinetic weapons and solid projectiles come into contact with the surface of this barrier, they are incinerated by the extreme heat or detonated prematurely. This explains why the artillery fire from Thanos' warship detonates above the Wakandan protective shield. As for the specifics of its operation, Ghoulie admits he is unaware. He is merely a student at New York University, not a genius like Dr. Banner or Tony Stark. However, this does not hinder him from successfully traversing the energy barrier through his molecular manipulation abilities, as he glides slowly toward the grand statue of the Black Panther. Chapter 47, Zero-Cost Purchase in Wakanda, Part 2. Nestled within the underground canyons of Wakanda, the vibranium is extracted through mechanized mining and transported via subterranean rail cars. The total storage capacity hovers around 10,000 tons. This marks Ghoulie's inaugural venture into the heart of Wakanda, and as he gazes upon the landscape, two distinct yet bizarre styles immediately captivate his attention. The city, situated within a basin, is adorned with futuristic skyscrapers interwoven with streets that exude an essence of primal tribal charm, presenting an unconventional yet striking beauty. Ghoulie even spotted rooftops crafted from pure vibranium, silently marveling at the opulence, truly a testament to wealth that could bring even a billionaire like Tony Stark to tears. Aside from its modest size, this city far surpasses America in grandeur. Descending through the cavern beneath the Black Panther statue, Ghoulie, accompanied by the crafty Grey Wolf, glides deeper into the abyss. After traversing a considerable distance in the dimly lit cavern, he is met with the breathtaking expanse of a colossal underground canyon. The walls glimmer with radiant blue veins of vibranium, and a majestic rail line stretches across the canyon, disappearing into the horizon. This must be the rail system designated for transporting vibranium. Given the substantial quantity of vibranium required by both himself and Tony, Ghoulie realizes that the vein beneath him is merely a tributary of the vast vibranium reserves, compelling him to venture further along the branch. At last, he discovers his target at the end of the tributary, a vibranium mine, illuminated by its enchanting azure glow. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, Ghoulie prepares to unleash his seismic powers and revel in the joys of mining. While he possesses the ability to trigger a significant earthquake to swiftly shatter the vibranium vein, Ghoulie deems such an action unnecessary. As a competent participant in the zero-cost purchase, his sole intention is to amass wealth without causing harm. 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons. When one is immersed in a beloved activity, time seems to slip away unnoticed. What may feel like mere minutes can often stretch into a considerable duration. At this moment, Ghoulie awkwardly realizes that his exhilaration has led him to over-excavate. Within the confines of his system's space, vibranium ore has already accumulated into a mountainous pile. Upon glancing at the system's display, his lips twitch in astonishment. A staggering 1,000 tons of Wakandan vibranium, or has he truly only mined a tenth of it? Am I now the wealthiest person on Earth? Ghoulie murmurs softly. With the market price of vibranium at 10,000 per gram, he has essentially unearthed a fortune of an entire $1 trillion. This sum is equivalent to the wealth of 10 Tony Starks. Indeed, fortune favors the bold from now on. Should Ms. Zhao wish to invest in stocks, she may do so, for he is now affluent. In high spirits, Ghoulie reluctantly casts a final glance at the azure vibranium veins, as a mischievous inner voice nudges him towards temptation. What if I extracted it all? Sighing, the Grey Wolf perched upon Ghoulie's shoulder interjects. Boss, moderation is key. They are merely rocks. Once I decipher their molecular structure, you can utilize your abilities to convert them. Ghoulie nods in understanding, enlightened by the sage advice. The sole flaw of molecular reshaping lies in its inability to conjure something from nothing. However, it possesses the remarkable ability to freely transform any other substance. Until now, this method had not been employed to convert vibranium from Wakanda, primarily due to the lack of knowledge regarding its molecular formula. This explains why, in battle, he often transmutes objects into petals or snowflakes. His limited understanding only extends to the molecular structures of these forms. At that moment, an unexpected disturbance arose. Whose voice is that? A girl with dreadlocks and dark skin cautiously scanned her surroundings. Upon witnessing the scene within the cave, she promptly pressed a button on the device affixed to her arm. The piercing sound of an alarm reverberated across the skies of Wakanda, prompting the girl to swiftly contact her brother. Observing the commotion, Ghoulie reluctantly soared towards the protective shield. It was careless, sound cannot be silenced, and speaking was ill-advised. Moments earlier, on a mountain outside the protective barrier of Wakanda, Tony, responsible for external support, inquired of the mechanical dog, "Dog, the time has come. Shall you proceed, or shall I? I and the second brother will take the lead. The traces left by your weapon's explosion might expose us," Ghoulie replied. Among his subordinates, the top scientist, Grey Wolf, held the highest rank, followed by Cherry Blossom Samurai, Sonic Wave in third, and Dog in fourth. As for the newly joined Steel Cable, the Dinosaur King scoffed at being associated with them, preferring to operate independently. Upon hearing this, Tony shrugged in resignation. Dog's analysis was indeed sound. The traces of Stark Industries on the weapons mounted on the Mark suit were unmistakable. Perhaps I should incorporate some Hammer Industries weaponry in the future? An idea abruptly struck Tony's mind. It seemed feasible as this way, during future Zero purchases, Hammer would take the fall. Tony was taken aback by his own thoughts. What is happening to me? Why am I thinking about future events? I must keep my distance from Ghoulie. I am being led astray. The munitions launched by Drifting and Dog detonated above the protective barrier, capturing the attention of Wakanda's defenders. The Royal Guard assembled under the leadership of Captain Okoye, awaiting the king's command. The reigning king of Wakanda, Chaka, sighed in resignation upon learning of the situation. Ever since his brother had illicitly sold vibranium, this foolish act not only betrayed Wakanda's ideals but also brought countless troubles to this once peaceful nation. In recent years, the ambitions and greed from the outside world had spread like wildfire, resulting in an increasing number of forces coveting vibranium. The weight on King Chaka's heart grew heavier, for he understood well that the existence of vibranium was a double-edged sword. It could bring prosperity and wealth to Wakanda or incite endless conflict and turmoil. Eliminate these invaders. With this command from the king, the Royal Guard, armed with high-tech rifles, marched forth with valor to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Princess Shuri, upon hearing of the invasion, hurried to the underground canyon, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. It is an instinctive belief that the external attack may serve to conceal something. When she arrived at the cave accompanied by her guards, she was confronted with the earlier scene. Before her lay the vibranium motherlode, depleted by nearly 1/10, marking the most significant loss ever endured by Wakanda. Brother, a thief has pilfered a substantial amount of vibranium. He possesses the ability to become invisible. He can likely evade surveillance as well. Within mere seconds, Princess Surue deduced the thief's capabilities from the previous situation, her mind racing through a list of superpowered individuals on Earth. This revelation plunged all of Wakanda into a state of complete alert. Waves of royal guards dashed towards the protective shield with the fervor of a tempest, driven by a singular thought: the invader must not escape, especially one who has stolen vibranium. Meanwhile, on the mountains outside Wakanda, two crackling portals slowly dissipated, allowing the Zero Yuan purchase team to vanish without a trace. After a fruitless search, the guard team was astounded to discover that apart from the remnants of exploded shell fragments, there were no clues in the vicinity. It was as if the incident had never occurred. Witnessing this, Captain Okoye commanded sternly, "Retrieve the fragments for analysis. The rest of you, follow me to search the nearby mountains." She was determined to uncover some useful leads. Far away in New York, Tony stepped through the portal, his excitement directed towards Ghoulie. "Goo, how much did you manage to take? Is it sufficient for our needs?" Chapter 48. The True Vibranium Alloy. Goo, how much did you take? Is it enough for us? Seeing Ghoulie remain silent, Tony mistakenly assumed that Ghoulie was disheartened by their failure to meet expectations. Thus, he quickly patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. "Taking a little less is not a problem. I can always scale back the Iron Legion project." Regaining his composure, Ghoulie shook his head and extended a finger toward Tony, realizing he had forgotten to procure some heart-shaped herb. After all, from what he had gathered in films, the herb's healing properties were astonishing. The wounded Black Panther had fully recovered after consuming it. Furthermore, it would eventually be incinerated by Killmonger. So it was wiser for him to take some. Although he was not in dire need of the heart-shaped herb, those around him could benefit from it. Ms. Zhao and Mei Jie were ordinary individuals, as was Tony. Providing them with the herb would at least bolster their health. 10 tons? That should suffice. If it comes down to it, I can always purchase more later. Tony rambled on. 10 tons will barely do. With a smile, Ghoulie patted the Mark suit. How could I possibly settle for just 10 tons? Think bigger. Upon hearing this, Tony's face lit up with joy, and he praised, "You really took 100 tons? Impressive." Gone was his earlier bitterness. He now found the prospect of a zero-cost acquisition rather exhilarating. Ghoulie had proven to be consistently reliable. Whenever he acted, success was assured. 100 tons? That's a laugh. We need at least 1,000 tons, enough to last a lifetime. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Wong Defa? Did you clear out their entire stock?" He felt a twinge of regret for promising just 100 tons while actually taking 1,000. It felt excessive, almost sinful. Yet, why did he feel a flicker of excitement upon hearing the figure of 1,000 tons? An accident, purely accidental. Their total vibranium reserves are around 10,000 tons. Taking 1,000 won't significantly impact that. Besides, we're not selling it. It's solely for the purpose of constructing the Iron Legion to safeguard Earth. The thought of delivering a small shock to Thanos brought a slight smile to Gu Li's lips. Noticing Tony still grappling with guilt, he quickly offered reassurance. Consider it a debt between us. Instead of letting it sit idle in the cave, we might as well put it to good use. Since becoming a superhero, Tony had excelled in many aspects, though his moral standards were excessively high. After hearing Gu Li's words, he sighed heavily. It seems we must proceed this way for now. He contemplated that, at worst, he could earn $1 trillion later to send to Wakanda. The vibrations emitted by this material are quite potent. I'll reserve a few tons for you. Let me know when you run out. All right, time to get busy. Approximately half an hour later, Gu Li returned to the underground canyon of Wakanda with a sense of purpose. Unlike his previous visit, the guards in the canyon had noticeably increased, with a member of the Wakandan security team stationed at regular intervals. After wandering around the canyon for a few laps, Gu Li finally discovered the nursery cultivating heart-shaped grass. The nursery, approximately 6 or 7 square meters in size, quietly stood adorned with dozens of purple heart-shaped plants. He recalled that consuming heart-shaped grass would transport one into a spiritual realm, and it was said that only royals were permitted to partake in it, rendering it somewhat sinister. After collecting 4 pieces of heart-shaped grass, Gu Li swiftly departed. Such an extraordinary entity should be entrusted to the cunning Grey Wolf, after all. The illogical heart-shaped grass would likely find reason in the presence of the equally illogical king, now that he had acquired the last necessary material, Wakandan vibranium. For synthesizing the true adamantium alloy, it was time to upgrade the Transformers' composition. After all, the Transformers' bodies were rather fragile. Even ordinary firearms on Earth could inflict damage upon them, let alone the plethora of superpowered beings within the Marvel Universe, who could dismantle them with the slightest carelessness. Adamantium alloy was undoubtedly a commendable alternative for reinforcing their structure. He vividly remembered how Captain America's shield, coated with honey, could withstand lasers, artillery, and even Thor's hammer. Of course, there were superior materials available, such as URU metal and the material used to forge Thanos' colossal blade. Yet those were unattainable in the short term. He could always replace them later. After all, the regenerative cradle produced by the system was as much a bug-level existence as Grey Wolf himself. Upon returning home, Gu Li couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Peter engrossed in a video game in the living room. Was little Spider-Man becoming his own Spider-Hog? Never mind. As long as Peter was happy. For several consecutive days, apart from a brief excursion to return Cersei and the Water Sprite to London, Gu Li remained occupied. Under Grey Wolf's command, he and Daisy were diligently engaged in the fusion process of true adamantium alloy. The newly acquired steel cable was so immense that it barely fit into the regenerative cradle, which consequently spiked the demand for adamantium. He had initially thought that his home was spacious enough, but in the face of steel cable, it seemed somewhat insufficient. To accommodate the towering figure of steel cable, which stood over 20 meters tall, Gu Li purchased a farm on the outskirts and began renovations. Steel Cable, the dinosaur transformer, possessed only 2 forms, both of which were combat-oriented, a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and a gorilla form. At long last, on the 15th day post-acquisition, the bodies of Drift, Soundwave, Steel Cable, along with the mechanical dog and bird, were all transformed into true adamantium alloy. Gazing at his array of subordinates, their forms gleaming with a cold luster, Gu Li smiled contentedly. This level of hardness would leave even Wolverine at a loss. At this moment, aside from their spark cores, their entire bodies had been upgraded to true adamantium alloy, rendering them impervious to conventional artillery. Few superpowered beings on Earth could pose any threat to them. Daisy, having toiled alongside him for half a month, showed no signs of fatigue. She leaned against Gu Li's shoulder, playfully saying, "This is too cool, brother. Can you give me one?" Her words, spoken in Chinese, sent a shiver down Gu Li's spine. "What's mine is yours, if you like that one. Go ahead and use it." Daisy immediately pouted, "I don't believe your nonsense. That woman of yours is certainly not a lady of high standing. In the past, I was too young and naive to understand, which is why I boarded your ship of thieves." Gu Li scratched his head, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that his visit to the airport would attract the attention of paparazzi? It was precisely due to Cersei's presence that the existence of his 3 girlfriends at home was exposed. "Daisy, I need to discuss something with you." Gu Li retrieved the Terrigen crystal and the activator from the system space. He explained under Daisy's puzzled gaze, "You possess half of inhuman blood, and this object can awaken your superpowers." "Really? I can be a superhero too?" At that moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly grasped Gu Li's arm, completely oblivious to the connection between the Inhumans and herself. "Almost. Quickly, tell me how to use it." Noticing Daisy's impatience, Gu Li leaned closer and whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing his words, her face flushed slightly, and she shot him an annoyed glare, gritting her teeth. "Fine. It's just wearing stockings. There's no need to look at me like that." To this, Guli expressed his utter confusion. Ms. Zhao is much better. She's like a treasure that can never be fully explored. All right, just stand inside. Shortly, a cloud of smoke will appear. If you feel uncomfortable at all, make sure to exit quickly. Following the instructions for the activator, Guli placed the Terrigen crystal into the device and pressed the start button. Instantly, a plume of smoke enveloped Daisy. Chapter 49. The Terrigen crystal. It must be said that the technological trajectory of the Inhumans is somewhat askew. Indeed, the entire Marvel technological landscape seems rather distorted. Take Wakanda, for instance. It possesses remarkably advanced technology, capable of constructing spacecraft, yet remains reluctant to modernize its agricultural practices. Then there is the realm of Asgard, which has developed interstellar battleships, yet wields weapons as rudimentary as conventional spears. Could they not incorporate some pulse weapons or laser armaments? Had their weaponry been more sophisticated, they might not have been so easily overrun by the Dark Elves. In a rural farmhouse, Guli lit a cigarette, quietly awaiting the effects of the Terrigen crystal. Once Daisy becomes Quake, if Grey Wolf can further unravel the mysteries of the heart-shaped herb, at the very least, a few of his girlfriends might acquire some semblance of superpowers. Although Guli had never intended for them to engage in combat in the perilous Marvel universe, possessing a modicum of superhuman ability is certainly preferable to being entirely devoid of it. After instructing Sonic to resume his surveillance in outer space, Guli began to contemplate the events that lay ahead. The current date is June 11th, 2010, and the most imminent significant event is the Chitauri invasion of New York, set to occur 2 years hence. By that time, Tony's true Adamantium Legion will likely be fully operational. Will the Chitauri withstand that? Almost forgot about Captain Marvel being unearthed next year. This suggests that there would not be any major incidents in the interim. However, there remains the detestable Skrulls. I must enlist Grey Wolf's assistance to create a device capable of identifying Skrulls. I recall that in the comics, it was the mystic known as Daff who devised such an instrument, effectively resolving the Skrull threat. The Skrull shape-shifting abilities pose a grave risk to human society, primarily instigating a crisis of trust. Soon, everyone may be perceived as a Skrull. Despite the fact that the Skrulls have never wronged Guli, he finds their existence repulsive and unsettling. Is this a form of racial prejudice? I wonder what Captain Marvel thought back then, agreeing to allow that cohort of green-skinned creatures to remain on Earth. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts, especially a species where every individual possesses the ability to transform. Their very capability dictates their fate, to become the singularity of the world or face annihilation. As the smoke from the Terrigen crystal within the activator gradually dissipated, Daisy opened her eyes and emerged. Do you feel any different? Is there any discomfort? Guli inquired hastily. Daisy stood in silence for a moment, resembling a statue, utterly still, as if urging something to awaken within her. After a brief pause, she dejectedly asked, Guli, why does my power not work on you? Previously, she had endured Guli's tremors several times, which were indescribably tormenting. Damn it, Guli replied, momentarily at a loss for words, playfully slapping her backside. Are you plotting to murder your husband? Is this how superpowers are utilized? Is your boyfriend merely a sacrificial offering, endowed with boundless magic? I was wrong. In the fleeting moment of courage she had just experienced, she now found herself engulfed in trepidation. With a surge of frustration, Guli hoisted the pleading Daisy onto his shoulder and, with a mere thought, conjured a portal that whisked them back to their chamber. A lengthy passage of VIP chapters resonated rhythmically against the bed's frame. Meanwhile, on the distant savanna of East Africa, the Wakandan Guard had spent half a month digging deep, yet they uncovered no useful clues. The only remnants they discovered were fragments of artillery shells, which revealed nothing significant, merely ordinary shells, commonly found in circulation, making it nearly impossible to trace their origin. The dejected members of the Guard returned to Wakanda, their spirits dampened. In stark contrast, the royal family of Wakanda wore expressions of deep concern, for precious heart-shaped herbs had vanished. These herbs, steeped in mystique and of utmost importance to the royal lineage, were now lost. Much like the missing vibranium, no trace remained near the site of the heart-shaped herbs. It was as if the thief had silently mocked Wakanda. If one could steal vibranium, one could equally pilfer heart-shaped herbs. The protective shield that Wakanda prided itself upon had proven utterly ineffective against such an intruder. Who could it be? Such an individual could not possibly be an unknown entity. Prince T'Challa bore a weary countenance, tasked with investigating the loss of vibranium as the next heir to the throne. With his sister Shuri's assistance, T'Challa had spent 2 weeks searching, yet found nothing. Shuri, have you identified any suspicious individuals? He inquired. Shuri shook her head in response. Brother, I have yet to uncover any motive-driven superhuman capable of invisibility. She added casually, that thief might even be able to fly. If that person could indeed fly, how had they escaped the underground canyon? This thought sparked a glimmer of insight for her, as if she had discovered a new direction for their investigation. Shuri swiftly scrolled through the list on her tablet, examining each entry. A flying superhuman. Hulk. He should not be able to fly. Despite her assertion, she noted Hulk's name nonetheless. Iron Man, Mr. Stark. Capable of flight and possessing a motive. With swift strokes, she recorded Tony Stark's name. For who in this era was unaware of Iron Man's renown? As a fellow researcher, Shuri felt a deep yearning to collaborate with Stark. Thor, the Norse god of thunder. He fits the profile, able to fly and elusive. She jotted down Thor's name as well. This information had been relayed by Wakandan spies, with recent intelligence just received. Superman. Able to fly, capable of teleportation, fitting the criteria of the thief. However, he possesses the ability to alter the very structure of matter, rendering such theft unnecessary. As she contemplated the manipulation of material form, a realization struck her. If that superhuman chose to transmute vibranium, Wakanda's prized resource would lose its rarity, potentially becoming as commonplace as mere stones scattered about. Shuri cast a worried glance at her brother, who, in turn, offered a bittersweet smile and shook his head in resignation. The sisters' concerns are entirely reasonable. However, they remain helpless, for the reports from the spies dispatched from Wakanda indicate that the man is exceedingly powerful. To this day, no one has witnessed the limits of his strength, and it is likely that no one would dare to seek them. Yet, Chala finds himself perplexed by one question. Why would such a formidable being choose to join SHIELD? Is it truly for the preservation of peace? Also troubled by related questions is Ghoulie himself. Following his upgrade to a Transformers-like ally, he finally carved out time to delve into the two remaining unfinished system tasks, the annihilation of Hydra and the obliteration of SHIELD. Well-versed in the narrative's trajectory, he understands that even if he were to do nothing and merely wait for a few years, Hydra and SHIELD would inevitably face destruction. However, Ghoulie is unwilling to wait. He is exceedingly eager for the rewards. If executed with finesse, he might even incite a conflict between them and the Skrulls. At that moment, an unexpected phone call arrived from his beloved university advisor, Dr. Eric Selvig. "Goo," he said. "Do remember to return to campus tomorrow. You have graduated." Chapter 50 Graduation. Am I really graduating? Ghoulie mumbled in a daze after hanging up the phone. He had initially believed he would be expelled from school, considering he hadn't set foot in the institution since the second year. The reason he had chosen to attend university was due to the binding of a whimsical system, which required him to connect with characters from the narrative in order to reap associated rewards. Although the system placed no restrictions on the gender of his romantic interests, Ghoulie was confident in his orientation. He was solely attracted to beautiful women. However, the alluring women in society seldom took an interest in a boy fresh out of high school, which prompted him to seek fortune at school. At that time, he had just turned 18, still bearing the innocence of youth, devoid of any system rewards, just an utterly ordinary individual. Moreover, in the land of freedom, where gunfights echoed daily, the outside world posed significant dangers to an ordinary person like him. These myriad reasons led the once ordinary Ghoulie to tearfully enter New York University. It was there that he met his first love and later ex-girlfriend, Sharon Carter, from whom he acquired the 5-5 serum, vibranium shield, captain's diary, and more. It was only from that point that he began to cultivate the means to liberate himself. Had 4 years truly elapsed unnoticed? Time is indeed a relentless blade, swiftly ushering in the passage of years. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had flown by, leaving behind a legacy of being New York's most handsome, the golden beacon of humanity, endowed with boundless wealth and striking good looks. It can be confidently asserted that Ghoulie's present strength is a testament to his persistent efforts, achieved without resorting to any shortcuts. I am indeed an inspiration. Ghoulie admired himself in the mirror, thinking perhaps only you, sitting before your screen, could rival my charm. It was time to bid farewell to my past self, and this farewell would mark his graduation ceremony. From this moment on, he vowed to uphold the fundamental principles of a king of the seas, striving diligently to advance towards a singular cosmic level, a multiverse level, a grand cosmic level, and ultimately an omnipotent cosmic level, until he reached the pinnacle of the entire universe. The road is long and arduous, and I shall seek knowledge both above and below. Ghoulie's fervent emotions naturally influenced the women around him. Daisy, the seismic-powered heroine, having practiced for 2.5 days, had unknowingly destroyed countless items since acquiring her abilities. At times, she would shatter the bed beneath her, and other times, the sofa would collapse as she sat down. When tasked with washing dishes, not a single pot or pan in the kitchen was spared. After much contemplation, Daisy boldly declared, "Ghoulie, I wish to be a superhero like you. I want to join SHIELD." Since their acquaintance at 17, Daisy's life of wandering had come to a close, and naturally, the incident of her being jailed for theft never transpired. In the original trajectory, she was recruited into SHIELD, Now, with her newfound seismic abilities, especially influenced by her boyfriend Gu Li's superhero identity, the desire to join S.H.I.E.L.D. had ignited within her. Gazing at the lovely figure in his arms, Gu Li leaned back against the sofa, helplessly staring at the ceiling. His decision to join S.H.I.E.L.D. was, of course, driven by the objective to dismantle the agency and the nefarious organization Hydra that lurked behind it. As for Daisy, her past had its merits. Instead of undermining her own family, it would be far more prudent to target S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. But never mind. As long as she finds joy in it. Very well, I shall place a call to Egg. Gu Li promptly dialed the number, aware that postponing certain matters might convey a lack of regard for her. Hi, Gu. Just so happens a mission requires your attention, came Nick Fury's enthusiastic voice from the other end. Upon hearing the word mission, Gu Li couldn't help but smirk. The disparity between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra became glaringly apparent. He had nearly simultaneously affiliated with both organizations, yet Hydra had never once compelled him to undertake any tasks, even having already dispersed his salary for the entire upcoming year. In stark contrast, S.H.I.E.L.D. had him executing tasks merely days into his tenure. With the current month's wages not due until next month, it was no wonder Hydra flourished, while such a commendable organization as S.H.I.E.L.D. faced closure. As each member bore an inextricable responsibility. Fury, the mission may need to wait. I will be attending my graduation ceremony tomorrow. Graduation ceremony? What graduation ceremony? The voice on the phone expressed a hint of confusion. The graduation ceremony of New York University. I graduate tomorrow. By the way, my girlfriend wishes to join S.H.I.E.L.D. She is no ordinary individual, but a superpowered being. Very well, once you are done, bring her to the agency. After hanging up, Daisy excitedly embraced Gu Li, playfully nibbling at him. Hey, there are children present. 9-year-old Peter Parker was striving to assert his presence, mimicking Uncle Ben's behavior. Young Peter had been summoned to school several times for parental meetings, not for any trivial reason, but because he was simultaneously courting 6 young girls at the tender age of 9. Peter, Uncle has purchased several study materials for you, placed in your room. Should you fail to complete them by the end of the month, there will be no pocket money for this year. That little rascal. I'll see to it that you behave. Upon hearing this, young Peter visibly shuddered, casting a melancholic glance at Gu Li before timidly retreating to his room. Peter was resolute, unwilling to compromise unless his allowance was sufficiently ample. Following this minor interlude, the 3 women began to whisper among themselves, deliberating on their attire for Gu Li's graduation ceremony. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime occasion for their man, brother, as significant as the altar of matrimony itself. In the afternoon, the school kindly sent over the graduation gown. New York University is renowned for its lack of traditional gates, as it does not possess a distinctly designed structure that serves as a main entrance. The campus sprawls throughout Manhattan, seamlessly blending with the cityscape, devoid of walls. This was also a principal reason Gu Li had chosen it: proximity to home, the luxury of sleeping in, and the absence of gates made it convenient for skipping classes. Prompted by Mrs. Zhao, Gu Li donned the graduation gown, instantly eliciting her admiration. Darling, you look truly splendid. This was precisely why, upon meeting Gu Li, they had fallen for each other at first sight, transitioning from mere attraction to deep affection over time. Certainly, perhaps the primary reason lies in their shared ebony hair, obsidian eyes, and golden skin. As the atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous, May swiftly interjected, stating, I shall assist Peter with his homework, thus managing to evade the grasp of a certain individual. To commemorate tomorrow's graduation, might I be so bold as to invite the 2 lovely ladies to dine with me? Sharing a meal, after all, serves as one of the many ways to foster deeper connections. Not far away, at the seaside villa, Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan found themselves utterly captivated by the Edelman alloy, both ensnared in a frenzy of excitement. Tony, the Edelman alloy is the most exquisite thing I have ever encountered. It is breathtaking. The silvery metal resembles a divine masterpiece, and yet it possesses such remarkable hardness. Despite our extensive efforts, we have yet to discover anything capable of damaging the Edelman alloy. Ethan, do you think the Gundam-style armor holds any potential? Chapter 51, The Vision of the Steel Legion Mobile Suits, huh? That's quite an intriguing notion. What prompted such a sudden thought? Ethan pondered for a moment before inquiring. It was likely that the inspiration had stemmed from those transformers in Gu Li's possession, though Ethan refrained from voicing this directly. After all, Tony was a stubborn individual, fiercely defensive yet soft-hearted, and he might not readily admit to it. Especially since deep within Tony, there existed an unwavering desire to surpass Gu Li, an insatiable thirst for victory. That insufferable competitive spirit, Ethan mused. Indeed, Tony hesitated before responding. Well, there are a few ideas from that little venture that could be considered passable. Ethan chuckled inexplicably. Recalling a suggestion he had heard not long ago, what about the nano battle armor Gu suggested earlier? Were we not supposed to explore that avenue? However, the development of nanotechnology had stagnated, with Dr. Zhao's research hitting an impasse. The initial surge in nanotechnology had only materialized after Wakanda shared certain scientific advancements with the world, making its current state on Earth somewhat ahead of its time. The Gundam-style armor is merely a fragment of my vision for the Steel Legion. The concept revolves around modular armor with specific functionalities. This is the direction of our research. Specific functionalities? Ethan queried, perplexed. Indeed, functionalities such as firefighting, disaster relief, transportation, and medical assistance. Tony enumerated an array of ideas in one breath. Ethan's eyes widened to disbelief as he exclaimed, "Tony, are you preparing to instigate a war?" It was no surprise he thought this way. The types of armors Tony described were undeniably designed for warfare. Could it be that Tony believed the current state of global affairs was stifling the advancement of human society? Suddenly, Ethan felt a twinge of excitement. His homeland had long been engulfed in conflict, although many terrorists had been eradicated through the efforts of himself and Tony. The environment in the Middle East dictated that terrorism and strife were as persistent as weeds, never truly eradicated. Tony sighed, clarifying, "It's not about waging war. It's about preparing for potential conflicts or invasions." Upon hearing the word invasion, a smirk crept across Ethan's face. The idea of America being invaded was absurd. It would be a monumental blessing if it weren't the one invading others. 20 years prior, nearly every conflict around the globe had been instigated or propelled by America. Were it not for his deep friendship with Tony, and his curiosity about the mechanical dog that had saved their lives, Ethan would never have settled in America, a nation steeped in sin, a country prone to aggression. Noticing the smirk on his friend's face, Tony shrugged helplessly. He was an interested party in some matters and felt powerless to change them. Shutting down Stark Industries' weapons development division and becoming Iron Man to combat evil was a significant effort on his part. "Ethan, it's not about wars originating from within Earth. You once mentioned that certain extraterrestrial civilizations have a penchant for invading less advanced societies like ours." Upon hearing these words, Ethan nodded. If extraterrestrial forces were indeed involved, it was imperative to take precautions. After all, no matter the extent of human conflict, it remained an internal affair. Should the entirety of Earth fall under the dominion of aliens, the fate of humanity would be precariously uncertain. We might either become commodities or slaves. Reminiscent of the sordid events that once transpired on American soil, Ethan had no desire to engage in cotton picking. After a lengthy exchange, the two resumed their labors throughout the night. As dawn broke, the weary duo was suddenly greeted by Jarvis's voice. "Sir, Dr. Ethan, today marks Mr. Gu's graduation ceremony." New York University had begun to promote this event fervently over 2 weeks prior. Leaders from both the admissions and public relations departments were eager about it. For no institution could boast a more illustrious student than a superhero. He was indeed the man heralded as the light of humanity. "Is Gu Charlie graduating today? I had thought he was around my age," Tony jested, whimsically bestowing the name Gu Charlie upon Gu Li. His choice was influenced both by personal preference and the belief that Gu Li was of lesser merit than some Charlie. Tony had a penchant for nicknaming nearly every superhero and villain within the Marvel Universe. Among the more notable were Captain Popsicle, Bambi, and the protagonist from Explosive Point. Not to mention the unfortunate Thor, who had been dubbed both Explosive Point's protagonist and Lebowski. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Li too was unwittingly saddled with the moniker of Gu Charlie. "Ethan, shall we go take a look? Perhaps we might catch a glimpse of Gu's former girlfriends," suggested Tony, and the two old men shared a knowing smile, their expressions radiant as if they could already envision Gu Li's embarrassment. Meanwhile, within the auditorium of New York University, applause thundered. From 8 in the morning, photographs were being taken, and the formal graduation ceremony commenced at 11, spanning a full 3 hours. Gu Li found himself surrounded by an uncountable throng of alumni and journalists, the blinding flashes rendering him almost numb. Had he foreseen such a scenario, he would have unequivocally opted not to attend. Yet, it was precisely this crowd that kept his ex-girlfriends at bay. Though whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune remained uncertain. He recalled Azu, pondering how that individual adapted to the life of a superstar. How he navigated the spotlight with ease and a resplendent smile. Just like the principal standing on stage at that moment, whose grin nearly rivaled Az's. Following this was an elaborate ceremony lasting approximately 2.5 hours. When it was nearly his turn to ascend the stage, a guide would escort him forward, allowing him to step up only upon hearing his name. Should he receive a bachelor's degree, a nod of gratitude would be required towards the dean, whereas a master's degree necessitated a cap salute. After acknowledging those around him, Gu Li settled quietly into his seat, while Ms. Zhao, Daisy, May, and young Peter were assigned to the family section at the rear. Not long ago, his advisor had informed him he would be the last to take the stage, meaning he had to endure an additional 2.5 hours of waiting. The individual responsible for organizing the ceremony was undoubtedly quite the rascal. Dressed in their academic gowns, the students ascended the stage one after another, while a throng of journalists hastily clicked their cameras, evidently awaiting the entrance of the final gentleman. Many students cast furtive glances in a particular direction, their expressions a tapestry of envy, fervor, and reverie, yet curiously, none displayed jealousy. When one surpasses others by a mere margin, they may merely attribute it to good fortune, prompting jealousy, resentment, and even slander. However, when one possesses a strength so formidable, far exceeding that of their peers, the courage to envy dissipates, leaving only admiration and profound reverence in its wake. They will love you, fear you, and respect you. Beneath your feet lies a multitude of followers and believers, their admiration and trepidation flowing like an unceasing river. Clearly, Ghoulie, known as the Golden Superman, epitomizes such formidable strength. Ghoulie, Chapter 52, Graduation Ceremony. As the name Ghoulie resonated throughout the hall, a thunderous applause erupted, echoing like an unending river or a stampede of wild horses across the boundless prairie. Clad in his academic robe, Ghoulie gracefully approached the stage. To the fervent eyes of his ardent fans, his step seemed light and ethereal, his gaze sparkling like the stars in the night sky. Particularly his warm and confident smile enveloped the audience in a comforting glow, akin to basking in the sunlight. The sound of flashing cameras filled the air, a cacophony of excitement. After receiving his bachelor's degree and nodding in gratitude to the principal, Ghoulie felt an overwhelming urge to make a swift exit. But he knew that was an impossibility. As anticipated, the jovial principal invited him to the microphone, gesturing for him to share a few words. The moment Ghoulie stepped onto the stage, all eyes were fixated upon him. The principal was acutely aware of what the audience craved to witness. "Hello everyone," he began, and the atmosphere in the hall ignited like a barrel of gunpowder, exploding in an instant. It transformed into a sea of fervor, with students and reporters, led by the enthusiastic fans, erupting with exuberant shouts, "Suboman, Suboman, Suboman!" Ghoulie waved in response to the electrifying energy of the crowd, suddenly realizing that his journey as a superhero had taken an unexpected turn, leading him toward a different legacy. After about half a minute, he raised his hand to quiet the audience, and silence enveloped the hall. "For me, this has been a place of learning and growth indeed." Had he not met his ex-girlfriend Sharon Carter here, he would not have acquired his enhanced abilities, nor would he have forged numerous friendships that laid the groundwork for his future. Moreover, being close to home allowed for spontaneous escapades from school. Who wouldn't he relish that? Many proclaim me a superhero, but you, and all of you, my friends, are the true heroes. The charisma of Azu was undeniable as Ghoulie uttered those words. The audience's fervor reached a crescendo, their cheers crashing like formidable waves, breaking through the hall's ceiling. "Suboman, Suboman, Suboman!" With a gentle and warm smile, Ghoulie waved to the audience before returning to his seat. The joy of Azu was indeed beyond imagination. Recently arrived, Tony and Ethan had anticipated witnessing Ghoulie surrounded by his former girlfriends in an awkward predicament. Yet, what greeted them was a throng of devoted fans with stars in their eyes, passionately roaring in admiration. Even the leggy blonde journalist, known for her critiques of Tony, exclaimed, "Suboman, I want to have your children." It seemed that we had underestimated Ghoulie's influence. He now boasted more fans than Captain America himself. It is noteworthy that Captain America has endured numerous battles during World War II, alongside decades of propaganda and guidance from the American government. After all, who does not cherish a vanished figure of inspiration, particularly in America? Yet, Ghoulie, merely by subduing Hulk and Abomination on the streets of New York, has amassed an astonishing influence, one that both he and many others had not anticipated. In truth, it is the existence of Superman comics that has afforded Ghoulie significant advantages due to his heat vision and flight abilities. Given that Superman possesses similar superpowers, the public instinctively associates Ghoulie with all the admirable qualities of humanity. Tony, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, reflects on the fact that while others may be oblivious to Ghoulie's true nature, he, Tony Stark, is well aware. Having shared a zero-cost shopping experience in Wakanda with Ghoulie, as this thought flashes through his mind, Tony lets out a heavy sigh. It is best not to dwell on this matter. Even Iron Man himself has succumbed to a certain decline, undoubtedly influenced by Goo Charlie. Finally, after the old principal has rambled on for another half hour, Ghoulie's graduation ceremony concludes splendidly. The subsequent banquet takes place outside, where the principal waves his hand grandly, inviting a throng of journalists to partake in the festivities. Though his benevolent smile unmistakably conveys a message, make sure to write well and promote vigorously. The journalists, understanding his intent, nod in agreement, and the atmosphere of the banquet is immediately infused with joy. As the primary lady, Ms. Zhao naturally takes Ghoulie's hand, asserting her claim over him to the flamboyant figures nearby. In her view, she could tolerate one or two rivals, but the existence of a third would be intolerable, much like the woman from London, whom she refuses to acknowledge. When she and Ghoulie pose for a photograph together, it incites a frenzy among the journalists, and headlines for the next day are assured, Superman's girlfriend. Tony, however, finds his enthusiasm waning, primarily because the journalists and fans surrounding him pale in comparison to those flocking around Ghoulie. Nearby, Ethan shakes his head in resignation, bemused by the relentless competitive spirit of men. Typically, Tony Stark is a calm and rational individual, akin to a finely tuned machine, adept at managing any situation with ease. Yet, whenever he encounters Ghoulie, he transforms, resembling a young beast vying for parental affection, desperately trying to assert his presence among his peers, fearful of being overlooked. Ethan speculates that perhaps this is Tony's way of acknowledging Ghoulie, akin to how that fellow occasionally jests at his expense. The afternoon passes in a flurry of photographs and frenzied interviews. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Ghoulie conjures a large teleportation portal, whisking his entire family back to the villa. Naturally, they are met with another round of enthusiastic photography. The outside world is immensely curious about this mysterious golden portal. It defies all logic, yet appears entirely plausible in the context of Superman. Had it not been for Ghoulie's formidable display of combat prowess, which has left the American politicians feeling uncertain, they might have sought to exploit it much earlier. Exhausted, Ghoulie sprawls on the sofa, as though completely drained. Seated beside him, young Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Uncle, could you please give me a few autographed photos?" "What for?" Ghoulie inquired, perplexed, as Peter, this young lad, should not be lacking in funds recently. Peter scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, my girlfriends just called me asking for them. They saw us standing together on television and haha, they didn't believe me when I told them Superman is my uncle." Ghoulie felt a slight headache coming on. Had the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man been led astray under his care? Girlfriends? Are we talking about Mary Jane, Gwen, or perhaps some other young lady? "Pick a few, and I shall sign them," he replied. As anticipated, Peter chose a photo of himself standing alone with his superhero uncle. The little fellow displayed considerable savvy. After fulfilling Peter's request, Ghoulie turned his gaze towards Mrs. Zhao and May, who were busily occupied in the kitchen. He wondered if Uncle Wolf had succeeded in developing the heart-shaped herbal potion. Chapter 53. The current Grey Wolf. As for the reason behind his unwavering obsession with the heart-shaped herbal elixir, Ghoulie aimed to arm Miss Zhao and May to the teeth. The heart-shaped herbal elixir was merely the first step of his elaborate scheme. The second phase involved nanotechnology armor, though it remained somewhat imperfect at present. Naturally, his optimal choice was the vibranium suit from Wakanda, for it could be concealed within a necklace. However, Ghoulie harbored uncertainty regarding whether Su-Rue had successfully developed it during this time frame. Should he venture to Wakanda once more? He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having previously pilfered 1,000 tons of vibranium and subsequently 4 heart-shaped herbs, would it be excessive to appropriate 2 vibranium suits? It resembled a farmer continually shearing a sheep, which indeed felt rather excessive. Nevertheless, Ghoulie resolved to carve out time for another visit. He did not wish to harbor regrets in the future. The recent attack on the barbecue restaurant was still vividly etched in his memory. That interminable 7 minutes was an experience he never wished to relive. As for the clandestine arrival of Daisy into his embrace while Peter was away, he included that in his plans as well. With the ability to wield shockwaves, Daisy could easily ensure her own safety. Yet who would refuse the opportunity to grow stronger? "Dinner is ready," Sister May called out to the two entwined on the sofa. Ghoulie relished this current lifestyle, which provided him with a sense of home in this foreign world. As for his mysteriously vanished adoptive parents, they had been kind to him, yet it was peculiar that despite extensive monitoring and data collection by sonic waves, their whereabouts remained elusive, as if they had never existed at all. "Darling, please pour me a glass of water." Upon regaining his composure, Ghoulie nodded. But when he offered it to Zhao Hailuan, she shook her head. "I cannot drink it cold. Hand it to me." The little foodie Daisy took it and gulped down a couple of sips. Zhao Hailuan smiled at Ghoulie, and he affectionately ruffled her hair before pouring her a glass of warm water. Ms. Zhao was remarkably understanding, like a hidden gem. Aside from her unfortunate stock trading losses, she possessed no faults whatsoever. Previously, she had gambled all her assets on Stark Industries stocks, which surged dramatically before she sold them off entirely to invest in Hammer Industries. The outcome was, of course, evident. Following the Stark Industries expo, Justin Hammer was sentenced to 8 years due to alleged terrorism, causing Hammer Industries stock prices to plummet. The adept stock trader, Ms. Zhao, found her assets once again ensnared in the market. Little Peter had barely taken a few bites of his meal before rushing back to his room, undoubtedly to call his girlfriends. Observing all this, May Parker wore a slight frown. "Goo, perhaps Peter and I should move back," she suggested, concerned that her idolized nephew might become as fickle as Ghoulie, potentially causing heartache for countless girls in the future. Although she had chosen Ghoulie as her partner, she did not wish for her nephew to follow in those footsteps. Sometimes, such contradictions arose. She often wondered how she had not resisted climbing aboard this pirate ship in the first place. Upon hearing that Sister May and little Peter were about to leave, Ghoulie had yet to utter a word of persuasion when Daisy preemptively interjected, "Sister May, please don't go. I beg you, I can't bear to eat takeout anymore." Sister May, tenderly grasping Daisy's hand, reassured her. "Why don't you all come over for a meal? It's quite convenient. With the existence of the portal, distance is no longer a concern. It feels as if we've not truly parted." Sensing May's resolve, Ghoulie felt a twinge of helplessness. Little Peter had indeed been somewhat misled under his care, and he hoped that during their time apart, Sister May's nurturing guidance would help realign him. He would turn back to procure a few suitable feather dusters. All right then. But let us not return to Queens. The demographic composition there is far too complex and fraught with instability. Let us go to the house Helen and I used to live in. The small villa rewarded by the system had remained vacant for some time, making it a perfect new residence for Sister May and Peter. "Thank you," May smiled, holding Goulie's hand. She was grateful for the young man's understanding and support of her choice. This was precisely why she cherished their time together. Their lives intertwined, yet each retained their own space. But gratitude alone wouldn't suffice. A lengthy VIP chapter loomed ahead once more. 2.5 hours later, Ghoulie, cigarette in mouth, arrived at the laboratory of the Wolf Uncle. "Uncle Wolf, how's the research on the heart-shaped grass progressing?" Upon seeing the haggard expression on the Wolf Uncle's face, he was taken aback. "Uncle Wolf, what happened to you?" The Wolf Uncle appeared utterly drained, eyes closed, with pronounced dark circles beneath them, muttering, "Little leopard, do you yield or not?" "What little leopard?" Ghoulie queried, glancing around in confusion. Where was this little leopard? The entire laboratory was occupied solely by the equally bewildered mechanical dog and mechanical bird, standing guard beside the Wolf Uncle. "Dog, what is wrong with your master?" The mechanical dog replied respectfully, "Master, the Wolf Uncle consumed a piece of heart-shaped grass and has turned into this." The realization that the Wolf Uncle had eaten the heart-shaped grass and was now calling for a little leopard caused Ghoulie to furrow his brow. "How long has it been? Why didn't you inform me?" "About an hour ago, but the Wolf Uncle forbade us from telling you," the dog weakly explained. Ghoulie felt a surge of irritation. If it weren't for the assurance that the system would not betray him, he would have given the dog a good thrashing. It had hardly been long, yet the dog seemed to know only its master and not its owner. Approximately half an hour later, the Wolf Uncle finally opened his eyes slowly. Yet, what struck Ghoulie as peculiar was that despite the Wolf Uncle's evident weakness and exhaustion, there had been a fleeting glimmer of reminiscence in his gaze. "How strange. Boss, I have not failed you. The heart-shaped grass is secured." The Wolf Uncle instinctively picked up a cigar, beginning to exhale clouds of smoke. This gesture struck Ghoulie as eerily familiar, reminiscent of his own post-activity smoking habit. Waving for the mechanical dog and mechanical bird to retreat, Ghoulie leaned in with a mischievous grin and whispered, "Uncle Wolf, have you encountered the Black Panther goddess?" Grey Wolf's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they were about to pop out. "Boss, how do you know? Did you see it?" "Truly. The boss possesses extraordinary abilities." Grey Wolf felt nothing but admiration. Observing Grey Wolf's reaction, Ghoulie inwardly affirmed his suspicions and patted Grey Wolf's shoulder with a sense of satisfaction. In ancient times, Ning Kaichen found love with Nie Xiaoqian. Now, Grey Wolf bravely approaches the Panther Goddess. Truly impressive. After rolling his eyes, Grey Wolf exhaled a smoke ring with great relish. "Boss, you should quickly consume a heart-shaped herb and meet that woman. I've informed her that you are now her boss." "The Panther Goddess? Batet?" "Yes, it seems her name is indeed Batet." Chapter 54. The Black Panther Goddess. In Ghoulie's original scheme, he planned to allocate 4 heart-shaped herbs, one for Zhao Hailuan, one for Sister May, one for Daisy, and the last for Tony. The reason he refrained from giving one to Peter Parker was that it was fated for him to become Spider-Man, chosen by the Spider Totem. Clearly, the Spider Totem's essence conflicted with the powers of the Black Panther Goddess. Now, it appeared that he must consume one heart-shaped herb to greet the Black Panther Goddess first, and later procure another for Peter. As for the supposed conflicts, with the involvement of Grey Wolf and the Black Panther Goddess, such matters seemed trivial. After retrieving the heart-shaped herb from the system space and consuming it, Ghoulie slowly closed his eyes. His consciousness seemed to drift into a hazy ethereal realm, enveloped in swirling mist that danced around him like delicate gauze. After a moment, a graceful black leopard gradually materialized, casting an awkward glance at Ghoulie without uttering a word. "Greetings, esteemed Black Panther Goddess. I am Ghoulie. Shortly, I shall have 3 women, a nephew, and a friend arriving. I hope you will not trouble them." The Black Panther Goddess Batet rolled her eyes, nodding in exasperation. "Fortunately, this fellow does not have many family members. With that troublesome one included, it totals merely 5 or 7. Has the vigilance of Wakanda's guards deteriorated to such an extent that they allowed 7 heart-shaped herbs to be stolen? Is there anything I need to do here?" Ghoulie inquired, as he was not entirely aware of the source of the heart-shaped herb's power. His visit was merely to establish a familiar rapport. "You may leave." As soon as the words fell, Guli's consciousness returned to his body. He clenched his fist, feeling the enhanced strength within him, though not substantial. It was certainly better than nothing. With a mere thought, a crackling golden portal materialized, and he returned once more to Wakanda. Had it not been for the unexpected involvement of Grey Wolf with the Black Panther goddess, he would not have been in such haste to come back. He had intended to grant Wakanda a little more time to mourn. However, having secured the heart-shaped herb necessitated his swift return to the underground valley of Wakanda. Within the heavily guarded gorge, the vigilant members of the guard stared intently at their surroundings, as though they could perceive the invisible. Guli waved his hand in greeting as he arrived once again at the nursery where the heart-shaped herbs were cultivated. Given that Cersei, due to her eternal lineage, did not require the heart-shaped herb to enhance her power, and there were still 2 remaining, perhaps he should take 5 more? The previous 2 could be kept as seeds. This way, he would not have to persistently exploit Wakanda in the future. Moreover, even if he refrained from taking them, the heart-shaped herbs would ultimately meet their fate in flames ignited by the golden leopard. Indeed, I am quite benevolent, Guli mused as he swiftly approached the alert guards, incapacitating them with lightning speed. After securing 5 heart-shaped herbs, he departed with grace, completing the entire operation in less than 2 minutes. The alarm of Wakanda echoed once more. Upon returning home, Guli, amidst the astonished exclamations of Zhao Hailuan and Daisy, carried them both into Sister May's room. "Darling, I cannot today. I am feeling a bit unwell." Guli quickly spoke to the 2 women and Mei Jie, outlining a few important precautions before, with their puzzled expressions, administering the heart-shaped herb to them. Their transition from unconsciousness to awareness lasted barely 2 minutes, suggesting that the Black Panther goddess had grown impatient. After Ms. Zhao punched through the bed of Mei Jie's room, she exuberantly clung to Guli, showering him with kisses. "I love you, darling. All right. Take a couple of days to acclimatize to your newfound strength. Refrain from heading to the laboratory for now." In his approach to family, he maintained no preferential treatment. Upon reaching little Peter's room, he exchanged a few simple words with the boy, encouraging him to consume the heart-shaped herb on his own. This time, Peter's recovery from unconsciousness took only a minute, proving the goddess's impatience once again. "Peter, you're still young. Never misuse your powers. If you ever find yourself in a fight with your classmates, remember to hold back." The little one, brimming with excitement, hugged Guli tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you, uncle. Now, it's time for bed. In a couple of days, I'll take you out for some fun." Finally, only one remained. Glancing at his watch, Guli traversed through the portal to Tony's residence, where he was met with a cacophony of complaints. "Gu, you're my real brother. Could you at least give me a heads up next time?" Guli sighed, expressing his disappointment. "I intended to bring you something wonderful, but alas, I aimed for the moon, only to find it illuminating the gutter." Spies, what does that last phrase mean in Chinese? After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, Tony burst into hearty laughter, responding, "If you're coming over, just come. No need for gifts. That's quite formal." After uttering that phrase in Chinese, he quickly added, "My Chinese isn't too shabby. Right? In that case, perhaps I should refrain from bringing anything?" No. If it's worth your personal effort, it must be something remarkable." Extracting the purple heart-shaped herb from the system space, Guli looked at the ever-pleasing Tony and instructed, "Open your mouth, consume this, and you will enter a hazy realm." Half a minute later, Tony gazed incredulously at his fist, feeling as though he could fell a bull with his newfound strength. "Gu, what have you given me?" And that talking leopard, simply marvelous. Through Jarvis's analysis, he discovered that his current physicality surpassed even that of the recorded Captain America. The heart-shaped herb, procured from Wakanda. Keep this under wraps. Its effects are slightly superior to the super soldier serum. Take some time to adjust to your newfound strength at home. Okay. The Iron Man, having consumed the heart-shaped herb, would likely not be outmatched by either Winter Soldier or Captain America in future encounters. Though Guli suspected that Tony would still choose to hold back. After all, he was a mortal striving to stand alongside deities. However, being too great could pose a problem, risking his own sacrifice and leaving Pepper and Morgan as orphan souls. "I must be off. Fury has assigned me a task." As the crackling portal vanished, Tony took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. After a few attempts, he could no longer contain his laughter, erupting in joyous mirth. Ha. This marks the most joyous moment for him since the flight of the Mark II. Who would have imagined that he, Tony Stark, could possess a physique that rivals that of Captain America? No, as Guli stated, it should indeed be a physique even more formidable than the Captain's. The thought of that old Captain America rekindled a sense of competitive spirit within him. However, if he heard correctly just now, both heart-shaped herb and vibranium originate from Wakanda. Why did that crafty Gu not invite me for the zero-cost acquisition? Chapter 55, The Winter Soldier in the Royal Palace of Wakanda. The atmosphere was steeped in gloom. The notorious thief had returned once more, marking his third intrusion in less than 2 months. The first incident saw him absconding with a staggering 1,000 tons of vibranium. an event that left the old king perplexed. How could one possibly transport such a colossal quantity? The second theft involved 4 heart-shaped herbs, which, in comparison to the vibranium, seemed trivial. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the thief returned yet again, this time making off with 5 more of the precious herbs, reducing their already scant number to a mere 11. Faced with this unusual predicament, King Chaka had no choice but to divide the nursery of heart-shaped herbs into 3 separate locations, each heavily guarded. Ironically, it was through the misfortune of losing these herbs that Wakanda's heart-shaped plants would ultimately be preserved for posterity. The old king did ponder the possibility of an insider being involved, but after nearly 2 months of investigation, no fruitful leads emerged. "Father, I wish to venture outside and seek any clues," Prince Chala declared suddenly. Meeting his son's resolute gaze, the old king sighed. "Be cautious. And do remember to take the equipment your sister has developed. Father, please take care of yourself. The foundation of Wakanda remains strong. Do not let these events sadden you." After parting from his father, Chala sought out his sister, Princess Shuri. "Brother, you're going to the outside world? Might I accompany you?" "I wish to see Iron Man and Stark Industries," Shuri exclaimed, lost in her excitement. On a regular day, Chala exuded nobility, akin to a refined gentleman. Yet now he looked upon his sister with affectionate indulgence. "Shuri, I have business to attend to. You must remain here to continue your work on the cloaking surveillance systems. That thief may very well strike again." Upon hearing about the thief, Shuri's anger flared. "All right, once I finish my work, I shall ensure we capture him and humiliate him thoroughly." The thief was indeed a bane to Wakanda, for their shields and surveillance devices proved utterly ineffective against him. He moved through Wakanda as freely as if it were his own backyard. After making thorough preparations, Chala departed Wakanda with several members of the Royal Guard, choosing New York as their first destination. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, Ghoulie was busy opening a portal, shuttling between 2 residences. Young Peter Parker voiced his discontent about moving, for he cherished living in that place. However, he found himself unable to withstand Aunt May's adamant insistence and the threat of her feather duster. The thought of facing Aunt May's lectures alone, without anyone to rescue him, filled Peter with trepidation about the future, endless homework, and the inability to chat joyfully with his friends. The items to be moved were few, merely the clothing and study materials belonging to May and young Peter. "Uncle, you must visit me often," Peter pleaded, clinging to Ghoulie's leg as they prepared to leave. Ghoulie nodded, knowing that even for the sake of a reward, he would certainly come and assign more homework to Peter. The joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another. Unlike young Peter's apprehensions about the future, Daisy was filled with a yearning to become a superhero, especially as she anticipated her imminent induction into S.H.I.E.L.D. Her spirits lifted further. Clinging to Ghoulie's arm, the two traversed through the golden portal to S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon spotting Ghoulie, Rumlow hastened over, warmly greeting him. "Hey, Superman, I'm Brock Rumlow. May we take a picture together?" Having learned from the leader a few days prior that this muscular figure was also a head of the organization, Rumlow felt a sense of assurance. Hydra's plans were more secure than ever. Ghoulie nodded. "Hello, Rumlow. I've heard of you." The fervent fan before him, Rumlow, was the captain of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Rapid Response Special Forces and a member of Hydra, known by the moniker Crossbones. The advantages of being part of 2 organizations became evident at that moment, as all agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were both his fans and colleagues. After sharing a knowing smile and capturing the photograph, Ghoulie led Daisy to the testing grounds of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, who had been waiting, nodded at them. "Goo, have Hill assist in testing Daisy's superpowers. I have a mission that requires your attention." Emerging from behind the egg-shaped figure was a strikingly youthful and attractive agent. "Hello, X3. Agent Hill was indeed beautiful, though her tragic fate at the hands of the Skrull further solidified Ghoulie's resolve to eradicate the Skrull menace. Once Hill and Daisy departed, Nick Fury's expression turned grave. Natasha encountered some trouble during her mission. This is the last location she was seen. Barton has already gone ahead. Ghoulie merely glanced at the marked location on the map. The crackling golden portal materialized instantly, and he stepped inside. Left alone, Nick Fury let out a heavy sigh. He's incredibly powerful, regardless of Ghoulie's motives for joining S.H.I.E.L.D. The only strategy one can adopt is to ensure he becomes a genuine member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the leader of the Avengers. On the other side, Ghoulie's vision was filled with an endless expanse of ruins, a chaotic Middle Eastern region, seemingly within the territory of the Ten Rings. He had no recollection of this particular storyline. Indeed, the films merely captured a fragment of reality, failing to depict the tasks undertaken by each S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Among the myriad superpowers Ghoulie possessed, techniques like shockwaves, Fate cards, molecular reconstruction, and photonic waves served as offensive measures, while his primary defenses relied on shock waves. A 50-50 serum, spider totems, and heart-shaped herbs. Invisibility and flight were employed for both offensive and defensive assistance, while sound waves could monitor the globe. The situation in the Middle East proved challenging, with ruins everywhere and no cameras in sight. Even satellite information from outer space was limited. Moreover, he had yet to master the ability for large-scale reconnaissance, so for now, he could only search gradually. The last communication Black Widow had with S.H.I.E.L.D. was the day before yesterday, while Hawkeye arrived just yesterday. Oddly enough, there was not a sound to be heard in the vicinity. Suddenly, a faint gunshot echoed from afar. The air erupted with a violent explosion, prompting Gu Li to rush towards the source. There, he beheld a long-haired man adorned with a mask, a prominent star emblazoned on his silver-white right arm. Not far from him lay Hawkeye and Black Widow, both incapacitated and evidently gravely injured. Was it Bucky? The cold, long-haired man hesitated for about a second before noticing Gu Li's sudden appearance, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets. Yet, a most peculiar phenomenon occurred. The projectiles transformed into a flurry of petals as they soared through the air. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a fleeting look of confusion to Bucky's stern visage. Gu Li launched himself forward, delivering a punch imbued with shockwaves that sent Bucky flying thousands of meters away, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, he conjured a portal, glancing at Hawkeye and Black Widow, who had just managed to rise from the ground. Can you still move? If you could lend a hand, I would not mind. Hawkeye, Clint, managed a wry smile. In his attempt to assist Natasha, he had let his guard down, falling victim to the iron arm. After helping the two to their feet, Gu Li inquired, who was that just now? Although he was well aware of the answer. As a superhero juggling dual responsibilities, feigning ignorance was sometimes a necessary skill. I'm not quite certain either. Mr. Superman, could you assist us back to S.H.I.E.L.D.? If we delay further, the next time you see me may be at my funeral. Gu Li. Clint Hawkeye certainly had a sense of humor. Chapter 56, Ironclad Atom. In the emergency room of S.H.I.E.L.D., the medical team swiftly responded to the grievous injuries sustained by Hawkeye and Black Widow upon their return. Outside the emergency room, Nick Fury anxiously puffed on a cigar, pondering the dire circumstances that had led to their severe condition. Who did Clint and Natasha encounter to sustain such injuries? Iron Arm Atom, Gu Li casually replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. What the hell? Nick Fury exclaimed, his trademark look of shock returning. Iron Arm Atom? What kind of creature is that? A newly emerged superhuman or a terrorist? His barrage of questions came in rapid succession. Gu Li shrugged. I'm not entirely sure. When I arrived, it was just chaos. Like that. You'll have to wait until Clint and Natasha finish their treatment to inquire further. Some things, if I were to disclose, Egghead might not believe. It's better if Hawkeye and Black Widow explain it. However, he hadn't anticipated the extent of the beating the two had received from the Winter Soldier. It was quite unreasonable. Although it was said that a darkened persona is 10 times stronger and a redeemed one 3 times weaker in the Marvel Universe. If we were to rank those who weakened upon redemption, Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, would undoubtedly be the foremost contender for the championship. Reflecting on his various audacious feats post-redemption, such as wielding a machine gun during the battle in Wakanda against Thanos, he had displayed a combat prowess on par with Rocket Raccoon. Later, he was even rendered defenseless after a massage and acupressure session by the Wakandan guard, Black Widow, resulting in the loss of his vibranium arm. The former top model of Hydra had thus been reduced to this state. Contrastingly, recalling Bucky before his redemption, he had valiantly battled alongside Captain America, who had been injected with the super soldier serum, and had stood toe-to-toe with Black Panther, who had ingested heart-shaped herbs. In light of this, the defeat of Hawkeye and Black Widow seemed justifiable, especially considering the terrain in the Middle East was not conducive for a long-range archer like Hawkeye. Regaining his composure, Gu Li turned to Egghead and inquired, how is Daisy faring? Does she meet S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recruitment criteria? Let S. Cough. Let her train with Agent Hill for a while, Nick Fury replied, maintaining his composure. Initially, Fury had assumed Daisy Johnson was merely one of Gu Li's girlfriends. Her interest in joining S.H.I.E.L.D. a sudden whim. However, the results from Hill's assessment revealed that Daisy could generate powerful shockwaves akin to seismic waves, even capable of inducing earthquakes through her energy manipulation. A formidable weapon indeed, a super weapon. She surpassed all other agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. Apart from Gu Li, and her strength was of an entirely different caliber. Fury suppressed his excitement, instructing Hill to onboard Daisy. Otherwise, he feared he would be unable to contain his laughter, as evidenced by the smile that was beginning to creep onto his lips. Gu, if you have more friends like Daisy, do recommend them. We can negotiate on benefits. Gu Li nodded, thinking to himself that while Nick's appearance was far from appealing, his ambitions were rather grand. The rationale behind agreeing to Daisy's induction into S.H.I.E.L.D. was twofold. First, their home was nearly in ruins due to Daisy's antics, and neither Mrs. Zhao nor Mei had any effective solutions. Ultimately, the family convened and decided that Daisy should channel her energy elsewhere. On the other hand, Daisy found herself languishing at home, particularly after graduating from her studies under Grey Wolf. She began to monitor Gu Li's whereabouts and activities in real time. Fortunately, the ever-loyal Soundwave did not betray Gu Li and proactively sent a message: "Master, the mistress wishes to keep an eye on you." In light of these circumstances, Daisy was eventually assigned to work at S.H.I.E.L.D. with unanimous consent from her family. After discreetly messaging Pierce, Gu Li idly cooperated for a signature photo. "Mr. Pierce, during a mission, I encountered a mysterious man with a metallic arm, unsure if he is affiliated with the organization. I sent him flying for several kilometers. The address is..." He now felt he was becoming somewhat of a mascot for S.H.I.E.L.D. During the half hour spent waiting outside the emergency room with Fury, no fewer than 80 agents approached him for autographs. How could he possibly abstain from beef after this? And the purpose of messaging Pierce? "You better hurry and send me the list of Hydra members. The metallic-armed man I didn't finish off next time. Who knows what might happen? If I mistakenly eliminate a Hydra member in the future, don't come looking for me." Truth be told, the sensation of being a double agent, juggling two jobs, was rather exhilarating for Gu Li, an excellent spice to his life. Finally, 2 hours passed. 2 mummies were wheeled out from the emergency room, and after Fury waved off the others, he inquired, "Clint, Natasha, may I ask you a couple of questions?" Natasha, with only her eyes visible, blinked wearily. "Go ahead." She felt utterly drained, wishing for a long break, preferably a vacation. "Do you know the origins of that metallic-armed man?" Natasha closed her eyes in exasperation. "Let it be. Damn Fury, shouldn't you be asking if we need a break or something to eat?" Clint, unable to bear the situation any longer, weakly remarked, "Fury, neither Natasha nor I know anything. That guy was likely obliterated by Superman's punch." Nick Fury paused in silence for a few seconds. "All right, make sure to rest well." Without looking back, he departed to investigate whether any other forces were behind the metallic-armed man. After waving off the remaining personnel and asking a few questions, Fury left, resulting in Gu Li being the sole companion to the 2 ailing agents, Clint and Natasha. Seeing this, Clint beseeched once more, "Superman, could you please summon a nurse? I'll take you there." Through the creaking golden portal, Gu Li guided the 2 into the agent's exclusive infirmary. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Natasha felt awkward due to her past undercover work beside Gu Li, while Clint, unfamiliar with the situation, was at a loss for conversation. "Take care. I'll go fetch a nurse." After exiting the infirmary, Gu Li sighed. S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to be in disarray. He had a nagging feeling that, given the current circumstances, he wouldn't even need to intervene. S.H.I.E.L.D. might not last much longer. In my recollection, the situation within S.H.I.E.L.D. is far from this. In truth, it was his affiliation with Hydra that caused Pierce and Dr. Zola to grow somewhat impatient. Despite harboring lingering suspicions towards Gu Li, they clandestinely expedited the execution of the Insight Plan. The unforeseen encounter between Natasha and Clint was, in fact, orchestrated by Pierce, who aimed to transform S.H.I.E.L.D. into a stronghold for Hydra. The individuals surrounding Nick Fury, namely Clint, Natasha, Coulson, and Hill, were precisely the targets of Pierce's ambitions. Shortly after departing from S.H.I.E.L.D., Gu Li received another phone call from Fury, informing him that someone wished to meet him. After hanging up, Gu Li murmured softly, "I shouldn't have been discovered." Chapter 57. The Conditions of Wakanda. The individual seeking an audience with Gu Li is none other than the future Black Panther, Prince T'Challa of Wakanda. After departing from Wakanda, T'Challa, accompanied by several members of his royal guard, hastened to New York City. He subsequently contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. through their embassy to arrange a meeting with Superman. Initially, Nick Fury declined the request, as Gu Li had become a prominent figure within S.H.I.E.L.D., deserving of reverence and care. Fury was concerned that if every Superman enthusiast pursued a meeting in such a manner, Gu Li would inevitably become overwhelmed and might even sever ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, upon the Wakandan ambassador's assurance of a sponsorship amounting to $30 million, Fury found himself momentarily taken aback before acquiescing. Yet, he imposed a condition: the sponsorship funds must not be processed through official channels, but rather through an alternate account, and the meeting must not take place at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The Wakandan representatives readily consented, finalizing details and designating the venue as the Wakandan embassy. Nick Fury cautiously ended the call, astonished by the unexpected ease of the developments. On one hand, Ghoulie had agreed to meet with Wakanda. On the other, Fury had never anticipated that Superman's admirers would be so fervent as to offer such a staggering sum for a mere encounter with their idol. A reckless prince indeed. A misfortune for his household. The sudden ping of a text message further altered Fury's perspective. The $30 million had been transferred. Should he discuss the potential of S.H.I.E.L.D. facilitating meetings for Superman fans? After all, their generosity was unparalleled. A prince from an East African agricultural nation offering such a substantial sum without hesitation was astonishing. If this became a norm, he could even avoid misappropriating funds to construct additional safe houses. Gazing at the newly acquired $30 million, Nick Fury mused softly. Perhaps I should bet on the Celtics to win? The Lakers were trailing 2-3 in the finals. With a decisive gesture, Fury wagered the entire $30 million, embodying his investment philosophy. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Wakandan embassy, Ghoulie was enveloped by the warmth of the Wakandan people. The eyes of several female guards sparkled with enthusiasm, radiating an allure that seemed poised to envelop him entirely. They guided Ghoulie to a private room, where T'Challa, who had been waiting, promptly rose to greet him. Hello, Mr. Superman. Hello, you may call me Ghoulie. Before the poised Prince of Wakanda, Ghoulie felt a twinge of embarrassment and unease. In the throes of his previous encounters, he had not sensed such emotions. Yet, standing before the aggrieved party now, he felt a pang of guilt. Mr. Gu, T'Challa began, I apologize for asking you to come alone. I actually have a matter to discuss with you. Do tell. Could it be that he sought assistance in apprehending a thief? The mere thought of such an endeavor was exhilarating. Imagining Ghoulie himself pursuing his own capture, the prospect stirred a sense of excitement within him. It is understood that your extraordinary abilities allow you to alter the molecular structure of matter. Might I kindly request a demonstration? Naturally, I am prepared to offer adequate compensation. After speaking, T'Challa retrieved a piece of vibranium from a nearby suitcase and placed it on the table before them. Ghoulie held the small piece of vibranium in his hand, contemplating for a moment. Allow me to conjecture. This metal is a specialty of yours, exclusive to Wakanda, and rather scarce. Are you concerned that I might produce an abundance of such material? T'Challa awkwardly nodded, stating, Mr. Gu, this is vibranium, and I trust you are somewhat familiar with it. In truth, T'Challa's request was twofold: to ascertain whether Ghoulie's powers could indeed facilitate the limitless production of vibranium, and to indirectly discern if Ghoulie could potentially be the enigmatic thief. If Ghoulie were capable of mass-producing vibranium, it would render the notion of theft redundant, as there would be no need to pilfer 1,000 tons from Wakanda when one could simply create it in abundance. As for the potential exposure of Wakanda to the world and superhumans, T'Challa felt that was of little consequence. The thief had infiltrated Wakanda with unparalleled ease. Whether Wakanda remained concealed was overshadowed by the implications of Ghoulie's abilities. After all, if Ghoulie could indeed conjure vibranium, that metal would soon become as common as dirt. Under the puzzled gazes of T'Challa and his sister, Ghoulie grasped the knife and fork on the table. The steel utensils gradually disintegrated, only to be reformed into a small piece of vibranium. T'Challa stood in stunned silence for several minutes before gesturing for his sister to withdraw. Mr. Gu, though I may be overstepping, I must request that you refrain from selling vibranium to outsiders. You may propose alternative terms, and Wakanda shall do its utmost to accommodate you. The situation had progressed beyond Ghoulie's expectations. He had not transformed the utensils into vibranium by merely reshaping their molecules. Rather, he had molecularly dissipated the utensils and swiftly retrieved a small piece of vibranium from his system's space as a substitute. His ability to freely convert objects depended on his knowledge of their molecular formulas. In other words, to transmute a steel coin into vibranium, he needed to know the molecular structure of vibranium without requiring the formula for the steel coin itself. The steel coin was forcibly reduced to its molecular state to then form the molecular structure of vibranium. Returning to the matter at hand, Ghoulie had not anticipated that T'Challa sought him to discuss the non-sale of vibranium to outsiders. Your Highness, such an arrangement would incur significant losses on my part. Ghoulie's demeanor shifted, as if genuinely negotiating terms with T'Challa. It is indeed a bold request, but Mr. Superhuman, I reiterate, Wakanda will endeavor to meet your needs. T'Challa and his sister merely hoped that vibranium would not proliferate and circulate, for it constituted the very foundation of Wakanda. Then, Your Highness, what can Wakanda offer me? Firstly, I have no need for monetary compensation, as my capabilities render me impervious to harm. Upon hearing Ghoulie's Versailles statement, T'Challa nodded in agreement and inquired, What is it that you require, Mr. Gu? An awkward silence enveloped the room, as one was at a loss for words while the other was uncertain of what to offer. Very well, Your Highness, Ghoulie began. I possess an immature notion and wonder if Wakanda could extend its assistance. Please, do elaborate, T'Challa encouraged. Ghoulie lit a cigarette, pondered for a moment, and stated, "As a superhero, it is both my mission and my obligation to combat evil. However, the safety of my family remains precarious due to my endeavors. Thus, I have collaborated with Iron Man to design a protective suit capable of withstanding most ballistic attacks, which can be discreetly concealed within a necklace or bracelet. Yet, the current limitations of nanotechnology on Earth impede its production. If Wakanda could offer its aid, Your Highness, I assure you, the vibranium I produce will solely be for personal use and will never be sold to outsiders." Ghoulie concluded with a resigned expression, embodying a sense of hopelessness. It was precisely due to Ghoulie's demeanor that Chala dismissed the sudden doubts that had arisen within him. "Mr. Gu, the assistance you seek is indeed within our capabilities." Chapter 58. Concerning the Red Spider. "Mr. Gu, you mentioned that you have." As soon as Chala's words trailed off, Ghoulie, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Do you share this notion as well? Perhaps we could deliberate together." Chala shook his head and continued, "Mr. Gu, this concept you propose has already been realized in Wakanda. If your request is merely this, I can consent to it." "Indeed, it has been accomplished?" Ghoulie asked, astonished. Chala then clapped his hands, and a nanotech suit gradually enveloped him, ultimately forming the striking Black Panther suit. "Goodness, isn't Wakanda primarily an agricultural nation? Is there more to it?" Ghoulie feigned surprise, hastily questioning. He was well aware of Wakanda's true nature, but in order to avoid raising Chala's suspicions, he felt as if he deserved an Oscar for his performance at that moment. Upon hearing this, Chala sighed in resignation, fully aware that the situation could not be so straightforward. "Your Highness, I wish to commission 5 sets of this protective suit and additionally, 1 custom-made black superhero suit." Observing the pained expression on Chala's face, Ghoulie solemnly assured him, "I promise, not a single gram of vibranium shall leave my possession." After a few moments of hesitation, Chala nodded in agreement. Feeling slightly sheepish for having benefited from Wakanda's resources on 4 separate occasions, Ghoulie added, "Of course, should Wakanda require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." Both parties expressed considerable satisfaction with the outcome of this discussion, with the anxiety over vibranium's rampant availability alleviated. Ghoulie had successfully completed his plans to arm Ms. Zhao and Mei. "Mr. Gu, you are welcome to visit Wakanda whenever you have the time," Chala said. "Thank you, Your Highness," Ghoulie replied as he departed. Afterward, Chala activated the holographic communication device to consult with his sister, who had participated in the entire conversation. "Surue, what are your thoughts? Mr. Gu should not be the thief." From afar in Wakanda, Princess Surue conveyed through the holographic device, "He should not be. But I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, though I cannot pinpoint what it is." Through an analysis of Ghoulie's vocal tone, Surue could ascertain that the voice she had heard within the vibranium mine cave was not his, yet she could not recall the exact words spoken at the time. Furthermore, the request for 5 suits, along with the superhero suit, totaling 6 vibranium outfits in exchange for 2 promises, left her uncertain whether it was a loss or a gain. "Brother, when will you return?" she asked. "Today, I shall collect the suits and deliver them to Mr. Gu," he replied. Ghoulie returned home in high spirits, only to awkwardly discover that the house was empty. Mei and young Peter had moved to another residence. Ms. Zhao was likely in the laboratory researching nanotechnology, and Daisy was studying at SHIELD alongside Hill. The entire house felt devoid of life, leaving him to languish in idleness. When he arrived at the Grey Wolf laboratory, he found Logan engrossed in crafting new battle armor alongside his canine companion and a mechanical bird, utterly preoccupied with his work. "Perhaps I should seek Max to complete a few more tasks for rewards?" Ghoulie mused, and without hesitation, he vanished. The last time, he had only triggered a single reward, and Max had desperately pleaded for mercy under the sheets. When Ghoulie reappeared, he found Max languidly sprawled on the sofa. After an exhilarating VIP chapter, Max, breathless, nestled into Ghoulie's embrace and said, "Darling, could you help me find a job?" As for Jian and Eric, don't even get me started. Jian went off on a solo trip to clear her mind without inviting me, and Eric has found a new job, behaving all mysteriously. Sometimes the world feels incredibly small. Max's partner Eric is, in fact, Ghoulie's advisor at New York University. At this moment, Eric had received an invitation from Nick Fury to join SHIELD, exploring the power of the Tesseract, also known as the Space Stone. It was evident that SHIELD, like Hydra, was still assessing Ghoulie, as evidenced by the fact that Liu Dan had not informed him of this development. "I graduated only to be unemployed. I had planned to attend your graduation ceremony the other day, but when I thought about the possibility of your girlfriend seeing me, I decided against it. Having an affair with Superman is far more thrilling," he mused. "What kind of job do you want?" Ghoulie valued their fleeting romantic connection. After all, Max was truly beautiful, soft, and alluring. "Anything will do. I have no specific requirements for a job. Ideally, something laid back with good pay and plenty of benefits." As soon as he uttered those words, Gu Li, in a moment of contemplation, felt the corners of his mouth twitch involuntarily. Perhaps I should just transfer some money to you. Really? My dear Superman, are you sure you want to support me? Support? That doesn't seem entirely out of the question. He replied, considering that gaining rewards from Max could be quite beneficial. After their passionate encounters, the system chimed with a delightful notification. The character Daisy Louise has greatly increased her affection for you, and you have acquired the Decepticons' Red Spider. The Red Spider, a loyal second-in-command of the Decepticons, notorious for his rebellious nature, transforms into an F-22 Raptor fighter jet and serves as an airstrike commander within the Decepticon ranks, boasting the fastest speed among his squadron. Daisy, perhaps you should consider going to work. Being too idle can lead to stagnation, he advised. Just as Gu Li sought something to occupy his time when he was free, he understood that without effort, he would miss out on system rewards. All right, darling. Remember to help me find a decent job. I'm going to sleep now. As Max shut her eyes, still caressing her chest, Gu Li helplessly rose to cover her with a blanket, reminding himself of his resolve not to get too involved in her life. He nearly lost control. According to the original storyline, Max eventually became a Ph.D. in astrophysics and joined the Sky Sword Bureau, although the specifics of her journey were not elaborated upon. Thus, he firmly resolved against supporting her. Such a talented individual should be encouraged to grow and thrive. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the farm where the system had placed the Red Spider, he disdainfully challenged Cable to a duel. I am the second-in-command of the Decepticons. Master hasn't even spoken yet, and you expect me to kneel and be your subordinate? The colossal Steel Cable, a leader among the mighty dinosaurs, found it impossible to remain constantly by Gu Li's side due to its immense stature. Its pride, inherent in its role as the chief of the dinosaur clan, rendered it intolerant of being relegated to the status of a mere mechanical subordinate. Thus, it chose to forge its own path. Now, with the arrival of a formidable adversary in the form of the Decepticon, Steel Cable was not inclined to let this opportunity slip away. However, it was unexpected that the Red Spider would display such audacity, proposing to determine the hierarchy through a contest of strength. Even prior to the upgrade to true adamantium, Steel Cable felt confident in handling the Red Spider with one hand. Now, having entirely transformed its composition, it was a matter of triviality. With a single strike, Steel Cable shattered the Red Spider into fragments. Realizing the dire consequences, it hastily called out to Gu Li. Master, there was an unforeseen incident when the Red Spider arrived. Chapter 59. Who created the F-22 in a rural factory on the outskirts of New York? Gu Li stared in disbelief at the fragmented remains of the Red Spider. The entrance of the second-in-command had certainly caught him off guard. He had no doubt about the veracity of Steel Cable's words. After all, the hefty man exuded an air of sincerity, and honest individuals seldom resort to deceit. After retrieving the regeneration cradle, Gu Li instructed Steel Cable to place the shattered Red Spider into it. He then filled the cradle with a substantial amount of genuine Edmund alloy to reconstruct the creature's new form. From the 1,000 tons of vibranium pilfered from Wakanda, Gu Li and Tony had split it evenly, each acquiring 500 tons, thanks to the diligent efforts of Grey Wolf and his subordinates over the past few days. Approximately 250 tons of the authentic Edmund alloy had already been integrated. Amidst the immense consumption of electricity and the radiant glow emanating from the cradle, the new Red Spider emerged with an imposing presence, kneeling reverently on one leg and proclaiming, Master, the second-in-command of the Mad Faction, Red Spider, reports to you. I wholeheartedly praise your greatness, and I am grateful for the gift of rebirth. Gu Li nodded in satisfaction. F-22 Raptor, shall we give it a try? He had to admit, the way Red Spider spoke was indeed quite charming. He then dialed Rod's number. Rod, it's me. I've recently acquired a new toy, and I'd like to test it out. Please provide cover while I'm in the air. Absolutely, Gu. We are good friends, so you can count on me for this little task. By the way, let us get together soon. My nephew is a huge fan of yours. Rod assured from the other end of the line. Sure, bring Tony along when the time comes. After hanging up, Gu Li piloted the brand new F-22, soaring into the sky. The sensation of flying was unlike anything he had experienced before. Piloting was a wondrous delight, akin to handling an extraordinary new toy. The F-22 Raptor, as the first operational fifth-generation fighter, boasts an unparalleled combination of stealth, agility, precision, and situational awareness, enhancing its air-to-air and air-to-ground combat capabilities, thus rendering it one of the most formidable aircraft in America. With a maximum speed of 2,410 km/h, it nearly equates to Gu Li's instantaneous flight speed. As the F-22 roared through the skies above New York, it swiftly captured the attention of the American military, with Colonel Rod regrettably tasked with the tracking operation. The frustration was palpable on Rod's face, which had turned an unflattering shade of dark purple. He could never have anticipated that the toy Gu Li had mentioned was an unfamiliar and unregistered F-22 Raptor. Damn it, Gu is Gu Li's close friend. It fell upon Rod to clean up the mess. clad in the Mark 6 armor, also known as War Machine. Rod gritted his teeth and pursued Gu Li in the F-22, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. This is definitely not an F-22. As a colonel in the Air Force, Rod was intimately familiar with the F-22, but the aircraft Gu Li was piloting, as evidenced by satellite surveillance, was not merely a faster version. It outpaced the F-22 by an unfathomable margin. After half an hour of relentless pursuit, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of it. The incessant directives emanating from the ground command compelled Rhodes to dial Gu Li's number. Gu, stop your games and think of a solution quickly. The Department of Defense is on the verge of madness. The unfamiliar F-22 roared through the skies of America, an affront akin to a declaration of war for the Department of Defense. Rhodes, who aspired to become the Secretary of Defense, could not afford to falter at this juncture. At long last, after flying for a while longer, Rhodes finally laid eyes on the nonchalant Gu Li. Frustrated, Rhodes felt powerless. He couldn't resort to confrontation, so he had to devise a solution. Upon landing, Rhodes, with a furrowed brow, helplessly inquired, Gu, what on earth is this? The F-22 shouldn't be this swift. With a smile, Gu Li patted the Red Spider, and then a cacophony of mechanical sounds ensued. Under Rhodes' astonished gaze, the Red Spider transformed into a colossal mechanical titan. In that moment, the War Machine appeared as diminutive as a mere toy. Wang Defa, did Tony create this? Gu Li was momentarily taken aback, then vigorously nodded his head. He had not mentioned Tony, and it was entirely Rhodes' own assumption. At that instant, Rhodes resembled a child who had discovered a more captivating toy, gingerly reaching out to caress the Red Spider with fondness. The Red Spider, however, seemed to convey a sense of grievance through its small, mournful eyes. Gu Li, shrugging in resignation, remarked, just endure it, it will soon pass. The entire ordeal lasted approximately 2.5 minutes before Rhodes was jolted back to reality by the boisterous shouts from the Department of Defense. Minister, it's a colossal creation by Tony. There is no major issue. I will negotiate with him. Rhodes reassured them once more. Gu Li, suppressing his laughter, jested, Rhodes, I shall take my leave now. Alarmed, Rhodes immediately retorted, please don't use that. Gu, I still aspire to get promoted. A crackling golden portal materialized, and with a wave, Gu Li departed with the Red Spider back to the farm. Witnessing this, Rhodes sighed in exasperation and soared towards Tony's seaside villa. What do you mean, F-22? The Mark suit. I created that. Tony Stark bellowed at the jovial Rhodes, clearly sensing that Rhodes was concealing something that left him momentarily speechless. Did you Charlie tell you? Rhodes awkwardly scratched his head, his reluctance to divulge the entire truth stemming from a fear of misunderstanding, yet unexpectedly. Tony immediately connected the dots to Gu Li. This only reinforced Rhodes' conviction. The F-22 was indeed a creation of Tony. Observing Rhodes' expression, Tony retorted irritably, damn Gu Charlie, always pushing everything onto me. Tony had previously witnessed the transformation of a mech, but the airborne vehicle form was not the F-22 Raptor, it was an armed helicopter. Had Gu Charlie acquired yet another transforming robot? Pondering Tony's mumbling, Rhodes queried, Tony, what is this transforming robot? Is it akin to the F-22 you created? It certainly fits the image. Tony shouted once more, Rhodes, I'll say it again, it was not created by me. At that moment, the newly awakened Pepper rubbed her eyes and gazed at the two individuals whose expressions varied greatly. Tony, what have you done this time? She inquired, glancing towards the suddenly silent Tony and Rhodey. A rather unsettling thought inexplicably struck Pepper. Could it be that Tony has fallen back into his old habits? As Tony's personal secretary for many years, she had repeatedly found herself cleaning up his messes. And now, had he managed to create yet another mishap? At this thought, Pepper's eyes instantly welled up with tears, threatening to spill over. Tony glanced at her once and realized that Pepper's mind was racing in the wrong direction. Hey. Pepper, don't jump to conclusions. It's not what you think. Rhodey, you need to clarify things for Pepper. Indeed, Pepper, this time Tony had merely concocted something. Yet he refused to take responsibility, insisting that it was Gu Li who was to blame. Tony. Chapter 60. The unexpected misunderstanding after placing the Red Spider on the farm. As dusk descended, Gu Li concluded this delightful day and made his way home. However, upon his arrival, after embracing Zhao Hailuan, the once cheerful Mrs. Zhao suddenly fixed him with a displeased glare. She even leaned closer and gently sniffed his chest. Pray tell, Mr. Gu, how do you explain this cheap perfume scent clinging to you? Gu Li stood frozen, his heart racing with guilt. How careless of him. After a day of driving the Max and then the F-22, he had completely forgotten to shower. With Mei Jia absent from the household, he was devoid of any support. Daisy, on the other hand, observed the situation with an amused detachment, smiling enigmatically at Gu Li. At that moment, Zhao Hailuan resembled a woman who had caught her boyfriend in an act of infidelity, glaring at Gu Li with barely concealed animosity. Is it that Daisy and I cannot satisfy you? Are we not meeting your expectations? Or is my service inadequate? like a remorseful child. Guli responded to each of Mrs. Zhao's inquiries with a meek, "No." "Then enlighten me, Mr. Gu. Why do you feel the need to seek solace in other women?" "Why?" After dismissing Daisy with a wave, Guli attempted to take Zhao Hailuan's hand in a conciliatory gesture, only to have it forcefully swatted away. Once they were alone, he finally spoke up. "Hailuan, I wish it were not so. I possess a unique ability that I must acquire in order to harness my powers." Zhao Hailuan stared at him in bewilderment, her small hand reaching up to touch his head. "Are you not just rambling? Truly, please believe me, Hailuan." After 2 minutes of silence, Mrs. Zhao clenched her teeth and remarked, "Your so-called superpower is indeed peculiar. Perhaps fate had whimsically intervened." How could he explain? Guli could only think of this as a justification. No one would believe in such a system if he were to disclose it. Who would? Only a fool would trust in the existence of a system that transcends all. Calming her simmering anger, Mrs. Zhao inquired, "Then why seek me? I possess no superpowers whatsoever." Noticing that her fury had subsided somewhat, Guli quickly enveloped her in his arms, lifting her chin with deep affection. "Hailuan, you are different. My love for you is profoundly sincere." In a moment of passionate intimacy, they shared a kiss. With Mei Jie and little Peter having moved out, Guli felt unencumbered. Just as he was about to connect with her again, an insistent doorbell interrupted them. Zhao Hailuan hastily pushed Guli away, catching her breath while fastening the buttons on her blouse. "Go see who it is, not many know our address." Nodding, Guli opened the door to reveal an unexpected trio, an irate Tony, a reluctant Rode, and a tearful Pepper. "Guli, what an odd trio. What on earth has transpired?" As Pepper stepped into the living room, her sobs intensified, possibly triggered by the sight of Zhao Hailuan. All her earlier grievances poured forth in tears. Embracing Pepper, Zhao Hailuan looked at Gu Li in astonishment. "What is going on?" Gu Li shook his head vigorously. "I am as bewildered as you are. It cannot possibly be a matter of emotional entanglement, can it?" The emotional entanglements among the three were somewhat absurd. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Li was the first to inquire, "Rod, what transpired so late?" Rod smacked his lips, at a loss for words. And it was only at that moment he began to believe that the F-22 was not the creation of Tony. "Allow me to explain," Tony sighed, then continued. "The origin of the matter lies with your transformer." After a lengthy recounting of the events, Gu Li gazed incredulously at the trio. "Is this it? This is what you were dealing with at such a late hour?" "Pepper, that transformer was indeed my doing. Since Tony has been with you, he has not pursued any other women, despite his previous reputation. Please trust that he has turned over a new leaf." Rod and Pepper nodded in agreement regarding Gu Li's remark about Tony's past indiscretions. Only Tony could hardly conceal his indignation. What was it like to be labeled as such by Gu Charlie? If looks could kill, Gu Li would have perished several times over. Equally perplexed was Ms. Zhao, whose heart, once forgiving towards Gu Li, was now reignited with a desire for retribution. She resolved to administer a fitting punishment to Gu Li that night. Meanwhile, the reconciled Tony and Pepper sat closely together, while Gu Li and Zhao Hailuan exchanged meaningful glances. Observing this scene, Rod sighed and rose to take his leave, muttering, "Time to head home to my wife. I shall pass on this dog food." The trio arrived in haste and departed just as quickly. Before leaving, Tony turned back to Gu Li and gestured across his neck, "You wait for me. This matter is far from over." Gu Li shrugged, bemused. At 9 p.m. that evening, after returning from a meal with Mei Jie, Zhao Hailuan donned alluring lingerie and playfully teased Mr. Gu with Daisy, just as Gu Li prepared to indulge in a double encounter. The two women unceremoniously kicked him off the bed. "If you dare to run out tonight, don't expect to return to my bed," they warned in unison. So, this was their intention all along? Gu Li lit a cigarette, reciting the calming mantra silently, observing the bodhisattva, deeply engaged in the perfection of wisdom. Perceiving the emptiness of the 5 aggregates, transcending all suffering. Shariputra, form is not distinct from emptiness. Emptiness is not distinct from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. He struggled to suppress the turmoil within his heart and body. It seemed he needed to be more cautious in the future. He must not be discovered again, Gu Li murmured to himself. As for not going out, that was a jest. His current strength fell short of even the celestial level. While ahead loomed the singular cosmic, multiversal, supercosmic, and omnipotent cosmic levels. Until he achieved true invincibility, how could he even contemplate surrender? After all, the system was his greatest ally. Although he could continue his cultivation with his current strength, why forego the existence of shortcuts? To neglect such an opportunity would be folly. Even if his system was somewhat flawed and eccentric, it remained an extraordinary asset. Many yearned for a system that eluded them. Once more, Gu Li seized several bottles of beer and made his way to the Grey Wolf laboratory. Since Uncle Wolf, the Grey Wolf, became involved with the Black Panther goddess, he has gradually grown leaner. Upon seeing Gu Li, the Grey Wolf wearily remarked, "Boss, I have deciphered the formula for vibranium and cultivated the heart-shaped grass. However, The nano armor will take some more time, so may I have a moment's respite? The gray wolf truly felt exhausted. Faced with a capitalist-like boss and a 1,000-year-old resentful little leopard, even with the heart-shaped grass, his body could barely withstand the strain. Suddenly, he found himself longing for his wife and little Gray. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie awkwardly offered a word of comfort. Uncle Wolf, make sure to take care of yourself. Before turning away and retreating to the living room with a beer in hand. Well, I suppose I shall drink alone. Chapter 61. The vibranium armor life once again returned to a semblance of tranquility. Aside from the occasional assignments from S.H.I.E.L.D. A phone call from Pierce of Hydra expressed gratitude for Ghoulie's restraint. The Winter Soldier, having been hurled several kilometers away, was salvaged by Hydra. And Ghoulie successfully acquired the list he desired. Pierce, evidently apprehensive, feared that with the frequency of assignments being dispatched to Ghoulie by S.H.I.E.L.D., the Insight program might commence before Hydra was entirely eradicated. Consequently, he devised a strategy to liberate Ghoulie from S.H.I.E.L.D. Under the pretense of a mission from the Security Council, Pierce had but one stipulation: as long as Ghoulie did not appear before Nick Fury, he was free to pursue his endeavors. 7 days later, at the Wakandan Embassy in New York, Mr. Goo, here are the 6 custom-made vibranium suits as per your request. Please take care of them. Returning to New York, Chala appeared in high spirits, reminiscent of one in love. Thank you, Your Highness. Should Wakanda require any assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me, Ghoulie sincerely expressed, his guilt intensifying. He was determined to prevent the tragedy of the old king being killed by Baron Zemo. Yet the charming nobleman before him was an insurmountable dilemma. The unfortunate passing of the Black Panther actor in reality led to the demise of the Black Panther in the cinematic universe, an event beyond his control. By the way, Mr. Goo, this is my sister, Shuri, the developer of the vibranium armor. I've heard that you have a good rapport with Iron Man. Could you possibly facilitate an introduction? From earlier, Ghoulie had noticed the young woman with braided hair beside Chala scrutinizing him, though he regrettably harbored a mild bias. He felt indifferent towards women of African descent. Greetings, Princess Shuri. I am certain Tony would be delighted to meet a brilliant scientist such as yourself. However, I must first consult him for his approval. All right, thank you. Tony still held a grudge against Ghoulie, particularly after the last incident with the F-22, which nearly cost him Pepper's life, albeit it was merely a misunderstanding fueled by Rhodey's overactive imagination. Nonetheless, Tony had been rather dismissive of Ghoulie. This time, however, he promptly agreed to meet Shuri upon hearing the phrase, "The genius scientist who developed the nano armor wishes to meet with you." A moment later, Ghoulie hung up the phone, chuckling, mission accomplished. Shall we set off now? Indeed, he had previously instructed Tony to remain discreet, leading Chala and Shuri to Stark Industries. Ghoulie left behind a vibranium suit and departed. He could not visit his seaside villa, for the basement was cluttered with copious amounts of vibranium, risking exposure. Once Ghoulie departed, Chala and Shuri couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The superhero had left one of the 6 vibranium suits for Iron Man. Noticing the unusual interaction between the two, Tony curiously glanced at the vibranium suit. Is this item particularly valuable? Mr. Stark, you may wish to try it on first. With Surue's assistance, Tony carefully retracted the vibranium suit into the necklace, then gently patted the necklace around his neck as the black vibranium armor gradually enveloped him. Meanwhile, Ghoulie had stealthily arrived at Zhao Hailuan's laboratory outside Stark Industries. Ms. Zhao, intently examining the data, appeared truly beautiful, unlike the last time when she was unnoticed. This time, Ghoulie was immediately surrounded by a throng of researchers upon arriving outside the lab. Mr. Superman, may we take a photo together? Ah, Superman, could you please sign my name? After several encounters, Ghoulie had become adept at handling the requests of his admirers, signing autographs and posing for pictures in a flurry. Once the crowd dispersed, Ghoulie took Ms. Zhao's hand and slipped back through the teleportation portal. Upon reaching home, Ms. Zhao complained, in broad daylight. Are you really in such a hurry? Ghoulie playfully gave her a light smack on the head. Wait a moment. I have something wonderful for you. Carrying 5 sets of vibranium suits, Ghoulie entered Grey Wolf's laboratory. Wolf Uncle, could you please check these nanosuits for any issues? Upon hearing about the nanosuits, Grey Wolf instantly perked up. Let me take a look. He rummaged through his toolkit, extracting a peculiar device, and began fiddling with it. After about 2 minutes, he announced, Boss, everything seems fine. There was a monitoring program that was likely linked to a display, but I have removed it. With this, the nano armor should be ready in 2 days. Ghoulie gave an earnest thumbs up. Grey Wolf was undoubtedly the most formidable among his subordinates, at least rivaling Tony and Surue. All right, I'll take one for now. You can keep the rest for your research. Ghoulie selected one suit from the collection and contained it within a bracelet before returning to the living room. Ms. Zhao, extend your hand. Following his instructions, Zhao Hailuan gently touched the bracelet, and in an instant, The black vibranium suit enveloped her completely, accentuating her exquisite curves, which made Gu Li gulp in awe. Indeed, Miss Zhao was a treasure. Unlike Gu Li, who was preoccupied with thoughts of her curves, Zhao Hailuan clearly recognized the crux of the matter. Darling, from which company is this nanotechnology? It is astonishingly advanced, at least 56 years ahead of my research. From Wakanda, I managed to acquire 6 sets through your man. And Wolfunkel is currently examining them in the lab. Apart from the loquacious young Peter at home, the others were aware of Grey Wolf and the Transformers' existence. The reason for keeping Peter in the dark was simple. Once he knew, it would be as if the entire world was aware. Hearing this, Zhao Hailuan nestled into Gu Li's embrace and kissed him twice. Darling, let's go take a look together. All right, but you should store the vibranium suit first. It's making me somewhat excited. Ugh, you flirt. Upon exiting Grey Wolf's laboratory, Zhao Hailuan fell into a deep state of self-doubt. The nanotechnology she had been studying since her university days paled in comparison to Grey Wolf's efforts over just 2 months. Wolverine has indeed evolved from nothing, gradually delving into research and experimentation. With the newly acquired vibranium suit, the advanced nano-armor is destined to emerge shortly. Ms. Zhao remained motionless, nestled in Gu Li's embrace, her hands tightly wrapped around his back. Darling, am I foolish? She inquired softly. Gu Li gently patted her head and reassured her, my dear wife. Wolverine is an extraordinary being, an outlier who defies conventional logic. All that seems unreasonable must become reasonable in his presence. He began recounting the countless inventions of the Grey Wolf, such as the weather cube, the handcrafted aircraft carrier, and audacious feats like confronting the sun, along with various manned spacecraft. Electromagnetic cannons and energy guns are mere trifles in comparison. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Ms. Zhao, resembling a sleepy kitten, curled up in Gu Li's arms, a smile gracing her lips as she drifted into a deep slumber. Alas, today he would continue to endure the trials. Who knows how he has managed these past 7 days, each one spent under the relentless torment of Ms. Zhao and Daisy. And today, he found himself unable to escape once more. Chapter 62. Unclean. On June 17, 2010, Daisy, having completed a week of training at S.H.I.E.L.D., invited her mentor Agent Hill, along with the recently discharged Natasha and Clint, and Agent Coulson, who had just returned from a vacation in New Mexico, to a dinner gathering. Naturally, the brooding director, Nick Fury, was also on the guest list. The group of 6 arrived at a mysterious restaurant. Coulson remarked, this place seems rather extravagant. His girlfriend had long dreamed of dining here, yet the establishment operated on a membership basis. Not only were the prices steep, but non-members were also turned away. Do not worry, Coulson, I have sufficient funds, Daisy replied, somewhat embarrassed, as she had not inquired thoroughly before coming. She had only heard from Gu Li that the cuisine was commendable. The elegant head waiter had been awaiting their arrival at the entrance, and, upon spotting Daisy, respectfully led them to the banquet hall on the top floor. Good evening. Would you like to begin your meal now? Indeed, Daisy responded, casting a glance at the servers standing like a cadre of courtiers in the banquet hall. With a hint of melancholy, she gestured for them to withdraw. She disdained such aristocratic service, finding it overly decadent, and was surprised to see that the lavish hall contained but a single enormous dining table, accompanied by an entire orchestra poised for performance. It bore a striking resemblance to the royal style of medieval Europe. Once the servers had departed, the atmosphere among the S.H.I.E.L.D. members became slightly more animated. I apologize, esteemed seniors. Not at all, Daisy, it is rare for us to indulge in such luxury, Hill said, expressing fondness for the young girl who aspired to be a superhero. Yes, we shall revel in your generosity this time, Clint added reassuringly. The compensation at S.H.I.E.L.D. could be described as adequate, yet it hardly supported a lavish lifestyle, especially for someone like him, who had several children to care for. As the group engaged in light conversation, the dishes began to arrive in succession, an impressive total of 108, each exquisitely plated like a work of art, appealing to the senses in both flavor and aroma. In a rare moment of silence, Hill paused for several seconds before looking up to ask, Daisy, have you come into some wealth recently? I bought some bets following my brother's advice, Daisy replied. Upon hearing about the bets, Nick Fury, who had been sulking, suddenly perked up. Daisy, you enjoy betting as well? Daisy quickly shook her head, softly explaining, my brother said it was a sure win. So I placed a few casual bets. Is it for today's decisive game? Yes, indeed. Fury, perplexed, inquired, but the results for today's match have not yet been revealed. How can your brother be so certain? He didn't need to think hard to deduce who Daisy referred to as her brother. It was no wonder Natasha's undercover mission had faltered. A glance at Gu Li's companion revealed that both Zhao Hailuan and Daisy were formidable in comparison to Natasha, possessing the inherent advantage of dark hair and eyes. My brother said if I lose, he will compensate me. At this, Nick Fury's lips twitched involuntarily. Had it not been for the constraints of his position, he would have been tempted to ask, Does Ghoulie need another brother? If possible, becoming Superman's brother wouldn't be unacceptable. It is said that the lad recently liquidated a substantial sum from Stark Industries, enough to fund numerous safe houses. How much did you invest? $30 million on the Lakers' victory. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury felt a sense of foreboding. Having wagered his entire $30 million earned from Wakanda on the Celtics. No way. Could it be that Superman possesses the ability to foresee the future? So you liquidated stocks to purchase that dilapidated restaurant merely because Daisy invited colleagues for dinner today? Tony found himself increasingly perplexed by Ghoulie. On one hand, he was a scoundrel, yet at times, he displayed a certain depth of sentiment, spending extravagantly without a second thought. However, to say he wasn't a rogue would be misleading, as the women he dates could easily fill a basketball game, much like the ongoing finals displayed on the screen at that moment. Puffing out smoke, Ghoulie languidly remarked, "The restaurant is in a decent building. We could relocate Helen's lab there in the future." "Goo, this is a bit excessive," Tony retorted. Dr. Zhao was specifically recruited from Seoul. Recruiting Zhao Helen had taken considerable effort for Stark Industries, only to be unexpectedly intercepted by Ghoulie. Ghoulie immediately mocked. "Isn't the nanotechnology from Wakanda sufficient for your needs?" It was unclear what had possessed Su Rue and Chala to form a strategic alliance with Stark Industries, sharing advancements in science and technology. Tony sighed, attempting to persuade, but there's still life sciences. This circle is quite small, and it's challenging to find someone more exceptional in this field than Dr. Zhao. Helen merely felt that the lab was a bit cramped, and as her partner, I must naturally support her. Ghoulie suddenly grinned at Tony. "Billionaire, if you truly believe in the future of life sciences, why not invest a little?" It was uncertain if Ms. Zhao had been motivated by the big bad wolf, but she insisted on establishing her own path. Her confidence stemmed from the fact that the big bad wolf had agreed to become the chief scientist of the lab. Ghoulie couldn't fathom how the wolf uncle would elevate Marvel's technological prowess in the future. "By the way, Tony, I actually have a rather excellent candidate you might consider." "Who?" Tony's interest was piqued. "Bruce Banner. You should be quite familiar with him. Only a handful can be regarded as top scientists today." In the absence of the enigmatic Doctor Strange, Ghoulie felt that only Dr. Zola could compete with these three. Bruce Banner, holder of 6 doctoral degrees, an expert in gamma radiation. Tony Stark, the man whose mind harbors the Mind Stone in the comics. Princess Su Rue, a pioneer in Wakandan research and the developer of the vibranium suit yet before the big bad wolf. They all seem inadequate. My Uncle Wolf is the greatest in all realms. Regaining his composure, Ghoulie recalled something and quickly added, "By the way, brother, I'm here for a matter that requires your and Princess Su Rue's assistance. Do tell." On Earth exists a rather troublesome race capable of transforming into the likeness of any human, even replicating superhuman abilities. Just a moment ago, Tony, languidly lounging on the sofa, was startled into a standing position, shouting, "Wong Defa? Are you certain you are not speaking in jest?" To be candid, Tony harbored doubts. Yet upon witnessing the grave expression on Ghoulie's face, he apprehensively inquired, "Aliens? Skrulls?" After a considerable pause, and having absorbed Ghoulie's account, Tony wasted no time in seizing Ghoulie, intent on seeking out Princess Su Rue. Green-skinned, capable of transforming into both male and female. Tony retched slightly, his mind racing with memories of past encounters, pondering whether one of his past lovers might indeed have been a green-skinned extraterrestrial. Goo, why do I feel so unclean? Chapter 63, Hail Hydra, New York, Wakandan Embassy. Upon hearing the intentions of Ghoulie and his companion, Chala and Shuri fell into a prolonged silence. The sudden information proved difficult for them to digest. Although Wakanda had long remained shrouded in secrecy, they had never neglected their vigilance regarding external news. The spies dispatched to various nations and the satellites orbiting the Earth stood as testament to their diligence. However, the revelation concerning the Skrulls was indeed their first encounter with such intelligence. Skrulls, shapeshifters, without any limitations. Chala murmured, "Mr. Goo, does this imply that S.H.I.E.L.D. is aware of the existence of the Skrulls? It should be known. The Skrulls who remain on Earth are precisely those chosen by Captain Marvel and Nick Fury, while another faction accompanied Captain Marvel into the cosmos to seek a new home. In truth, the Skrulls currently residing on Earth were rather docile and posed no conflict with Ghoulie. Yet for reasons unknown, Ghoulie was singularly determined to expel them or eliminate them entirely. Recently, aside from Max, he had refrained from seeking new connections to acquire superpowers. His apprehension stemmed from the possibility that during the connection process, a female might unexpectedly transform into a green-skinned Skrull. If it were a female Skrull, he could endure the moment. But what if it were a male? Ghoulie dared not contemplate the notion, pondering whether his younger brother would be frightened. Despite the exceedingly low probability of such an occurrence, he could not place his hopes on the assumption that the Skrulls harbored no malevolent intentions toward him. What if they did? Princess Shuri calmly addressed Tony, "Mr. Stark, in order to develop a device capable of distinguishing between humans and Skrulls, we first require a sample of a Skrull. In essence, they They needed one or several Skrull subjects for continuous testing and research based on the data acquired. I will devise a means for this, she added. Even without Gu Li's insistence, the instinctive glances exchanged among those present indicated that Gu Li, as a formidable combatant, was the most suitable choice for capturing the subjects. Shuri nodded and added, "It would be best to go to Wakanda. Our equipment here is somewhat outdated." Tony, I feel somewhat offended. Having established a plan of action, Gu Li discreetly departed from the group and made his way to the Hydra base in New York. Leader, Hail Hydra! A throng of fervent Hydra adherents saluted and shouted. Hail Hydra! Gu Li responded. Though merely a simple slogan, its impact was unmistakable. Gu Li had no doubt that even if he commanded these Hydra soldiers to march to their deaths, they would do so without hesitation. Take me to Dr. Zola. Yes. Leader. A moment later, a large green face appeared on the computer screen, devoid of any emotion. Gu, regarding the Skrull threat. The organization has decided to address it after the implementation of the Insight program. For Hydra, the threat posed by the Skrulls is far less significant than the potential dangers from the remaining superheroes on Earth, as well as those who might resist Hydra. Doctor, to be candid, this is not the most opportune moment for the implementation of the Insight program. As Pierce sent the list of Hydra to Gu Li, he also informed him of the details of the Insight program, clearly indicating that Gu Li had successfully passed Hydra's probationary period. What are your thoughts, Gu? The organization has been lurking for so long that it cannot afford any failures or upheavals. The execution of the Insight program must be executed with precision, leaving no opportunity for S.H.I.E.L.D. to react. Doctor, we merely need to await the right moment to let the organization's brilliance illuminate the entire world. The threat from the Skrulls will only escalate with the passage of time. To put it bluntly, should they someday become like Mr. Pierce, what will we do then? Oscar-winning actor Gu Li remarked. In an instant, Dr. Zola thought of the 3 aerospace carriers that S.H.I.E.L.D. was developing. Ascension. Target. Instantaneous. A plan slowly began to take shape. Gu, I will discuss this with the leader right away. Do you have any other matters? Doctor, I require all information on the Skrulls, everything. The artificial intelligence Zola, after a brief contemplation, promptly delivered all internal data and specimens regarding the Skrulls to Gu Li. From Gu Li's determination to eradicate the Skrulls, Zola concluded, Gu Li, a purely human being, is obsessed, violent, and extremely racist. He is indeed the perfect leader for Hydra. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of S.H.I.E.L.D., Daisy, you are truly remarkable, winning 30 million in principal. This time, Daisy earned at least 10 million, which prompted an admiring remark from the elegant Hill. The joys of the wealthy are beyond imagination. Yet, the sorrows and joys of individuals do not resonate with one another. In stark contrast to the elation of Daisy and Hill, Nick Fury found their chatter to be bothersome. The hard-earned 30 million from the prodigal prince of Wakanda had vanished in an instant, leaving not even a ripple. With his already glum demeanor, he now appeared even darker. Prior to the gathering, Fury seemed burdened by thoughts, partly due to gambling and partly because of the recent spate of attacks on S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Natasha, Clint, and Coulson had all, without exception, encountered assaults from mysterious forces. Initially, he had arranged for Gu Li to investigate the matter personally, but he was taken aback to learn that the Security Council had assigned Gu Li another task. Talented individuals are in short supply. That Stark fellow merely funds and provides equipment, rarely participating in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal missions. Casting a glance at the cheerful Natasha, Nick Fury hesitated before finally speaking. Natasha, could you take some time to visit India? The Green Giant? Natasha instantly understood. The previously jovial atmosphere turned icy in an instant as work was mentioned. Fury, this is not suitable for little Nat, is it? If other tasks were to be arranged, Clint harbored no concerns regarding Natasha's ability to manage them. For her years of experience as an agent rendered her quite adept. However, facing that hulking figure proved to be somewhat challenging. The disparity in strength was one aspect, while the other lay in his lack of intellect, rendering him exceedingly perilous. Director, allow Gu to depart. Daisy possessed a keen awareness of the capabilities of the agents within S.H.I.E.L.D., and if anyone could triumph over the Hulk, it would be Gu alone. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury let out a heavy sigh. Gu has been assigned another task by the Security Council. At that moment, Gu was engaged in conversation with a genial man in India. Mr. Superman, have you come to apprehend me? No, Dr. Banner, I have come to seek your assistance. Chapter 64. Am I truly exceptional? Wakanda. Gu Li and Tony exchanged guilty glances, utterly astonished that they had the opportunity to openly enter Wakanda. Just a short while ago, they had engaged in a rather peculiar zero-sum purchase there. Behind them stood Bruce Banner, bewildered and scanning his surroundings, having been inexplicably invited to the enigmatic realm of Wakanda. Subsequently, he found himself collaborating with Superman, Iron Man, and a young African girl on a device designed to differentiate between humans and Skrulls. Yet, he had never heard anyone mention that the agrarian nation of Wakanda was so remarkably advanced. Furthermore, When had extraterrestrial beings ever existed on Earth? Inside the futuristic laboratory, Bruce took several deep breaths. Stark, allow me a moment, he requested. Just 10 minutes prior, he had been in India. Indeed, that was correct. Now, 10 minutes later, he was in Wakanda, also true. Before him stood Superman and Iron Man, undeniably true. On the table lay the corpse of a Skrull, again, true. But why did it all feel so absurd and surreal? He had only been in hiding in India for less than a month. Had the world changed so rapidly? Tony and Sue scrutinized the Skrull corpse on the experimental table for quite some time. Goo, this specimen seems to be quite old, doesn't it? Yes, from 1995. Ghoulie replied, astonished that a Skrull body could be found within a Hydra base, speculating that it most likely accompanied Captain Marvel when she returned to Earth in 1995. Where did you acquire this? Both Tony and Sue, along with a now-composed Banner, regarded Ghoulie with equal curiosity. Within 10 minutes, Ghoulie had not only met with Dr. Banner, but had also procured the Skrull body, an impressively swift feat. You know I have many fans. It was a gift from one of them. Ghoulie chuckled lightly. Matters concerning double agents were best left unsaid. You all continue with your work. I have some affairs to attend to. Such cerebral tasks were clearly ill-suited for someone of his academic standing, better left to the world's most brilliant minds. Regardless of whether they would ultimately succeed in expelling the Skrulls or completely eliminating them, at the very least, once the device was developed successfully, he could pursue his romantic endeavors with peace of mind, enhancing his strength. No longer would he have to worry about sudden surprises. Upon arriving at Grey Wolf's laboratory, he was greeted by the sight of Grey Wolf exhaling smoke post-experimentation. Boss, I've completed the nanotech armor. Would you like to give it a try? Ghoulie nodded, accepting the jade-like necklace Grey Wolf offered and placed it around his neck. With a gentle touch, countless particles surged forth from the necklace, swiftly enveloping his body and forming a silver-white armor reminiscent of a futuristic warrior. The artificial intelligence within the armor connected to his soundwave companion. I'll find time to develop a few satellites so we can achieve full coverage of the Earth. Wolf Uncle, I absolutely adore you. Ghoulie exclaimed earnestly, increasingly eager to see how Grey Wolf would further innovate the technological landscape. Grey Wolf merely shrugged. As long as you're happy, shall we give it a test run? All right, I'll join you for a stroll. A large and a small figure, both clad in silver-white futuristic warrior armor, soared into the sky, instantly gliding through the heavens. Boss, remember to activate the cloaking function. Grey Wolf instructed through the communication device. Understood, activating cloaking now. The sensation of flying with the futuristic warrior's nanotech armor was distinctly different from that of maneuvering an F-22, once airborne. One need only relax, one could even close their eyes and drift into slumber at great heights. Boss, this time the design is lightweight. So I haven't equipped any physical ammunition. The palms of the armor are fitted with electromagnetic cannons. After half an hour of experience, Ghoulie felt quite satisfied. While it might not reach the sophistication of the Mark 50 armor, it was nonetheless impressive, especially as it outpaced the Red Spider in terms of speed. Uncle Wolf has something to discuss. After listening, Grey Wolf displayed a rare spark of interest but shook his head. Boss, don't forget, someone in Wakanda has heard my voice. Ghoulie was taken aback. Realizing that this was indeed the case, he had grown a bit too relaxed lately, nearly exposing their secrets. Then, let's head home for dinner. In the office of the Security Council Minister, Pierce, after hearing Dr. Zola's suggestion, asked with a grave expression, what is your take on Goo's proposal? Theoretically speaking, Goo is quite correct. He is a competent Hydra soldier, and both his analysis of the situation and his suggestions align well with our current circumstances. Zola's consciousness even calculated a more favorable outcome for Hydra, to oust Pierce and appoint Ghoulie as the true leader of Hydra. As a staunch racist, Zola firmly believed that Goo would elevate Hydra to its zenith, guiding them into the cosmos and leading humanity to dominate the universe. This thought relentlessly surged through Zola's mind. As a dispassionate artificial intelligence, he trusted only the results of his calculations. He genuinely wished to confront Pierce, suggesting he step aside. Yet, rational thought restrained his consciousness. Now was not the time. He needed to consult Ghoulie's opinion before making any decisions. After a prolonged silence, Pierce commanded, instruct the team to suspend the execution of the Insight plan and await the opportune moment. Once he departed from Pierce, Zola eagerly sought to access Ghoulie's screen. However, to Zola's surprise, his consciousness was obstructed by a firewall. Reluctantly, he resorted to contacting Ghoulie via a nearby public phone before finally gaining entry to Grey Wolf's laboratory. Without any preamble, Zola dove straight into the subject. Goo, do you have any other thoughts regarding Hydra? Gazing at the large face on the screen, Ghoulie inquired, Doctor, are you here to test me? Have I been exposed? It seemed unlikely. He had never mentioned the mission to annihilate Hydra. How could the short, stout figure know about it? Was it merely deduced from behavioral data analysis? Quite impressive. Ghoulie discreetly gestured to Grey Wolf, signaling him to act according to his cues. contemplating that if all else failed, they might have to destroy the Hydra base housing Zola. Goo. I have come to inquire if you possess any superior suggestions regarding the future of Hydra. The impassive visage continued, yet within Zola's emotionless voice, there lingered an inexplicable excitement. Sincerely, Doctor? Indeed, sincerely, Leader. Ghoulie lit a cigarette. Pondering for a moment before slowly articulating, Doctor, please elucidate why you sought my counsel. Goo, your prowess is formidable, surpassing even that of the former Steve Rogers. However, that is not the primary reason for my visit. I sought you out because of your avarice and your indulgence in carnal pleasures. Ghoulie promptly interjected. You need not elaborate on that. It is common knowledge. I have perused your experiences over the years. There exists a modicum of conscience within you, albeit scant. You exhibit tendencies befitting a dictator. Furthermore, your unwavering determination to eradicate the Skrulls indicates that you possess all the requisite qualities to lead Hydra: ruthlessness, obsession, violence, racism, and strength. Ghoulie stood in disbelief, the cigarette between his fingers having burned to ash unnoticed. Am I truly that exceptional? Indeed, Goo. You were destined to become the leader of Hydra. In all my years, I have encountered no one more suitable than you. Chapter 65. Robot Zola. The Grey Wolf Laboratory. Ghoulie awkwardly discarded the cigarette, but I promise you, Doctor, it is only natural for anyone to feel slightly embarrassed by such flattery. Moreover, the roles of leading Hydra and its destruction do not inherently conflict. Who says that one cannot eliminate oneself while holding a position of power? Currently, only Zola acknowledges his leadership. Among the remaining Hydra members, Lamlo would likely not object. The faith he harbors for Ghoulie is unmistakable. Ghoulie has no doubt that even if he instructed Lamlo to eliminate the President of America, Lamlo would not hesitate and might even inquire how to proceed. Then let us confront Pierce directly. If he refuses, we'll have no choice but to sever ties with him, Zola urged impatiently. Ghoulie pondered. Why do I suddenly feel a twinge of regret? Zola is even more extreme than our second in command, the Red Spider, who merely seeks to lead. Dr. Zola, however, is ready to dispose of Pierce at the slightest disagreement. Pierce is the current leader of Hydra. Doctor, I will first assist you in creating a body. Leader, I have several backups of my consciousness, for now. I do not require a physical form, primarily because Zola dismisses ordinary bodies. Are you certain? This is crafted entirely from true adamantium, sturdier than Captain America's shield. After a while, once Zola's consciousness had been downloaded into the metallic body, he opened his eyes and curiously examined his new form. Remarkable. I am no longer a diminutive figure. Leader, is this Stark's technology? Zola recalled that only Stark and Wakanda could achieve such advancements in robotics. Behind you is Wolverine, my chief scientist. By the way, Doctor, how many people in Hydra can you mobilize? Ghoulie needed to assess whether eliminating Pierce would yield more benefits or drawbacks. Upon hearing this, the robotic Zola awkwardly scratched his head. Leader, you know that I typically handle intelligence and research. The mobilization of personnel is primarily managed by Pierce and a few others. So, we are essentially left without any troops? Ghoulie sighed in resignation. We cannot eliminate Pierce just yet. Regarding the Hydra base housing your consciousness, Doctor, do you think it necessary to relocate it? Zola pondered for a moment before responding. We should find time to transfer those consciousness backups and leave one behind as a decoy. After a brief pause, Zola inquired again, Leader, regarding the Insight Project. Doctor, although the Insight Project was primarily driven by you and Pierce, let me be frank, it is destined to fail. What we need to do is preserve the power we can control. I do not wish for any dissenting voices within Hydra at that time. Understood, Leader. Are we truly not going to eliminate Pierce? Ghoulie circled around the robotic Zola and hesitantly asked, Doctor, do you have a grudge against Pierce? No, I simply. You are indeed very composed. Indeed, the act of eliminating Pierce at this juncture would yield little benefit, merely inciting internal power struggles within Hydra, while Zola and Ghoulie would gain naught from it. Come, let me show you the base. Through the crackling golden portal, Ghoulie escorted the robot Zola to a rural farm on the outskirts. He had acquired nearly all the land nearby to construct a future base, and the rudimentary framework had already been erected. Master, the Red Spider sends you greetings, announced the Red Spider, who had been waiting there, in the vast factory. He respectfully bowed, exuding an air of politeness. Master, when will you summon the bed? Ghoulie glanced at the hopeful Red Spider, then turned to the robot Zola. Thinking of the insubordinate Lot. What is this? Do you have a grudge against Megatron? No, Master. I merely believe that the wicked soul of the bed deserves to bask in your brilliance. Ghoulie was hesitant to expose the Red Spider's trivial motives, suspecting that the recent upgrade to true adamantium had instilled in him a newfound confidence, leading him to seek redemption against Megatron. He then proclaimed his life motto, I am destined to be the leader of the Decepticons. After all, the Red Spider had never triumphed over Megatron, nor had he had the opportunity to mock him with this motto. Steel Cable, Red Spider, allow me to introduce our new member, Dr. Zola. From now on, the three of you will oversee the farm base. The robot Zola remained silent, having long forgotten the essence of shock, but he presumed it resembled his current demeanor. Leader. Is this also a robot? Ghoulie patted Zola on the shoulder. They are Cybertronians, Doctor. The universe is vast. We need not squander our efforts on Earth. Let us set our sights higher. Our aspirations lie among the stars. Hail Hydra. Zola saluted Ghoulie eagerly, then added, Leader, should we not eliminate Pierce first? Zola was impatient to ascend to the pinnacle of the stars and witness the splendor of the cosmos. It is not yet time to confront Pierce. Worry not. I will leave that to you when the moment arises. For now, we lack like-minded personnel and a base. Therefore, Dr. Zola, the task of constructing the base is entrusted to you. I have acquired the nearby farm entirely, and I hope you will transform it into our fortress. Doctor. This marks the inception of our conquest of the universe. What nonsense about Thanos? I, Ghoulie, aim to unify the entire multiverse. Ghoulie's ambitious declarations came abruptly. Yet they faded just as swiftly. Having delegated the base construction to the robot Zola, Ghoulie became the hands-off overseer, once again indulging in a life of bliss. Sister May busied herself with the reopening of her barbecue restaurant, while Daisy diligently drove to work, wholeheartedly striving to become a true superhero. Meanwhile, our beacon of humanity, Ghoulie, spent his days in idleness, cradling the treasure girl, Zhao Hailuan. The narrative unfolds with the character Zhao Hailuan, who acquires a mid-level evolution card for superpowers. Has the system grown indifferent to the tally of occurrences? My dear, I must prepare for work. Ms. Zhao, weary and languid, slumped in Ghoulie's embrace. Did you not resign? Why return to work? Exhausted, Ms. Zhao rolled her eyes, remarking, We have been lounging at home for 4 months. Ghoulie glanced at the phone on the nightstand. October 27th, 2010. Blissful days always seem to arrive so swiftly. One wonders whether the trio from Wakanda has successfully developed a device capable of distinguishing between humans and Skrulls. Holding his beloved tightly, Ghoulie expressed with deep affection, I truly wish this moment could last forever. The fatigued Ms. Zhao drifted into a deep slumber in her lover's arms, while Ghoulie began to contemplate which superpower to evolve next. He accessed the system. Chapter 66, Cultivating the Dark Divine Book. Name, Ghoulie. Race, human. Age, 22. Superpowers, 50/50 serum, spider totem, fate cards, shockwave, molecular reshaping, intermediate, invisibility, dynamic light wave, flight. Heart-shaped grass, items, little cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, blue giant star annihilation cannon, dark divine book copy, affiliates, drifting, soundwave, tape legion, quintessa, gray wolf, steel cable. Red spider, contracted entity, Dormammu. Should Ghoulie acquire a high-level superpower evolution card this time, he would undoubtedly embrace the opportunity without hesitation. Evolving molecular reshaping into an advanced form, transitioning from the manipulation of molecular structures to the control of atomic structures. The sheer magnitude of such power is simply unimaginable, truly a terrifying prospect. It is essential to note that molecular manipulators operate merely at the subatomic level or even smaller. Regrettably, the reward he received this time remains an intermediate superpower evolution card, and both evolution cards were obtained from Ms. Zhao. Truly, she is a treasure. Among his array of superpowers, he can readily dismiss the 50/50 serum, spider totem, fate cards, as well as invisibility and heart-shaped grass. Currently, Ghoulie's flight speed is constrained by the limitations of his physical strength, rendering it far from its potential limits. Thus, flight can also be excluded from consideration. Even if his flight capability were to escalate to superluminal speeds, or even the realm of divine swiftness, it would be futile if he were to perish before takeoff. The remaining choices are shockwave and dynamic light wave, with the latter, heat vision, being sufficiently effective at present. Conversely, shockwave presents a dual advantage, both offensive and defensive, making the decision for evolution abundantly clear. Evolution, shockwave. Ding. Your superpower shockwave has evolved to intermediate, with enhanced power and a broader range. How exceedingly vague. Ghoulie sensed the burgeoning power within him. To put it simply, the difference between pre-evolution and post-evolution is akin to the transformation of the tremor fruit from unawakened to awakened strength. It is a seismic shift. He now possesses the capability to unleash a tremendous earthquake at will. Yet, the avaricious Ghoulie's elation was short-lived as he furrowed his brow. He felt akin to a barrel constructed of disparate wooden planks, some high and some low. In other words, his physical strength has yet to catch up with his newfound prowess. With a body of steel and the power of the phoenix, stars sparkled in Ghoulie's eyes, yet it is truly unfortunate that he will not encounter the genuine superwoman or the bearer of Phoenix Force in the near future. Should he seek out Carol? Captain Marvel's strength, disregarding the various factors from the sequel, is indeed formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a cornerstone of the Avengers' combat prowess. After all, this is a cinematic universe, devoid of mutants and other elder beings that could disrupt the balance of power. At this moment, the most prominent figure Gu Li can engage with is the Ancient One. Entities such as the Defeated One, the Living Tribunal, the Beyond Ones, the Celestials, and the First Celestial, Eternity, are unlikely to make an appearance in the cinematic universe anytime soon. Certainly, apart from the vanquished Kong, this fellow Ant-Man should pose no significant threat. Currently, the women on Earth capable of greatly enhancing his strength are Ancient One and Wanda. First to be dismissed is the Ancient One, even if starved. I could not bring myself to harm her. As for Wanda, that young woman is highly wary of me. During our first encounter, she effortlessly discerned my intentions. Perhaps I should explore other multiverses? I recall Wolverine mentioning the existence of a traversal device. If fortune favors me and I find myself in the X-Men universe, even without the Phoenix Force, acquiring some freezing abilities or the powers of Lady Luck would suffice, especially since that realm is teeming with Omega-level abilities. Should I also happen to encounter a deranged Wanda, experiencing the sensation of being a Prime Minister might not be so unpleasant. For some reason, I have always felt that Wanda in her Scarlet Witch state possesses a certain allure far beyond her current self. However, upon reflection, these supernatural powers seem somewhat inadequate in the face of molecular reconstruction. No matter how potent fire and ice might be, I could effortlessly transform them into rose petals. What then could they do? Have I perhaps underestimated my own abilities? Contemplating this, I could no longer resist the surge of thoughts within me. After planting a kiss on the slumbering Ms. Zhao, I gently rose from the bed, tucked her in, and then traversed through a portal to a remote forested mountain. The dark hold. At last, I can give it a try. I sincerely hope the Ancient One does not show up, if she dares to come. I shall ensure she understands why the flowers bloom so red. With newfound confidence in my capabilities, I sat cross-legged atop the mountain and began to form seals according to the instructions within the Darkhold. A contract request from Zysorn arrived, asking if I wished to sign. Stopping my movements, I furrowed my brow in confusion. Why is this old hag suddenly seeking a contract? Moreover, how did this brain-dead system acquire such functionality? Why had I not noticed it before? If, and I stress if, I were to sign a contract with Zysorn, would it be detrimental to me? I silently pondered, focusing on the luminous screen in my mind. 1 second, 1 minute, 10 minutes later, the familiar notification chimed in my ear. No. Sign it, if one dies. The bird flies to the heavens. If one lives, they endure for eternity. What is there to be afraid of? The system has assured me there is no issue. So why worry? If you wish to sign a contract with me, rest assured that one day, whether it be Dormammu or Zysorn, I shall devour you whole. Zysorn, the legendary god of dark magic, was initially conceived as the source of Wanda's chaos magic. However, as Wanda grew stronger than Zysorn, the narrative shifted to depict chaos magic as a primordial force that existed from the dawn of creation. Wanda is inherently a being of chaos magic, merely activated by the Mind Stone. As I formed the seals with my hands, countless dark creatures materialized from thin air, their howls echoing through the mountains. The cacophony was overwhelming. With a single grip of my hand, I reduced the howling creatures to ash. Casting a sidelong glance, I noticed the surviving fiends trembling and collapsing to their knees. The creatures summoned by him dwell within a realm of darkness, where the strong are revered and this hierarchy dictates their very existence. Time passed unnoticed until a golden halo emerged atop the tranquil mountain. From within this luminescent circle, the Ancient One stepped forth, and upon witnessing the monstrous beings surrounding Gu Li, she let out a sigh. Indeed, you have reached this juncture. Not long ago, in Kamartaj, she had sensed the fluctuations of dark magic. Yet, when she attempted to decipher its essence, she was met with an impenetrable void. At that moment, the Ancient One realized that it was undoubtedly a disturbance conjured by Gu Li. As the presence of countless creatures from other dimensions began to manifest, she resolved to impart a lesson to this young man. The thought of engaging with a supreme sorcerer filled Gu Li with exhilaration. His face flushed and his body trembling slightly with fervent anticipation. Master, it is truly you. Are they not magnificent? Chapter 67. The Book of Dark Magic. My dear Gu, you are a good child and need not stray onto the wrong path. It is not too late to turn back now, Master Gui admonished, casting a disapproving glance at Gu Li, whom she had pinned beneath her. After months apart, she noted that the young man had significantly enhanced his abilities. Yet, who was she? The supreme sorceress of Kamartaj and the Three Sanctums, the preeminent figure in the realm of sorcery. Within less than half a minute, she successfully subdued Gu Li, who was now grappling with the dark arts. As he lay on the ground, confusion clouded Gu Li's mind. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Once he regained his senses, a wave of regret washed over him. Despite possessing numerous superpowers, why had he foolishly resorted to the recently acquired dark magic? Was the shockwave not appealing? Or was molecular restructuring insufficiently potent? Alas, he had once mocked those who, in an attempt to save on special effects, chose to fight in their bare skin. Yet here he was, in a predicament far worse than that. Oh, Master Gu, I acknowledge my wrongdoing, he lamented. Captured now, He saw no other recourse but to plead for mercy. Even if he summoned the sound waves drifting in outer space to strike at Gu Yi, it would likely yield no effect. You, young man, why harbor malice towards me? A sorceress? Gu Yi noted the palpable resentment emanating from Gu Li during their skirmish. How dare you say this? Was it not you who first bore ill towards me? Gu Li retorted, raising his head in defiance. I consider my intentions towards you to be rather benign. Had there been any true malice, you would have been confined to Kamartaj long ago, leaving you no time to dabble in dark magic, Gu Yi replied. Huh, is your malice truly insignificant? The spellbook you provided was for advancing the portal, but Master Gu, as a novice in teleportation, do I really need to advance? What I seek is to learn how to master it. Moreover, you haven't even bestowed upon me the suspended ring. Pray tell, Master Gu, does this not qualify as malice? Upon hearing Gu Li's grievances, Gu Yi sighed, resting her forehead in contemplation. No wonder she felt as though she had forgotten something. Well, young Gu, setting that aside, it does not serve as an excuse for your practice of dark magic. Nonsense. Why should Kamartaj not teach me and instead expect me to learn independently? Look at your so-called magic. I have struggled for months without mastering a single spell, while dark magic, I can grasp several in mere moments. Gu Li's incessant complaints were deafening, and a glimmer of realization flickered in Gu Yi's eyes. Have you truly managed to learn several spells? She murmured in disbelief. Why would I deceive you? If you have the capability, release me, and let us start anew. I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom red. After a moment's reflection, Gu Yi seized the bound Gu Li and declared, We are returning to Kamartaj. Upon hearing this, Gu Li hurriedly pleaded, Please, Master Gu. I am but a commoner. Do not let me tarnish the sanctity of Kamartaj. If I am imprisoned, who knows how long I will be confined? How will I pursue romance? How will I grow stronger? He had no desire to languish in a cell for eternity. However, regardless of Gu Li's struggles and pleas for mercy, Gu Yi remained resolute and stepped into the portal of light. Please know, if someone were present at this moment, they would undoubtedly be astonished to see the mighty Superman being held aloft by a bald man. Yet, the harsh truth remains. Those lacking strength possess no voice. Upon traversing the portal, Gu Li was unceremoniously cast into a chamber, roughly 100 square meters in size, where numerous towering bookshelves were densely arranged. Young man, within these shelves lie tomes exclusively on dark magic. You wish to learn, do you not? Complete your studies. And you may leave, the voice echoed. Gu Li paused for a few moments before responding, Very well, but could you kindly release me? The bindings are rather uncomfortable. Once you are free, she replied. With a gentle gesture, Ancient One summoned the golden ropes binding Gu Li, and they promptly vanished from his form. Suddenly, 2 golden portals materialized before and behind him. Farewell, she bid. However, as Gu Li attempted to enter one of the portals, he was stunned to discover that he could not be transported. Upon turning to see the faint smile lingering on Ancient One's face, Gu Li murmured, A mirrored space? You are aware of this? She inquired. Of course, I am fully informed. For instance, you, the esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, have also dabbled in dark magic, correct? No sooner had he uttered the words than Ancient One's expression returned to a serene calm, leaving Gu Li uncertain of her sentiments. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Young man, the reason you practice dark magic, is it due to the future you foresee? What other reason could there be? He replied. Initially, his pursuit of dark magic was indeed influenced by such foresight. When he confirmed with the system that the contract with Zysorn would not harm him, he realized that the prior contract with Dormammu would similarly pose no threat to him, such as rendering him ugly or invading his mind. If it were not for this reassurance, he would have long since utilized his spare time to master the fate cards. Now that he understood, even if the borrowed magical power remained unpaid, it would not adversely affect him. So why not learn? After all, he could borrow from Dormammu. Gu Li. The effects of practicing dark magic on one's psyche are profound. If you persist, you risk becoming a devoted follower of darkness. Ancient One cautioned earnestly. Rest assured, I am not one to recklessly gamble with my life, he replied confidently. Ancient One gazed at Gu Li for a moment before letting out a sigh. Very well. You may proceed. Should you notice any abnormalities, remember to halt. With that, she dispelled the mirrored space. Seeing this, Gu Li hurriedly exclaimed, Wait, Master Gu. I still wish to view the collections of Kamartaj. Such a plethora of dark magic tomes is rare. If I miss this opportunity today, who knows when I shall have the chance to peruse them again? Then by all means, take your time, but remember to return everything to its rightful place, she replied. Ancient One reflected on her age, realizing that had it been a decade prior, she would have undoubtedly imprisoned Gu Li without hesitation. How different she was now. Far more lenient. Unbeknownst to Gu Li, Ancient One had departed, as his focus was wholly consumed by the volumes on dark magic. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. He immersed himself in the ocean of literature, a ravenous learner, oblivious to the passage of time until the familiar sound of his mobile phone rang out. Darling, it's time to return for dinner. Dooley cast a reluctant glance at the bookshelf within the secret chamber. If it were possible, he would truly wish to finish reading before heading back. Leave a mark here, and come back when you have time. The voice of Master Gui resonated softly from an unknown source. Dooley nodded appreciatively. Thank you. With a thought, a crackling golden teleportation circle materialized instantaneously. Stepping into it, a confident voice echoed back as the circle sealed behind him. Once you depart, Kamataj shall be under my protection. Chapter 68. The Struggle for Banner, November 27, 2010. A hidden chamber in Kamartaj. Dooley rubbed his weary eyes. After an exhaustive month, he had finally perused the dark magic tomes within the chamber. With utmost certainty, he could declare that he had mastered the arcane knowledge of black magic. It was quite peculiar that he had only managed to learn a singular spell, the portal, from Kamartaj, yet the dark arts seemed to come to him effortlessly. Was he a natural-born sorcerer of the dark arts? Alas! Sitting in meditation, Ancient One shared his perplexity. In all her years, she had never encountered such an extraordinary individual. While she struggled to grasp the spells of Kamartaj, Dooley seemed to conjure black magic with mere glances at the texts, often forming spells even before finishing reading them. With a pained expression, Ancient One supported her forehead. You are the one. Hey, Tony. Long time no see. What? You're out. Oh. I'm on my way. Wakanda. Princess Shuri, along with Tony Stark and Dr. Banner, had spent 5 long months successfully developing and upgrading the device to distinguish between humans and Skrulls. As Dooley stepped through the golden portal, he eagerly embraced the trio. You've all worked so hard, he exclaimed. Researchers truly are among the most admirable people. Gazing at the watch on the table, which resembled a sophisticated instrument, Dooley couldn't help but marvel. It's both aesthetically pleasing and practical. Remarkable. The three exchanged eye rolls, with Shuri pouting like an inflated pufferfish. That's my watch. The device is over there. Following Shuri's, Dooley's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness. Before him lay an array of exquisite rings, bracelets, and necklaces neatly arranged in a box. You've turned the device into jewelry? The earnest Banner nodded, explaining, originally, Tony wanted to create electronic products like phones or watches. But Princess Shuri thought that sometimes electronic devices might not be on hand, so we transformed them into wearable accessories. When a Skrull is nearby, the device will alert the wearer. Of course, that is for personal use. The public equipment is over there. A camera? Yes. Dooley genuinely gave a thumbs up. Indeed. In a world devoid of the mystic Doctor Strange, this trio represented the pinnacle of intellect, even surpassing Dr. Zola. Charlie, the issue you raised has now been resolved. What are your plans moving forward? Tony, somewhat irritable, remarked that they had spent 5 months in Wakanda, and Pepper was on the brink of madness. Meanwhile, the insufferable Charlie had been absent for the entire duration. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Tony felt that Dooley had grown more handsome. Previously, he had embodied the essence of a sunny young man, but now he exuded a depth and an air of authority. In response, Dooley fell into contemplation. Should they eliminate them all or expel them entirely? It was indeed a quandary. What do you think, my 3 genius friends? Share your thoughts. No sooner had he spoken than Shuri, Tony, and Banner fell into a collective silence. The Earth is the sanctuary of humanity. Do extraterrestrial beings, especially those capable of shape-shifting, possess the right to remain here? What implications does this hold for all of humankind? Ultimately, where will humanity's goodwill lead us? Will we be supplanted by the Skrulls or reduced to subjugation under their dominion? Shuri was the first to speak. Why not reveal their existence and allow humanity to decide? In response to her suggestion, Dooley waved his hand dismissively. Banner shook his head, and Tony remarked, the opinions of the majority do not determine the fate of the Skrulls. Only those of a select few carry weight. He paused. Why? In our Wakandan elections for leadership. Shuri's sentence trailed off abruptly, noting that the consensus among leaders was merely the agreement of a few. The ordinary Wakandans truly had no say. The group engaged in an open discussion but struggled to find a universally accepted viewpoint. While Dooley advocated for their complete eradication, his suggestion was swiftly dismissed by the other 3. Ultimately, Tony summarized, according to Gu, the root of the conflict lies with Nick Fury and Captain Marvel. That is their title, correct? I will consult Fury before making a decision. While we cannot resort to violent extermination, we certainly cannot allow them to remain on Earth. Both Banner and Shuri expressed their agreement first, while Dooley remained silent for a moment before indicating his lack of opposition. He believed that consulting Fury would yield little, and they could address matters later. In that case, shall we postpone the production of these devices until after negotiations? Seeing the 3 nod in unison, Dooley picked up 5 rings and a dozen cameras. I will return home to install these. Tony, Bruce, will you accompany me? Banner sighed with a bittersweet smile. I am uncertain where to go. Due to the presence of everyone, he had been in a state of constant upheaval for years. Brazil, America, India. And he had even been bested by Dooley in New York. Just as he finished speaking, 2 figures swiftly approached, each grasping one of Banner's arms. Come with me. X2. Witnessing this, Ghoulie suddenly felt a pang of regret for being preempted by Tony and Suri. The most scarce resource in the world is talent. Consider Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who tirelessly travels in search of exceptional individuals. Even one Eric could warrant the utmost confidentiality in his operations. How much more so for Bruce Banner, who possesses 6 doctoral degrees. He is not merely a top-tier scientist, but also the Hulk, a being that many factions covet. Whether Bruce Banner joins S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, he represents the pinnacle of both combat and research prowess. Banner looked in astonishment at the eager gazes of Tony and Suri. The arrival of such fortune is rather overwhelming, leaving me uncertain of my choice. As the chief scientist at Stark Industries, he would earn $50 million per year, with all expenses covered. Whereas as the chief scientist of Wakanda, he would receive $100 million annually, along with comprehensive benefits, including companionship. Ghoulie chuckled mischievously, ready to interject, but was immediately silenced by 2 fierce glares. You be quiet. X2. In truth, had he spoken up, Banner would undoubtedly have acquiesced. For among the recently acquired dark arts was a binding spell designed to ensure that Banner would never transform due to overwhelming excitement. What could this signify for Banner, who had wandered for years? With eyes gleaming like famished wolves, Tony and Suri fixated on the unsuspecting Banner, eager to draw him into their ranks. After half an hour of heated debate, tensions began to rise, prompting Ghoulie to interject. In fact, I have just established a company. Perhaps you two might consider investing, thereby allowing Dr. Banner to join us. Wouldn't that effectively mean that the Doctor remains under your influence? Chapter 69, Voting Meeting Indeed. Upon hearing Ghoulie's words, Tony and Suri instinctively nodded. It is true, bickering incessantly only breeds discord and shows a lack of respect for Dr. Banner. I shall invest $500 million. Tony was the first to speak. Then I shall invest $1 billion, Suri replied with a beaming smile, which clearly conveyed to Tony, I have plenty of wealth. Seeing this, Ghoulie enthusiastically retrieved several agreements from the bag he carried. Come, sign these agreements, and we shall all become partners. From the moment he proposed the idea to the signing of the agreements, less than 20 seconds elapsed, and Tony and Suri, somewhat dazed, found themselves partners in the company, without even having glanced at the contents of the agreements. It was not until Ghoulie had long left with Tony and Banner that Suri, with a broad smile, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, What the heck, have I been duped? With his handsome visage, Ghoulie appeared to be a man of integrity, yet his actions seemed far from it. What's wrong? Suri, with a mournful expression, collapsed into Chalia's embrace, lamenting, Brother, I have been swindled out of $1 billion. Upon hearing the figure, Chalia's expression remained unchanged. He merely stroked his sister's hair and asked, What did your brother say? After hearing the entire account, Chalia consoled him. Mr. Incredible is not that kind of person. Tony, who was belatedly realizing the situation, had just settled into Nick Fury's office when he suddenly remembered that he had not reviewed the $500 million agreement. Although Ghoulie often had that little robot transfer money to others, surely he would not deceive his own people. Tony cast a furtive glance at Gucharlie, who was enveloped in smoke, pondering this thought. At that moment, Nick Fury was exceedingly exhilarated. 5 months prior, he had dispatched Natasha to India, but she had failed to locate Bruce Banner. Yet today, quite unexpectedly and without any prior indication, Ghoulie had brought Bruce into S.H.I.E.L.D. While the annual salary of $20 million was somewhat burdensome, considering Ghoulie's own salary was only $12 million, Nick Fury felt an immediate uplift in his spirits. Did the three of you come together for a specific reason? Fury, in a buoyant mood, spoke in a soft tone. However, upon observing Tony Stark's composed demeanor, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Fury, I am here to negotiate terms. At this, Fury nodded solemnly, saying, Speak. Regarding whether there is a need for Skrulls to remain on Earth, or to eradicate them completely, choose one to discuss. Tony cut straight to the heart of the matter, startling Nick Fury into a jump. Wong Defa. What has happened? Have the Skrulls caused casualties? No. How would Stark know about the Skrulls? Fury, please take this negotiation seriously. I am quite earnest. Nick Fury looked to Ghoulie for assistance, who replied, Do not look at Goo. He is even more straightforward. Eliminate them all. You know he is capable of such. If he cannot, then there is still me and the Hulk. Only then did Nick Fury grasp the gravity of the situation, exclaiming in frustration, Why? Give me a reason. Why? A reason? Is a reason truly necessary? This is Earth, the abode of humanity. Yet you permit countless extraterrestrials who can assume any guise to inhabit our planet. I am compelled to question your intentions. Nick Fury retorted stubbornly, They cherish peace. They are victims as well. But so what? Is the entirety of humanity to bear the risk? If their numbers swell from mere thousands to hundreds of thousands, or even millions, will they content themselves merely as guests? What transpires then, you understand better than anyone. Tony's words rendered Nick Fury speechless. His trembling hand struggled to ignite the cigar between his lips, the cause of his agitation unclear. After a couple of puffs, he was seized by a fit of coughing. After a prolonged silence, Nick Fury wearily turned to Tony. I need to convene a vote. Very well. Black Widow, Hawkeye, Coulson, Hill, Daisy, and several others entered the conference room, immediately sensing the oppressive atmosphere. Ramlo, who had previously worn a sincere smile towards Gu Li, quickly composed himself upon witnessing the tense situation. Something significant is afoot. Should we alert the organization? However, upon seeing Gu Li's calm gaze, Ramlo felt reassured. The leader is here. All is stable. The attendees of the meeting were senior officials of S.H.I.E.L.D. As the personnel gathered, Nick Fury spoke, surrender all communication devices. I do not wish for today's discussions to be disseminated elsewhere. Hill, please leave your phones outside the conference room. A few minutes later, after Hill re-entered, Nick Fury pressed a button, transforming the conference room into a steel fortress. Before we proceed to the vote, allow me to elucidate the reason for this gathering. In 1995, when Coulson was still a novice, we encountered two factions of extraterrestrials, the Kree and the Skrulls. The war instigated by the Kree left the Skrulls homeless. Following that incident, some Skrulls ventured into the cosmos seeking a new home, while others remained on Earth. Every Skrull possesses the ability to shapeshift, capable of assuming the appearance of any human. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became chaotic. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., who were mere spectators moments ago, now felt a surge of anxiety, questioning whether their colleagues might be Skrulls in disguise. As the tension escalated, Gu Li raised his hand to calm the crowd. Once order was restored, he spoke slowly. The voting concerns two propositions. The first is extermination. The second is expulsion from Earth. I have stated my case. Who is in favor and who is against? The aura emanating from Gu Li instilled a profound fear in the assembly, leaving not a single soul willing to voice their opinions. Tony sighed helplessly. Recognizing the gravity of Gu Li's stance, those in favor of expulsion from Earth, remain seated. Those in favor of extermination, please stand. At this, Ramlo stood without hesitation. But upon realizing he was the sole one to do so, he awkwardly clarified, I comply with the organization's orders. Nick Fury, realizing the situation, attempted to salvage it. If you agree to allow the Skrulls to remain, please raise your hand. Immediately after he spoke, he regretted his words, for not a single hand was raised. He truly wished to utter another phrase. Those who oppose their presence, please raise your hand. However, he understood that such a move would obliterate the hard-earned authority he had cultivated as director. Very well, I shall report the voting results to the Security Council. You may all disperse, Fury declared, pressing the red button once more. The attendees exited the room in silence, one by one. Daisy cast a desperate glance at Gu Li, signaling what happened. Gu Li waved his hand dismissively, replying, I'll explain at home. Once everyone had departed, only Gu Li, Tony, the newly added Banner, and Hawkeye Clint remained in the conference room. Tony exhaled deeply and turned to Gu Li, inquiring, Superman, what shall we do next? We'll wait for that woman to return. Gu Li replied coolly. Chapter 70. That woman? Which woman? Gu Li shrugged indifferently. Of course, it's Fury's old flame, the legendary Captain Marvel. If she doesn't return, I was genuinely prepared to forcibly expel the Skrulls from Earth. As for the attitude I've displayed regarding their annihilation, that was merely an attempt to temper the expectations of the feeble-minded. Look, for your sake, I've refrained from killing them. Just driving them away is already quite magnanimous of me. Suddenly, Clint, who had been silent throughout the meeting, spoke up. Mr. Superman, is there a way to distinguish Skrulls? For someone like him, who had a wife and children, family was undoubtedly his greatest concern and vulnerability, which is why he chose to remain. Simply install 2 cameras in your home, and you will be able to discern whether they are Skrulls. Gu Li replied. Thank you. Hawkeye said cautiously as he took the devices into his hands, ready to return home and set them up. I'll escort you. Just give me the address, Gu Li said, holding a favorable view of Hawkeye, this fortunate star. After all, in his previous life, every battle that Hawkeye participated in was victorious. While those he missed ended in defeat, such a powerhouse must be kept close. Clint nodded, softly murmuring his address. Suddenly, a crackling golden portal appeared, and as they stepped through, Gu Li's voice echoed back to the meeting room. Hey brother, you and Dr. Banner should head to the new restaurant I bought. Due to Clint's preference for privacy, the details of his home will remain undisclosed. At Clint's residence, 3 children playing in the yard suddenly screamed, Mom, come see Superman. The children naturally overlooked their father standing beside Superman. Seeing this, Clint chuckled helplessly. My kids used to adore Iron Man, and now they idolize you. As a father, I feel somewhat inadequate. Yet, Gu Li could sense the profound love and happiness radiating from Clint's smile. Why not discuss having a child with Mrs. Zhao? The woman who emerged from the kitchen was none other than Clint's wife, Laura, a former S. HIELD agent who had retired after marrying Clint. Hello, Mr. Superman. I apologize for the children's boisterousness. They truly admire you. Observing the twinkling stars in the children's eyes, Ghoulie smiled with satisfaction. Oh, Ghoulie has indeed become a sensation. Superman, can you take me flying? Superman, can I see your heat vision? Ghoulie bent down to ruffle the children's hair. Sure. But you must listen to your mother from now on. After enveloping the three children in protective waves of energy, Ghoulie lifted them into the sky. After soaring for about 10 minutes, he gently descended back into the yard, where Clint and Laura looked at him with a mix of gratitude and reproach. Ghoulie quickly chuckled. Clint, I must take my leave. Otherwise, Tony will blame me again. Clint nodded helplessly. He had actually wanted to treat Superman to a meal, especially since he had saved both him and Natasha's lives before, and this time had been a tremendous help. Truly, what a good person. Gazing at the crackling teleportation portal, the three children erupted with excitement, exclaiming their farewells to Mr. Superman. The enigmatic restaurant, deemed mysterious not for its location but for the fact that Ghoulie could not conjure a suitable name for it, awaited their arrival. Tony, driving with a somewhat dazed Banner, specifically instructed, Doctor, do exercise caution around Goo Charlie. This sly fox will sell you out if you let your guard down, and you'll find yourself counting his money. Still in a state of bewilderment, Banner chuckled softly. Mr. Superman is quite a compassionate individual. Tony slammed the brakes, incredulously staring at the earnest Banner. Compassionate? He is overflowing with it. In Tony's eyes, Ghoulie indeed possessed a heart of gold, to the point of excess. A sentiment that every beautiful woman could attest to. Honestly, when he came to see me that day, he deliberately evacuated the surrounding refugees and bestowed upon them a generous sum of money. Banner recounted slowly, reminiscing about that day. Well, you still need to be cautious. Indeed. Tony Stark, had not misjudged him. Goo remained steadfast in his benevolent nature. Where are we headed, Tony? Banner, perpetually burdened by his own woes, exhibited signs of severe social anxiety. Goo had previously arranged a dinner for his girlfriend, selecting a rather impressive restaurant. As Tony explained, he suddenly recalled the threat posed by that woman. Doctor, there may be a tough battle tomorrow. We need the big guy's assistance. Tony was uncertain of Captain Marvel's true strength, yet he seldom witnessed Ghoulie's cautious demeanor, leading him to believe it signified a lack of confidence. I shall do my best, Tony, Banner replied with resignation, realizing that no matter how much he tried to evade, the big guy could not escape his fate. Meanwhile, the woman that occupied Tony's thoughts was racing towards Earth, having received a summons from Nick Fury's pager. Superman? Let's throw a punch first and see. She truly did not believe that someone could emerge from the pages of a comic. Surely, it was a ruse to deceive the honest Fury. In Carol's memory, Nick Fury remained the same earnest soul. Our dear earnest Nick Fury, now burdened with worry, sat in his office, perplexed by the sudden emergence of the Skrull issue, which had taken him aback. How could Tony and the others be aware of the Skrull's existence? Moreover, the surveillance footage from the conference room revealed that Ghoulie had even gifted Clint 2 cameras to identify Skrulls. It was incomprehensible. Truly, it was. Although surprised, Nick Fury was not overly concerned. His earlier outburst in the conference room stemmed from a moment of unpreparedness. First and foremost, whether the Security Council would pass a resolution to expel the Skrulls remained uncertain. Secondly, upon Carol's return, Fury could not envision a means to persuade her. Who could possibly rival the might of Captain Marvel, who could tear apart interstellar battleships? While Ghoulie was strong, he likely was not yet a match for Carol. At least, based on Ghoulie's current demeanor, it seemed improbable that he could defeat her. This was Nick Fury's assessment, and it mirrored Tony's thoughts as well. As for the protagonist of the event, Ghoulie, a month ago, he might have shared similar sentiments. Yet now, you cannot be vanquished. In the grand banquet hall atop the mysterious restaurant, an expansive space is adorned with but a single dining table, laden with an exquisite array of 108 dishes, collectively known as the Manchuhan Imperial Feast. On the opposite side of the hall, musicians play classical court melodies, the kind that evokes a deep desire for indulgence. Faced with the exquisite delicacies before him, Iron Man Tony Stark felt no appetite whatsoever. Goo, do you have confidence? Dr. Banner, savoring the culinary delights, lifted his gaze towards the nonchalant Ghoulie, genuinely curious about the true prowess of the woman spoken of by Goo and Tony. Could she possibly excite the Hulk? Tony, my friend, indulge yourself, eat and drink as you please. Chapter 71. She has arrived once again. It was a tranquil evening. Ghoulie soared through the skies with young Peter on his back, the continuous screams of Peter Parker echoing behind him. While flying with Hawkeye's child during the day, Ghoulie suddenly recalled that he had never taken young Peter out for a playdate. Thus, after dinner, he decided to carry his nephew for a little flight. He aspired to be an exceptional man, much like Grey Wolf. Upon landing, young Peter began to exhibit his loquacious nature, prompting Ghoulie to hastily remind him, Peter, you haven't completed your homework yet. Oh no, The Dutch version of Spider-Man, with his doll-like face, made the 10-year-old Peter appear to be only 7 or 8. Moreover, due to Gu Li's somewhat unconventional upbringing, he had a slightly mischievous demeanor. In summary, he was akin to a little Dutch boy with the essence of a bully, often dancing with his small girlfriends. After entertaining young Peter, Gu Li stealthily slipped into May's room, where May had just finished her yoga session, her attire accentuating her flawless curves. Among Gu Li's 3 girlfriends, Mrs. Zhao Hailuan resembled a perfect treasure, Daisy was an innocent sweetheart, and May embodied the role of a caring sister. This was also the reason for his frequent absence from home at night. Whenever the late-night VIP chapters concluded, he could not help but express his gratitude to the brain-dead system. In his youth, he was oblivious to the system's merits. Now, as he was about to enter the VIP chapters, he felt the need to remind minors to leave. After hours of intimacy and tumultuous waves, a pleasant notification chimed once more. Congratulations, you have obtained Unipower Fragment 17. The enigmatic power of Unipower can amplify the host's various attributes: endurance, agility, energy blasts, object manipulation, molecular control, flight, and more. Gu Li stared in astonishment, his eyes wide open. How had the system suddenly transformed? It had never granted him fragments before. Moreover, with the emergence of Captain Universe and the mysterious Unipower, was this an indication that he would later acquire superpowers from the Spider-Man of the multiverse? Captain Universe and the enigmatic Unipower belong to one of the 4 abstract entities known as Eternity, the guardian of eternity itself. Its pinnacle strength lies between the levels of individual universe and multiverse. The superheroes who have served as Captain Universe include Spider-Man, Deadpool, Doctor Strange, and Invisible Woman, among others. With 1/7 of the fragment, if it were the complete form of Unipower, it would herald the grand conclusion of the mid-phase of the cinematic universe. The numbering of the MCU is widely recognized as 199999, while the primary universe is numbered 616, the Ultimate Universe 1610. And the Universe 838 became infamous due to the obliteration of the Light Brigade by Wanda. However, within the 838 universe, Doctor Strange's girlfriend Christine informed him that the cinematic universe's number was 616. As for the reasons behind this, let us not dwell on them. The subsequent storyline will utilize the MCU number, 199999. Retracting his perspective, Gu Li was taken aback by the emergence of the enigmatic force known as Unipower within the cinematic universe. This implication suggested that the family of inheritors, who feast upon various totems, might also make an appearance. To elaborate briefly on the inheritors, they consume an array of totems and are inherently adept at countering all spider totems except for that of Peter Parker, the very source of Spider-Man's extraordinary abilities. The formidable Captain Universe Spider-Man was swiftly bested by the leader of the inheritor family, Soros, a detail that will be expounded upon later. Moreover, the concept of eternity entwined with Unipower is far beyond Gu Li's current capabilities. Little Karami Gu, with a melancholic expression, rubbed his forehead in contemplation. Alas, this time the reward was not the soul-slaying sword of Aunt May, an artifact imbued with the power of instant annihilation, regardless of one's might. A single utterance of Aunt May could lead to immediate demise. The soul-slaying sword originates from the Tokusatsu series Toad Spider-Man, which was acknowledged by the venerable Stan Lee as an official Spider-Man work, unlike the unofficial narratives surrounding the transcendent Spider-Man. Of course, Marvel's acknowledgement is inconsequential. For Gu Li, the reward holds paramount importance. Should the opportunity to acquire the soul-slaying sword arise, he would be invincible, capable of confronting anyone who displeased him. That said, the aforementioned multiverse Spider-Man and the inheritor family are unlikely to manifest in the cinematic realm anytime soon, unless the production companies across the wall commence filming. The emergence of Unipower left Gu Li with a myriad of thoughts, leading him into a deep slumber well into the night. In stark contrast, Tony Stark remained restless throughout the night, plagued by his fear of insufficient firepower once again. A wave of helpless despondency washed over his mind as he sat before the screen for the entirety of the night. J.A.R.V.I.S. How many Mark Series suits are combat ready? He inquired, his eyes bloodshot. Sir, excluding those ill-suited for combat such as medical transports, there are still 42 suits available for battle. After integrating the true adamantium alloy, he had spent 5 months in Wakanda, causing the development of the new material for the Mark armors to stagnate. Not enough, we require more. Could an unprecedented Captain Marvel compel Tony Stark to capitulate? Impossible. He would not yield nor falter. More. Tony's mind was consumed with thoughts of additional Mark armors, as he aimed to arm the entire planet, whether they be aliens or Captain Marvel. Any entity threatening Earth's safety would be deemed an enemy of the Mark Legion. It's a peculiar irony that initially, the invasion of Chitauri in New York left Tony with a legacy of insufficient firepower. Now, the potential emergence of Captain Marvel had him preemptively afflicted by the same concern. He was such a person, possessing the flaws of an ordinary individual, and what others perceived as selfishness was merely his rhetoric. No one ever imagined he could become a superhero. Indeed, many believed he lacked the qualities for such a role. Yet, the outcome was that during the Battle of New York, he bore a nuclear bomb into the wormhole, prepared for sacrifice. Sokovia, Titan. Tony has always been the one at the forefront. In the climactic battle of 2023, he initiated that fateful snap, standing shoulder to shoulder with deities despite his mortal form. Hence, Ghoulie remarked to him that being a superhero is quite exhausting. The more one accomplishes, the louder the skepticism becomes. If one must undertake such a role, it is better to emulate Azza, the top-tier idol. Hey, I don't eat beef. Their personalities are similar, yet their philosophies diverge, occasionally leading to conflicts. However, this time, Tony wishes to assist Ghoulie. In the gathering place of the Skrulls, Nick Fury is engaged in casual conversation with the current Skrull leader, Talos. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in golden radiance, exuding unmatched power, descends from the heavens. Fury, where is that Superman? Chapter 72. What kind of man is he? The Skrull gathering place. Carol, it's been a long time. Have you found a suitable home? A flush of excitement graced Talos' face. Carol had been absent for several years, and her return signified that she had indeed discovered a new sanctuary for the Skrulls. As the leader of the Skrulls, Talos chose to overlook certain behaviors of his people over the years. He understood that his kin had been repressed for far too long and needed to occasionally vent their frustrations. Thus, when some of them transformed into high-ranking officials in human society, he refrained from intervening. However, he was acutely aware that if this continued, his people would not remain content with the status quo, and eventually, certain events would transpire. Indeed, after the climactic battle, as superheroes began to retire one by one, the Skrulls remaining on Earth grew dissatisfied and instigated a covert invasion. Talos' inquiry left Carol feeling somewhat awkward. She had been preoccupied with liberating other races oppressed by the Kree and had neglected her mission to help the Skrulls find a new home. Soon, Talos, Nick Fury interjected, attempting to divert the conversation, glancing at his old friend Carol. Should we seek him out now? The inexplicable exchange between the two left Talos momentarily perplexed about what was truly unfolding. Who are we looking for? Superman. What for? Fury. You didn't inform Talos? Ultimately, realizing the inevitability of the situation, Nick Fury disclosed the internal resolution of SHIELD to Talos. Expel us? Or exterminate us? Talos exclaimed incredulously, the news catching them completely off guard. Why? Fury exchanged a glance with Talos, feeling rather helpless. They perceived the Skrulls as a threat. They? Is it not just one individual? Carol raised an eyebrow, initially believing it to be a solitary decision. If it was a collective decision, then they would need to be convinced. With her presence, Carol believed the Skrulls would stir no significant upheaval. Remaining on Earth should pose no problem. Fury, take me to speak with him. Having read Superman comics in her youth, Carol was merely curious to see what sort of individual would dare to claim such a title. Let me make a call. Moments later, a crackling golden portal materialized, and Ghoulie emerged, clad in a black battle robe, emblazoned with a large tomato on his chest. Pulsating like a fiery heart, Ghoulie had envisioned numerous scenarios for his encounter with Captain Marvel, yet never did he imagine it would occur under such contentious circumstances. In the instant their gazes met, they both recognized the fierce determination igniting in each other's eyes. Shall we have a duel? Indeed. In an instant, both figures soared into the sky, and within seconds, they had ascended to great heights. Golden beams of intense energy cascaded from Ghoulie's eyes, clashing with the cosmic energy emitted from Carol's outstretched arms. The sound of their explosive confrontation reverberated through the heavens. On the ground, Nick Fury and Talos could no longer discern the silhouettes of the two figures soaring above. Ghoulie and Carol moved with such velocity that they transcended the limits of human sight. The only spectacle visible was the dazzling array of colorful energy in the sky, accompanied by the golden heat waves emanating from Ghoulie's form. With a single hand, Ghoulie formed intricate seals, conjuring a series of crimson magical circles that appeared one after another, swiftly augmenting his feat. Defense, strength, swiftness, endurance. Over 100 magical formations coalesced beneath him, rendering him a brilliant beacon against the sky. This was the culmination of a month's self-study in Kamatosh. Ghoulie was now a master of dark magic in this world. After pursuing for a while, Carol realized she could never catch the irritating figure. It was evident that he had no intention of engaging her in close combat. Can you not fight like a man? Carol's thunderous roar echoed, prompting Ghoulie to furrow his brow. Are you suggesting I engage in a melee? I am merely a ranged dark magician. Do you think everyone is Gandalf? Ducking away from Carol's cosmic energy blasts, Ghoulie clasped his hands together, his fingers weaving frenetic, mesmerizing gestures. Arise. Endless dark creatures emerged from another dimension, blotting out the sky in an instant, enveloping Carol's form within their ranks. The Ancient One, sensing the disturbance above New York, cast a bemused glance at Gu Li, who was surrounded by a multitude of magical formations. Does he not understand that borrowed magical power must be repaid? She thought, observing the extravagant display of his magic. In all her years as the supreme sorceress, she had never dared to wield magic so recklessly. Wasteful. Suddenly, Gu Li felt the hairs on his skin rise as a wave of terrifying energy surged forth. There, suspended in the air, Carol shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Resembling a deity descending from the heavens, the beasts that had previously overwhelmed her were now vanquished. Dual star form? Gu Li quickly set aside his playful demeanor. Recognizing that Carol had entered a serious state. Superman, you are impressive. The sound of invisible explosions rippled from above, resulting from the collision of their bodies, reverberating like thunder that shook the heavens. It was akin to the roar of a divine entity, resonating throughout the world, inciting involuntary tremors. The scroll gathering below had already been decimated by the energy backlash of their battle. Nick Fury shouted upwards, "Cease this at once. Do not continue. If you persist, not only will all of New York suffer, but the compensation for the damaged properties alone will cripple S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, the scroll were allies, and he could negotiate compensation with Talos. In a moment of distraction, Gu Li found himself seized by Carol, who slammed him into the ground, leaving a deep trench in her wake. The earlier shout from the egghead had led him to believe a torrential downpour was imminent. Regaining his composure, Gu Li unleashed a shockwave that propelled Carol, who was mounted upon him, into the stratosphere. Rising to his feet, he soared skyward, the two of them ascending from the heights of 10,000 meters into outer space. As the combatants vanished from sight, Nick Fury exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, at least the costs were manageable for now. Meanwhile, in another part of New York, Tony and Banner were intently observing the footage transmitted by the Stark satellite. Gu Li and the woman were engaged in a fierce battle in the void of space, and the nearby America satellite soon found itself in peril in mere moments. Countless satellites were obliterated by the searing beams and the cosmic energies unleashed by Carol. Tony, it seems we need not intervene. It appears that Superman can handle that woman all by himself. With bloodshot eyes, Tony nodded, reflecting on how he had worried for Gu Charlie throughout the night, only to find him in a position of advantage. Tony murmured softly, "Gu is remarkably powerful now. I never witnessed this fellow flying into outer space before." Suddenly, the satellite signal seemed to falter, and in the instant the image froze, Jarvis's voice resonated. "Sir, it appears that Mr. Gu and his companion have engaged in combat on the moon." Chapter 73, Arguments over Victory on the Lunar Surface. Two intertwined figures suddenly plummeted from the sky, creating a profound crater upon impact. According to the law of smoke and injury, as the dust settled, the scene revealed Gu Li, perched atop Carol, gripping her neck. Are you conceding or not? Years later, Gu Li would distill his thoughts into a single adage: never engage in a quarrel with a woman, unless it is in the bedroom. At that moment, an irate Carol seemed to lose all sense of reason, spitting at Gu Li. The audacity of such an act left him momentarily bewildered. Spitting? Surely, that was the behavior of children. For heaven's sake, you are Captain Marvel. How can you display such a lack of composure? Have the courage to let me go and try again, she challenged. Carol had never tasted defeat in all her years, and now, to have someone hold her by the neck and question her submission was utterly intolerable. Gu Li, in a moment of playful provocation, gently patted her cheek. Let you go? You are rather ordinary in appearance, yet you dream quite grandly. Unintentionally, he had voiced his true sentiments. No sooner had the words left his lips than a wave of terrifying energy surged forth, causing Carol beneath him to erupt with ferocity. You think I'm ugly? She cried, seemingly driven mad by the insult. Gu Li hastily defended himself. No, I didn't say that. Don't misinterpret. The Carol before him was clearly in a state of explosive fury, a sign of her dual-star mentality. Something was amiss. Ugly, is it? And you think you're handsome? What transpired thereafter remains a mystery. The two combatants reappeared on the moon 2 days later. At a farm base on the outskirts of New York, Carol beamed with joy, radiant as the dawn's first light. Her demeanor a stark contrast to the frustration she had felt after being bested by Gu Li. At least in the realm of quarrels, she had never tasted defeat. In contrast, Gu Li appeared pallid, as if he had just emerged from a nightmare, feeling as though he might disassemble at any moment. Truly, one should never argue with a woman. There is no real victory or defeat. He felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally, perplexed by the fact that, despite being a formidable speaker himself, he could not best Carol in their verbal sparring. The two superhumans had engaged in a quarrel that lasted fully 2.5 days, with neither side achieving a decisive victory. Ultimately, they resolved to continue their debate on another day. Upon returning home, Gu Li took a bath and fell asleep instantly, only to be carried to bed by Ms. Zhao. What have you been up to? You look utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, far away in Kamartaj, the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, offered her own insight. Today's youth truly know how to entertain themselves. I have never witnessed an argument escalate to such lengths. These two are indeed extraordinary, rare gems in this world. Nick Fury and Talos waited for 2.5 days without seeing Carol return. And Fury found it particularly strange that Ghoulie was also unresponsive. It was as if they had evaporated from existence. They haven't perished together, have they? As the thought flashed through Fury's mind, it surged uncontrollably, relentlessly assaulting his brain, causing him to clutch his chest in agony. The pain was unbearable. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had just lost 2 key operatives, a significant blow to the foundation of the future Avengers initiative. Superman, Captain Marvel, gone? How could I possibly continue without you? Nick Fury slammed his fist down in frustration, his heart heavy with regret and remorse. He yearned for solitude. How foolish he had been to agree to expel the Skrulls without a second thought, when he could have simply summoned Carol back. Now, both of his aces were lost in an instant, even if he could assemble the Avengers in the future. He doubted he would find humans as formidable as Carol and Ghoulie again. The pain was profound. Talos stood bewildered, watching Fury leave without so much as a backward glance, his solitary figure exuding a palpable sense of desolation. Is it over? Aren't we being dismissed? Yet. No one answered his confusion. Equally perplexed were Tony and Banner, who had been closely monitoring the battle. Doctor, do you think those two have become addicted to fighting on the moon? Tony queried, utterly baffled. If not for Banner's intervention, he would have flown to the moon to witness the outcome of their clash. It had been over 2 days since the battle had erupted on the lunar surface, and there had been no word on who had emerged victorious. Tony, let us wait a little longer. Both Superman and that woman possess extraordinary powers. They should be fine. Bruce Banner reassured. He had always perceived the Hulk as a threat to humanity, but upon witnessing the devastation wrought by Ghoulie and the woman, he realized that. In comparison, the Hulk seemed rather endearing. After all, the destruction caused by the Hulk was merely a localized phenomenon of smashing, while those two, especially Superman with his heat vision, were capable of massive area of effect devastation, inflicting damage several times greater than the Hulk's. The woman, too, unleashed cosmic energy with her arms, each explosion equivalent to the force of a cannonball. During their aerial battle, the mere aftermath had obliterated structures within a several-kilometer radius. Fortunately, the area was remote, preventing any casualties. As the sun rose and set, another day slipped by. For those anxiously waiting, this day felt like an excruciating torment. Upon awakening, Ghoulie glanced at the wives surrounding him and felt a twinge of guilt. Their faces were etched with concern, and upon seeing him awake, they hurriedly inquired if he was feeling better. Their heartfelt words deepened his sense of guilt. He thought to himself, I truly deserve this. What a mess this has become. He had never anticipated that Captain Marvel would react in such a way. He had not heard that provocation could lead to such a frenzy. Upon hearing that she was merely average in appearance, she had gone absolutely berserk, arguing in 7 different languages, no less. How could one endure such a spectacle? For a full 2 days, he had never engaged in such verbal confrontations. After all, cursing at someone is one thing, but fighting with fervor is quite another. Yet Carol fought as if her very life depended on it. The process was a tormenting ordeal, but the outcome was unexpectedly delightful. Who would have thought that a quarrel could yield a cultural level of 3, acquiring 3 superpowers in just 2 days? Throughout the years of being bound to the system, Ghoulie had never experienced such bountiful rewards as he did now. Feeling his physique enhanced beyond measure, Ghoulie drew his girlfriend close, cherishing her in his embrace. He resolved that for the time being, he would do nothing but stay home and devote his time to his beloved. With that, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In a mysterious dimension, a frail woman clad in a purple robe wielded a mining pick, mechanically repeating her laborious task. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. In this pitch-black unknown realm, she had toiled for a whole year, a year whose trials are beyond comprehension. That wretched human, she had merely succumbed to an impulse to touch his muscular chest, only to startle him awake with her lack of restraint. Thus, she was banished to this cursed place of mining. That despicable creature deserves nothing less than damnation. Chapter 74. 3 Superpowers Through the Teachings of the Character Carol Danvers. You achieve the cultural level of 3 and gain the ability of energy absorption, the capacity to absorb the vast majority of energy from the universe, rendering yourself immune to it. You also acquire energy manipulation, the power to control various types of cosmic energy. Furthermore, you develop piloting skills, excelling in the operation of various aircraft. Aside from the somewhat perplexing piloting skills, the other 2 superpowers are truly exceptional. Energy absorption encompasses everything from solar radiation to various cosmic energies, down to electric rays, all of which can be absorbed to enhance one's physical strength. This ability bears some resemblance to Sebastian Shaw's mutant power in X-Men, yet it surpasses Shaw's limits. Additionally, one becomes immune to most cosmic energies. It is no wonder that the superhero, named Captain Marvel, possesses such formidable abilities. The mere act of energy absorption elevates Ghoulie's magical resistance to its zenith. explaining why Carol was able to disregard heat vision during their confrontation. Moreover, energy absorption is akin to a game-breaking mechanic in combat. It allows for the continuous siphoning of life force and energy, ensuring infinite endurance. Imagine facing an opponent who absorbs the energy you expend in combat, only to turn it against you. It seems utterly unjust. As for energy manipulation, the ability to control various cosmic energies enables the projection of powerful energy waves and lasers for long-range attacks, creating a perfect synergy with energy absorption. If not for Ghouli's plethora of superpowers, his battle with Carol might have concluded far sooner. Even so, he struggles to contend with her. With her magic resistance at its peak, allowing her to disregard heat vision, Ghoulie employs molecular restructuring to counter the cosmic energies she unleashes. Conversely, shockwaves somewhat restrain Carol's full magical resistance, yet this is merely a limitation. Her physical defenses remain remarkably robust. It can be asserted that, based on the combat prowess exhibited by Carol in the two Captain Marvel films, disregarding the illogical plot devices necessitated by the storyline, she stands as the most formidable force in the Avengers. As for the questions surrounding why she was not allowed to snap her fingers, or why she could not fly past Thanos' massive blade, those inquiries are best directed to the director. Among the myriad of superpowers that Carol possesses, Ghoulie yearns most for cosmic awareness and binary form. Cosmic awareness, a prescient ability that far surpasses Spider-Man's spider sense, allows for a macro-level foresight, encompassing perception within the universe itself. It is often referred to as the seventh sense. The binary form, on the other hand, represents Carol's most superlative state. The power of binary form emanates from the mysterious white holes in the universe. Contrary to black holes that absorb all, white holes radiate energy outward. In her binary form, Captain Marvel has wounded Sentinels endowed with the strength of millions of stars, and has even captured the director of the family planning office. Of course, there is also the remarkable feat of igniting a Kree sun, which could be likened to Carol's Super Saiyan transformation. Once again, I find myself indulging in greed. After this self-reflection, Ghoulie buries his head in Ms. Zhao's embrace and drifts into a deep slumber. There is no place more comfortable than one's own bed. The sleeping arrangements at the farm base can be rather uncomfortable. The following morning, Nick Fury finally received a call from Carol, facilitated by the second-in-command at the farm base. Red Spider. Carol, what is the outcome? How could you have lost? Fury's reaction made Carol feel rather awkward, and she found it difficult to articulate her emotions. After all, she couldn't possibly reveal to Fury that she had developed a close bond with Ghoulie. It was rather ironic that she was summoned to assist in dealing with someone, only to cultivate an exceptionally friendly yet complicated relationship with that very individual. What a predicament this was. Fury, discuss with Talos. I shall take a few days off and escort them away from Earth. After hanging up, Carol reflected on the recent madness, a hand pressed against her forehead in melancholy. Why had she been so angry? That boy was merely handsome and slightly more capable than others. Yet, he was indeed quite attractive. Carol simply could not fathom why. Just as Ghoulie, who was at home watching television with Ms. Zhao, was equally perplexed. Why hadn't he restrained himself? It seemed he was indeed tempted by her extraordinary abilities, and that inexplicable connection forged under such circumstances had initially sparked his interest. As for what transpired afterwards, it devolved into a rivalry between Ghoulie and Carol, a battle of wills where unresolved issues transformed into a different form of conflict. The result? Mutual destruction. It is worth noting that these were two superhumans, both requiring a day of rest to recuperate, which speaks volumes about the ferocity of their earlier clash. Darling, the research lab urgently needs to hire more personnel, Ms. Zhao suddenly remarked while nestled in Ghoulie's embrace. Although they had inexplicably secured two substantial investments, alleviating their financial concerns for the foreseeable future, Ms. Zhao had no need to fret about research funding anymore. After all, her resources were entirely tied up in Hammer Industries, and she relished the feeling of being supported by Ghoulie. However, the need for personnel was pressing. Even though a single formidable individual like Wolverine could potentially replace several scientists, there remained a necessity for assistants to manage mundane tasks. Ghoulie playfully pinched Ms. Zhao's cheek. I will find a solution. I have a few fans who might be quite suitable. He had been quite busy lately and almost forgot his promise to Max to help her find a job. Thus far, he had only received 2 rewards from Max and knew he needed to exert more effort. Indeed, he must strive diligently. His system required consistent effort to yield any rewards at all. Ghoulie was not a scoundrel. He merely yearned for extraordinary abilities. On a related note, Max's best friend, Jane Foster, who happened to be Thor's girlfriend, also appeared to be an excellent scientist. Additionally, there was Betty, the girlfriend of Bruce Banner, and General Ross's daughter, who was destined to become the future president of America. Both of these women were commendable choices. Let there be no misunderstanding, they were merely distinguished scientists. Though Ghoulie had his desires, he was not so desperate as to settle for anything less than exceptional. Had he traveled back in time or acted sooner, it might have been a different story, but alas, he had missed his chance. Upon careful consideration, Dooley realized that the number of female characters available for pursuit within the cinematic universe was quite limited, particularly those endowed with formidable superpowers. Among them, there is the niece of Dormammu, the white-haired woman in purple attire named Clea, who emerges in the final chapters of Wanda's search for kin as the ruler of the Dark Dimension. This Clea is not to be confused with another. It is indeed an excellent choice. Additionally, there is the High Priestess Aisha of the Sovereign, who is none other than the mother of Adam Warlock, portrayed by the statuesque Elizabeth Debicki, with her golden skin and towering height of 190 centimeters. A woman capable of opening the front seat door from the back seat with her legs. A figure who commands such presence that even the supreme evolved villain must stand on a stool to meet her gaze. If all goes as expected, the reward bestowed by Aisha will likely be Adam Warlock's extraordinary abilities. This individual is destined to become a true powerhouse in the future. Shall one raise a living tribunal as a son? Chapter 75. A new member. Could one truly raise a life court as a son? It seems plausible. Yet a significant obstacle presents itself. Aisha, the High Priestess of the Sovereign, belongs to a race that venerates genetic reproduction to ensure the absolute purity of their lineage. The Sovereign employ custom-engineered cocoons for procreation. They harbor little interest in natural conception. Indeed, they may even express a profound disdain for it. Aisha's son, the sorcerer Adam, was not born through natural means, creating a considerable challenge for Ghoulie should he wish to pursue her. Moreover, Aisha epitomizes the haughty queen, who requires carpets to be laid beneath her feet as she walks. Nevertheless, the mere thought of her long, fair legs sends a wave of excitement through Ghoulie. In her arms, Ms. Zhao rolls her eyes and inwardly chides him for his lack of restraint during daylight hours. Yet, her words only serve to intensify Ghoulie's ardor. In that moment, the living room is awash with a vibrant atmosphere, rhythmic sounds echoing throughout. Upon the announcement of their departure by Leader Tauros, reactions among the Skrulls vary. Some express joy, others sorrow, but the majority are engulfed in confusion. Why? There is no reason. SHIELD has issued an ultimatum for complete evacuation within a month, or face dire consequences. Tauros himself grapples with a whirlwind of emotions. Half of his turmoil stems from uncertainty about the future and a sense of resignation. Uncertainty regarding the Skrulls' path forward. Will they continue to wander? Will they remain prey to the Kree? The long-standing enmity between the Kree and Skrulls spans millennia of warfare, entangled with the rivalries of the three great empires of the galaxy and the Nova Corps. More details will follow later. The sense of resignation arises from the likelihood that the dire situations he has long feared may not manifest on Earth. The other half of his emotional spectrum is laced with concern. His kin, who have transformed into human officials, have already succumbed to the corrupt lifestyle of America, and they are unlikely to depart easily. According to intelligence from Fury, Captain Marvel, who once tore Kree warships asunder, has been defeated by the recently ascended Superman. If the Skrulls refuse to leave, Superman will undoubtedly unleash a massacre, a warning relayed directly to him by his old friend Fury. Tauros glanced at his daughter Jaya, portrayed by the Mother of Dragons. Jaya has become accustomed to the customs of human society. Her memories, her childhood, her friends, all reside on Earth. How does one explain this to Jaya? Tauros found himself lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, at SHIELD, Nick Fury carved out time to coordinate the evacuation of Skrulls, assigning dozens of agents to assist. His willingness to comply stems, in part, from Captain Marvel's request. As a longtime ally, Fury possesses unwavering trust in her, invariably responding to her needs, a testament to their mutual understanding. Additionally, the mysterious force that had previously launched relentless assaults on SHIELD agents had fallen silent, granting him a brief respite to contemplate the formation of SHIELD and the Avengers. Superman, Iron Man, the Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye have already begun to lay the foundational framework of the Avengers. He, Nick Fury, oversees the grand design, with Superman and the Hulk serving as the powerhouses. Black Widow and Hawkeye managing intelligence, while Iron Man, Tony Stark, fulfills the role of financier. In the not-so-distant future, Fury intends to appoint Coulson to oversee SHIELD, thereby freeing up time for him to specifically attend to matters concerning the Avengers. The notion of forming the Avengers can be traced back to 1995, during his encounter with the Kree alongside Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. It was from that moment that Fury conceived the idea of assembling a team of superheroes to confront various threats. Today, the personnel required to establish the Avengers are in place. It would be even better if the Asgardian god of thunder were present. Fury found himself yearning for Thor. Fried chicken would be available, beer would flow, and Thor would be there as well. although the impending expulsion of the Skrulls had caused him considerable distress. The thought of Carol's recent phone call, in which she mentioned she would often return to Earth, instantly brightened his spirits. He was well aware of the priorities between the Skrulls and Carol, especially given the unanimous support within S.H.I.E.L.D. for the expulsion of the Skrulls. The only mystery that eluded him was why Carol had changed her mind, as she had never returned to Earth before. He simply could not fathom it. At that moment, Agent Hill knocked and entered. Fury, Stark, and Superman have brought over the identification equipment. Let us put it in storage for now. I'll go find Talos later. The arrival of a substantial amount of Skrull identification equipment made Nick Fury acutely aware of a particular truth. The idea of expelling the Skrulls was not a sudden whim from Tony and Gu Lee. They had been plotting it for quite some time. Truly, Stark was impressive to have devised such technology. After a moment of reflection, he did not feel disheartened. Rather, he was somewhat exhilarated. After all, Stark was an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, our Iron Man, Tony Stark, was welcoming a new member to their ranks. Only Tony, Ethan, and Gu Lee had formed a small group, and they were finally joined by the Hulk, Bruce Banner. Tony, are you all forming a little group behind S.H.I.E.L.D.'s back? The honest expression on Banner's face was filled with confusion. If a kind-hearted person like Superman could join such a group, one could only imagine the treachery of society, prompting Dr. Banner to contemplate retreating into seclusion once more. He was simply not cut out for such complexities. Doctor, we have no ulterior motives. We are purely focused on safeguarding Earth's security. You know how much S.H.I.E.L.D. is intertwined with the upper echelons of America. Upon hearing this, Banner nodded in agreement. The Super Soldier program, which had been revived years ago, was spearheaded by the military with the American government's involvement. It was precisely due to that program's unforeseen consequences that he became the Hulk, giving birth to the Abomination. From the perspective of those in power, the importance of super soldiers far outweighed the safety of ordinary citizens. Is Superman not joining us? He and Ethan will be here shortly. Suddenly recalling something, Tony hastily added, Doctor, we haven't decided on a name for our organization yet. Banner replied with a hint of regret, but considering the annual salary of $20 million, he decided to endure it for the time being. Considering the salary from S.H.I.E.L.D., along with the remuneration from Mr. Superman's company, having worked 3 jobs, it won't be long before he can purchase an extravagant mansion. Tony, perhaps you and Mr. Superman could decide on a name. I am not particularly skilled at naming things, Banner said earnestly. For some reason, as soon as Banner finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Tony in front of him twitching the corners of his mouth several times. He has already come up with a name. But Ethan and I find it a bit too ostentatious, not quite befitting our image. The earnest Banner immediately inquired, what name could elicit such a reaction from Tony? The Explosive Gang. Chapter 76, The 6 Infinite Stones, New York, Manhattan. The Stark Tower, a self-sufficient skyscraper powered entirely by the arc reactor and utilizing clean energy, would later evolve into the Avengers Tower. A small group of 4 engaged in a fair and transparent voting process, ultimately deciding to name their organization the Explosive Gang. During the voting, Tony cast his dissenting vote without hesitation, finding the name too ostentatious for his liking. Dr. Ethan opted to abstain, relishing his carefree life supported by a global surveillance network composed of Transformers Soundwave and several Stark satellites. Whenever a terrorist presence was detected, a simple phone call would summon Mr. Superman, who would resolve the issue instantaneously. However, he found it perplexing that Superman often arrived clad in nothing but his undergarments, and whenever he did, his approach was excessively violent, instilling fear in the hearts of many terrorists. Consequently, Superman's fanbase has expanded globally, with his exposed physique driving women worldwide into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the newly inducted Honest Man, Banner, voted in favor to avoid complications, placing his trust in Gu Lee's character. With a narrow margin of 2-1, the renowned Explosive Gang's Marvel division was officially established. The leadership was jointly held by Gu Lee and Tony, with Dr. Ethan taking on the role of logistics minister and Dr. Banner overseeing the research department. The foremost task for the newly formed Explosive Gang was to oversee and ensure the complete evacuation of the Skrulls from Earth. The cameras on the streets of New York had been replaced, and the next phase involved the installation of cameras donated by Stark Industries across the entirety of America. A process expected to take approximately 20 days. Inevitably, some Skrulls might slip through the cracks. Gu, is there another way to identify all the Skrulls at once? Tony inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, the others turned their gaze towards Gu Lee, as if expecting him to resolve any difficulty. I'll think of a solution. Such a large-scale global search could only be accomplished by Professor X, Charles, but alas, there are currently no mutants in the MCU. One would need to venture into the Fox universe. Perhaps they could wait for Deadpool 3 to be released? Alternatively, they could find a way to connect with Wanda and, after acquiring chaos magic, declare no more scrolls. However, the newly obtained chaos magic may not yet possess the required potency and would need further evolution. Furthermore, Wanda harbored significant prejudice against Gu Li, believing that his interest in her was driven by ulterior motives. While her anticipated outcome was accurate, her purpose was misguided. Gu Li was indeed captivated by her, but even more so by the allure of chaos magic. If all else fails, perhaps consulting the Ancient One would yield a solution? This thought crossed Gu Li's mind, and with a flicker of intent, a crackling golden circle materialized before him. I shall seek out a formidable ally. Outside Kamartaj. Shortly after Gu Li arrived and toyed with the fate cards twice, the voice of the Ancient One echoed from a distant portal. Come forth. The impression the Ancient One gave Gu Li was that of a venerable master, akin to a wise elder. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Ancient One is quite protective of Gu Li, fearful that he might stray from the right path. Master, is there a spell for a large-scale search for the whereabouts of a particular race? What do you intend to do? Without needing to guess, Ancient One realized that Gu Li harbored ulterior motives. Could it be that this young lad aspired to become a slave master? Young man, trafficking in human lives is an inhumane act, the Ancient One admonished. Master, you have misunderstood me. I am searching for extraterrestrials, specifically the scrolls hidden on Earth. And so forth. After a brief moment, upon hearing Gu Li's words, a subtle frown emerged on Ancient One's usually impassive face. You are changing again. Master, my very existence signifies a transformation. I harbor no other intentions, merely wishing for a better life for myself. If possible, I wouldn't mind guiding Earth toward a brighter future as well. Upon hearing this, Ancient One was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent for several minutes. Very well. I will assist you this time, but you must pay my appearance fee separately. Now it was Gu Li's turn to be astonished. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, What? As you said, even superheroes need to eat and spend money. My request is quite reasonable, is it not? Indeed. Quite reasonable, Gu Li fervently nodded. Any issue that can be resolved with money is not a problem. If it cannot be resolved, it surely means there isn't enough money. Considering the time, the miner's tenure in Quantasha was nearing its end. He would certainly ask her to help transfer more funds from others, as Xymiluant had left behind some traces. They had been tracked down by both Jarvis and Dr. Zola. Quantasha's ability to transfer funds to others' accounts should surpass Ultron's prowess. Once the troublesome scrolls were dispatched, he could finally seek new superpowers. Previously, he had refrained from searching for new connections, worrying that the women he sought might be green-skinned scrolls. With the concerted efforts of various factions, the entire operation for the Skrulls' evacuation from Earth was proceeding methodically. Wakanda provided the Skrulls with evacuation ships, while Tony Stark and Gu Li jointly sponsored the necessary supplies. Initially, there were reluctant extremists opposed to the evacuation. But after Gu Li imprisoned over 100 Skrulls in S.H.I.E.L.D. custody within an hour, they complied with the evacuation efforts. Finally, after a month, the bothersome Skrulls completely evacuated Earth, soaring into the depths of the universe under Carol's leadership. Gu Li rested his head on Ms. Zhao's lap and glanced at the date, January 11, 2011. Calculating the time, the captain, who had been frozen for 70 years, would soon be excavated from the Arctic ice by S.H.I.E.L.D., and the first Avengers battle in New York was about to commence. Gu Li eagerly anticipated that day, not for any other reason but to witness whether, due to his presence, Tony and the others from 2023 would traverse back to New York in 2012. In fact, the current Thanos had yet to conceive the notion of using the Infinity Stones to eliminate half of the universe's life. It was only around 2012 that such an idea took root in his mind. At that moment, he bestowed the Mind Stone upon Loki, the wayward denizen of the cosmos, instructing him to lead the most disreputable Chitauri army from the galaxy to invade Earth. However, he did not anticipate that his scheme would backfire. Not only did he fail to acquire the Tesseract, the Space Stone, but he also lost the Mind Stone. The Space Stone was subsequently returned to Asgard by Thor, while the Mind Stone fell into the hands of Hydra. Meanwhile, Ronan the Accuser, a Kree warrior upon whom Thanos had placed great expectations, ultimately did not secure the Power Stone, which remained on Xandar under the watchful guardianship of the Nova Corps. The Reality Stone, known as the Ether, was entrusted to the Collector by the Asgardians. The Time Stone, along with its safeguarding vessel, the Eye of Agamotto, was protected by the Order of the Sorcerers Supreme. The most enigmatic of all, the Soul Stone, was guarded by the former Hydra leader, Red Skull, on the distant planet of Vormir. This encapsulates the information regarding the 6 Infinity Stones within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Perhaps I should embark on a quest to gather these 6 Infinity Stones and surprise Thanos with a delightful revelation? Once this thought ignited within him, it spread like wildfire, engulfing Gu Li's heart in an uncontrollable ambition. Since he had already arrived, he could not leave without seizing the opportunity. The three great empires of the galaxy. The Nova Corps, the Asgardians, the four abstract entities, the living tribunal, the Celestials. The universe is vast, and Ghoulie aspired to ascend to the zenith of power, just as a subtle smile began to grace his lips. He was suddenly interrupted by the soft press of lips against his own. What thoughts occupied his mind? Such joy. Ms. Zhao, would you care to be a queen? Chapter 77. Shockwave. Through the guidance of the character Daisy Lewis, your cultural proficiency reaches level 1, granting you the formidable Transformer Shockwave, accompanied by the mount and pet. The Leviathan. Ghoulie, while perusing the book Astrophysics, marveled at the impressive reward he had received. He had come to inform Max about work. But upon seeing him after months of seclusion, Max became somewhat deranged, impulsively engaging in intensive study, thus triggering the conditions for a third reward. Shockwave. The Decepticon Military Operations Commander is a one-eyed, imposing figure, a true second-in-command among the Decepticons. Most remarkable is his colossal pet, the ancient Cybertronian beast, the Leviathan. Were it not for the exorbitant cost of each frame of special effects, the Leviathan would undoubtedly have left an indelible mark in the annals of Transformer history. Standing at an astounding 1,080 feet, or 329 meters, fully expanded, it spans the size of 3 football fields. It is the largest Transformer among Ghoulie's current subordinates, dwarfing even the towering dinosaur leader, Steeljaw, who stands at merely 25.6 meters. This mount and pet, the Leviathan, is undeniably splendid, perhaps only rivaled in grandeur by the Emperor of the Universe. Moreover, should a material upgrade for the Leviathan be required, it would likely consume over 1,000 tons of true adamantium, a veritable gold mine. There is also the issue of the Leviathan's sheer size, which renders it incapable of fitting inside the regeneration cradle. Ghoulie realized he had underestimated the consumption rate of the alloy. Fortunately, he had already learned the molecular formula for Wakandan vibranium, allowing for its free production, alleviating his concerns over alloy material. Upon reflection, acquiring a bed would simply be a matter of dealing with Megatron, whose 3 formidable lieutenants, Soundwave, Shockwave, and Starscream, are now all under Ghoulie's command. That fellow has become a mere figurehead. Additionally, given the current circumstances, it seems inevitable that one day he will summon both the Emperor of the Universe and the Primordial Celestial. These two are akin to the creators of the Transformers, possessing power comparable to the elite celestial beings of the Marvel Universe. Regarding these celestial beings, they were crafted by the first firmament, and their varying strengths stem from their distinct roles. Some are tasked with combat, while others with measurement and assessment. In the MCU, the celestial beings made their formal appearance in Eternals. How exhilarating! Ghoulie's eyes sparkled with anticipation. When the Emperor of the Universe unleashes a blast upon the celestial beings, one cannot help but feel a thrill. I should now be able to easily handle the purple sweet potato essence. Perhaps I should shift my focus towards the celestial beings instead? As the pinnacle of the universe, or even the multiverse, the celestial beings indeed present a worthy challenge, especially considering the existence of celestial offspring within the Earth, inevitably leading to an encounter with them. Just as Ghoulie contemplated the future, a figure entered. Daisy. I found a new job. Would you like to? Jane Foster began, only to suddenly notice Superman clutching a copy of Astrophysics. Superman? Sometimes. Being too famous has its drawbacks, as Jane Foster, excitedly grasping Ghoulie's arm, exclaimed. You enjoy astrophysics? I could teach you. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie's eyes suddenly brightened with realization. Indeed, Max was merely Jian's intern. Let us exchange contact information. I'll come find you when I have the time. After bidding farewell to Jian, Ghoulie made his way to the long-forgotten farm base, where he was greeted by the ambitious Red Spider. Shockwave, you can no longer be the second-in-command. That position belongs to me. Red Spider. With his entire body replaced with true adamantium alloy, Red Spider easily overpowered the inexperienced Shockwave. Just as Red Spider was about to taunt Shockwave further, he suddenly knelt on one knee, uttering with utmost reverence, Master, Red Spider, the second-in-command of the Decepticons, humbly welcomes your arrival. Your radiance dispels the darkness of Cybertron, and I wholeheartedly praise you, great master. Ghoulie nodded. Indeed, Red Spider's eloquence was quite impressive. After listening to him speak for a while, Ghoulie felt an inexplicable sense of grandeur. Retrieving the regeneration cradle from the system space, Ghoulie instructed Steel Cable. Please place Shockwave inside. Steel Cable was quite familiar with the material replacement process, having handled the second-in-command Red Spider's transformation. After a familiar radiant glow, Shockwave, now fully clad in true adamantium alloy, stood respectfully behind Ghoulie. He bore a resemblance to Soundwave, embodying a taciturn yet formidable demeanor. Casting a wistful glance at the regeneration cradle, Ghoulie pondered the dilemma presented by the imposing form of the Drill Demon. It was simply too large to fit inside the cradle. His master, the Overlord, was even more aloof than Soundwave. Over the years, apart from the occasional reward notification and sudden task prompts, the Overlord had never uttered a single word voluntarily, responding to Guli's inquiries with a mere two-word reply, none. After a moment of hesitation, Guli ventured, Overlord? He waited in vain for a response. Master? Ancestor? About an hour passed before Guli, exasperated, exclaimed, You scoundrel. Find a way to fit the drill demon inside. A melodic yet somewhat resigned voice replied. The manual states. Stunned by the response, Guli paused momentarily, contemplating. Does the system have a penchant for masochism? It won't respond unless I call you my son. Following the manual's guidance, Guli spent considerable time deciphering the instructions. It was possible to convert the material without fully enclosing the drill demon within the cradle. Only a portion of its body needed to be placed inside. Yet, a new issue arose. The true adamantium alloy on hand was insufficient to completely replace the drill demon's massive form. It was time to initiate the conversion to Wakandan vibranium. Under the guidance of the robotic Dr. Zola, the entire farm base underwent extensive renovations over several months. Externally, it resembled a medieval castle, but in reality, it was an impressive military base, constructed entirely from aerospace alloys. This iron fortress spanned 5 levels and approximately 20,000 square meters. Zola even built a spacecraft dock, an airfield for Cybertronian aircraft, and barracks for combat robots. Undoubtedly, born of Hydra, this configuration is entirely capable of insurrection. Guli sincerely commended Dr. Zola. As for the risk of discovery, I must apologize. For the surrounding land has been entirely acquired by him. Moreover, even if discovered, what could be done? Guli has now preliminarily acquired the strength to overturn the table. Leader, with the addition of these two, our grand endeavor is promising. Shall we confront Pierce directly? Proposed the robotic Zola once more. After pondering for a moment, Guli did not reject the notion. Doctor, if I were to eliminate Pierce, what are our odds of seizing control of the entire Hydra? 60%. Some members were nurtured directly by Pierce, and most are embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Zola's mechanical voice conveyed without a hint of emotional fluctuation. Guli's fingers drummed against the void, as a plan gradually crystallized in his mind. Doctor, given this, both Pierce and S.H.I.E.L.D. are targets we must obliterate. Let the insight plan continue. When the time for execution arrives, simply shift the target to Pierce and his loyal subordinates. As for the Hydra operatives infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D., let them perish alongside the agency. Once we have secured our dominance over the Earth, we shall embark upon our ambition to rule the universe, achieving 2 systemic objectives in one fell swoop. Perfect. Upon hearing Guli's plan, the robotic Zola once again proclaimed, Hail Hydra! Chapter 78. The joy of acquiring the source of fire. The initial months of 2011 proved to be exceedingly busy for Guli, as his schedule was meticulously packed. In order to replace the colossal entity known as the Diamond Demon, he dedicated an entire month to the integration of the genuine Edelman alloy during the day. Moreover, the future warrior nano armor crafted by Uncle Wolf, Grey Wolf, required a substantial amount of vibranium, leading him to predominantly utilize his ability to reshape molecules. As for the knights, he tirelessly fought to acquire superpowers, striving to meet the conditions for rewards. The new company was successfully established, aptly named after Ms. Zhao's research project, Life Sciences. Max, alongside her close friend Jane Foster, joined the company to focus on astrophysical studies. Yet, Max's primary contribution lay in elucidating the intricacies of astrophysics to Guli. Their collaboration was driven by mutual admiration. One found the other profoundly knowledgeable, while the other was captivated by charm and affluence. Through their combined efforts, Guli successively obtained the pterosaur boomerang and the triceratops iron shard. However, this brought him considerable distress. It seemed that the rewards gained from studying under scientists were predominantly transformers, aside from the 2 superpower evolution cards acquired from the treasure girl, Ms. Zhao. It felt as though he had inadvertently poked the nest of Cybertron. Furthermore, while the pterosaur boomerang and triceratops iron shard were not as massive as the mechanical pet Diamond Demon, they were still sizable, resulting in significant consumption of genuine Edelman alloy. Uncle Wolf's cultivation of heart-shaped grass also bore fruit. If Guli desired, he could now mass-produce a wave of heart-shaped grass warriors. Yet, this entailed another risk. Presently, Guli simultaneously possessed the Spider Totem and the Black Panther Totem, rendering him a prime target for the families of totem inheritors. To consume Guli was akin to devouring 2 totems. Sooner or later, a confrontation with the inheritor families was inevitable. Dr. Zola was diligently preparing for the Insight Project, fixated on eliminating Pierce, which had become an obsession for him. It was as if this endeavor was a declaration of allegiance presented to Chief Gu. Amidst the bustling and fulfilling days, time unknowingly progressed to May 16, 2011. This day marked the return of Kintasha from her mining expedition, heralding her newfound freedom. Recently, the playful antics with Sister Kuan led to a miscalculation of mining time, where a day was mistakenly recorded as a year. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Guli intentionally arrived at the farm base to await her return. Finally, amidst a dazzling display of spatial fluctuations, a disheveled figure emerged, a young woman clad in tattered black, her face smudged with dirt. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that her black attire was not originally so, tinged with a hint of purple. Guli initially intended to humbly apologize to Kintasha, recognizing that the entire situation was his fault due to his playful miscalculations. Yet, he could not have anticipated that he would be a moment too late. Upon her emergence, without uttering a word, Kintasha clasped Guli's legs with both hands, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. The alluring gaze and the charm between her brows left Guli deeply pained. Subsequently, he took out a book titled Artificial Intelligence and inquired, could you elucidate the knowledge related to artificial intelligence? Kintasha stood bewildered. Could this man truly be so passionate about learning? After a prolonged silence, the system's notification chimed once more. Through the guidance of the extraordinary figure Kunta, your cultural level has reached 1, and you have acquired the source of fire, the essence of all things on the planet Cybertron. Guli was momentarily taken aback, questioning the very essence of his existence. Kuntasha's gentle demeanor was a far cry from the haughty queen she had once been. Was the mining the system spoke of truly that terrifying? Guli, stroking his chin, began to ponder what grim environment could transform a self-proclaimed creator queen into a gentle maid within just a year. In an instant, a wicked thought flashed through his mind. What if he captured Sovereign Queen Aisha and sent her to mine for a year? He had to admit, the idea thrilled him immensely. If he were to win Aisha's affections, then her son, Adam the Sorcerer, would essentially be akin to his own son. After all, Adam was not born naturally, but rather bred through a custom-designed artificial cocoon. Thus, it could be argued that Adam would legally be Guli's child in the future. Furthermore, this was just one facet of the benefits. On the other hand, Sovereign Queen Aisha was a stunning beauty standing at an impressive height of 9 meters. How enticing. Returning to the scene, Kintasha clung to Guli's arm with an innocent expression, her visage strikingly reminiscent of the eternal family member Circe. As if they were twins cast from the same mold. Sister Kunta, could you possibly change your appearance? As soon as Guli's words left his lips, the woman clad in black instantly transformed into Ms. Zhao, adorned in a pale blue attire. Guli gasped in astonishment, his heart racing with excitement. He swallowed nervously, remarking, I doubt Ms. Zhao would appreciate that. After all, he had always claimed that she was the unique presence in his heart. Can you transform into other forms? Guli's throat tightened with anticipation. He suddenly yearned for the day he would venture into the Fox universe, where he would surely acquire mystique. Under Guli's expectant gaze, Kintasha morphed into one visage after another, her figure shifting accordingly. Ultimately, when she transitioned to a familiar Eastern appearance, Guli exclaimed, Stop. Before him stood a woman with bright, radiant eyes, unmistakably resembling the legendary Jerusalem. Indeed, the joy of possessing a shapeshifter was beyond imagination. It was no wonder every man desired one. For what reason? Simply because the delight was unparalleled. At that moment, Guli realized his double standards. While Skrulls could also change their forms, he found the green-skinned creatures rather repulsive. Reflecting on his previous decision to send Kintasha to mine, Guli suddenly thumped his chest in despair, lamenting the immense joy he had forfeited over the past year. Such a transgression was unforgivable. Of course, perhaps it was precisely due to that year of mining that Kintasha had become so obedient now. It was only after a considerable time that Guli recalled the special reward he had received, the source of fire. The Allspark, the origin and sanctuary of the Transformer's essence, serves as the very source of existence on the planet Cybertron, akin to the role of the sun for Earth and humanity. It possesses the remarkable ability to create metallic life forms while simultaneously mending damaged Transformers in an instant. Guli gazed at the cube in his hand, adorned with enigmatic symbols and patterns, emanating faint waves of blue energy. This artifact, when in proximity to metal, can instantaneously transform it into a Transformer. In essence, it implies that he is now capable of mass-producing Transformers. Guli inhaled sharply, contemplating the implications of such power. It was undeniably extraordinary. While it may not yield its full potential in the hands of others, under his stewardship, he could endlessly generate genuine adamantium. To put it differently, Guli could fabricate Transformers composed entirely of true adamantium in large quantities. A mechanical frenzy, perhaps? If he were to acquire the molecular formula of URU metal in the future, he could create legions of Transformers, numbering in the tens of thousands. All forged from URU metal. What a concept that would be. Just standing there, allowing Thanos to wield his great sword against them would likely exhaust him. He must acquire the molecular formula of URU metal. Embracing Quintessa's head, Guli passionately kissed her cheek, overwhelmed by excitement. From this day forth, the dominion of the universe was no longer merely a dream. To grow and strengthen, to achieve brilliance anew. Chapter 79, the third in command New York, Farm Base. At this moment, Ghoulie found it challenging to articulate his emotions, an amalgamation of impulsiveness and repression, anticipation and aversion. The cause of this turmoil was none other than the enchanting Kindasha, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Jessen, serving him in the bath. That visage, that figure, that alluring demeanor. To be candid, in merely a year and a half, Kindasha had transformed so dramatically that Ghoulie felt an overwhelming urge to visit her mining site. Was it truly as terrifying as it seemed? Ultimately, overwhelmed by a sensation akin to impending explosion, Ghoulie decisively conjured a teleportation circle and made his hasty retreat. After a few days of absence from Circe, he found himself unexpectedly nostalgic. Once Ghoulie's figure vanished, Kindasha became noticeably anxious, casting furtive glances around her. 5 minutes later, her pristine, smooth form was cloaked anew in a flowing purple robe, concealing her vibrant allure. Quintasha's presence gradually awakened, regaining the commanding aura she possessed upon her arrival in this realm. Queen Kindasha. Meanwhile, at the farm base, the formidable Tyrannosaurus steel cable, the pterosaur dart, the Triceratops iron slag, and the red spider were engaged in a game of cards when Shockwave suddenly sensed a profound pressure resonating within their very bloodlines. They looked up to behold the purple-robed woman emerging from the spatial fluctuations, her connection to their master Ghoulie shrouded in mystery. This revelation had been relayed to them by the robotic Dr. Zola, who had taken the liberty to inform these transformers. Yet, they were perplexed as to why this woman exerted such formidable dominance over their lineage, even if she was one of the mistresses. Could she possibly be the creator of Cybertron? Red Spider believed he had stumbled upon the truth. Without hesitation, he knelt upon the ground. Great creator. The second in command of the Decepticons, Red Spider, humbly welcomes your arrival. May you and our master enjoy eternal harmony. No, a millennium of bliss. At this moment, Red Spider's sole thought was how formidable his master was, an interspecies romance, or rather, an interspecies conquest. The creator of Cybertron had been subdued by their illustrious master. Indeed, aligning oneself with such a master was the wisest decision Red Spider had ever made in his lifetime. Casting a sidelong glance at the still-dazed Shockwave, Red Spider couldn't help but muse, how pitiful it is to have but a mere bed. For now, there are hardly any left to serve. Due to his inherently aloof nature, Shockwave remained expressionless and motionless. What of the creator? She still must warm the master's bed. As for the three imposing figures, Steel Cable, Dart, and Iron Slag, they exchanged a glance and resumed their card game. Having originated from ancient Earth, their ties to the Cybertron lineage were tenuous. And considering they were also among the master's subordinates, there was no reason for them to kneel. Red Spider was truly a source of embarrassment for the Transformers. Kindasha acknowledged Red Spider's kneeling with a satisfied nod. This fellow was commendable. As for the others who remained unfazed, had they been on Cybertron, she would have ensured they faced serious repercussions. After asserting her presence, Kindasha departed in silence, intending to contemplate how best to serve her master, lest she be sent back to the mines, an ordeal she wished to avoid at all costs. As the woman vanished into thin air, the Red Spider rose and sat on the ground, letting out a resigned sigh. Damn it, what a predicament. The position of the second-in-command was lost just like that. Quintasa had ascended to their new leader, while the former chief, Steel Cable, was demoted to second-in-command, leaving the Red Spider relegated to the role of third-in-command. In London, at the Circe residence, the water sprite, upon seeing Ghoulie, immediately quipped, "Brother-in-law, how dare you show your face here?" It had been nearly a year since she last encountered Ghoulie, aside from glimpses on the news. "Oh, little sister, your brother-in-law has been rather busy. As you well know, being a superhero is no easy feat," Ghoulie awkwardly explained, unable to admit to the young girl that he only managed to sneak over during the quiet hours of the night to connect with her sister. "And where is Circe?" Ghoulie inquired. Through sensing the aura surrounding the house, he discerned that Circe was not home. "The Eternals are holding a meeting. My sister went, but I didn't attend," the water sprite lamented. "A meeting? Haven't the deviants been eradicated by you all? What meeting could possibly be held?" Ghoulie questioned, his brow furrowing. It was only when he noticed the water sprite casting furtive glances in his direction that he asked, "Is it concerning me?" The water sprite nodded earnestly. "They believe you are also an Eternal, and having heard of your relationship with my sister, they decided to convene." "Brother-in-law," I tried to explain, but they wouldn't believe me. Ghoulie tenderly ruffled her hair, offering comfort. "I thought it was something of great magnitude. I nearly assumed the plot had accelerated, and the celestial offspring were to manifest prematurely. If they wish to discuss, let them. If you truly feel aggrieved, I can go over and give them a good thrashing to ease your frustration." With his current strength, dealing with 7 Eternals should pose no significant challenge. Among the 10-member squad of Eternals, Ikari's was unaccounted for, while the water sprite remained in London. Circe would likely act as a mediator, and the remaining 7 Eternals might not necessarily stand a chance against Ghoulie. "Please, brother-in-law, let us not resort to that. Let us go find Dane for a meal. He harbors quite a deep resentment towards you at the moment." Upon hearing this, Gu Li chuckled sheepishly. At one point, the bearded Dane was pursuing Cersei, only to have his efforts thwarted by Gu Li. The most awkward part was that Gu Li's first encounter with Cersei was facilitated by Dane's introduction. That might not be appropriate. Gu Li hesitated. Brother-in-law, would you truly feel embarrassed? The water sprite remembered vividly the moment when Uncle Tony had instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to make that phone call, sending Dane away, which allowed the rapid progression of Cersei and Gu Li's relationship. Dane didn't mind. So why should you be so coy? Are we to avoid meeting in the future? The diminutive yet astute water sprite had lived for over 7,000 years. Aside from her interactions with Akaris, she was generally quite rational. All right then, let us go find Dane. The water sprite seized Gu Li's arm. Brother-in-law, over here. Your fans are rather numerous and a tad fervent. They established a church devoted to you, deeming all other deities as heretical. Their fervent zeal is quite formidable. Thus, it would be prudent for us to don a guise. In South Dakota, within the secluded cabin of Ajak, the leader of the Eternals, 8 members of this ancient lineage took their seats. It is worth noting that Ajak possesses the extraordinary abilities of self-healing and healing others. Cersei, having spent considerable time in his company, can you ascertain that he is not one of the Eternals? Before Cersei could respond, the rotund being Gilgamesh pouted and remarked, I sense he is indeed one of our kin. Chapter 80, The Blade of Ebony. Dane Whitman, currently serving as a historian at the Natural History Museum in London, hails from a lineage of Black Knights that dates back to the era of King Arthur. Within this noble family lies a treasured heirloom known as the Blade of Ebony, forged by the great wizard Merlin from a celestial meteorite. This enchanted sword is also referred to as the Ebony Sword. It possesses the extraordinary ability to sever all metals found on Earth, including vibranium, withstand magic, and absorb the souls of those it slays, enveloping its wielder in armor composed of a dark substance. Furthermore, it bears an innate curse that incites a bloodthirsty madness in its user, stripping them of their rationality. According to the Easter egg from the Eternals film, Dane appears to be within the surveillance radius of the London 13. Gu Li and the Water Spirit have come to visit Whitman's castle because Dane, with his petite mustache, fears that Superman enthusiasts might intrude upon their gathering. The medieval castle, as perceived by Gu Li, bears a striking resemblance to his farm base, the only distinction being the abundance of maids in Dane's abode, while his own is populated by Transformers. Hi, Gu, I shall continue to address you as such. Calling you Superman feels somewhat unfamiliar, Dane greeted with his customary warmth, causing Gu Li to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Thank you for the dinner you prepared, Dane. I apologize for my prior absence due to a busy schedule. Dane waved dismissively. It's perfectly normal for superheroes. I understand. By the way, do assist me with a few autographs later. The children in the family are ardent fans of yours. The dinner unfolded in a jovial atmosphere, yet midway through, Dane hesitated before leading Gu Li to his study. Gu, my family harbors a complex history, and there is a sword I may require your assistance with, Dane Whitman implored gravely. He was uncertain why he had suddenly divulged a family secret to Gu Li, especially since this was only their third meeting. Perhaps it was his trust in Superman that reassured him. Very well, let me take a look. After a murmured thanks, Dane retrieved a long wooden box from a concealed compartment in the study. The weathered and ancient box bore the inscription, Death is my reward. Observing this, Gu Li subtly raised an eyebrow, noting the sophistication of the item, though uncertain of its power. Upon opening the box, a long sword, enveloped in mysterious runes, lay quietly inside. Through the gaps in the runes, Gu Li discerned an enigmatic black substance coursing along the surface of the sword. His initial impression, it resembled a symbiote. Gu Li gently extended his finger to touch the obsidian blade, which immediately emitted a peculiar sound, akin to an excited roar. The black substance surged upward, akin to a frenzy of sharks detecting blood. In a mere heartbeat, his arm became entirely shrouded in the dark material. As it sought to envelop Gu Li completely, a ripple coursed through his skin, effortlessly repelling the black substance back into the sword in the blink of an eye. He suddenly realized that the abilities of Shockwave seemed to inherently counteract symbiotes. Both Venom and Carnage exhibit a certain fear of sound and noise, and producing such noise is effortless for Shockwave. Dane, the dark object on the sword appears rather sinister. It resembles a symbiote, yet seems more bloodthirsty. Gu, what exactly is a symbiote? Xiaohuzi's inquiry jolted Gu Li back to the present. Currently, Earth has no knowledge of what a symbiote is, unless the creature Venom makes an appearance. A symbiote is an extraterrestrial organism that cannot survive independently on Earth. It must reside within a host. After listening to Gu Li's explanation, Xiaohuzi Dane nodded in understanding. So, the sword itself possesses a consciousness? Almost. I sense it can influence the user's mind. There should be relevant records within your clan. Indeed. As Xiaohuzi lapsed into silence, Gu Li felt a slight turmoil within, leading him to contemplate two matters. First, What sort of transformer would emerge if the source of fire were placed near the ebony blade? This object is capable of severing vibranium, and a transformer created from such a material would undoubtedly be formidable. Furthermore, once he acquires extraordinary metals, he could swiftly forge an entire legion of transformers. Second, if he could obtain the molecular formula for the metal used to craft the ebony blade, he could mass-produce this unknown metal. But how could he bring the ebony blade back to Grey Wolf for study? Asking outright seemed a bit presumptuous, and taking it under the cover of night felt somewhat dishonorable. Moreover, he had already committed an unseemly act. Gu, may I entrust this sword to your care? Dane's words descended upon him like a long-awaited rain after years of drought. A timely blessing. For a moment, Gu was taken aback, staring blankly for an extended period. Gu. Xiaohuzi patted Gu Li's shoulder, concerned that his request might have been too forward, leaving the other unsure how to decline. After taking a deep breath to steady his inner tumult, Gu Li looked at Xiaohuzi in bewilderment. Dane, this sword is quite powerful. I know, Gu. However, for my family, this sword is akin to a demon, perpetually tempting my kin. That is why I hope you can help safeguard it for a while. Should I be prepared someday in the future, I will retrieve it from you then. Of course, I will provide a deposit. Gu Li shook his head and then placed a hand on Xiaohuzi's shoulder, speaking with utmost sincerity. We are friends. This is my responsibility. What could he do but agree? Dane, as a friend, was now firmly within Gu Li's trust. Dane, there is something I wish to discuss with you. I have established a superhero organization dedicated to safeguarding Earth, and I would like to invite you to join. Gu Li spoke earnestly once more. Initially, upon hearing this, Xiaohuzi was elated, as it meant standing alongside Superman to protect the planet. However, after reflecting on certain matters, he shook his head. Gu, I am merely an ordinary person, and I am not yet prepared to wield the ebony blade. There is no need for concern. Gu Li smiled as he retrieved the futuristic warrior's nanotechnology armor and a heart-shaped herb from the system space. With the assistance of Uncle Wolf, he had long been capable of mass-producing superheroes. It is worth noting that these formidable pieces of equipment were possessed by Ms. Zhao and Sister Mei, each owning several. From the moment he revealed himself to the world, he commenced his plan to arm Ms. Zhao and the others. Those elusive remnants lurking in the shadows, unable to contend with Gu Li, would likewise find no opportunity to challenge his women. They opened their mouths to partake. Chapter 81. New members of the Explosive Sky Gang following Gu Li's instructions. The small mustached man consumed the heart-shaped herb and fell into a stupor for merely a minute before reopening his eyes. Upon awakening, he gasped heavily, his emotions in turmoil as he recalled what he had just witnessed. His hands gripped Gu Li's arm tightly. Gu, the black leopard can talk. What on earth is that? Gu Li exerted considerable effort to calm the disoriented small mustached man down. Here, this bracelet is a form of nano-armor. Becoming a superhuman is that simple. It can be said with utmost certainty that with the assistance of the heart-shaped herb and nano-armor, the current small mustached man, Dane, could at least hold his own against Captain Yukong. With a loud crash accompanied by a shower of wood chips, Gu Li looked up in disbelief at the large hole that had abruptly appeared in the ceiling before stowing the box containing the ebony blade into the system space. It seemed that every novice donning armor for the first time had a penchant for creating a hole in the ceiling. Tony did, Ms. Zhao did, and so did Sister Mei. The reason for inviting Dane to join and enhance his capabilities stemmed purely from Gu Li's belief that this friend was deserving and quite fortuitous. Their initial meeting allowed Gu Li to become acquainted with Cersei, subsequently acquiring extraordinary abilities such as molecular restructuring, thermal vision, invisibility, and flight. During their third encounter, safeguarding the ebony blade provided him the opportunity to acquire a batch of metal capable of severing vibranium. If this metal could be utilized to create a series of transformers, not only would they be exceedingly sharp, but they would also possess the ability to resist magic. Remarkable. Invincible. The small mustached man soared through the skies for a full 2.5 hours, exhibiting an extraordinary level of excitement akin to a fledgling bird reveling in its newfound ability to fly. Upon his breathless return to the dining hall, he opened his arms and embraced Gu Li firmly. Thank you, Gu. What do we call our organization? Dane was already eager to become a superhero. Explosive Sky Gang. I am the leader. Grey Wolf Laboratory. Accompanying the buzzing of the teleportation portal was a familiar voice. Wolf Uncle, we've got a big job. After departing from Whitman Castle, the water sprite enthusiastically joined the Explosive Sky Gang, not for any particular reason, but simply because she thought the name was incredibly cool. After escorting her home, Gu Li hurried back to the Grey Wolf Laboratory. Recently, Grey Wolf had been struggling to adapt to the sudden leisurely pace of life. Upon hearing about the big job, he quickly approached and inquired, Boss, what is the job? This ebony blade is crafted from a rather peculiar metal, capable of severing vibranium and withstanding magic. After taking the pitch-black longsword, wrapped in mysterious runes, from Gu Li's hands, Grey Wolf examined it for a moment before exclaiming with excitement, Boss, it seems to be enchanted. Upon hearing the word enchanted, Gu Li hastily clarified. The ebony blade was forged by a highly formidable wizard. Merlin, a sorcerer not yet formally introduced in the MCU, is a versatile cosmic guardian from the comics. An entity of such universal caliber cannot merely be regarded as powerful. It is extraordinarily formidable, among the pinnacle of the entire cosmic landscape. In the Marvel Universe, entities are broadly categorized into celestials, single universes, multiverses, hyperverses, omniversal realms, and above all, the one above all, OAA. The OAA stands as a singular entity. Beneath the celestial tier, there exists a realm devoid of nomenclature in Gu Li's perspective. Fortunately, Gu Li has arrived in the cinematic universe. Had he found himself in the 616 or 1610 comic universes, or even the zombie universe, the proclivities of his bound system would raise questions about his survival. Not to mention the issue of connections. Starting in the zombie universe, whom could he possibly connect with? The thought of entities like Molecule Man, the Beyonder, and the celestial race within the comic universe sends shivers down one's spine. The Avengers of those universes truly face a dire predicament, contending with such formidable beings. Of course, if fortune smiles upon him, he might emerge even stronger than he currently is. After all, the comic universe is replete with the Phoenix Force and other potent superpowers. Given his present capabilities, venturing into the multiverse may prove challenging. Thus Gu Li resolves to bide his time until he can at least match the Celestial in strength before exploring other universes to seek hosts for the Phoenix Force. Fairy power and chaos power. Returning to the narrative, after observing the ebony blade for a while, Grey Wolf confidently proclaimed, "Boss, grant me 2 days to master the molecular formula." "Thank you, Uncle Wolf." In Grey Wolf's eyes, the word impossible simply does not exist. And encountering Uncle Wolf is a stroke of luck for Gu Li. More precisely, Ms. Zhao represents his greatest fortune. Whether it be Quintessa or Grey Wolf, or the 2 cards for superpower evolution, all rewards were earned through their collective efforts with Ms. Zhao. Perhaps he should propose to Ms. Zhao. In the contemporary MCU Earth, Gu Li finds himself unencumbered by doubts. Marriage appears to be a splendid choice. However, when faced with his proposal, Ms. Zhao, while expressing joy, unexpectedly declined. "Darling, I'm not quite ready yet," Zhao Helen said, nestling into Gu Li's embrace, playfully asking him to wait just a little longer. Gu Li shook his head, a sudden thought igniting in his mind as he whispered gently into Ms. Zhao's ear. Her cheeks flushed slightly. "All right then. Trying something new could be interesting." With satisfaction, Gu Li entered the bath. Having been tantalized by Quintessa that morning, he finally attained release. Meanwhile, in a secluded cabin in South Dakota, the Eternals held an extensive meeting throughout the day. On the surface, the meeting aimed to confirm whether Gu Li was indeed a member of the Eternals. On a deeper level, it sought to ascertain whether Gu Li belonged to the Deviants. Ajax, as the leader of the Eternals, was the sole member of the 10-person team who had not been reset by the judge, Celestial Erisham. As previously mentioned, the essence of the Eternals resembles that of the Celestials, being mass-produced in the Cosmic Forge. Their mission is to ensure the successful birth of celestial offspring on life-bearing planets, a phenomenon known as the celestial emergence. Whenever a celestial manifestation occurs, all members of the Eternal race, with the exception of Ajax, are subjected to the judgment of the Celestial, who resets them to their factory settings, erasing their memories. Ajax has completed several celestial tasks, during which she witnessed the Deviants consuming the powers of the Eternals. Thus, she suspects that the identical molecular reconstruction of both Gully and Cersei, along with Akari's heat vision, is a result of Gully absorbing Eternal members from other planets. In essence, she harbors the suspicion that Gully is a deviant, transformed into a human form. If Gully were present at that moment, she would undoubtedly express her heartfelt approval by giving Ajax a thumbs up. The pen is yours. The ensuing narrative is yours to craft. However, Ajax is taken aback by Cersei's fierce defense of Gully, to the point of sparking a heated argument. A perilous plan begins to take shape in her mind. She intends to personally ascertain whether Gully is indeed a deviant. Observing the 2 women quarreling over a man, the Indian actor Kumail raises an eyebrow and suggests, "Ajax, why not consult the Celestial Erisham?" Chapter 82. The Creation of Transformers in South Dakota. After the meeting concluded, Ajax watched her kin depart one by one. She had no intention of following King Ge's suggestion to contact the judgment deity, Arisam, to ascertain whether Gu Li was of the Eternal clan. Ajax had already developed a sense of resistance towards the frequent divine manifestations over the past hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, having lived on Earth for 7 millennia, she had grown to love this place, regarding it as her home. Consequently, she was reluctant to witness the arrival of divine manifestations, let alone reach out to the judgment deity. In this lifetime, it was better not to meet again. Rather than contacting the judgment deity, she preferred to personally investigate whether Gu Li was a human transformed from the Aberrant clan. Although she could not conceive of a more effective method of verification, One could discern the differences between the aberrant clan and humans through the most primitive means of reproduction between species. Once her kin had vanished from sight, Ajax booked a flight to New York on her phone. Unbeknownst to Ghoulie, who was far away in New York, a woman with extraordinary powers from the Eternal Clan had taken an interest in him. At that moment, he was entwined with Ms. Zhao in a bath, the rosy-cheeked Zhao Hailuan appearing exceedingly alluring. After an indulgent VIP chapter filled with romance, Ghoulie carried the enchanting Ms. Zhao back to the bedroom. He retrieved the spark source from the system space and placed it beside Ms. Zhao's phone, saying, "Helen, let me perform a magic trick for you." Although Zhao Hailuan was 2 years his senior, the terms of endearment exchanged between lovers sometimes led to delightful confusion. With a series of mechanical transformation sounds, Zhao Hailuan's expression shifted from initial bewilderment to sheer astonishment, culminating in an ecstatic smile as she beheld her phone morph into a robot. She had been aware of the existence of the little transformer and had envied its dazzling capabilities, but she never anticipated that she would have the opportunity to possess one. Ms. Zhao embraced Ghoulie and planted a fervent kiss on him, their bodies reconnecting once more. The newly formed little transformer, its head barely extending to comprehend the unfolding events, was abruptly swatted back into the form of a phone by Ghoulie, who admonished, "Little one, dare not spy." Even the little anomaly wouldn't dare to do that. The following morning, Zhao Hailuan eagerly dragged Ghoulie to the garage, pointing at her white Bentley. "Darling, this one, come help me." The excitement radiating from her belied the fact that the two had only just concluded their passionate escapades at 5 in the morning, behaving as if nothing were amiss. Among the Transformers Ghoulie had previously acquired, most were Decepticons or Dinobots, whose vehicle forms were either F-22s or non-existent. The sole exception was the blue-black Bugatti, one of the vehicle forms of the triple-changing Transformer, which was currently tasked with accompanying Daisy to work. Upon learning of Ghoulie's ability to create Transformers the previous night, Ms. Zhao utilized all her skills and knowledge, yearning for her very own exclusive transforming car. Under the expectant gaze of Zhao Hailuan, as the spark approached the gleaming white Bentley, a mechanical roar resonated, and a pure white Transformer gradually materialized. "Greetings, my master," the newly birthed white Transformer uttered, her eyes wide with innocence as she gazed at her own arms, revealing her identity as a female Transformer. Ms. Zhao, akin to a child encountering a fascinating new toy, reached out to touch her. "From now on, shall I call you Little White?" Ghoulie, somewhat perplexed, pondered how to assign a gender to the Transformer he had created. Could there be some esoteric principle at play? He resolved to experiment with this notion later. Taking Ms. Zhao's hand, he paused briefly before saying, "Let us proceed, my dear, to enhance Little White's configuration." At present, Uncle Wolf had yet to decipher the molecular formula of the mysterious metal used to forge the ebony blade, so they would have to utilize true Edmund alloy for the time being. This was not to suggest that the metal for forging the ebony blade was inherently superior to true Edmund alloy. Rather, Ghoulie was particularly drawn to its magical resistance. From Grey Wolf's experiments, it appeared that the ebony blade exhibited a greater resilience against magic than true Edmund alloy, though it remained unclear whether this was due to enchantment or the material itself. Through the crackling golden portal, Ghoulie led Zhao Hailuan and the Transformer, Little White, to the farm base. The sight before them caused Ms. Zhao to gasp in astonishment as she clutched his arm. "Darling, when did you construct this castle? Do you like it?" "It now belongs to you," he replied. However, Ms. Zhao's joy was short-lived, as she soon noticed a beautiful woman in a cheapao, appearing delicate and ethereal, gazing at Ghoulie with an intense, longing expression. Her dark hair and eyes accentuated her eastern features, and the intensity of her gaze was palpable. In a moment of jealousy, Ms. Zhao pinched Ghoulie's waist sharply. Her man was admirable in every regard, except for his notorious infidelity and insatiable appetite for beauty. Remembering that Ghoulie needed to engage with women to gain superpowers, Ms. Zhao sighed in resignation. "Oh dear, is there no justice in this world?" Truth be told, Ghoulie was equally bewildered. He had never anticipated that Kuntas would don a cheapao, and her vulnerable demeanor was undeniably captivating, successfully capturing his attention. Sensing Zhao Hailuan's ire beside him, he quickly leaned in to whisper an explanation into her ear. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hailuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? The woman I find so appealing is actually a robot? It seems too far-fetched." Seizing the moment while Ms. Zhao's attention was diverted, Ghoulie retrieved the regeneration cradle from the system space and instructed the newly created Transformer, Little White, to lie within it. Amidst a familiar radiant glow, Little White emerged from the cradle, her entire form now composed of true Edmund alloy. Thank you, master," she stammered, her speech somewhat halting. Observing this, Ghoulie commanded, "Your task from now on is to protect the mistress." "Yes, master," she affirmed. Although Zhao Hailuan could not discern the specifics of Ghoulie's remarkable actions, she sensed that Little White had indeed become more formidable. "Darling, what is that device?" she inquired. Following the direction indicated by Ms. Zhao, Guli helplessly shrugged his shoulders. The film featured the rebirth cradle, a creation of Zhao Hailuan, yet the version rewarded by the system was evidently more extraordinary. Ah, Hailuan, he mused. This rebirth cradle primarily serves to replace the material of the Transformers' bodies. The original material of Xiaobai's form was somewhat fragile, hence it was replaced with true adamantium. Ms. Zhao, contemplating thoughtfully, nodded and, after bestowing Gu Li with a tender kiss, spoke, "Darling, please take me to work." Gu Li nodded, reflecting on the remarkable enhancement that the heart-shaped grass had provided to her physique. In the past, Ms. Zhao would require a day of rest after a night of revelry. Yet now she seemed as untroubled as ever. Nevertheless, she still could not quite match Carol's resilience. Speaking of time, it was nearly the moment for the sparring session that Gu Li had previously arranged with Carol. After bidding farewell to Ms. Zhao, he returned to the farm base, where he intended to transform the adamantium robots crafted by Grey Wolf into new Transformers. After instructing Dr. Zola and several Dinobots to bring out the 17 adamantium robots, Gu Li drew forth the ignition source and approached each one in turn. The rhythmic sounds of mechanical transformation reverberated in a harmonious symphony, the most delightful music in existence. Gu Li reveled in this sensation, experiencing the metamorphosis of lifeless machines into mechanical beings. However, he found himself torn between two strategies. Should he embark on a mechanical frenzy utilizing a mass combat tactic, or should he create something grander with the ignition source? For instance, transforming colossal entities like Thanos' interstellar warship or SHIELD's aerial carrier into Transformers, or perhaps forging an entire legion of Transformers. The Dinobots gazed upon their master with unwavering devotion, surpassed only by the fervent admiration of Starscream and Shockwave. Truly, the master was worthy of his title. This was a monumental achievement only a creator could accomplish. Among them, the most fervent and passionate figure was undoubtedly Dr. Zola. To him, Gu Li embodied the perfect leader of Hydra, resembling a creator who was bestowing life upon the world before him. An indescribable impulse surged within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Leader, let us eliminate Pierce." Chapter 83, The Healer and the Master of Weapons, New York, Farm Base. Gu Li leaned quietly against the edge of the pool. Beside him was Kuntasha, her cheepow dampened by the water. The form-fitting purple garment accentuated her delicate curves, causing Gu Li's throat to constrict several times. To be candid, he felt akin to an inexperienced yet playful gamer, fully aware of his inability to resist the allure of Li Jiasen, yet still compelled to tempt fate. Why not give it a try? His heart genuinely fluttered. After all, there were rewards to be reaped, and no one was the wiser. In Gu Li's mind, two figurines appeared, embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Fear of what? Uphold the principles. What principles? Can principles grant superpowers or ignite the flames of destiny? They provide nothing. Uphold the principles. Consider the peril of the multiverse, teeming with deranged villains. What will you wield to combat them? Uphold the principles. In the end, you shall protect nothing, neither your women nor your friends, reduced only to impotent tears. Gu Li inhaled deeply, his eyes igniting with fervor as he tore open the purple cheepow, poised to pounce, when an annoying ringtone abruptly shattered the moment. You are the one. It was Charlie. The water sprite sent a woman to see you. Tony's teasing voice echoed from the other end. A woman? What woman? Gu Li asked irritably, barely able to contain his frustration. Had it not been for Jessen bending down with her hair tied up, he would have hung up without hesitation. It's Circe's sister. You are quite the charmer. Be careful that Dr. Zhao doesn't make you kneel on durian. Send me the address. After hanging up, Gu Li leaned back against the edge of the bath. Circe's sister? Is it a Jack, the leader of the Eternals, or Tina, the master of weapons? What could she want with me? The earlier internal conflict had led Gu Li to a sudden realization with the unique characteristics of the system he was bound to. If he wished to become a universe-spanning existence, he must maintain a balanced mindset free from psychological burdens. As long as he exerted effort, success would inevitably follow. An hour later, Gu Li reluctantly donned his attire to see what a Jack required. If it was not of great import, he would return to spar with Jessen, and perhaps later try his hand with Tifa. This indeed seemed feasible. Glancing at the address Tony had sent to his phone, Gu Li furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why is it a hotel? He seldom stayed in hotels. Before acquiring superpowers, he deemed them unsafe, fearing privacy breaches. After gaining powers, he had grown even more disinclined to frequent such establishments. What was a Jack up to? Was she testing me on behalf of Circe? After contemplating for a while, without clarity, he decided to utilize the teleportation portal to arrive at the room reserved by a Jack. The first meeting felt somewhat awkward, not for any other reason, but because a Jack was emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. She had evidently underestimated the power of the portal, not anticipating that Gu Li could teleport directly into the room. It is worth noting that among all the spells of Kamartosh, Gu Li had only mastered the portal, one that required no suspended rings. Greetings, I am Gu Li. Hello, Eternal One, a Jack. After an awkward exchange of pleasantries, Ghoulie wasted no time and directly inquired, "In light of your being a member of the celestial race, please, speak plainly. What brings you to me?" Ajak hesitated for several moments, as if she were making a significant decision, gazing intently at Ghoulie. "I suspect you are a member of the eternal race, and I wish to clarify this with you." Ghoulie nodded in understanding. "Ah, I see." Ajak must have mistaken him for possessing the Celestial's reconstructive molecules and Ikari's intense gaze. "I apologize, but I am not of the eternal race. I am human, pure-blooded, to the very core." What a peculiar predicament this was. Ghoulie never imagined that one day he would be recognized by another, especially not by Ajak, the leader of the Eternals. "Thus, I seek to ascertain whether or not you are indeed of the eternal race." Unspoken was Ajak's intention to determine if Ghoulie belonged to the Deviants. Intrigued, Ghoulie asked, "Is there a method for verification? If so, then, Chief Ajak, might you disclose your means of confirmation? I shall comply willingly." Upon hearing this, Ajak nonchalantly removed the towel draped over her, leaving Ghoulie utterly astonished. "Is this your method of verification?" he gasped. Ajak's intent remained unclear to him, but one thing was certain, Ajak's judgment seemed quite questionable. "If I am not, you would be at a considerable loss." Ajak, unfazed, responded, "It is merely a body. It holds little significance. At worst, I shall acquire another once this is over." "Are you certain?" To be honest, Ajak's physique did not particularly entice Ghoulie. He had encountered many beautiful women before. Yet, Ajak's abilities intrigued him, the power of healing. Not only to mend others, but also to self-heal, a superpower he lacked. "I am certain." No sooner had the words left his lips than he embraced her. The impulse stirred by Li Jiasen earlier now unleashed. However, Ajak swiftly confirmed that Ghoulie was neither of the eternal race nor a deviant, and she immediately regretted her decision. She had just managed to persuade herself that once this was concluded, she would hastily return to South Dakota to resume her secluded life. Yet, she had underestimated Ghoulie's combat prowess. Bolstered by the serum, the spider totem, and the mysterious force of Uni-Hour, Ghoulie charged forth like a bull. Time slipped away, and only after hearing the system's delightful notification for the second time did he come to a halt. At that moment, Ajak lay languidly on the bed, her eyes glazed and breathing heavily, utterly spent. Ghoulie lit a cigarette, contemplating the system's notification. Character Ajak, acquired healing abilities, rapid self-healing, capable of channeling cosmic energy to heal others. Character Ajak, acquired master of weapons, manipulation of cosmic energy to conjure various energy weapons. After donning his attire, Ghoulie pouted slightly. Healing was the superpower he craved. Although he seldom found himself injured, accidents were inevitable, and this ability could be likened to an immensely fortified blood reserve. Moreover, it would prove invaluable whenever those around him were harmed. However, the superpower of the weapon master derived from the Eternal, Tina, who is the cousin of Thanos. Portrayed by Angelina Jolie, Tina's father and Thanos' father were brothers. As for the weapon master, he wields the ability to manipulate cosmic energy to conjure various energy weapons, a power somewhat reminiscent of the one previously acquired from Carol. Yet, there exists a distinction. Captain Marvel, Carol, can control cosmic energy but lacks the finesse that Tina possesses. Carol typically launches energy projectiles from her arms, an expression that aligns with her temperament and character. In contrast, Tina's mastery over cosmic energy is significantly more intricate, akin to the difference between coarse grains and fine flour. After tucking Ajax under the covers, Ghoulie remarked, "My dear girl, do exercise a bit more caution next time." In his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such an unconventional method of establishing kinship. What if it were truly the case? What would he do then? Yet, it seemed there was no real issue at hand. Chapter 84. The Third Evolution Card. The Grey Wolf Laboratory. From the moment he received the ebony blade from Ghoulie, Uncle Wolf has not rested a single moment. Nor has he sought out his beloved little leopard. This is because Grey Wolf has discovered a profound affection for the exhilarating sensation of relentless work and pushing his own limits. In contrast, Ghoulie, who visited late at night, remarked, "Capitalists favor employees like Uncle Wolf. After all, if you do not strive, how can I change my house, my car, or my wife?" Even in a transformed world, the presence of the relentless ones remains, particularly embodied by Uncle Wolf, Dr. Zola, and the recently returned Kuntasa. During this period, for reasons unknown, Grey Wolf has actively sought tasks each day, imparting to Ghoulie a sense that Uncle Wolf wishes to complete all future work in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, Dr. Zola is leading Ghoulie's newly created 17 Transformers and meticulously inventorying the Hydra base, determining what to retain, what to relocate, and what to destroy. Of course, there is also the daily greeting from Ghoulie, "Chief, have we dealt with Pierce today?" As for Kuntasa, since her transformation into the visage of Li Jiasen, she seems to have experienced an epiphany, showering her master with various temptations. Ghoulie's mind is now filled with visions of long, elegant legs. Thankfully, He is blessed with exceptional advantages in life, sparing him from joining the ranks of the relentless, freeing him from concerns about finances or housing, allowing him to focus solely on his steadfast aspirations. What a perfect existence. Reflecting on the fleeting moments of the past 22 years, Ghoulie cannot help but feel a surge of emotion. Indeed, a life of extraordinary fortune is distinct. 5 years ago, he was merely a boy without even a basic serum, yet now he stands as the most formidable man on Earth. This assertion is undeniably valid. Firstly, the Ancient One is female and thus does not factor into this statistic. Secondly, the celestial offspring Tiamat within the Earth does not belong to humanity. He truly is the strongest man on Earth. With his newfound advantages, since acquiring the little confusion, he has seldom been troubled by financial worries. Encompasses' return has completely alleviated any lingering concerns. Suddenly, his wandering thoughts are interrupted by a weary voice. Boss, the molecular formula is ready. I'm off to rest. All right. Accepting the note handed to him by Uncle Wolf, Ghoulie concentrated, and a crackling golden halo materialized. Instinctively, he arrived at the farm base. Utilizing his ability to reshape molecules, he transformed a batch of mysterious metals, holding them in his hands with a sigh. Regrettably, the metals he produced fall slightly short of the ebony blade's quality, likely due to the enchantment involved. After all, it was Merlin who forged the ebony blade. Perhaps it is under the auspices of that esteemed figure's enchantment that the ebony blade possesses extraordinary abilities and resistance to magic. Having toiled throughout the morning, producing a substantial quantity of mysterious metals, Ghoulie now prepares to utilize these unknown substances alongside true adamantium to construct an interstellar battleship. In terms of quantity and size, Ghoulie ultimately opted for the larger, the better. Were it not for the constraints of technology and manpower, he would have aspired to construct an interstellar battleship comparable in magnitude to that of the celestial beings. When the time comes, he would activate the Seed of Fire. Imagine a towering transformer, thousands of meters high. I ask you, is that not grand? Is it not formidable? Does it not stir one's heart? If not for the concern of potentially obliterating the Earth, Ghoulie would even contemplate utilizing the Seed of Fire to transform the blue giant star annihilation cannon within his system's space into a transformer. That device was indeed a formidable weapon in Ghoulie's arsenal. Yet, he harbored worries about the possibility of unforeseen accidents during the transformation process. If nothing were to occur, all would be well. However, should something happen, the family back on Earth might meet their demise. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, Ghoulie found himself in the bathing pool, immersed in a soak, while Kuntassa, quite sensibly, shed her garments and nestled into his embrace. This time, Ghoulie did not suppress his impulses. After all, who could resist the allure of Li Jiasen? Who indeed? The sage Ghoulie savored the moment, marveling, invincible, truly invincible. With Kuntassa by his side, he felt as though he possessed all the women of the universe. Robots were merely robots. At that moment, Ghoulie sincerely whispered within his heart, I love the system. The harsh words he once hurled at the system in his youth were now replaced with profound affection. Perhaps even greater love. After all, what man could resist such a means of empowerment, with both the process and the outcome being extraordinarily magnificent? In that fleeting moment, he felt an unparalleled joy, so much so that he paid no heed to the rewards his mind prompted him about, simply cradling Jiasen and drifting into slumber. Even superheroes tire. Moreover, in recent days, the rewards he had accrued were indeed plentiful, a testament to his diligent efforts. It was not until evening that Ghoulie, under Kuntassa's attentive service, bathed and changed his attire. As he departed, he playfully pinched her cheek, instructing, maintain this appearance henceforth. As for how long that would be, it would depend on his mood. I am indeed becoming more of a scoundrel, Ghoulie sighed, reflecting on himself. Meanwhile, the system had chimed in with a notification. Connection to the special individual Kuntassa successful. Acquired intermediate super ability evolution card. Among the numerous super abilities he had obtained, the previously evolved ones included molecular restructuring and shockwave. This time, without hesitation, Ghoulie opted for the evolution of energy absorption. This ability would grant immunity to most cosmic energies, akin to enhancing magical resistance, which was essential to maximize energy absorption evolution successful. Capability to absorb greater amounts of energy with a higher limit. The system's description, as always, was perfunctory. His physical strength, particularly his magical resistance, was now at its peak. If he were to face the Ancient One once more, Ghoulie was confident he could stand still and allow her to strike for 2.5 minutes before responding. He firmly believed that one day he would attain the level of immunity to physical damage. Entering the system. Name, Ghoulie. Race, human. Age, 22. Superpowers, 50/50 serum. Spider totem, fate cards, wave, intermediate, molecular restructuring, intermediate, invisibility, dynamic light wave, flight, heart-shaped grass, energy absorption, intermediate, energy manipulation, healing, master of weapons. Items, little cricket handgun. Regeneration cradle, blue giant star annihilation cannon, Dark God Book Replica, Affiliations, Drift, Soundwave, Tape Legion, Quintessa, Grey Wolf, Cable, Red Spider, Dart, Iron Slag, Contracted Entities, Dormammu. Shizorn. Upon exiting the system interface, Ghoulie mused to himself, do I now qualify as a god-level powerhouse? In the cinematic universe, the god-level powerhouses he was well acquainted with included the Supreme Sorceress Ancient One and the Asgardian King Odin. On the surface, Ancient One appeared to be a fragile mage, while Odin was remarkably versatile, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the celestial beings when clad in the destroyer armor, albeit for merely a few seconds. Nevertheless, this fleeting encounter stands as an extraordinarily illustrious achievement in the annals of the Nine Realms, considering that the celestial beings never engage in one-on-one combat. When a conflict arises, at least 6 or 7 members of the celestial group unite to overwhelm their opponent. Thus, the designations of the first celestial group, second celestial group, and third celestial group exist. They truly function as a cohesive unit. After acquiring 2 superpowers from Carol, Ghoulie felt that he could tentatively consider himself a god-level powerhouse. Although there are varying degrees within this classification, the multitude of superpowers he possesses, particularly the wave, molecular restructuring, and energy absorption, each having undergone evolution, and even surpassing those of the original host, certainly supports his claim. Indeed, how could one deny it? Chapter 85. A Day Worth Celebrating. On the morning of May 1st, 2011. As Ghoulie luxuriated in the delightful sensation of his face nestled within the soft, pristine whiteness, an irksome phone call abruptly interrupted his reverie. Who on earth is calling at such an ungodly hour on a weekend? Ghoulie exclaimed, lifting his head from the cleansing foam, his annoyance palpable. The previous evening, he had expended considerable effort to send his nephew away, relishing the private space he shared with Magia. To achieve this, he had even bribed little Peter's close friend, Ned, with $300, compelling Peter to spend the night at Ned's home. At 32, May had grown increasingly sensitive about her age and appearance. In her moments of solitude, she frequently scrutinized herself in the mirror, fearful of the emergence of even a single wrinkle. Under her influence, the other 2 women in the household had begun to exhibit similar tendencies, significantly encroaching upon Ghoulie's previously blissful existence. With a wave of his hand, he summoned cosmic energy to answer the call, and on the other end, Rod's excited voice resonated. Hey Goo, today is a day worth celebrating. Instinctively, Ghoulie glanced at the date, May 1st. The realization left him momentarily stunned, as a thought flickered through his mind. Are you really reminiscing about the days of cotton picking today? Surely not. Today marked the 2nd anniversary of Tony and Ethan's escape from Afghanistan, and Rod proposed a gathering to commemorate the occasion. All right, make the arrangements, Ghoulie replied. After hanging up, he rubbed his temples in contemplation, initially suspecting something was amiss with Rod's reasoning. It was, in fact, a celebration of Tony and Ethan's escape from that cave in Afghanistan. How swiftly 2 years had passed. Time indeed flows unceasingly. Ghoulie sighed, reflecting on the relentless passage of time. Fortunately, the rewards of his hard work over the past 2 years had not betrayed his efforts, as he felt the boundless energy coursing through him. The words of his ancestors echoed in his mind, invigorating his spirit. The sharpness of a sword is born from the grindstone. The fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. The journey ahead may be long and arduous, yet I shall strive to seek and explore. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. Inspired by these ancestral maxims, Ghoulie was filled with renewed determination. He aspired to grow stronger and achieve greatness, to courageously ascend to the cosmic pinnacle of all-encompassing capabilities. Just as he was about to rise, Magia was suddenly enveloped in his embrace, and once again, the labor belonging to Ghoulie unfolded. 2 hours later, Ghoulie waved his hand, and a garment composed of countless molecules instantaneously enveloped him. Since discovering the ability to reshape molecules in such a manner, he had grown too lazy to even dress himself. If I can lie down, why must I stand? He mused. The advancements of human society and technology are, after all, intended to liberate our hands for the purpose of leisure. Gently covering Magia with a blanket, Ghoulie summoned a crackling golden halo that instantly materialized, and he strode over with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, it had been some time since he last gathered with these individuals, primarily due to the considerable workload he had recently undertaken. A small fraction of his time was consumed by the conversion of true Edmund alloy and mysterious metals for the construction of interstellar warships. As for the larger portion, it was perhaps best left unspoken. In the Stark Tower, on the top floor's grand hall, vibrant balloons, streamers, and flowers adorned the space, while exquisitely crafted tableware and decorations were meticulously arranged upon the tables. A grand cake, emblazoned with a bold numeral 2, stood prominently among the revelry. Amidst the silhouettes, Ghoulie spotted the helpless Tony, who was awkwardly standing beside the table. In truth, the very notion of hosting such a banquet was quite uncharacteristic for Tony Stark. That fellow would never orchestrate a so-called celebration to commemorate his 2-year escape from the cave. What had prompted this sudden desire for festivity? Upon hearing Gu Li's inquiry, Tony helplessly shrugged, casting a glance towards Pepper. Pepper believed that May 1st marked the dawn of her new life. He paused momentarily before asking, "Was I really that dreadful in the past?" Gu Li chose not to respond to his question, but instead retrieved several magazines from the system space and thrust them into Tony's embrace. As of today, here are the cover girls from the first 5 months of this year. Given your extensive experience, why not provide an evaluation? Certain unpleasant memories unexpectedly assailed Tony's mind, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose, retorting, "You're hardly any better than I am." Tony had long lost count of Gu Li's entanglements with women, and it was certain that many more remained unknown to him. This time, Pepper had invited Dr. Zhao and Natasha, both of whom would be attending. Observing the mischievous grin on Tony's face, Gu Li casually remarked, "You needn't worry about that. There's nothing between Natasha and me. For now, at least. As for the future, well, we shall see when that time comes." Tony scoffed, "I truly do not believe you, Gu Charlie, can resist temptation." Should the day arrive when Gu Li indeed refrained from his notorious ways, Tony would undoubtedly pinch himself to confirm he was not dreaming. Regarding Tony's teasing, Gu Li was at a loss for how to respond. Words would likely fall on deaf ears, so silence seemed the wiser choice. At present, Gu Li bore an abundance of superpowers, akin to a kettle filled with waters of myriad hues, each distinctly separate within the vessel, yet not fully merging into a singular state. Some time was needed to refine this amalgamation, unless he encountered a particularly compelling superpower, such as chaos magic or fragments of the Phoenix Force. He intended to take a pause to recuperate before striving for complete integration. Tony's peculiar embrace of the magazines immediately caught Rhodey's attention, who raised an eyebrow, concerned, and inquired, "Are you considering a return to your old profession? Get lost." Just then, with a beaming smile, Coulson entered the venue, accompanied by a striking blonde woman. Upon catching sight of the approaching figure, Gu Li awkwardly stroked his chin, pondering her unexpected arrival. Tony, feeling dejected due to Rhodes' misunderstanding, noticed the change in Gu Li's expression. Following his gaze, he glimpsed the woman beside Coulson, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, when Tony beheld Dr. Zhao and Daisy, who had accompanied Natasha, his smile blossomed even more radiantly. With a desire to witness the unfolding drama, Tony gently tugged at Rhodes' arm, gesturing towards Gu Li's position, a beckoning to observe the spectacle. Yet, Tony felt that something was still lacking. He led Rhodes to the bar, signaling to the earnest Dr. Banner and Dr. Ethan. In an instant, four gentlemen, whose ages were nearly 2 centuries combined, leaned against the bar, eagerly anticipating the show. At last, Coulson approached Gu Li, introducing the blonde woman at his side, Mr. Superman. This is also a colleague from S.H.I.E.L.D., Sharon Carter. Chapter 86, Coulson's idol Mr. Superman, a colleague of ours from S.H.I.E.L.D., was introduced by Coulson, whose enthusiasm prompted Gu Li to silently scoff. Of course, I know who she is. As former lovers who had once shared an intimate bond, Gu Li was not only aware of Rabbit's stature but also of its nuances. It was astonishing that he had never realized Coulson harbored such a peculiar hobby, introducing his ex-girlfriend to others. Was there truly no dossier on him within S.H.I.E.L.D.? A fleeting thought crossed Gu Li's mind, yet he dismissed the notion. Although he had previously found no records pertaining to himself during the sonic invasion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives, it was merely because he had not yet captured the attention of Nick Fury in the agency. However, since he had ceased to conceal himself and had taken down the Hulk and Abomination on the streets of New York, it was likely that the ever-cautious Coulson had thoroughly investigated every detail of his life, from his childhood to his romantic entanglements, even his cinematic preferences. Looking at Coulson's demeanor, it seemed he truly was unaware of Gu Li's relationship with Sharon Carter. Could it be that even his most trusted confidant, Coulson, had been kept in the dark? Gu Li, long time no see, Sharon Carter remarked wistfully, noting how the once youthful boy had transformed into a figure she now deemed unattainable. It felt like a dream. Back then, Gu Li had possessed no superpowers. Yet, in a matter of months, he had inexplicably sculpted a physique of perfect muscle. A sense of nostalgia washed over Sharon. Regrettably, he was now with someone else. Long time no see, Carter, Gu Li replied, clasping the hand she extended, one he remembered all too well. The same hand that had once left marks on his back. Sharon Carter was the woman who had first awakened his superhuman abilities. Since their breakup, it had been approximately 3 years since they last met, and this reunion was a testament to how much had changed. Due to her Aunt Peggy Carter's influence, Sharon had ascended to the rank of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent 13. Meanwhile, Gu Li was no longer the naive youth he once was. The quartet observing from the bar suddenly lost interest, as the anticipated melodrama failed to unfold. What bewildered them even more was the sight of Gu Li's girlfriend, Zhao Hailuan. Cheerfully engaging in conversation with his ex Daisy, that carefree girl was even entwining her arm with Zhao Hailuan's. This scene prompted Rhodey to genuinely commend Tony. Gu Li surpasses you. At least he excels in managing the dynamics between his ex and current girlfriend. Who wouldn't desire to live the life Gu Li led? He was handsome, New York's most attractive, and incredibly wealthy, not to mention possessing strength akin to that of a superhero. Most importantly, he had so many girlfriends and maintained harmonious relationships with them all. It seemed utterly unfair, as if all the world's blessings had been monopolized by Gu Li. In response to Rod's jibes, Dr. Banner nodded in agreement. Although he possesses formidable strength when transformed into the Hulk, such power comes at a significant cost. He must maintain a steady emotional state, avoiding excessive excitement or agitation, lest he inadvertently morph into the colossal Hulk. Who truly comprehends this struggle? Meanwhile, with Ms. Zhao's assistance, Gu Li managed to extricate himself from the awkward encounter with his ex-girlfriend. Ms. Zhao is incredibly considerate. After sending a few playful kisses towards Zhao Helen, Gu Li turned to his companion Coulson with a puzzled expression. Coulson, what has got you so jubilant? Since Coulson entered the banquet hall, a full 10 minutes had elapsed, and the smile on his face had not waned. This piqued Gu Li's curiosity. Upon hearing Gu Li's inquiry, Coulson cautiously scanned their surroundings, ensuring they were unaccompanied. Before leaning in to whisper, the director found another one of my idols in the Arctic. Few are aware of Coulson's idol, particularly within S.H.I.E.L.D. But Gu Li had learned about it when Coulson openly requested Superman's autograph. His two idols are Superman and Captain America. Before Gu Li emerged and was hailed as Superman, Coulson's idols existed only in comic books and stories. Yet, in less than 2.5 years, beginning with Iron Man's debut, Superman became his colleague, and now Captain America was set to join their ranks. How could this not bring him joy? Upon hearing that the frozen Captain America had been unearthed by Fury, Gu Li patted Coulson on the shoulder. This is indeed delightful news. Congratulations, Coulson. Your dream of collecting autographs from your idols is on the verge of realization. The charming captain is on his way. Yet, looking at the smiling Coulson, one cannot help but feel a tinge of sympathy. According to the original narrative, he is a remarkably unfortunate character, having died only to return, and subsequently faced with the prospect of vanishing entirely from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This fate is intertwined with the budgetary disputes between the Marvel film and television divisions. Following the television division's defeat in these budgetary battles, and the dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. found new financial backing and embarked on its own narrative journey, thus severing ties with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. However, the circumstances on the other side of the wall remain just that, external factors that ultimately do not disrupt Gu Li's world. This suggests that upon the completion of his mission to dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, the organization may once again thrive under Coulson's leadership. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the rise, Coulson mused with a smile. Presently, S.H.I.E.L.D. boasts extraordinary forces such as Superman, the Hulk, and Iron Man, with Captain America soon to join. Additionally, they are supported by top-tier agents, Hill, Natasha, Clint, and himself, with Fury's plans to assemble the Avengers soon to be realized. The reason for Sharon Carter's presence at the banquet today stems from Natasha's forced recall by Nick Fury. Citing a shortage of personnel at Stark Industries, Sharon Carter has assumed Natasha's responsibilities, overseeing the liaison between Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Tony is both an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. and its foremost benefactor, and Nick Fury is not inclined to entrust financial matters to others. At that very moment in New York, within a clandestine S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, Nick Fury took several deep breaths to calm the tumult within him. Just moments ago, a Russian oil team had reported anomalies within the ice, and when the news reached him, he could hardly believe the claims that Captain America was still alive. Yet, in truth, the man who could be deified in America lay quietly before him, encased in ice. The Avengers have assembled. Chapter 87. The Cosmic Shuttle. Upon receiving the news of Captain Popsicle's excavation from the Arctic, Gu Li instructed Soundwave to remain vigilant for any unusual occurrences on the streets of New York. His curiosity was piqued by the prospect of witnessing Steve Rogers' reaction upon discovering that 70 years had elapsed, particularly when he learns that his leader is a man of color. For Steve, who had lost consciousness due to his icy slumber, the passage of time equates to merely awakening from a deep sleep. It is akin to finding a black individual issuing orders in a world that he once knew, where racial discrimination was starkly evident. Indeed, whether within or beyond its walls. The social stratification based on skin color in contemporary America remains palpably pronounced. Lately, Dooley's attention had been predominantly consumed by Quintessa for a singular reason. Tifa was simply captivating. The novelty of Justin had barely lasted 3 days, insufficient to trigger the fourth reward condition. Thus, under Dooley's guidance, the Queen Quintessa transformed into the visage of Tifa. Tifa epitomizes the ultimate fantasy of men. In terms of physique and beauty, she is undeniably striking in every aspect. From his interactions with Quintessa, Dooley had acquired an array of rewards, including a special bonus for styling hair, the source of fire, an ability evolution card, intermediate, from the first connection, the reward of the 12 Guardian Knights from the 5th connection, and the Quintessa Scepter from the 10th connection. The 12 Guardian Knights, originally Quintessa's retinue, ultimately betrayed her upon discovering her intentions to annihilate Earth. These knights can merge to form the formidable, 3-headed mechanical dragon, Dragonstorm, a distant relative of King Ghidorah. The magnificence of Dragonstorm far exceeds that of the Dinobot or Pterodactyl Batarang, securing its position as Dooley's second favorite Transformer mount, surpassed only by the adorable and obedient Diamond Demon. The size of Dragonstorm varies according to the number of merging knights. In Transformers 5, the 7 surviving Guardian Knights once united to unleash Dragonstorm upon their foes. It is no exaggeration to state that when Loki led the Chitauri army to invade, Dooley could remain uninvolved, for his Transformer allies could effortlessly vanquish what the Raccoon deemed the most inept Chitauri forces in the galaxy. His investment in countless tons of true adamantium to enhance his subordinates' physical forms was not in vain. No other, not even the wealthiest Black Panther within the Marvel Universe, could achieve such a feat. The sheer volume of true adamantium represents a significant financial expenditure. Only Dooley, with his molecular restructuring abilities, could afford such extravagant measures, having long lost count of the amount of alloy he had transformed. As for the Scepter of Quintessa, it possesses terrifying power, capable of siphoning energy from Earth to restore the ravaged planet of Cybertron. The scepter was once brought to Earth by the 12 Guardian Knights and bestowed upon the legendary Merlin of the Transformer realm. Indeed, Merlin is quite busy. In the vicinity of the farm base, Dr. Zola commenced the development of the interstellar armor after relocating a considerable amount of materials and equipment from the Hydra base. His assistant comprised the 17 newly transformed Autobots, and Zola even bestowed upon their assembly a resounding name, the Hydra 18 Arhuts. Dooley found himself ensnared in a delightful and fulfilling existence until May 8, 2011, when the Wolf Uncle, Grey Wolf, delivered a startling revelation. The cosmic shuttle had been successfully developed. Upon ending the call, Dooley accelerated to resolve his battle with Quintessa, donning his attire once more before returning to Grey Wolf's laboratory. However, what greeted him was a remarkably petite machine, an interstellar shuttle no larger than the palm of his hand. Wolf Uncle, can such a diminutive device truly traverse the cosmos? Dooley inquired hesitantly, clutching the compass-like apparatus. To be precise, the so-called cosmic shuttle was essentially a compass, its face comprised of intricate mechanical scales and a screen. At best a highly advanced compass. It bore a striking resemblance to the time travel device acquired by Deadpool in Deadpool 2. Rest assured, boss, this creation of mine is undeniably reliable, Grey Wolf asserted, revealing that he had constructed 2 machines, one for Dooley and the other for his own potential use. After all, having signed a 3-year contract, he had been sent over, and should the contract expire, it would be prudent to have a backup for his return. Upon hearing Grey Wolf's assurance, Dooley nodded, recognizing that Grey Wolf was as extraordinary a being as Tomcat, defying conventional logic. Wolf Uncle, how does this contraption work? Dooley was eager to experiment, pondering the possibility of directly arriving at the cosmic dimension of death, where he would undoubtedly place a grand green hat upon Thanos. He resolved not to return to the MCU until he had fully harnessed the abstract entity's powers. Even if not death, Infinity would suffice, for as the sister of Eternity, Infinity possessed immense potential, especially considering her brother was also a formidable figure. The 4 abstract entities, Eternity, Death, Infinity, and Oblivion. As for Galactus, the Devourer of Worlds, although he was birthed from the cosmic egg during the Big Bang alongside the 4 abstract entities, he existed as the last surviving being of the previous multiverse, embodying the will of the universe as the Devourer of Worlds. Galactus was not a being of the current multiverse and thus did not belong to the ranks of abstract entities or creator gods. The scales on the oscillating dial would randomly present a list of parallel universes on the screen, allowing one to select and confirm their choice. Random. Dooley expressed concern. Recognizing the challenge at hand, among the myriad universes within the Marvel multiverse, the cinematic universe he inhabited was relatively secure, at least in comparison. The remaining singular universes were rife with chaos and insanity, with multiverses proliferating like weeds. Galactus had perished more than once, and even the formidable Eternity was not guaranteed safety. The living tribunal could not be deemed infallible. There exists a saying, Small matters die to Galactus, significant matters die to eternity, and earth-shaking events die to the Tribunal. If Galactus had survived a particular incident, then such an event could hardly be considered significant. It is evident how perilous the multiverse can be, given Ghouli's current, albeit tenuous, celestial-level prowess. Venturing into the multiverse at this juncture seems rather precarious. Unless, of course, he were to traverse a cinematic universe, such as the Fox universe inhabited by the X-Men. The X-Men universe is delineated into 4 distinct realms. The first, Earth 10005, represents the universe prior to X-Men, Days of Future Past, encompassing X-Men 1, X-Men 2, The Last Stand, X-Men, First Class, Wolverine 1, Wolverine 2, and Days of Future Past. Following the events of Days of Future Past, the timeline was altered in 1973, and the universe was subsequently designated as Earth TRN 414, which includes Deadpool 1, X-Men, Apocalypse, and Dark Phoenix. Logan transpires in Earth 17315, which is not the same Earth as the previous X-Men series. The final realm is Earth 41633, where Deadpool 2 is set, which, too, is a different Earth altogether. In summary, it is quite chaotic. After a moment of contemplation, Ghoulie suddenly pondered a crucial question. Wolverine. It wouldn't be a one-way trip, would it? Chapter 88. The sweet-tongued Captain Steve Rogers, the original Captain America, is a figure whose life can be divided into 2 distinct halves. The first half commenced in 1918, when Steve was born in Brooklyn, New York. From a young age, he suffered from chronic ailments such as asthma and hypertension, the origins of which remained unknown to his family. In that era of war, Steve endeavored to enlist multiple times, only to be repeatedly turned away due to his diminutive stature of 1.62 meters and a weight of 43 kilograms, barely taller than Dr. Zola. No girl would find favor with Steve during those years. He was merely the steadfast companion to his best friend, Bucky. He was the boy who, cornered in an alley and mercilessly beaten, would still manage to declare, "I can endure this all day," while wielding a trash can lid. On June 6, 1943, Steve endured the transformation brought about by the super soldier serum, acquiring a physique akin to that of a formidable warrior. It was from that moment that he emerged as America's first super soldier in history. His height surged to 1.88 meters, his weight increased to 109 kilograms. And miraculously, all his ailments were cured. At the age of 25, after months of rigorous training, Steve finally reached the front lines of war, leading the Howling Commandos to numerous victories. Yet, fate played a cruel trick on him. During a confrontation with Hydra alongside his beloved friend Bucky, Bucky fell from a train, plummeting into the abyss, his fate uncertain. On March 5, 1945, in a desperate bid to thwart Hydra's plans and save the beleaguered city of New York, Steve piloted a plane that ultimately crashed into the Arctic ice, where he remained frozen for nearly 70 years. Thus, the first half of his life concluded, while the second half was just beginning. Now, much like the present moment, Steve Rogers stands bewildered on the streets of New York, having breached the extensive security of S.H.I.E.L.D. He gazes upon the streets that seem both familiar yet overwhelmingly foreign, awakening to a world transformed. He observes the traffic flowing like a melodious symphony, resonating with the city's frenetic pace, while the flickering neon lights paint a vibrant tapestry depicting urban splendor. Yet, to Steve, this cacophony feels disorienting, blinding, and utterly alien. Amidst the recognizable landmarks, Steve can ascertain that he is indeed in New York. But what has transpired in the world? Why has everything changed so abruptly? A one-eyed man approaches him with a commanding presence, stating, "Listen, I sincerely apologize for that display, but we believe it is best for you to acclimate gradually." In an effort to prevent Captain America from being overwhelmed upon awakening, Nick Fury transformed several rooms within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to resemble the ambience of World War II, even dressing nurses in attire from the previous century. However, through a televised event, Steve caught a glimpse of the truth, prompting his hasty escape from S.H.I.E.L.D. to the bustling streets of New York. Except what? It was evident that Steve had yet to grasp the passage of many years. "You have been in slumber, Captain, for nearly 70 years. After hearing this, Steve glanced around helplessly, and in that fleeting moment, a singular thought consumed him. Nearly 70 years have elapsed. He ultimately missed his rendezvous with Peggy Carter. Observing the suddenly silent Steve, Nick Fury, who was focused on assembling the Avengers, quickly inquired, "Are you all right, Captain?" Fury harbored concerns that the captain might react irrationally, unable to accept the situation. Although he believed that Steve's character would likely prevent any such folly, the possibility lingered. Steve paused, exhaling deeply. "I'm fine. It's just that I had a date that I missed." Gazing at the scene, which mirrored the original narrative, Ghoulie could not help but smirk. This felt awry, perhaps because his lips lacked sweetness. The captain should not be saying, "Don't get chummy with me, fool. Go home and pick cotton." It was a pity that after receiving the notification, he hurried to witness this iconic moment. Could it be that he had only seen a pirated version before? Ghoulie could only hope that one day, when he ventured into the universe where Hydra's Captain America resided, he might truly encounter the captain with honeyed lips. After all, that captain was the leader of Hydra, and his mannerisms would undoubtedly be captivating. Of course, Ghoulie's primary motivation for traversing to that universe was the existence of the Tesseract. Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the 6 Infinity Stones each harbor boundless power, undeniably supreme artifacts. Collecting all 6, or utilizing them in combination, could amplify their effects, allowing one to randomly eradicate half of the universe's life, much like Thanos did with a snap of his fingers. However, within the multiverse, there exist artifacts that rival or even surpass the Infinity Stones in potency, such as the Tesseract and the Heart of the Universe. The Tesseract is not to be confused with the Space Stone. The Space Stone is another name for the Space Gem, while the Tesseract possesses nearly unparalleled abilities. The downgraded Celestials are merely incomplete versions of the Tesseract. An incomplete Tesseract is already close to omniscience and omnipotence, capable of transforming the deepest desires of its possessor into reality. The most formidable Tesseract could even obliterate and reconstruct the multiverse. Indeed, there is more than one Tesseract. Each Tesseract can evolve, developing its own consciousness and unique form through interactions with different intelligences. Upon seeing Fury successfully usher Steve into the vehicle, Ghoulie muttered, slipping away. Rather than waste time here, it would be more prudent to select a suitable target to pursue, aiming for those 3 rewards and then retreating. After all, the conditions for rewards beyond the 3rd were exceedingly stringent, demanding vast amounts of time and energy, a taxing endeavor. Had he, Ghoulie, adopted a more aloof attitude from the outset, he estimated he would be in a much better position now, at least enjoying greater freedom. Yet, freedom often walks hand in hand with solitude. It must be acknowledged that he is incapable of embodying the archetype of the unparalleled hero, who unilaterally bears the weight of eternal loneliness. He is but an ordinary person. Let us rewind to a recent moment when Ghoulie expressed his anxieties regarding the cosmic transit device to Grey Wolf. Wolfuncle, it won't be a one-way trip, will it? Grey Wolf promptly rolled his eyes and retorted, Boss, whether you choose to go or not is your prerogative, but please do not insult my intelligence. In essence, aside from a degree of randomness concerning the destination, all other aspects are assuredly manageable, and at the very least, one can expect a round trip. Venturing into alternate universes to encounter those deranged antagonists is indeed an enticing prospect. However, he has yet to explore the myriad life planets within the MCU. Never mind. He shall wait for Carol to return, and together they will embark on a journey through the cosmos before making any decisions. At the very least, a visit to Suvlin is in order, to witness the towering figure of High Priest Aisha, who stands at an impressive 9 meters. Just the thought of those long legs ignites a spark of excitement. Moreover, there are substantial rewards to be gained, even if Aisha's son, Adam Warlock, is destined to be part of the cosmic court of life at some future juncture. Yet, given the nature of the system, it is highly probable that he may acquire a portion of Adam's extraordinary abilities. Long legs, here I come. Chapter 89. Ghoulie's illusion. In the minister's office of the Security Council, Nick Fury reclined leisurely on the sofa, his spirits notably buoyant of late. On one hand, he had successfully excavated Captain America, Steve Rogers, from the Arctic glaciers and recruited him into S.H.I.E.L.D., even choosing an auspicious day to formally establish the Avengers. On the other hand, his old friend Carol, who had led the Skrulls in their evacuation from Earth, was likely to return soon. A double blessing indeed. In this cheerful disposition, Fury made his way to Pierce's office, intending to share his good fortune with another old friend. However, in stark contrast to Fury's elation, Pierce found himself inexplicably anxious upon learning of Captain America's induction into S.H.I.E.L.D. The memories of Hydra's downfall during World War II were still fresh, and Pierce suddenly worried whether the Insight program might also falter due to Captain America's involvement. After all, the last defeat of Hydra was intricately linked to that very man. The audacity of Fury to come and flaunt his success was intolerable. After dismissing Fury, Pierce promptly convened a secret meeting with his most trusted allies, Dr. Zola and the superhuman Ghoulie. We must expedite the execution of the Insight program, Pierce stated directly, cutting to the chase without preamble. Ghoulie, somewhat exasperated, had never encountered Pierce in such a frenzied rush towards self-destruction. Had it been the robotic Zola attending the meeting instead of the figure on the computer screen, Ghou was certain that the fellow would have laughed heartily. The implementation of the Insight program signified not only the demise of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., but also heralded Pierce's own doom. The prospect of eliminating Pierce was one of the greatest ambitions of the robotic Dr. Zola during this period. Mr. Pierce, rest assured, this diminutive S.H.I.E.L.D. is of little concern to me. When the time is ripe, we shall obliterate it with a mere wave of our hands, Ghoulie assured Pierce, who nodded in agreement. The name superhuman was not merely a publicity stunt like that of Captain America. Goo truly possessed extraordinary powers. Nonetheless, Pierce cautioned, Goo, do be mindful. Try to preserve S-H-I-E-L-D-S assets. I genuinely worry that in a fit of rage, you might lay waste to everything, leaving merely a chaotic aftermath. Fear not, Pierce. The preparations for the Insight program are progressing smoothly. We merely await the opportune moment, Ghoulie replied. Although Pierce found it peculiar that Dr. Zola referred to him by his name rather than leader, he dismissed the thought. Dr. Zola played a crucial role in the reconstruction of Hydra, being the most pivotal figure. Despite being accustomed to Zola addressing him as leader, Pierce's anxiety eased somewhat under the assurances given by both Zola and Ghoulie. With a decisive wave of his hand, Pierce elevated the construction of 3 aerospace carriers to the highest priority. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of the Insight program, longing for Hydra's glory to once again illuminate the world. After dealing with Pierce, Ghoulie returned to the farm base and encountered the robot, Dr. Zola. Leader, most of Hydra's various bases are now under my control. It is time to eliminate Pierce. Ghoulie had long since developed immunity to Zola's obsession and nonchalantly instructed, Doctor, do not forget to keep track of Hydra's assets. They must not fall into the wrong hands. Since the conclusion of World War II, Dr. Zola had been invited to join S-H-I-E-L-D and began reconstructing Hydra from within. Only Zola truly knew the extent of Hydra's wealth accumulated over the years, and ultimately, all these assets rightfully belonged to Ghoulie. After all, earning money is far less expedient than seizing it. Moreover, Ghoulie felt no moral burden in appropriating Hydra's resources. He viewed it as entirely justified. He even wished for more such opportunities, for who would ever complain about possessing too much wealth? Doctor, I may need to venture into space for a reconnaissance. I'll leave matters on Earth in your capable hands. Once we finish our tasks here, we shall march into the cosmos. Ghoulie's ambitions were vast and grand. Doctor, Zola wholeheartedly endorsed Ghoulie's vision, firmly believing in the conquest of the universe. He had no doubt that under Ghoulie's leadership, Hydra, or rather, the Explosive Gang, would dominate the entire Marvel multiverse. The clandestine member of the Explosive Gang, Arnim Zola, even after the demise of Hydra and S-H-I-E-L-D, numerous unemployed individuals would be recruited into the Explosive Gang, contributing their energies to the noble cause of humanity's dominion over the universe. Hail Hydra! The robot Zola fervently proclaimed. After departing from the farm base, Ghoulie soared into the outer atmosphere, eager to engage in a spar with Carol. His objective for this encounter was straightforward, to fulfill the conditions required for the 4th reward. As for the 5th, that posed a significant challenge. Time was not on his side, and although both he and Carol were superhumans with formidable physiques, bridging the gap from 10 connections to 100 within mere days was daunting and arduous endeavor indeed. 50 minus 10 equals 40. Let's focus on the 4th for now. There will be ample time ahead to pursue the others. While awaiting Carol, Ghoulie suddenly realized he had nowhere to stay. The villa awarded by the system was occupied by May and young Peter, while his new home had Ms. Zhao and Daisy keeping him company. And the farm base was home to T. Quintessa. Little chaos. Quickly assist your master in purchasing a new property, one that is immediately habitable. Although Ghoulie had his flaws, he was not so inconsiderate as to bring another woman home in front of his girlfriend. Furthermore, he still had a considerable sum remaining from the funds transferred from Killian, making the acquisition of a new residence inconsequential. Moreover, this was also a strategic move to enhance his powers. Should Ghoulie attain the coveted dual-star form this time, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to confront the High Priest Suvlin and forcibly assume the role of a father to the sorcerer Adam. After approximately an hour, a vibrant humanoid light flashed through the vastness of deep space, revealing none other than Captain Marvel, Carol. Their reunion, after several days apart, was marked by an unyielding rivalry. Carol was the first to speak, proposing a match to settle the score. Without waiting for Ghoulie's consent, she unleashed a torrent of cosmic energy toward her opponent with a sweeping motion of her arms. Thus began a breathtaking battle in the boundless expanse of space. The clash between Ghoulie and Carol erupted with cosmic energy, dazzling and colorful like a fireworks display, their movements swift as lightnings, while each strike bore the weight of a thunderous force. Ultimately, after Ghoulie had tempered her strength, the two found themselves once again at a stalemate. Satisfied, Carol smiled. Ghoulie had grown stronger, yet she too was no slouch. However, just as she prepared to depart, she suddenly heard Ghoulie call out, "Oi, Carol. My cat can do a backflip. Would you like to see?" Chapter 90, Discussion: Can cats perform backflips? They should be able to, considering that Carol has witnessed it before. Her cat, Gugu, is indeed capable of executing such acrobatics. However, while Gugu may appear to be an adorable feline, she is, in truth, a gluttonous creature that devours anything in sight. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through Carol's mind, coalescing into a singular realization. Well, it seems I've never actually seen a cat perform a backflip. 3 hours later, Carol, utterly speechless, posed a question to Ghoulie. Is this really what you call a backflip? From the instant she stepped through the door, Ghoulie had ushered her into the study, unceremoniously presenting a plethora of books, such as Modern History of the Kree, Ancient History of the Kree, and Concepts of the Galactic Empire. Are you truly so passionate about studying? Carol exclaimed in astonishment, clutching the books. Ghoulie nodded emphatically. Learning brings me joy. Learning keeps me away from scrutiny. Learning keeps me out of the dreaded black room. If it weren't for the constraints of the system, who would willingly bury themselves in books? Over the span of 3 days, Ghoulie rose with the dawn, scurrying over from Ms. Zhao's bed, only to retreat back under the covers as nightfall descended. Yet, he still had not met the conditions to obtain the 4th reward. Now, he fervently hoped that this time, it would not be a reward akin to pilot training skills. Initially, Ghoulie had struggled to grasp why it was termed pilot training skills rather than simply flying skills. But it wasn't until he encountered Carol that the distinction became clear. As Ghoulie immersed himself in his studies, he gradually acquired a deeper understanding of the history of the galaxy. Throughout their 3 days together, Carol refrained from mentioning her plans to leave Earth. And Ghoulie likewise kept his intentions of traveling to Suvlin a secret. After all, considerable effort was still required to secure the 4th learning reward. Just as he prepared to rejuvenate himself with a well-deserved rest, an incessant phone call broke the silence. Hey, Goo, we are running low on vibranium. Please send some more. Tony's weary voice resonated from the other end of the line. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Ghoulie quickly donned a suitable outfit and stepped into the portal leading to Stark Industries. Following the establishment of the new tower, Tony had relocated both his and Ethan's laboratories there. As for the vibranium, the 1,000 tons they initially procured from Wakanda for zero cost had long since been exhausted. The subordinates under Ghoulie required more than 1,000 tons merely for the construction of the Leviathan, not to mention the subsequent dinosaur, pterodactyl boomerangs, triceratops scrap metal, and the 12 guardian golems. Additionally, Dr. Zolo was currently crafting an interstellar battleship, which would undoubtedly demand a significant amount of true adamantium. Meanwhile, Tony's plan to build an army of Iron Men had consumed less than 200 tons of vibranium. Essentially, all the resources they had used subsequently had been transformed in bulk by Ghoulie through molecular restructuring. Due to the long hours spent constructing the Iron Legion, Tony appeared somewhat fatigued, and Ghoulie, as a result of his diligent efforts, looked equally weary. The two, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, exchanged a knowing smile upon witnessing each other's state. Goo Charlie, I knew you would never be able to quit. Ghoulie retorted immediately. You know nothing. I am studying. Do you understand what studying is? This time, Tony refrained from further sarcasm and approached with a serious demeanor, bombarding him with 3 rapid-fire questions. Is this really studying? Can one learn this way? Why was I unaware of this before? Tony fancied that his younger self was even more frivolous than the current Ghoulie. If such a method of cultivation were truly effective, Tony Stark would have already become invincible, rather than laboring tirelessly to forge an army of iron. Goo Charlie, the great deceiver, preys upon the innocent. In response, Ghoulie merely shrugged, offering no explanation, and instead sketched a circle to return to Carol. Were anyone else to attempt his method of cultivation, they would likely have long since met their demise. Only he, bound to such a system, could recklessly pursue superpowers with such fervor. What can I do? All I desire is superpowers, he mused. His tastes were quite ordinary, favoring beautiful women with ample bosoms, long legs, and shapely figures. Sisters were also acceptable. Yet Carol, in his eyes, did not meet those criteria. Nonetheless, in pursuit of superpowers, he pressed on. Echoing the adage, earning is not shameful. His quest for superpowers was no different, not shameful. In the past, Ghoulie sought superpowers merely to avoid being whisked away for 5 years by the snap of the purple potato demon, although for those taken, it was but a fleeting moment. Now, Ghoulie had long since been able to easily overpower Thanos without any Infinity Stones. If he could acquire the dual star mode this time, what would it matter if Thanos possessed all 6 Infinity Stones? Of course, this was merely Ghoulie's boastful imagination. He would be mad to let anyone else wield the stones. The rampant growth of ambition led Ghoulie to believe that the 6 Infinity Stones were already within his grasp. He merely needed to await the arrival of the Chitauri and Loki with the Mind Stone. Had it not been for this, he would have already extracted the Space Stone from S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury believed his secrecy was impeccable, unaware that everything was under the watchful eye of Hydra. The intelligence Hydra possessed held no secrets from Ghoulie. Upon returning to Carol's side, Ghoulie inquired, Carol, are you familiar with the Sovereign? With a furrowed brow, Carol replied, the Sovereign? They are quite arrogant, technologically advanced, yet rather cowardly. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Ghoulie had never left Earth, so how could he be aware of the Sovereign's existence? Cowardly? In other words, they value their lives greatly, avoiding personal risk by hiring bounty hunters for any dangerous endeavors. At this, Ghoulie nodded, finding it akin to the portrayal in the film Guardians of the Galaxy. Carol, when you have the time, take me to the Sovereign's planet. I am quite curious about what aliens look like. All right, just give me a couple of days to rest. In a quest to acquire extraordinary abilities at the earliest opportunity, Ghoulie once again retrieved several tomes. The Modern History of the Hia Empire, The Ancient History of the Hia Empire, and The Ancient History of Skuru. Carol, could you enlighten me about the contents of these books? At last, just as both individuals were on the brink of insanity, Ghoulie heard the long-anticipated notification sound. Through the guidance of the character Carol Danvers, your cultural level has reached 1, and you have acquired superpower, dual star form. Chapter 91. The dual star form, much like the awakening essence of the God of Thunder and the dark persona of the Sentinel, known as the Void. Captain Marvel possesses her own extraordinary dual star form. When in this state, she connects with the enigmatic white hole. A white hole serves as a cosmic fountain, incessantly emitting energy and matter into the universe while refraining from absorbing any, standing in stark contrast to the nature of a black hole which perpetually consumes. Thus, establishing a connection with a white hole implies the ability to harness the immense energy it releases, significantly augmenting her power. Setting aside the formidable capabilities depicted in the comics, even within the cinematic universe, the celestial appearance of her descent is sufficient to assuage Ghoulie's diligent companionship over the past few days. Most notably, it is undeniably striking, a dazzling brilliance, radiating like a divine being descending from the heavens, exuding a resplendent glow. With the enhancement of the dual star form, Ghoulie feels that he may one day resemble a golden deity. Content, he embraces Carol and drifts into slumber. She, too, appears quite impressive, embodying a unique form of beauty, a strength of beauty. Meanwhile, upon receiving the vibranium from Ghoulie, Tony did not immediately plunge into his work. To his surprise, he found himself somewhat inclined to believe that Ghoulie was indeed training. Could it be that Ghoulie's true superpower lies in his ability to grow stronger through the continuous pursuit of various romantic entanglements? For reasons unknown, Tony was taken aback by his own sudden notion. How absurd. It seemed highly implausible, entirely defying logic. Glancing at himself in the mirror, Tony noted that after consuming the heart-shaped herb, his physical capabilities had significantly improved, yet he still struggled with the relentless forging of his Iron Man suits. Particularly, Dr. Ethan had nearly pushed him to his limits. Perhaps he should inquire if Ghoulie had any more heart-shaped herbs to spare for Pepper as well, he mused. The enhancement from the herb was extraordinarily potent. According to Jarvis, his physical condition currently equated to that of a 20-year-old. Jarvis, can we still find any information on Ghoulie online? Tony sought to verify the accuracy of his previous thoughts. He aimed to delve into Ghoulie's records to compare his remarkable prowess with the number of girlfriends he had. Sir, I regret to inform you that all data regarding Mr. Goo has vanished from the internet. However, information about Superman remains accessible, Jarvis replied. Tony pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding against further investigation. It must be the work of Mr. Grey Wolf. In terms of intellect, there are few whom Tony Stark holds in high regard: Princess Shuri of Wakanda, Dr. Bruce Banner, and Dr. Ethan. Beyond these three, he considers the intelligence of others to be rather pedestrian. Yet, Mr. Grey Wolf stands apart. This peculiar wolf cannot be measured by conventional standards, and after prolonged exposure, Tony found himself questioning his own existence. Should anyone inquire why Ghoulie remains unperturbed, Tony would simply state, the less one comprehends, the greater the joy. Mr. Grey Wolf's research, which Ghoulie fails to grasp, is precisely why he is free from worry. Tony Stark found himself ensnared in a web of self-doubt, caught between fragments of understanding and ignorance. Perhaps this is the curse of knowledge. He contemplated reaching out to Ghoulie regarding the heart-shaped grass. Yet upon witnessing the dusk's arrival, he swiftly abandoned the notion. There were two moments one must never contact Ghoulie. First, just before slumber, at twilight. Second, just before awakening, at dawn. Outside of these intervals, the ideal time to reach out would be around noon, when Ghoulie was assuredly in high spirits. The following morning, Carol awoke to discover she was nestled in Ghoulie's embrace, surrounded by a sea of books. With a sudden air of disdain, she pushed him away, chastising herself internally. Carol, how could you succumb to such decadence? The universe is rife with oppressed nations in need of your salvation. Ghoulie, abruptly roused, murmured in confusion. What are you doing? His morning irritability was renowned, and Quintessa, having awakened him once, had been relegated to a year and a half of arduous mining as punishment. Yet, at this moment, Ghoulie exhibited an unusual calmness, relishing the sensation of comfort radiating from every pore of his being. The energy from the white hole coursed through him, enveloping him in warmth. Should he be granted another opportunity for a superpower evolution card, Ghoulie would aspire to evolve into a dual-star form, eager to explore the depths of the white hole's energy. I'll rest for a few days before taking you to Sutherland. Also, could you kindly vanish from my sight? Carol inexplicably declared to Ghoulie. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to overexertion or still being in a sage state, she exhibited a hint of disdain towards him. What a bother! Ghoulie retorted before returning to the farm base through a crackling teleportation portal. He speculated that Carol's reluctance stemmed from her body not yet fully recovering. Aligning perfectly with his own intentions, he had no plans to prepare for the fifth reward concerning Carol in the near future. Excessive study can be detrimental. It is mentally taxing. After a night of recuperation, Ghoulie intended to engage in some yoga practice with Tifa, in the familiar warmth of the hot spring. Under Tifa's attentive care, he indulged in a refreshing soak. Should there be a rating system available for his binding, he would undoubtedly grant it a perfect score. 100 out of 100, and if possible, he would bestow 120%, solely for Tifa's sake, which had brought a sense of fulfillment to his life. Even though Tifa was a mechanical life form created by Quintessa, Ghoulie had long since ceased to care. Initially, he might have harbored some reservations, but after several interactions, he found the mechanical life form to be rather agreeable. Moreover, she demonstrated unwavering loyalty, never betraying him or displaying discontent, diligently attending to his needs with creativity and dedication each day. This is already nothing short of perfection. What more could one desire? Tifa is truly remarkable. These were the heartfelt praises and exclamations uttered by Ghoulie as he departed from the farm base. The reason he did not linger any longer stemmed from a sudden recollection that he had, in fact, spent the night at Carol's place, without returning home. In the past, whenever he had sneaked out, it was always after Ms. Zhao and Daisy had fallen asleep. Last night, however, he had failed to inform anyone of his overnight absence. It was evident what he would soon have to confront. Indeed, upon returning home, the previously joyful Ms. Zhao, who had been laughing and chatting with Daisy just moments before, suddenly transformed into a figure of sorrow. "Oh dear Daisy, we have been abandoned." Ms. Zhao's acting left much to be desired. One could hear her wailing but not see her tears. Ghoulie swiftly scooped up one of his girlfriends and returned to the large bed in their room. Words of explanation proved futile. Thus, action became his only recourse. Chapter 92. Drawing life. The farm base, from an external perspective, resembles a castle of European medieval design. This might be attributed to Dr. Zola's origins in Switzerland, which inspired the castle's current appearance. After repeated assurances from Ghoulie and Ms. Zhao that they would resolutely refrain from spending the night outside, Zhao Hailuan forgave him and suggested they stay at the castle for a couple of days. She believed her partner was captivated by the mechanical life form, Quintessa, which prompted his desire to closely examine her and experience her tactile allure. However, upon her next encounter with Quintessa, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Could her husband's fascination lead him astray? Ms. Zhao tightly grasped Ghoulie's arm, her address shifting to a more intimate tone, as she felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. It was no wonder Ghoulie had chosen to stay out the previous night. During her last visit, Quintessa had presented as a charming East Asian beauty, yet now, she was strikingly alluring. Zhao Hailuan murmured to herself, realizing why Ghoulie had not returned home the previous evening. This somewhat endearing yet slightly seductive younger sister evoked a sense of sympathy within her. Moreover, possessing such a younger sister was akin to having access to the world's most beautiful women, including herself. Noticing that Ms. Zhao had misinterpreted the situation, Ghoulie shrugged in resignation, opting not to clarify anything. This was preferable, as it would conceal his relationship with Carol. Quintessa, perceptive as ever, gracefully withdrew, prompting Ms. Zhao to hastily follow her. This left Ghoulie alone with Daisy. After handing over the book titled Advanced Hacking Techniques to Daisy, Ghoulie remarked, "Begin studying its contents." Daisy raised an eyebrow in silent skepticism. Is this book truly that captivating? It wasn't that she was unwilling to teach. Rather, Ghoulie's foundational knowledge was woefully inadequate. After a considerable time, a melodious notification chimed. Through the guidance of the character Daisy Johnson, your cultural knowledge has increased by 1. Granting you the reward, the superpower of life absorption, which allows you to absorb vitality. Ghoulie nodded in satisfaction, pleasantly surprised to acquire yet another superpower. This peculiar ability stemmed from his mother-in-law, Sky's mother, who was none other than the inhuman leader, Jiaying, an ambitious inhuman matriarch. She was a figure both pitiable and contemptible, caught in a web of love and hatred with her less-than-ideal husband, a narrative ripe for a television series titled My Wife is a Madwoman. Among Ghoulie's mentors, Ms. Zhao had accrued the most rewards through learning, followed by Mei Jia, with Daisy trailing behind. Unfortunately, Daisy was often too playful and frequently criticized Ghoulie's intellect. Throughout the year and more of studying hacking techniques, Ghoulie had achieved his first-tier reward of the superpower, Shockwave. The second tier yielded a superpower evolution card. The third and fourth tiers granted him Terrigen crystals and activation devices, X2. The fifth tier, recently obtained, was the life absorption superpower, a commendable ability. Daisy is S.H. on holiday? Ghoulie suddenly sensed something amiss and quickly inquired of the person nestled in his embrace. It was peculiar that Daisy had not gone to work today. This was decidedly out of the ordinary. Upon hearing these words, Daisy could only roll her eyes in resignation. She had hoped that joining S.H.I.E.L.D. would allow her to become a superhero while, more importantly, spending more time with Ghoulie. However, her dear brother seemed hardly present at S.H.I.E.L.D., aside from the day he brought her in. "Brother, I'm taking a vacation." This was her affectionate nickname for Ghoulie. In response, Ghoulie lovingly played with her hair, suggesting, "How about I take you out for a little adventure?" "Really?" Daisy, who had been nestled in his embrace, suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck in delight. "Where shall we go?" The destination mattered little. What truly counted was the company one kept. "Let us go," Ghoulie exclaimed, lifting his beloved and soaring into the sky. Surrounded by golden cosmic energy, the two of them streaked across the heavens like a shooting star. They visited countless locations in a single day: the pinnacle of the pyramids, the depths of the Pacific, heights of 10,000 meters, the asteroid belt of outer space, and even the moon, returning to the farm base only when night fell. Daisy, still brimming with excitement, chattered incessantly while holding Zhao Hailuan's hand. Meanwhile, Ghoulie, finding himself with some leisure time, approached a group of dinosaur warriors engaged in a card game. Among his loyal subordinates, Soundwave, drifting in outer space, was the most diligent, continuously monitoring Earth without pause. Wolfuncle, the brains of the operation, conjured an array of peculiar inventions, accomplishing feats no one else could manage. Quintessa served as a life assistant, currently regarded by Ghoulie as a true treasure. Drift and Little Chaos primarily provided companionship, remaining by Ghoulie and Daisy's side. The remaining Transformers were relatively idle, including the T-Rex Steel Cable, Pterodactyl Dart, Triceratops Iron Shard, and the 12 Guardian Transformers, with the third in command, Red Spider, assisting the robot Zola in constructing the true Edmund alloy version of the interstellar battleship. The stoic Soundwave and adorable Little Diamond were tasked with guarding the farm base. If one were to rank the combat prowess of his subordinates, Quintessa, wielding the scepter, would undoubtedly occupy the top tier. The 12 Guardian Transformers, capable of merging into the colossal, three-headed mechanical dragon, Dragonstorm, shared the second tier with the 329-meter-tall Little Diamond. The three-headed dinosaur, Transformers, ranked third. Unfortunately, Ghoulie had yet to acquire the fourth dinosaur, Spinosaurus, nor had the fifth dinosaur appeared in any films. As he recalled, the five-headed dinosaur Transformers could combine to form the legendary Azura King, though the five that could merge comprised Steel Cable, Iron Shard, Dart, Howler, and Sludge, excluding the briefly glimpsed Spinosaurus. Should he have the opportunity to gather all five dinosaurs, the combined form of the Azura King would likely rival Quintessa in power. The remaining Drift, Soundwave, Red Spider, and others would fall into the fourth tier, while Little Chaos and the Mechanical Dog did not partake in the ranking. The aforementioned rankings were determined based on the destructive capabilities of the true Edmund alloy subordinates. As for Uncle Wolf, Grey Tai Lang, extraordinary beings do not fall within the scope of management, unless, on some future day, Ghoulie manages to acquire Red Tai Lang and Little Grey. Uncle Wolf will undoubtedly rank third. Brother Tongzi, this seems rather unfair, forcibly dismantling Uncle Wolf's blissful existence. In response to Ghoulie's complaints, the system remained silent. In stark contrast to Ghoulie's leisurely and joyful life, Steve, upon awakening and joining S.H.I.E.L.D., declined the accommodations offered by the agency. Instead, he opted for a modest apartment in Brooklyn. He fervently immersed himself in catching up on 70 years of societal norms and the meanings of certain specialized terms. He even kept a small notebook. Fearful of becoming disconnected from this society and unable to comprehend the conversations of others, it was until he chanced upon Superman comics and the news of the real-world Superman, Ghoulie, that he uttered a single exclamation, Wong Defa. Perhaps this solitary phrase was sufficient to encapsulate the tumult within his heart. In 1938, the year he had yet to become Captain America, Superman made his first official appearance in comics. Little did Steve anticipate that one day Superman would manifest in reality. And even more astonishingly, as his colleague, that fellow seemed rather indifferent to his work. Chapter 93, Planet Fortress. 7 days later, Carol, with a radiant demeanor, waved her arms enthusiastically. She discovered that after her sparring session with Ghoulie, her abilities had significantly strengthened. This peculiar realization left her at a loss for words. Could such activities truly yield such effects? After hours of deep contemplation without any clarity, she simply notified Ghoulie it was time to depart. The two set forth together into the vast cosmos. The Marvel Universe, in its essence, felt akin to a galaxy-sized expanse. Whether considering the previous three great empires or the subsequent Nova Corps, their territories were primarily situated within the Milky Way. Along with its companion galaxies, the large and small Magellanic Clouds, In the Andromeda Galaxy, the observable universe, with a diameter of 93 billion light-years, stretched far beyond the bounds of mere words, comics, or films. When it comes to the universe, what we perceive is merely a reflection of our imagination and assumptions. After all, no one can present evidence to counter this notion, much like the elusive proofs regarding cosmic speculations. Digressing. Following a substantial enhancement of their physical capabilities through various superpowers, Ghouli's current flying speed barely grazed the speed of light. However, relying solely on flight would render their journey to Suvlin an interminable endeavor. Thus, they opted to utilize a spatial jump point, akin to the one where Rocket Raccoon piloted the Guardians of the Galaxy, jumping through space with his companions. Constructed by the three great empires within the Milky Way, these points were designed to transport troops, supplies, and other strategic materials, thus maintaining the Empire's dominion over their vast realms. After all, the largest empire on Earth spanned merely 3 continents, whereas the renowned Kree Empire and Shi'ar Empire extended their territories across light years. Ghoulie had never experienced such a sensation before. If not for the enveloping cosmic energy and shockwaves surrounding him, he feared his body might dissolve amidst the tumult of the spatial jump point. And it was quite disorienting. After what felt like an eternity, the two were ejected from the spatial jump point. Carol, shouldering the dazed Ghoulie, soared toward the planet where her spaceship was docked. Ghoulie felt utterly drained, as if every woman he had ever encountered had taken turns exhausting him. Aside from Carol's soothing voice, all he could hear was a persistent buzzing in his ears. He would eventually grow accustomed to this disorientation. Much later, Ghoulie sat within the cockpit of the spaceship, gazing contemplatively at the steel planet below. Carol, to whom does this planet belong? He wondered, feeling an overwhelming sense of desire. He longed to retrieve the spark source from the system space and activate this formidable steel fortress, transforming it into a transformer. The scale of the planet perfectly matched Ghoulie's expectations. The Kree's War Fortress, a monumental structure built over millennia, housed within it the core of a dead white dwarf star. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie's fascination intensified. A war fortress, thousands of years in the making. A white dwarf star, it was a gift tailored specifically for him. The Kree, known for their exceptional hospitality, left a profound impression on Ghoulie. He resolutely declared that this planet would henceforth bear the surname Gu. Not even the arrival of Jesus would change that. Carol, is this fortress-like planet entirely constructed of metal? He sought to confirm whether the planet harbored soil and water sources within. Although she found Ghoulie's infatuation perplexing, Carol furrowed her brow and replied, indeed. The Kree have invested considerable wealth into its construction. It is said that the various metals used to build this fortress equate to a decade of the Kree Empire's taxation. Ghoulie reached out, his hand pressing against the glass of the spacecraft as if he could truly touch the planet below. He had genuinely fallen in love with this celestial body. Aren't you worried about being discovered when you land the ship at the Kree fortress? He asked. The most dangerous locations are often the safest, he asserted, giving a genuine thumbs up. Who said Carol lacked intellect? Not only was she impressive, but she also possessed strategic acumen. You take the ship and flee. I will perform a little magic for you, Ghoulie instructed, casually donning a disguise as he plunged towards the planet below. Daddy's coming. My darling. The sudden turn of events left Carol bewildered. You want me to run first? Is he planning to dismantle the Kree fortress? By the time she resolved to intervene, it was already too late. Ghoulie, clutching the source of fire, laughed maniacally, proclaiming, Your emperor has returned. Carol could only think Ghoulie had lost his mind. The fortress housed tens of thousands of Kree soldiers, armed to the teeth with an array of weaponry. He should have informed her earlier. Perhaps she could have also experienced the thrill of dismantling someone else's stronghold. With a sigh, Carol piloted her beloved small spacecraft, turning to flee. As a close friend who knew Ghoulie well, she chose to trust him. Accompanied by Ghoulie's raucous laughter, the entire planet trembled, akin to a disturbed child, as if summoned by his mirth. In that breathtaking moment, the Earth quaked violently, the planet shaking intensely. Yet, this was but a fleeting occurrence. Soon the planet returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The fortress erupted into alarm as a cacophony of warning bells rang out, and squads of blue-skinned Kree soldiers swiftly assembled, weapons in hand. Quickly! Within 30 seconds, the Kree soldiers stood ready, awaiting the command of their officer. However, upon receiving a report through the communicator, the fortress commander was left utterly bewildered, shouting, No one? Are you jesting? With such a commotion. You tell me the rest no one? What? An earthquake? The Kree commander, having hung up, wore a grave expression, grappling with existential doubts. How could it be? Though the fortress resembled a planet, it was not. It was the culmination of millennia of Kree effort, a testament to their technology and wisdom. How could an earthquake possibly occur? Just then, an even greater sound reverberated. Thud, 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 echoing like the heartbeat of the planet itself. The entire planet began to tremble violently, each tremor more intense than the last. as if some force were striving to emerge from its depths. The earth appeared as a gaping wound, revealing shocking fissures. The fortress structures collapsed like fragile houses of cards, evoking a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The planet seemed alive, pulsating with a newfound vigor. The world had awakened. Evacuate. All ships, retreat. One after another, the Kree vessels soared into the sky, fleeing like desperate refugees. While the soldiers wished fervently for additional legs to hasten their escape, those who lagged behind were truly lost. Ghoulie gazed at the now dull source of fire in his hand, letting out a resigned sigh. Oh, little dog, a single planet has brought you to your knees. Chapter 94, Planetary Transformers in the vast expanse of the cosmos. The surviving Kree soldiers stood aboard their spacecraft, gazing at the imminent destruction of the fortress planet. Their hearts filled with profound reflections. After countless struggles, they had finally secured a semblance of stability, only to find themselves facing such a disheartening conclusion. Yet, in the next moment, their faces collectively transformed into expressions of sheer astonishment, as if they were witnessing the most astonishing spectacle imaginable. Before their eyes, the fortress planet began to morph, its form shifting from a spherical body into that of a colossal robot. This magnificent automaton was approximately the same size as the planet they had just beheld, radiating a brilliant luminescence that made it appear as a splendid work of art. The soldiers stared in terror at this gigantic robot, utterly unable to comprehend the phenomenon unfolding before them. The planet they had guarded for years was, in fact, a gigantic machine. Could this have been the true purpose behind the construction of the fortress planet by their illustrious Kree ancestors? As the words of their commander echoed through the air, the panic that had gripped the soldiers swiftly transformed into jubilant cheers. Long live the Kree Empire! Long live the Kree people! If there were to be a pinnacle of joy in the world, it would surely be akin to the transformation experienced by the Kree soldiers, who transitioned from despair and fear to a profound sense of pride in their imperial identity. Their ancestors were truly magnificent, and the Empire would thus rise to greatness once more. However, another astonishing occurrence unfolded. The giant, suspended in the cosmic void, suddenly bowed in a particular direction, proclaiming, "Great Creator, I pay homage to you." The direction of its reverence was precisely where Ghoulie stood, gazing at the boundless giant. Ghoulie felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. Who could resist the allure of such a magnificent being? The sensation was akin to a connection, a delightful experience that made every cell in his body feel as though it were rejoicing. Were it not for the lackluster capabilities of the spark source, Ghoulie would have been tempted to create another couple of planetary transformers. While the current behemoth might not yet rival the titans of the divine assembly, its sheer size alone commanded an overwhelming presence. Furthermore, should he discover superior materials in the future, it would likely be a monumental task, as this creation was simply colossal. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Cosmic Emperor II, a name bestowed upon it by the creatively challenged Ghoulie, who once again showcased his innate talents. Cosmic Emperor II, at your command. It seems he must take a moment to deliver a small shock to the purple sweet potato spirit, for that fellow had caused Ghoulie concern for over a decade. Since his arrival in this world and the realization that he was part of the Marvel Universe, young Ghoulie had been burdened with worry, akin to a little old man. On one hand, he needed to achieve a successful connection to obtain system rewards, yet he was still in the throes of youth, full of ambition but lacking the means. On the other hand, he fretted over the heart-wrenching implications of Thanos' snap during the first 3 phases of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. As for the events following the endgame, he was not well-versed, thus free from such anxieties. Now, with his strength vastly increased and confidence soaring, Ghoulie no longer regarded the purple sweet potato spirit with trepidation. He even contemplated whether it might be simpler to eliminate that entity altogether. From the moment the Kree Fortress planet first trembled to the complete emergence of the planet-sized transformer, the entire process unfolded over the span of approximately 1 hour. Commander Ronan of the Kree Empire, upon receiving the initial distress signal, swiftly led his elite fleet, traversing space jump points to provide support. When Ronan and his Kree fleet arrived, Ghoulie was still grappling with a delightful dilemma. The universe's second emperor was simply too vast. There was no place to store it. Although the original Kree Fortress planet was not as large as Earth, it was at least comparable to the moon, leaving Ghoulie perplexed about where to accommodate it. He was not the master of dimensions, possessing a pocket universe to contain all things. The system space could not accommodate it either, and it seemed the system had never envisioned the need to house a transformer the size of a planet. Ronan, hurrying to the scene, along with the surviving Kree soldiers of the Fortress planet, stared blankly at the colossal robot. "Can someone tell me what on earth has occurred? Where's our fortress?" Noticing the lack of response from the crowd, Ronan seized a blue-skinned Kree and shouted his question once more. Report, Commander, the fortress is alive," stammered the blue Kree soldier, pointing at the robot in the sky. Following the soldier's gesture, Ronan hesitated, uttering in disbelief, "Are you jesting with me?" The soldier, caught off guard, fell silent, unsure of how to elucidate the situation to his superior. Ronan, also adorned with blue skin, furrowed his brow, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. He had not heard of any grand plans being concocted within the Empire, if such a scheme existed. Why had he sought Thanos' assistance? He could have simply led the charge to annihilate Xander himself. How absurd. The surviving Kree soldiers nodded in agreement, affirming, "The commander is correct. That thing is indeed massive." Logically, the Kree Empire's mothership was already substantial, several times larger than ordinary interstellar warships, typically serving as a strategic deterrent. Yet, before the planet-sized universe's second emperor, even the grand mothership appeared as minuscule as a grain of sand. Meanwhile, perched atop the head of the second emperor, Gu Li's eyes sparkled once more, not for any other reason than his newfound interest in the Kree mothership. In this venture, having left Earth alongside Carol, Gu Li harbored two objectives. Firstly, to leave a coordinate in Suvlin, attempting to establish a portal spanning hundreds of light years. This would facilitate his plans to abduct the High Priestess Aisha after parting ways with Carol. Why wait until then to act? Naturally, because such matters are best conducted discreetly. The fewer who know, the better. His second goal was to transform an interstellar warship into a transformer, providing reference data for Zola's alloy version of a homemade starship. However, he never anticipated that he would be fortunate enough to activate a planet-sized transformer, even managing to subdue the energon source. Gu Li retrieved the dim energon source from the system space, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Energon brother, can we still manage to create a few more ships?" The trembling ember, shivering in the cold, offered no reaction aside from its quivering. It was then that the Cosmic Emperor spoke. "Esteemed creator, should you require a spacecraft, I am capable of conducting a scan." Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Li pointed towards the direction of the Kree mothership, declaring, "That one will suffice." "As you wish, esteemed creator." If the transformation sounds of the Autobots and Decepticons resembled a cool clattering, then the sound of the Cosmic Emperor scanning the Kree mothership resonated like a thunderous roar. Boom. Chapter 95, that unconventional matter. If one were to inquire about the most extraordinary experience in existence, the Kree soldiers present would undoubtedly possess the most profound insights. They bore witness to the magnificent culmination of millennia of Kree technological prowess and wisdom, an entire planetary fortress, transmute into an enormous robot. Subsequently, they beheld this colossal automaton transform yet again, this time into the visage of a Kree mothership, before soaring into the cosmos. This unforgettable spectacle unfolded not long ago. Commander Ronan sat in silence for an extended duration, unable to digest the awe that accompanied the departure of that immense vessel. Nanotechnology? It seemed unlikely. Mechanical ascension? He was not well versed in such concepts, although he had contemplated launching an offensive to thwart the mothership's escape. The firepower of his mere few tens of thousands paled in comparison to that formidable entity. Even with an army of ants, could one vanquish a Leviathan? They could not even breach its defenses. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude, Ronan found himself daunted. "Commander, how should we report this situation to the Supreme Intelligence?" inquired the head of the Kree fortress, his demeanor resembling that of a man bereaved. His political aspirations were effectively extinguished. The loss of such a crucial stronghold for the Empire left no room for advancement. The Kree Empire was governed by an artificial intelligence known as the Supreme Intelligence, a composite of the thoughts of the greatest Kree scientists, politicians, and military strategists throughout history. Initially, the Supreme Intelligence was tasked with assisting the Council in managing the Empire's affairs. However, it had evolved into the true sovereign of the Kree Empire. Seated aboard the spacecraft, Ronan was oblivious to the inquiries surrounding him. His mind was consumed with myriad thoughts. How could that entity have come to life on its own? Meanwhile, following the departure of the mothership, which had assumed the form of the Cosmic II, Gu Li located Carol's small spacecraft. Upon witnessing the enormous mothership engulf her vessel, Carol was rendered speechless, her shock rendering her unable to articulate her thoughts. She seized Gu Li's hand, leading him through the bowels of the mothership. After some time, Carol suddenly proposed with great seriousness, "How about I become your girlfriend?" The mothership could easily serve as a mobile barracks, facilitating the transportation of supplies and other necessities, proving immensely beneficial for her adventures in the cosmos. To this, Gu Li neither rejected nor accepted outright. Instead, he replied, "Carol, we should first seek to understand each other before making any decisions." His aspirations were grand. As a man destined to spread love across the universe, he could not remain tethered solely to her. For the sake of familial harmony, he vowed to refrain from entering into any romantic entanglements in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Carol acquiesced, saying, "All right, let us take the time to understand one another." After taking a few deep breaths, she inquired, "Shall we set off for Suvlin now?" Gu Li raised an eyebrow in surprise, muttering, "Didn't we agree to get to know each other first?" Hearing this, Carol's expression shifted uneasily as she gestured towards the interior of the mothership. "Here? Now?" Ultimately, she could not resist Gu Li's insistence. and within the pristine confines of the mothership, they commenced their self-introductions. I am Carol, a female, and I take great pleasure in championing justice. My name is Xing Xiaozhangyi, and I am a man. The two of us leaned against the cockpit of the spaceship, gazing at the boundless expanse of the starry sky. Gu, your spaceship is enormous, I remarked. Oh, you mean the ship? It is called the Cosmic Emperor 2. Do you have any suitable planets nearby where we can temporarily dock? Given the immense size of the Cosmic Emperor 2, it is impossible for it to land on an ordinary life-sustaining planet. It would be akin to attempting to place the moon on Earth. One can only imagine the catastrophic consequences. Only a planet of colossal proportions could bear its weight. Suddenly, Guli had a bright idea. Let us turn back and consult ancient Deng to see if there are any abandoned pocket universes or if we could temporarily seize a dimension. As for whether the masters of those dimensions would agree, it was of no consequence. Guli did not require anyone's permission to act. The Blue Giant's annihilation cannon taught them a lesson in humility. Due to a malfunctioning air conditioner, Carol's complexion appeared slightly flushed. After a moment of composure, she mentioned, "There is indeed a suitable planet, a nascent gas giant with a highly inhospitable climate." Upon hearing this, Guli's face lit up with joy. "Please guide us there. We merely need a temporary stopover, as we do not intend to reside there permanently." Following the star chart provided by Carol, the Cosmic Emperor 2 surged forward at full throttle towards the destination. However, due to its immense mass, it appeared from a distance as a small asteroid racing through the cosmos. Upon arriving at the gas giant, Guli finally understood the dire weather conditions Carol had described. It was nothing short of a hellish landscape. The surface temperature soared to hundreds of degrees Celsius, capable of melting aluminum. Howling winds wreaked havoc, accompanied by frequent volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, plunging the entire planet into perpetual turmoil. Fortunately, the planet was sufficiently large to accommodate the vast interstellar mothership. Emperor 2. Perhaps you could make do for now, Guli suggested to the Cosmic Emperor 2. Ultimately, he felt rather insignificant, as a player with extraordinary abilities. He lacked a dimension of his own. A failure. Additionally, Guli was uncertain if he could open a portal the size of the moon to transport the Emperor back to the solar system. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of magical power, and what if Dormammu failed to provide the necessary energy at that moment? In accordance with your directive, I will learn to adapt to this environment, a booming mechanical voice responded. The Cosmic Emperor 2's understanding nature made Guli feel somewhat embarrassed. He couldn't even manage his own subordinate properly. He resolved to find a way to establish his own dimension. After securing the Cosmic Emperor 2, Guli boarded Carol's small spacecraft and set off towards Suvlin, following the coordinates on the star chart. Unbeknownst to them, a stealthy little spaceship had followed them to the gas giant. Inside the cockpit sat a proud raccoon and a comical treant. "Groot, stay hidden. If we manage to deal with that massive ship, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives." Rocket had never seen such a colossal mothership in his life. If they could steal it and sell it, it would indeed be an unimaginable fortune arriving at Rocket's doorstep. "We have struck it rich, indeed." The excitement in the voice of the Rocket was palpable. Inside Carol's spacecraft, Guli, seated idly in the cockpit, found himself at a loss for conversation, leading to a rather awkward silence enveloping the cabin. "Shall we reintroduce ourselves?" he suggested. To this, Carol rolled her eyes in exasperation, deeming him utterly inconsiderate. Whenever they were together, their interactions seemed to oscillate between bickering and stargazing. After setting the autopilot, Carol exited the cockpit. Moments later, a disgruntled voice echoed from a distance, "Are you still studying modern history of Skuru or not?" At this remark, Guli's spirits soared, and he hastily gathered a pile of books. Rushing over, I'm here, he exclaimed. "Are we not even allowed to read?" Which word could possibly be inappropriate?